Simon says subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made the files the instructor uses in this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello everyone and welcome to Excel 365 for Beginners. My name is Deborah Ashby. I'm a Microsoft MVP and course instructor, and I am so excited to host this course for you. Excel 365 is Microsoft's evergreen version of Excel. It's part of Microsoft 365, a subscription service that ensures you always have the latest version of Excel with the latest features. No more lagging behind with old versions and no more having to purchase a new version of Excel to get the latest features. Microsoft 365 also comes with a handy online portal that allows us to access and use Excel and other applications on the go wherever we have an internet connection. So we no longer need to be using the desktop version of Excel in the office to work on our files. And do you want to know the really good news? Well, if you're already familiar with older versions of Excel, then upgrading to Excel 365 will be a complete breeze. Many of the features and utilities are the same, but we have so much more available to us in Excel 365. For example, we have a whole heap of brand new formulas such as filter, XLOOKUP, sort, sequence, unique, and so much more. We have new utilities such as picture in cell and new charting options. We have greater sharing and collaboration options as well. And we can co-author our workbooks with our colleagues in real time. And because Excel 365 is part of Microsoft 365, it integrates seamlessly with other Microsoft 365 applications like Teams and SharePoint. Now, this course is a beginner's course, and it's designed for people who are brand new to Excel in general, or people who are new specifically to Excel 365. It would also be perfect for anybody looking for a refresher on some of the basic but fundamental Excel skills that we all know and love. Now, the only thing you need to complete this course is a working copy of Excel 365. So if you haven't already, now would be a great time to sign up for a Microsoft 365 subscription, which in turn is going to give you access to Excel 365. Now, the way that this course is structured is that we have a series of video lessons divided down into different sections. And these sections are arranged logically so that you can build your skills throughout this course. Each lesson has a video demonstration of roughly between 5 and 10 minutes in length. So it's super bite-sized. You can do a lesson whenever you have some free time. All of the files I use in this course are available for you to download, so you can follow along each lesson with me. And you'll see the files are named according to their lesson number, and there's a start file and a finish file for each lesson. That means that if you want to skip over a lesson for whatever reason, it's really easy for you to pick up the flow in the next lesson. So make sure you download those from the course files folder before we begin. You'll also find an exercise at the end of each section, so you can really practice the skills that you've learned. And you'll find all of the files that you need for this in the exercise files folder. And that is pretty much it. I think we're ready to dive in to our first lesson. One of the biggest advantages of using Excel 365 is that, unlike the standalone versions of Excel, we have access to a really handy online portal. And you can access the online portal through any browser wherever you have an active internet connection. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to fire up a browser. I'm going to use Microsoft Edge, but if you prefer to use something like Google Chrome, then that's not a problem. And then we can either go to Microsoft.com or Office.com. Now I'm going to go to Office.com simply because that's what I'm used to going to. Now notice that mine logs me straight into my online portal. It might be that you get taken to a sign-in screen where you'll be asked to enter in your email address and your password. And the sign-in credentials that you use is basically the email address that you assign to your Microsoft 365 subscription during the setup phase. So type in your email address and your password, and it's going to jump you to the screen that I'm in now. Now, once again, yours might look slightly different, or it will look different to mine, because this main page is kind of like a hub that shows you all of your latest activity. Now, if this is the first time that you're logging into Microsoft 365, then it might be fairly empty in here. You're not going to have any recommended documents. You might not even have any recently opened in the list below. But in general, this is what you're going to see. You're going to have a recommended section at the top, and again, these are just files that I've opened recently. We then have a quick access area at the bottom with various different filters to allow us to find files that we might want to open quickly. Notice we have a recently opened list, files that have been shared with us, and we can also add any file into our favorites list. Notice that I also have an Excel filter just here, so if I click this, it's going to show me only Excel files. Because remember, when you're working in the Microsoft 365 portal, this includes all files, so things like Word documents, PowerPoint presentations, not just simply Excel. And if we click the plus here, we can set up more content filters to filter that list of files. For example, if I want to have a filter that filters just Word documents, I can set that up as well. So I can toggle between just seeing Excel files and just seeing Word documents. Also notice at the top we have a search bar. This is a universal search, so whatever keywords we type in here, it's going to search across all applications in Microsoft 365 for content that matches. And that might be files. You can see here I have all the files that contain the word sales. It might be bookmarks, so obviously I've got the word sales included in here somewhere. It's also found any people that have the word sales in their job title. And it's also found a couple of SharePoint sites which contain the word sales. So don't forget that this is a universal search when you're working in the hub. Now, the hub is a centralized area that you can come to access all of the online versions of your applications. Notice on the left-hand side, we have a big long list of different apps that we can access. And if we click the app launcher, which is that little thing that looks a little bit like a waffle in the top left-hand corner, that's going to show us all of our apps. Now, the list of apps that you see in here will vary depending on the type of Microsoft subscription that you signed up for. For example, I have a business standard Microsoft 365 account, which includes things like SharePoint and Teams, applications that are more geared to business use. If you have a personal subscription, you'll find that you won't have things like that, but you will always have access to Outlook, Word, PowerPoint, Excel, so on and so forth. So just be aware of that. The main point is your list might not look exactly the same as mine. So we can use this apps list to open any of our applications in a browser. So let's open up Excel. Because what you'll notice is that a new tab opens and I'm basically taken to Excel Online. And this is why Excel 365 is more flexible than the regular standalone versions of Excel. With those versions, we can only access Excel on our computer. Whereas with Excel for Microsoft 365, we can simply do exactly what we've done here. Fire up a browser, go to the portal, and launch Excel. So if I'm sitting on a train, as long as I've got a Wi-Fi connection, I can still work on my documents without having to be at my desk. So from here, I could fire up a blank workbook, and it takes me into a pretty comprehensive version of Excel. Now, there's a couple of things to be aware of when you're working in the online versions. You might not necessarily have access to all of the functionality that you'll find in the desktop version. And I will say this has greatly improved over the years. More and more features have been added to Excel Online to bring it more in line with the full version. But I will say that if you're just wanting to take a look at spreadsheets, make minor edits, we can do all of our formatting from here. We can insert pivot tables, charts, pretty much most of the things we're going to want to do when we're on the go, we can find in this version. But you will find that some of the more complex stuff isn't always available. The other thing to know about working within the online portal is that everything automatically saves. So what you'll notice is that if we click the File button, we don't actually have a Save button, we only have a Save As button. And that's because if I start typing in here, so let's just say I type in date and we'll say product, everything saves automatically back to the cloud. So I don't have to remember to press Ctrl S to save or go to File, Save. What we do need to do though is rename the file, because notice here it just says Book 2. But if we click up here, we can do that very simply. So I'm just going to call this Test 1. Notice the location, it's saving it into my OneDrive, into my Documents folder. And I can hit Enter to give that file a name. When we close down this Excel file, and we just do that by closing the browser window, if we were to now go back to our Office 365 homepage, and let's take a look at all of our documents, notice there is Test 1 at the top. If I want to jump back into it to edit, I can simply click to open it up and I can make my changes. So let's just make these headings bold. Again, everything saves. I don't need to do anything else. I can simply close it down and those changes will be saved. So when you're working in Excel for Microsoft 365, just be aware that everything saves back to OneDrive, to the cloud, and all changes are automatically saved.
For the next section, you'll want to download the course exercise files. Click the link below in the video description to get these. You can also scroll through the details to find timestamps for each section in this course. If you're enjoying this training, please leave us a comment.
It's time now to do exercise 1. And as you can imagine, we don't have a great deal to do in this exercise because we've only just started the course. So the idea of this exercise is really just to set yourself up ready to begin the first lesson. So I'd like you to ensure that you have a working Microsoft 365 account that has access to Excel 365. I'd like you to sign in to office.com and ensure you're familiar with the Microsoft 365 interface and where to go to access applications, including Excel Online. And if you'd like to follow along with me, I want you to make sure that you've downloaded both the course files and the exercise files from their respective folders. That is it. There is no answer to this exercise. Just make sure you've done those things, and I will see you in the next section. In the last lesson, I showed you how easy it is to work in Excel Online. We simply log in to the Microsoft 365 portal and launch Excel from the app launcher. But it's safe to say that if you're sitting at your desk working in your office, you're probably going to want to use the full version of Excel. And indeed, that is what this training course will be conducted in predominantly. So how can we launch the desktop version of Excel? Well, as we've already seen, if you do sign up for a Microsoft 365 subscription, you have the opportunity to install the full versions of all of the Microsoft 365 applications onto your PC. And this is where you'll get that full desktop version. So if you haven't done that already, go to Install Apps on the homepage of the portal and click on Microsoft 365 Apps. That will kick off the download process and download all of the applications. So once the applications have downloaded, how do we access Excel? Well, this is very much going to be determined by the operating system that you're using. I'm using Windows 11, and if I push my mouse down to the bottom of the screen, notice the icons that I have. You can see that I have the Excel icon pinned to the taskbar. Now, Excel isn't pinned down here by default, so you're going to find it underneath your Start menu. Now for me, I access my Start menu by clicking on the Windows icon just here, or alternatively, I can press the Windows key on my keyboard to pop open the menu. Now if you can't see Excel, Word and PowerPoint amongst these icons here, you can simply click in the search bar at the top and search for the application that you're looking for. So if I'm looking for a new installation of Excel, I can just type in Excel. There it is at the top, Excel app. I can either click to launch the application directly, but what I would suggest you do is that if Excel is an application that you use every day, you do pin it down onto your taskbar. What we can do is right click and we can choose to pin to taskbar. Now notice that mine says unpin from taskbar because I already have it pinned, but if you don't, it's going to say pin. So I highly recommend you do that because it means you're always going to have access to Excel pinned to this taskbar at the bottom. And you can see I've pretty much repeated this process for all of the applications that I use frequently. So once we have it pinned, to launch Excel, it's a simple case of just clicking on the icon, and this will take you to what we call the Start page. Now you only ever see this Start page when you first fire Excel up every single day. And from here, we can choose to create a new blank workbook. We could possibly start from a template, and then underneath we have a list of all of our recent documents to make them super easy to open and access. We can see any documents that we have pinned, and we can see any documents that have been shared with us by other people. So this recent list will constantly be changing. As we work and open new files, those will go to the top of this list. So my recommendation is that if you do have maybe a spreadsheet that you work on every single day, and you don't want that to keep moving around in this recent list, I do recommend that you pin it. So let's just say that I always access budgetanalysis.xlsx. If we take a look towards the middle here, we have a little pin icon. So I could click on the pin, and you can see that that's now pinned to the top of the recent list, and I can also find it under the pinned section. You can see there it is. Now there's lots more to explore in here, and we're going to get into that in the next few lessons, but for the time being, that is how you can launch Excel. We ended the last lesson by firing up Excel and just having a quick look at the start page. And in this lesson, we're just going to get ourselves a bit more comfortable with the Excel interface. So to do that, we're going to just very quickly create a new blank workbook. Now, when it comes to creating new blank workbooks, there are a couple of different methods that you can use. Notice on the start page here, we have blank workbook. We could click to select that. Alternatively, if we go to New just here, we have the option to select a blank workbook from here as well. Now, if you're somebody that loves keyboard shortcuts, you might be trying to use the keyboard shortcut Control-N just here to create a new blank workbook. But notice if I press it, it doesn't actually work when you're on the start page. So we're going to need to click to select the blank workbook. Now, a couple of things to note when you first create a new workbook. Notice the terminology that I'm using there. You may hear people refer to workbooks and worksheets. So what is the difference between the two? Well, if you take a look right at the bottom here, we have a tab that says Sheet 1. So this grid structure that we're looking at right now, this is called a worksheet. Now we can have multiple worksheets, and if you notice to the left, we have a little plus where we can add new sheets. So these are all worksheets, but the container, the file that contains all of these worksheets, is what we refer to as a workbook. So just make sure you have those two pieces of terminology straight in your mind. So I'm going to click on Sheet 1, and let's just do a quick tour of the interface. So right at the top in the title bar, notice this is where we have the title of the document. Now, when you create a new document, you're just going to get the default title, which is going to be Book 1, Book 2, Book 3. Now, of course, that is very generic. I would highly recommend that you do rename your documents. So we can rename this file by simply clicking in the title area, and then we can change the file name. So I'm going to call this My First Workbook. We can choose a location to save. Now, notice by default, it's going to save into OneDrive. And the advantage of saving it into the cloud is that every time you make a change, it's going to automatically update. You don't have to keep pressing save. It also means that you can access this file from anywhere through the online portal. So in general, I would always recommend that you start saving your files into the cloud. Now, I'm not going to worry too much about any of the rest of this stuff at this stage. Let's just get this workbook saved. I'm going to click on Save. Notice that the title changes at the top. Now, as soon as we named this workbook, another thing happened. You may or may not have seen it. It was pretty quick. The autosave button just here toggled itself on. Previously, this was toggled off. So this means that now every time we click and start typing and working in this workbook, all of the changes I'm making are constantly saving back to the cloud. So this file is always up to date. Also notice that we do have a little save button just here, but it has this little cycle, this little green cycle icon on it, because this now acts as more of a refresh between what we're working on and the cloud. So now we have this workbook saved. Underneath the title bar, this is where we have our tabs and our ribbons. If you're used to using older versions of Excel, you might remember that we used to have drop-down menus to access all of our commands. But in around 2010, that completely changed, and we now have these horizontal ribbons with all of our commands on them. So our commands are organized logically onto different ribbons. We have Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, Data, Review, so on and so forth. So the Home tab, for example, will contain commands that are most common. These are the things that people use most when they're working in Excel. And you can see that all of our commands are then divided into different groups. And at the bottom, we have the group name. So we have clipboard, font, alignment, number, styles, so on and so forth. And you'll find that pattern across all of the ribbons. We always have groups that contain our commands. Now, if you're brand new to Excel, it is going to take a while to kind of really get to know where all of your commands are located on these ribbons, because there are so many different commands in Excel. And I might add, not all of them are on the ribbons. Another thing that you should be aware of is that with some of these groups, you'll see that they have a little diagonal arrow in the bottom corner. For example, the alignment group, we have this little diagonal arrow. If I hover my mouse over it, we can see the screen tip pop up there that says alignment settings. And if we click this, it's really going to open up more options related to this specific group. So if you can't find what you're looking for in the alignment group on the ribbon, click the diagonal arrow to reveal more options. And you'll find that follows through. If we go to the one for font, we have more font options underneath there. So don't forget, we have those little hidden dialog boxes underneath these diagonal arrows. Another thing to be aware of is that when you hover your mouse over any of these commands, you're going to get what we call a screen tip. And that's just really a helpful little pop-up that's going to tell you the command name and also give you a brief description. So this is super useful if you're not really sure what a command does. And you can always click Tell Me More underneath to open up the help file related to this command. So tabs and ribbons are a really important aspect of working in Excel. Now, underneath our ribbons, notice that we have this mostly empty horizontal bar. But we do have some icons on this bar on the left-hand side. This is where we have that auto-save toggle. And currently I have a save button, I have undo, and I have redo. Now, both of these are grayed out at the moment, so I can't click them because I haven't actually done any work to undo. If I was to type something, I'm just going to type hello in here, notice that they're now accessible. And if I want to remove that, I could click on undo, or I could press the keyboard shortcut Control Z to undo my last action. So undo and redo, really useful. Now this little group of icons is referred to as the quick access toolbar, and we have a whole lesson dedicated to customizing this area. This is basically somewhere where we can add commands that we use frequently to make them easy to find, so we don't have to go hunting through the ribbons looking for specific commands. So we're going to talk a lot more about this in a couple of lessons' time. Underneath the quick access toolbar, we have the name box, and that's going to display whatever cell I'm clicked in. So it's telling me I'm clicked in cell D4. If I click somewhere else, it's telling me I'm clicked in cell F7. Now there's a lot more you can do with this name box, which we'll get into a bit later on in the course. And then next to that, we have the formula bar. So this is where we come to type formulas and also edit formulas. And then the main part of this screen is taken up with our worksheet. And all worksheets in Excel are based on columns and rows, which gives this kind of grid structure. We have columns labeled with letters and rows labeled with numbers. And this makes it super easy for us to reference specific cells. For example, if I click here, I can see that that is cell H8. Notice column H is highlighted in grey, and so is row 8. I can also see in the name box that I'm currently clicked in cell H8. And we use these cells to house our text, numbers, and other information. And then right at the bottom, this is where we have our different worksheets. As I said, you can have multiple. And by default, they're going to be named generic names. So sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3. Now, of course, we can rename our worksheets to make them more meaningful. And again, we'll look at that in another lesson. But just be aware, this is how you can switch between your different worksheets. You can either click on them, or alternatively, if you like keyboard shortcuts, you can move through the different worksheets by pressing Control, page down to go to sheet 2, page down again to go to sheet 3, page up to go the other way. On the right hand side, we have a scroll bar, a horizontal scroll bar, I should say. And then running right across the bottom, this is where we have the status bar. So the status bar is where you're going to find different pieces of useful information. And what you see down here will change depending on what you're doing. This is also the area that houses the different views, because there are different ways that we can view a worksheet in Excel. And you can see those over on the right hand side, and we can switch between them simply by clicking on the icon. Now, these aren't going to make much sense to you at the moment, so we're just going to stick with normal view. And then finally, we have this little zoom slider. So the default is 100% zoom. If we click the plus, it's going to zoom in. If we click the minus, it's going to zoom out. So that is entirely personal preference. But those are the main elements that make up the interface when you're working in Excel. So since the last lesson, I've gone in and I've added some data and an image into my worksheet. Now, I don't want to skip ahead too far here because we haven't even spoken about data entry or how to insert images, but I wanted to get something in this worksheet so that I can demonstrate to you contextual menus and contextual ribbons. Now, what do we mean when we say contextual menu? Well, pretty much what it says on the tin. It's contextual to wherever we're clicked. So if I click in my table of data just here, I'm going to click on cell B4, and in B4 I simply have a piece of text. It's an order number. Now, aside from being able to do things with this piece of text, so maybe I want to go up and change some of the formatting options from the ribbon, we can also right click on the cell and we get a contextual menu. Now, the reason why this is contextual is because the items that we see in this menu are very much based on the type of data that we've clicked on in the cell. So what we see in this menu when we're right-clicked on a piece of text is going to be different if we're clicked on, let's say, a picture. For example, I have a picture just here. Let's right-click. The options I get are different and are related to the picture. For example, we have Save as Picture just here, but when I'm clicked on text and I right-click, we don't have that option in here. So the point I'm trying to make is that depending on what you've right-clicked the mouse on, you're going to get different menu options. Now, along the same vein, we also have contextual ribbons. So if you take a look at my ribbons at the moment, where we have Home, Insert Drawer, Page Layout running across the top, we will also see up here from time to time other ribbons as well, because not all ribbons show as tabs by default. For example, this data set that I have here that's showing these products and the prices, this is actually an Excel table. And again, we haven't spoken at all about Excel tables at this stage, but just be aware that I've put this into a table. Now, keep your eyes on these ribbon tabs at the top, because when I click in the table, notice I get a new ribbon called Table Design. So this is in effect contextual as well. When I click on it, I'm going to see all of the commands related to Excel tables. For example, I can change the table style from here. I can do some various things with the table style options. I can insert slicers, which are like filters. I can create pivot tables and charts. So everything on this ribbon is contextual. Now, when I'm not clicked in this table, so for example, if I click in a blank cell just somewhere else on the worksheet, that contextual ribbon is going to disappear. So this is pretty good because it prevents your ribbons from being too cluttered. We don't have everything visible all the time. Things appear when they're needed and relevant. The same thing will occur if you insert a picture into your spreadsheet. So I have a picture just here. Again, keep your eye on the tabs at the top. When I click on the picture, I get a picture format ribbon. When I click on that, I have all of the options related to formatting, resizing, and managing pictures. If I click away, it disappears. So you'll find that with lots of elements when you're working in Excel. For example, if you've inserted a chart and you click on the chart, you're going to get a few extra ribbons up here related to formatting, editing the data, and designing your chart. If you click on a pivot table, you're going to get ribbons related to pivot tables. So don't forget when you're clicked somewhere to glance up at these tabs just to make sure that you don't have a contextual ribbon with more options that you didn't know were there. And the final thing to point out in this lesson is that we also have panes that will open up on the right-hand side. For example, if I click on the picture, right-click, and go to Format Picture at the bottom, it's going to open a Format Picture pane. And again, this is something that you'll commonly see. There's always going to be some kind of format option that will open a pane. For example, if I click in the data, right-click, I don't have Format Picture, but I do have Format Cells. And this time it pops open a dialog box as opposed to a pane. So just be aware of these right-click menus, hidden contextual ribbons, and also panes that can pop up at any time, depending on what you're working in your Excel spreadsheet. In a previous lesson, we briefly spoke about the Quick Access toolbar. And just a reminder, in case you've forgotten, you'll find the Quick Access toolbar lurking underneath your ribbons. It's this little thing here where we can see autosave, save, undo, and redo icons. Now, as I mentioned, this is an area that we can customize. So this is brilliant if you have commands that you use frequently and you don't want to have to hunt through the ribbons in order to find them, because we can customize this with whatever commands we like to make them easily accessible. So in this lesson, we're going to take a look at the different methods you can use to add commands to your Quick Access toolbar, and then I'll leave it to you to customize your own. Now, by default, you're always going to have autosave, save, undo, and redo on your Quick Access toolbar. So if you launch Excel straight out of the box, this is what you're going to see. But of course, we can add to that. And the simplest way to add any command to the Quick Access toolbar is to find the command on the ribbon. For example, let's say that I always use bold font formatting. Right-click on the command and choose Add to Quick Access toolbar. As soon as I click that, you can see there it is, easily accessible. Maybe I want to add something else. Let's go across to the Data tab. Maybe I'm always sorting data. So I'm going to right-click on Custom Sort and choose Add to Quick Access Toolbar, and there it is. So we can build up a long list of commands that we use frequently. So I'm just going to add a few onto here. Now, aside from adding commands that way, notice that at the end of the Quick Access toolbar, we have this little drop-down arrow. When we hover over it, it says Customize Quick Access Toolbar. So when we click this, it's going to pop open a menu, and notice in here we have 20 or so commonly used commands. So these are the commands that Microsoft think will be most useful to you to add to the Quick Access toolbar. Now, the ones that we already have added have a tick next to them, but we could add any of these others simply by selecting them. So yeah, I'm always spell checking my spreadsheets, so maybe I want to add spelling. Maybe I want to add quick print. Maybe I want to add new. So that is another way that you can add your commands. Incidentally, if you want to remove commands from the Quick Access toolbar, you can simply right-click and choose Remove. Or alternatively, if you've added them via this method, you can just deselect them from the list. Now, it's worth noting that not all commands in Excel are available on these ribbons. There are many other commands that kind of lurk in the background, which aren't as accessible as others. It also might be that you want to add a specific command to the Quick Access toolbar, but you can't actually find it on the ribbon. If that is the case, what I would recommend is that you click this drop down and go to More Commands just here. What that's going to do is it's going to jump you across to Excel Options, and again, this is an area that we'll look at a bit later on, and straight to the Quick Access toolbar section. Because what we can do from here is pull up a list of all commands available in Excel and add them to the Quick Access toolbar that way. So on the right hand side, this is where we can see the commands that we currently have on the Quick Access toolbar, and you can see all of the ones that I've just added. And then on the left hand side, this is where we can choose commands to add to the Quick Access toolbar, divided down by category. So currently I'm displaying in this list all of the most popular commands. But if I want to see everything, I could click the drop down and choose All Commands, And then I get a list of absolutely everything that's available in Excel. And fortunately, these are listed alphabetically, so if you're looking for something specific, it makes it a little bit easier to find. So maybe I want to let's add some alignment options. I would just select the command and click on the Add button in the middle to put it over on the Quick Access toolbar. So I'm going to add a few. Let's just add a few alignment commands like so. Really nice and simple. Similarly, if you want to remove items from the Quick Access toolbar, you can select, so let's go for Convert Text to Table and click on Remove. And also when you're working in this view, it's very simple to rearrange or reorder our commands. If I want Flash Fill to be further up the top, I can simply click the up arrow to the right hand side to move it, or I can move it back down again. And the final thing that's quite useful in here is that we can give our Quick Access toolbar a little bit of structure by adding separators. Now I already have 2 separators on my Quick Access toolbar, and you can see them just here. It's these lines. So these serve as a visual way of grouping together commands of similar type. And what you'll find is if you want to add a separator, if you scroll up to the top of any of these lists, you'll have the option to add a separator. So if I add a couple into here, I can then arrange them how I want them to be arranged. So I'm going to grab this separator. I'm going to move it down because I want undo and redo to be grouped together. I'm going to grab this separator and I'm going to move it up because I want to separate my formatting from my sorting and filtering. And maybe I want to take this separator and place it just there so that all of my alignment options are grouped together. So how you arrange these is very much personal preference. Let's click on OK, and it's going to rejig our Quick Access toolbar, and you can see that that now looks a little bit more organized. The final point to mention here about the Quick Access toolbar is that you can change its position. So mine is currently underneath my ribbons, but if you don't like it there, you can choose to display it above your ribbons as well. If we click the drop down again, notice that we can show above the ribbon, and it's going to put the Quick Access toolbar up here. Now, it's not my preference to have it up there because I tend to forget it's up there when it's shoved in the corner like that, so I like to have mine shown below the ribbon. And if you don't like the Quick Access toolbar at all and you think you're never going to use it, you can simply turn it off by choosing Hide Quick Access Toolbar. It gets rid of it and you get a little bit more screen space back. If you want to get it back, if you cast your eyes all the way over to the right hand side, notice on the ribbons we have this drop down arrow that says Ribbon Display Options. If I click this, this is how I can bring back the Quick Access toolbar. So this is a super useful way of customizing your copy of Excel. Using keyboard shortcuts in Excel is the best way to improve your efficiency and productivity. Keyboard shortcuts are just a series of keyboard strokes that will execute commands, meaning that we don't have to use our mouse and click around on the ribbons. And a lot of people find that simply working with their keyboard is a lot quicker than constantly reaching for the mouse or switching between the two. Now, if you're anything like me, you'll probably use a combination of both. I use my mouse for a lot of things, but I also have a set of keyboard shortcuts that I commonly use. So I would highly recommend learning some basic keyboard shortcuts that will execute common commands quickly. So in this lesson, I'll demonstrate a few of my favorite keyboard shortcuts, but I'll also show you a couple of places you can go to print out a full list of all keyboard shortcuts available in Excel. You can then print this out, have it on your desk, and over time, you'll commit some of the most popular to muscle memory. Now, keyboard shortcuts generally involve holding down the Control or the Shift key, or in some cases both, and pressing a number or a letter. For example, if I wanted to select all of the data within this table, I can click inside the table and press Ctrl-A, and it's going to select everything. If I want to select just this column of data, I can press Ctrl-Shift down arrow. If I want to select the entire row of data, Ctrl-Shift right arrow. And of course, the opposites of these work as well. So if I'm clicked at the bottom, I can do Ctrl-Shift up arrow to select all of the data. If I'm clicked on the right in the last cell, Control-Shift-Left arrow to select the entire row. Now, if we're not clicked within data, maybe we're just down here in a blank cell, I can press Shift Spacebar to select the entire row, or Control Spacebar to select the entire column. And then, of course, we have some of the most popular keyboard shortcuts for things like copying and pasting. So if I want to copy, let's say I want to copy this section of this table, I can press Control-C to copy. Notice as soon as I do that, I get these little marching ants, that's what we call them in the Excel world, round the outside of my selection, and I can then scroll somewhere else and press Control-V to paste that data in. If I want to undo my last action, Control-Z will do that. And if we have a selection still flashing like we do here, we can press the Escape key to deselect that selection area. We have formatting shortcuts, so I can select some text. I'm going to select this row. Control-B will make it bold, Control-I will make it italic, and Control-U will underline. And we can simply press all three of those keyboard shortcuts again to remove them. So Control-U will remove the underline, Control-I will remove the italics, and Control-B will remove the bold. Now there are so many other shortcuts other than those simple ones that I've just shown you just there. So let's take a look at a few ways that we can find out more about our keyboard shortcuts. If we jump up to the Home ribbon, and if I hover my mouse over bold, for example, notice that it's showing the keyboard shortcut in brackets in the screen tip. So you'll find that for some of these commands, you can find out what the keyboard shortcut is simply by looking at that screen tip. Now this doesn't apply to everything. If I hover my mouse over middle align, you can see it's not showing the keyboard shortcut. So this is a little bit hit and miss, but for a lot of things you will be able to see the shortcut in the screen tip. Now another really popular way of using keyboard shortcuts, and this has really come more into prominence over the last couple of years, is to use Alt key tips. So what are those? Well, if we press the Alt key on our keyboard, check out what happens to our ribbon. I now get a letter or a number assigned to all of my tabs. Now to come out of this mode, we can press Escape and it's going to get rid of those letters. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to select this row, Control-Shift, right arrow. I'm going to press Alt and I want to make this row bold. So I can go to the Home tab by pressing H. Notice I then get a different set of shortcuts for each of the commands. And I can see that the number 1 is assigned to bold. So I can then press 1 and it's going to apply that formatting. So by pressing Alt H1 keyboard shortcut, I've managed to apply bold. Alt H1 again is going to remove bold. So you have all of these different keyboard shortcuts. We can jump across to other ribbons. So if I go to the Insert ribbon, I can press N just here. If I want to insert a picture, I can go to P, so on and so forth. Escape to come out of that mode. So don't forget about those as well. Again, you'll find that you'll have a few combinations that you commit to memory, and you'll use those most often. Now, what if we just want to see a big long list of all of the keyboard shortcuts in Excel? Well, we have two options. The first thing we can do is jump into the Help files by pressing the F1 key on our keyboard. Notice it opens Help in a pane on the right-hand side, and we can simply search for keyboard shortcuts in Excel and hit Enter. It's brought up a list of search results. I'm going to select the top item just here. We get some information about keyboard shortcuts. And if we scroll down, you can see that we have our shortcuts divided into different categories. So if we go to frequently used shortcuts, it's going to jump us down to that section of the document, and you can see here we have a list of all of the keyboard shortcuts. To close a workbook, Control-W, open a workbook, Control-O, so on and so forth. So this is quite a nice way of being able to find your keyboard shortcuts. But the other way that we could use, the much more modern way I might say, is to utilize ChatGPT. And I'm sure by now there's been so much buzz about ChatGPT that most of you are familiar with exactly what it is. And ChatGPT can be brilliant for things like this. So I've simply fired up a browser. I've searched for ChatGPT, and it is worth noting that you will need to create an account in order to use ChatGPT. But you can use GPT 3.5 for free, which is the version that I'm using. So all we need to do down here is where it says send a message, we can type, please show me a list of all keyboard shortcuts in Excel. Hit enter to send that through. And it's going to go away, it's going to give us some information, but then it will start to produce all of those keyboard shortcuts. Now there's a lot of keyboard shortcuts in here, so we're not going to sit here and wait for this to finish. I'm just going to choose stop generating, because what we could then do is scroll up to the top and notice we have a copy button just here. So I could choose to copy this information and maybe paste it into something like a Word document. So I'm just going to open Word Online from the Microsoft 365 portal. Let's create a new blank document, and then I can simply press Ctrl V to paste all of those shortcuts in. Now you're probably going to have to do a little bit of formatting here, but once you've got these in here, you can then save this file, you can print it off, and you can have it on your desk. So those are some useful keyboard shortcuts and some different methods for accessing the full list of keyboard shortcuts in Excel. It's time now to do exercise 2. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to launch the desktop version of Excel and simply create a new blank workbook. Now, once you have that workbook open, I'd like you to be able to identify the following interface elements: the status bar, the ribbons, the title bar, the grid, and the quick access toolbar. Make sure you know where all of those are located. Next, I'd like you to add some commands to the quick access toolbar. Now, I don't mind which commands you add, but just as a suggestion, you might want to add print preview and print, auto format, and sort. And I'd also like you to add a separator that separates those commands from the other commands on the quick access toolbar. And the final part of this exercise is to know which keystroke will show key tip shortcuts on all of the ribbons. That is it for this exercise. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do was to launch the desktop version of Excel. Now you're going to find Excel either pinned to the taskbar at the bottom, as mine is just here. Alternatively, you might have to search for it underneath the Start menu. Now, how you search for Excel will differ depending on if you're using Windows 11, Windows 10. So just do your normal search that you would do to find any application. As long as it's installed, you'll be able to find it. So I'm going to click on the Excel icon just simply to launch Excel 365 on my desktop. And I simply asked you to create a blank workbook. So in the new area up here, let's click on blank workbook. The next thing I asked you to do was to identify certain elements of the Excel interface. For example, the title bar, that is this area in green that we have running across the top. Our ribbons are just below that, and we can click to switch to different ribbons. Remember, the ribbons house our commands. I asked you to find the status bar, and the status bar is this bar that runs across the bottom. Currently, this is where we can go to change our zoom levels and also switch between different views. I asked you to be able to identify the grid. That is our big worksheet in the middle just here. And finally, I asked you to be able to identify the quick access toolbar. And you'll either find this below your ribbons, like mine is here, or you might have it above your ribbon like that. The next thing I asked you to do was to customize this quick access toolbar and add some commands. And I don't mind which commands you added, but I did give you some suggestions. Now, as always, there are a few different ways that we could do this. For example, you can click on any command, right-click, and choose Add to Quick Access Toolbar. Alternatively, you can click the drop-down and you can choose one of the commands from this list, Print Preview and Print. And if you can't find the command that you're looking for, you can jump into More Commands and you can choose what you want to add from one of these menus. So I'm going to add, let's add email, let's add it across to the quick access toolbar. I also asked you to add a separator. We find our separators at the top of each list. We can simply click on add, and then we can use our up and down arrows to move that into position and then click on OK. The final thing I asked you to do was make sure that you know which keystroke you press in order to bring up all of those key tip shortcuts. And if you recall from the lesson, we need to press the Alt key to bring those up. That's it for this exercise. I will see you in the next section. So far in this course, we've seen how to create a brand new blank workbook. But there are lots of other methods that we can use to save time, and one of those methods is to use templates. So we're going to close out of this file that we've been working on. Now, when it comes to closing files, there are a couple of really important points to note, because I know from experience that this can trip people up. A lot of people think that to close the workbook that they're working on, they click on the cross in the top right-hand corner. Now, just be aware, this will close all of Excel, not just the workbook that you're working on. So if you accidentally do this, it means you're going to have to restart Excel and then reopen your files. If you want to just close the workbook but leave Excel open, you need to go to File and you have a Close button just here. Another way that you can close is to simply use the keyboard shortcut Control-W. Notice it's closed the workbook, but it's left Excel open. So this time we're going to create a new workbook, but we're going to use a template instead. Now we get to our templates simply by going to File, and then we can jump to New. Alternatively, we could use keyboard shortcuts to do this. We could press Alt, F, and N. That's going to take us to where we need to be. And I'm going to press the Alt key again to get rid of those keyboard shortcuts. You can press Escape or Alt. Now notice at the top there we have New Blank Workbook. That is by far the most common template, I guess, that you're going to select. But if we scroll down, check out what we have. We have a tab called Office, and then we have all of these online templates. And these are templates provided by Microsoft, which are pre-populated with formatting and information to give you a head start when you're creating spreadsheets. So which one of these templates you choose really depends on what it is that you're trying to do. You will see that they are organized into different categories, so we have business, personal, planners and trackers, so on and so forth. Or alternatively, you can simply click at the top here and type in what you're looking for. So maybe I'm looking for an invoice template. I'm going to type in invoice. I can press enter or click the magnifying glass. It's going to search through all of the online templates and produce a list of all of the ones that match invoice. So I can then scroll through and I can find one that I think looks quite nice. Let's go for this one just here. When we click on it, we're going to get a little bit of information about the template. We can see the download size, and then we can click on Create. That's going to download the template and open it up in Excel. And the cool thing about these templates is that a lot of them are pre-populated with things like formulas, so that you don't really have to do anything yourself. For example, this is an invoice template, so what I'm probably going to do down here is I'm going to enter the quantity, the description, the unit price of whatever service I'm invoicing for. But check out where we have line total. If I click in this cell, if we look in the formula bar, can you see there's already a formula in here? And this formula is going to calculate what the line total is based on the quantity and the unit price. The template also comes nicely formatted, so we don't have to spend any time designing a nice looking invoice. All we would probably do here is insert our own logo, and if we wanted to change the colors, we could come in and we could do that. Everything in here is customizable, but it just gives you a really nice base to start from. Now, if this invoice template is a template that I want to use over and over again for different clients or customers, it's beneficial to save this blank invoice as a template that we can reuse over and over again. So if we go up to the File menu, this is where we need to go into Save As. Now, when you come to this save screen, it can look a little bit complicated at first. But what you should see in here is your OneDrive account that's associated with your Microsoft 365 account. And if you have a SharePoint site, you're going to see that in there as well. So you can see I have access to my OneDrive and also my site in SharePoint. So I can choose to save into either of these locations. Alternatively, if you're more familiar with saving via File Explorer, then if you click the Browse button just here, that's going to open up the File Explorer window that might be more familiar to you. and you can navigate to whichever folder you want to save this template into. Now, one thing to note here when you're thinking about where to save your template, notice underneath we have Save As Type, and currently it says Excel Workbook. All Excel workbooks, when you save them, will have the default file extension of .xlsx. Now, if you want to save something as a template, you need to change this to this file type just here, Excel template .xltx. Now, when I select this type, it jumps me to a very specific folder. Notice that I'm now in Documents, Custom Office Templates. And in here, this is where I'll find all of my Excel file templates. Now, I would highly recommend that you save your templates into this default folder that it takes you to. And I'll show you in a minute why. Let's just give our invoice a name. So I'm going to say Customer Invoice Template and click on Save. So now that we have this saved, let's close it down, Control W. And if we go back to File and New, if I want to reuse that template, all I would need to do is click on the Personal heading just here. Because underneath Personal, this is where we can see all of the templates that we've saved. So I have quite a few in here. This is the one we just saved. When I click to open it up, you can see there it is, and it's automatically been given a name of Customer Invoice Template 1. So any changes we make here are not going to overwrite the original because we saved it as Customer Invoice Template. So that is the reason why I will always save into that custom folder to make it easy to access from underneath Personal. So don't forget about these Office templates. There are so many useful ones in here. As I said, they are brilliant for giving you a head start when creating Excel worksheets. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can work with worksheets in a workbook in a little bit more detail. Now, currently I don't have anything open in Excel, so let's reopen the file that we were working on earlier. Now, to open a file, we can either go to File and Open. Alternatively, we can press the keyboard shortcut, Control O, and that's going to jump us to where we need to be. Now, if you're looking to open a file that you've accessed recently, then if you cast your eyes over to the right-hand side of the screen, notice that we have the Workbooks tab selected at the top, and then we have our most recent files. They're divided down into groups, so you're going to see any files that you've pinned to the top of the list first. Then you're going to see all of the files that you've opened today, this week, and then older. So we're looking for the file My First Workbook. I opened that today, and there it is just there. So let's click to reopen. Now, as we mentioned previously, a workbook can contain multiple worksheets. And you can see that within this workbook, we have 5 worksheets at the bottom. I showed you how to add them by clicking on the plus just here to add more. Now, notice that when I've added 2 more, sheets 6 and 7 are now appearing out of sequence. It goes sheet 1, sheet 6, sheet 7, sheet 2. So how can we move these worksheets? Well, it's a simple case of dragging and dropping. And if we need to move multiple, we can simply hold down the Control key and select the other worksheet, in this case sheet 6, and then we can drag all the way across to the end and drop them. And now everything is back in order. So really simple to move your worksheets around via drag and drop. What else can we do with these worksheets? Well, we can rename them. And I would highly recommend that you rename your worksheets to make them more meaningful for not only yourself, but anybody who's looking at this workbook. Now, to rename a worksheet, again, there are 2 different ways that we can do this. We can right-click on the worksheet and choose Rename, or alternatively, we can simply double-click on the sheet name and then over type. So I'm going to call this Product Sales and hit Enter. And you can go through and you can rename your worksheets whatever you want to name them. So I'm just going to name a few of these. What else can we do with our worksheets? Well, if we right-click on the first worksheet, we do get a contextual menu with other options in here. For example, we can change the tab color. Now, not only does this make your workbook look a little bit more colourful and interesting, it's also quite useful for grouping together worksheets of similar type. For example, I have 3 worksheets here called Chart 1, Chart 2 and Chart 3. So these are all charts. Maybe I want to visually indicate that by making all of the tabs the same colour. So once again, I can hold down Control and select all of the tabs, right-click, go to Tab Colour, and then I can choose whatever colour I like. I'm going to go for this purple colour. Maybe I want Pivot and Dashboard to be the same colour. Again, we can hold down Control to select them, and then choose a colour from the palette. And for these ones, I'm going to give Budget a orange colour, and for Product Sales, let's go for this blue. So using colour to group your worksheets together is a really nice way to visually indicate data that kind of belongs together. Now, what about if I wanted to make a copy of a worksheet? So I've got data on this product sales worksheet. Maybe I want to reuse this data, but just update the order dates. So instead of creating a brand new worksheet and retyping all of this, I can simply copy the worksheet. Now, when it comes to copying, if we right-click on this tab and go to Move or Copy, we need to make sure that we select Create a Copy at the bottom, because notice we come to this same area to move or to copy. So if we don't have this selected, it's going to move the worksheet. If we select this, it's going to create a copy. We can specify where we want to move it to. So I want to keep it within this workbook, but I want to move it to the end. Let's click on OK, and you can see exactly what we get. We now have Product Sales 2, because we can't have 2 worksheets named the same thing. So you could go in and rename this, or you could just leave it as Product Sales 2. So very easy to make a copy. And if we want to delete this worksheet, once again, we can right click and we have a delete option in here. Now, if we go back to here and go back into Move or Copy, if we don't select Create a Copy and just choose Move to End, it's going to actually move it as opposed to making a copy. But it's also worth noting that we don't have to use the right-click menu to move or to copy. If I want to move a tab, I can simply click and drag, as we saw at the beginning of this lesson. And if I want to create a copy, I can simply do the same thing, but add in the Control key. So if I hold down Control, click and drag, I'm going to get a copy as opposed to just moving the worksheet. So really nice and straightforward. And the final thing to mention here, when it comes to adding worksheets, we've already seen one of the methods. We can click on the plus at the end, and I would say that tends to be the method I use most often. But we could also right-click and go to Insert. That's going to insert a worksheet. Or alternatively, we could go to the Home tab, into the Cells group, and underneath Insert, we can insert a sheet from here as well. Notice I do that, it's called Sheet 11. I can then move it to the end and rename it to whatever I like. And notice if we go back to Insert Sheet, we do also have a keyboard shortcut which provides us with another method. The keyboard shortcut is Shift F11. So when I do that, notice I now have another sheet called Sheet 12. Now I don't want either of these sheets, so I'm going to hold down Control, select them both, right click, and then choose Delete. So a few different options there when it comes to renaming, changing the tab color, and also moving, copying, and deleting worksheets. In this lesson, I just wanted to take the opportunity to explain a little bit more about how saving Excel files into OneDrive works, because I find that this tends to be a bit of a sticking point for some people. Now, when you're working in OneDrive, you're effectively working in the cloud, and cloud storage has been around for a number of years now. One of the advantages to saving your files into the cloud is it makes them easily accessible to other people. So it means we're not having to attach files to emails if we want to share them. We can simply save them to a shared cloud folder, and everybody can access the file that way. And the best thing about it is that whoever opens that file and makes changes, all of those changes automatically save back to the cloud. So you're always going to have the most up-to-date copy. Now, OneDrive is installed onto your PC when you work through the setup process for Microsoft 365. So what you should find is that when you're working in Excel, if you go to File and go down to Save a Copy, you should be able to see your OneDrive sitting just here. So you can see mine is called OneDrive. It has MSFT after it because there are two different types of OneDrive account. You can have a personal OneDrive, which goes with personal Microsoft 365 subscriptions, or if you have a business subscription, you're going to have the business version of OneDrive. And that's exactly what I have here. Now I'm clicked on it in this list, and then on the right hand side, I can see all of the files and folders that are located within my OneDrive folder. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it Course Files. Let's click on OK. So now if I wanted to save this workbook, I can simply click on Course Files and either keep the current name or I can rename it as something else. So I'm going to call this Product Sales and click on Save. So notice now this document's name has changed in the title bar and this is saved into OneDrive. Now if we close down this file, Control W, and then go back to File and into Open, again, notice we have quick access to OneDrive just here. So to reopen, I would just select my drive, go to the folder, and there is my file. I can double click to open. But it's also worth noting that if you're somebody who tends to work predominantly in File Explorer, you tend to do a lot of your file opening from there, your OneDrive folders get synced to File Explorer. So if I open up my File Explorer, you can see at the top here, these are my different OneDrives. The one that I've been working in is Deb MSFT. If I click this, I can see all of the folders and all of the files. If I double click on Courses Files, there is that product sales workbook. Now I'm going to go back a level because I want to rename this. So let's rename this Course Files as opposed to Courses Files. That's a little bit better. Now what you'll notice is that when you're working with OneDrive files within File Explorer, we have this status column just here. And this will basically tell you what status this file or this folder is in terms of the cloud. So when we're making changes to things, you might see a little circular icon just here. For example, if I just go in and rename again, I'm going to change this to, let's just change it to Course Files 1. Notice what happens when I hit enter. That icon changes to a little refresh icon. And that shows it's synchronizing with the cloud version to keep everything up to date, whether we're accessing our files online through the portal or on our PC. When we have a green tick, it means it's fully synchronized with the cloud. Now notice that some of these other folders just have a little cloud icon next to them. And that means that these are actually stored in the cloud only. So I can still see them in File Explorer on my PC, but when I double click to open, it basically needs to download from the cloud first of all. And of course, when we save our files into OneDrive, it means that we can open them through the Microsoft 365 portal as well. So if we go to the app launcher and open up OneDrive, we should find that underneath recent, right at the top here, there is our product sales workbook. So it doesn't matter where I open this from, it's always going to be the most up-to-date copy. So that's just a little bit more information about how to work with OneDrive and Excel files. In this lesson, we're going to start actually working in Excel. And we're going to begin in this lesson by taking a look at some of the rules and quirks of entering in text, numbers, and dates into cells, because there's some really important things that you need to know here. So we're still working in our product sales worksheet, but notice that I've removed all of the data that I had in here previously. So in cell B4, we're going to start by entering in an order number. Now to start typing into cells, all we need to do is basically click on the cell and start typing. So I'm going to enter in my order number ORD-0001. Once you've finished entering in your information, you have a couple of different options. If you then want to move across to the order date column, you can press the tab key and it will move you straight across. Otherwise, if you press enter, it's going to move you to the cell below. Now, if I now wanted to go in and maybe make an amendment to what I have in this cell, I can either double click to go into edit mode. You can see my cursor is now there and I can make changes like so. Or alternatively, we can press the F2 key. That's also going to put us into edit mode and we can go in and make whatever changes we need to make. Now, if I'm in edit mode and I don't want to tab across to the next cell and I don't want to go to the cell below, maybe instead I want to stay in the cell that I'm working in. We can press Control Enter. It will take us out of edit mode but keep us in the same cell. So that's another really handy little shortcut. Now I am going to press Tab to go across to the order date column. So I'm currently working in cell C4. Remember, we can see that in the name box. Now when it comes to entering dates into cells, this can seemingly be a little bit quirky sometimes. And just for the record, throughout the balance of this course, I'm using US date format and US currency. So let's say that this is July the 12th, 2023. Press the tab key. All looks good so far. I can then enter in the item. So we're just going to type in product A and press tab. Quantity, let's say 3. The price is $5 and the total we're going to leave for the moment because that's going to be a calculation of quantity multiplied by price. Now we haven't had too many issues there when we're entering in our data, but there are a few things that you need to be aware of. Now we're going to delve into this topic in more detail a bit later on, but notice here for the quantity and price columns, I don't really like the way that these numbers are displaying. I don't just want 5 in there, maybe I want to have 5.00. That might look a bit better. Or maybe I want to have the currency symbol at the start. Well, this is where we get into the realm of number formatting. And if you go up to the Home tab, you'll notice that we have a group called Number where we can find all of our different number formats. And we have various different number formats in here. So general is no real specific format. We have number, currency, accounting, short date, long date, so on and so forth. I don't want to go too far down a tangent into number formatting because we have a whole lesson dedicated to this later on. But just to show you an example, I want the price column to show as currency. So I'm going to choose the currency option just here. And you can see what we get. We get a dollar symbol and we get 2 decimal places. So that looks a lot better. Now quantity, that's fine. I just want it to say 3. Product A, that's fine as well. But notice the difference between text and numbers. Text in a cell will always be aligned to the left of the cell. Whereas when we have a number, such as the quantity just here, numbers are always aligned to the right. Notice in column C that we have our dates aligned to the right as well. Now, another little quirk that you sometimes come across when you're entering dates into a spreadsheet is that you'll type the date in and it won't look like a date. You'll get a strange number. So let me show you what that looks like. So let's say you type a date into a cell and instead of getting the date, you get a number that looks like this. Now again, this is related to number formatting. It just means that you have the wrong number formatting applied to the column or the cell. If you check out the number formatting that I currently have applied, it says general at the top here. And what I really want this to be is date. Now, just as a side note, if you're wondering what this strange looking number is, this is actually the number of days past the 1st of January 1900. That date is kind of day 0 for Excel, and to Excel, dates are simply numbers with formatting applied over the top. So we are 45,119 days past the 1st of January 1900. So to fix this, if you do see a column of numbers that look like this, we simply just need to go in and we can apply either short date or long date format. If I was to choose long date, that's what it looks like. Most of the time, you're going to prefer to have short date. Now in column B, we have an order number. And this is one of those pieces of data where we have a mixture of different things. So we have text, but we also have numbers. Now, because text is the first thing in the cell, it's aligning it to the left as if it's text. Now, what about if I was to edit this cell, double click and remove ORD dash? Check out what happens when I do this. I'm going to remove it, so we just have 0001. Press enter. Excel changes it to 1. And that is an expected behavior in Excel. It always removes leading zeros. Now, there are a couple of different ways that you can get around this. The most common one is people will put an apostrophe and then have their 3 zeros in there. And what that will do is effectively turn this number into text. And we can see that it's now text because it's aligned to the left-hand side of the cell. So just be aware of that when you're inputting numbers that start with 0. Now, so far when we've been editing and entering information into these cells, we've been working in the actual cells themselves. But it is worth noting that you can come up to the formula bar up here and you can make changes in here. So sometimes this is a bit easier because you've got quite a wide area and you can see exactly what you're typing. It's not going to run into any other columns. So I'm going to change this back to ORD-0001 and hit enter. So those are some of the basics of entering text, numbers and dates into cells in an Excel workbook. Custom lists are a great way to make data entry quick and simple. And Excel has quite a few different inbuilt custom lists ready for you to use. But of course, you can also build your own custom lists. Now, if you're not sure what I'm talking about, let me show you an example. So I'm currently working on the budget spreadsheet and I just have some column headings in here. Now, if I enter in a day, let's say Monday, and press Control Enter to stay in the same cell, notice that in the corner of the cell I have this little green square. And this is what we call the autofill handle. When we hover our mouse over it, notice that the cursor changes to a small black cross. That means we're in autofill mode. So if I have a spreadsheet and I need to fill down the days of the week, instead of typing those all out, I can simply type in the first one, hover over the corner until I see that black cross, click and drag down, and check out what happens. It's going to fill in all of those days for me. That's a custom list that's inbuilt in Excel. This would also work the same if we were using the short version of the day. So if I type in MUN and press Control Enter and do the same thing, hover my mouse over and drag down, it's going to fill those in just the same way. And this will just carry on looping around until you choose to stop filling. We have the same thing for month. So I can type in January or Jan, whichever I prefer, Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and then I can drag those months down. Makes data entry so quick. Now notice here, it doesn't quite work the same when it comes to years. If I enter in, let's say, I'm going to go for 2008, Control Enter. If I just drag down, it just repeats 2008 over and over again. And that is because years are not set up as a custom list in Excel. Now, of course, you could create your own custom list, which I'll talk more about in a moment, but there is an alternative method when it comes to autofill. So if we delete this out, let's just type 2008 again. What I can do is if I drag all the way down and let go, notice that I get this little tag pop up with some autofill options. So if I click this drop down, I can choose Fill Series, and that will fill in those dates. So don't forget about that little autofill handle. We will be using that quite a bit more in later lessons in this course. The same thing when it comes to numbers. If I enter in number 1 and then number 2, you'd think that would be fairly straightforward to drag this down. But it works in exactly the same way as the years. We would need to click the autofill option and choose Fill Series to get those to input correctly. So again, neither of these two are custom lists, but we can get around that by using autofill options. Now, just sticking with this topic of custom lists, let me show you where these live, and then I'll show you how you can generate your own. Now, if we jump up to the File menu, we're going to find our custom lists buried down in our Excel options. They're under the Advanced page. And if you're wondering what this whole Excel options area is all about, this is where we can come to kind of personalize our copy of Excel. So if we scroll all the way down to the bottom, notice we have something here called Edit Custom Lists. So this is going to open up and show you all of the custom lists that you have access to. So you can see the ones that are built in to Excel. It's these top 4 here: Sun, Mon, Tu, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Jan, Feb, Mar, January, February, March. The ones that you see underneath there are custom lists that I've created. So you can see here, I created a custom list that shows all of my work colleagues, because quite often I have to enter all of their names into a spreadsheet, and I just want to be able to do it by dragging that fill handle down. The first name in this list is Brian Gosling. So if I click on cancel just here, let's click on OK. If I needed to enter in staff members' names, I could type in Brian Gosling, and then because that's a custom list, I can simply use the same method by clicking the fill handle, dragging down, and it's going to fill in those names. So we can effectively create our own custom lists. So let's say I have a list of companies and I want to set these companies up as a custom list. Well, what we can do is go to File, Options, Advanced, scroll all the way down and go to Edit Custom Lists. And then we can choose to import from cells. So if we click down here, I can just select the cells in my worksheet, click on Import, and it's going to import those list entries. So now when I click on OK and OK again, I can delete these out of the spreadsheet. I can type in the first one, Gaggle, Control Enter, and I can use the autofill handle to drag those down. So very easy to create your own custom lists. And the final thing to point out when we're in this custom lists area, we don't necessarily have to import lists from cells that we have in our worksheet. If we don't have the list that we want to use in cells in the worksheet, we can simply type the list entries up here. So if I just type a few names and click Add, I can then use that in the same way. Control Enter and drag to fill down. So that's the basics of custom lists. As I said, you do have 4 which are included in Excel out of the box. And then if you want to use a custom list for anything else, you can very easily create your own. It's time now to do exercise 3. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to create a new workbook based on the template monthly bank reconciliation. And I'd like you to save into the default custom templates folder and make sure that you understand the advantage of doing this. I'd then like you to create a new blank workbook and save it into a folder of your choice in OneDrive. And I'd just like you to name the workbook your initials -practice.xlsx. I'd then like you to open the file exercise03.xlsx from the exercise files folder. And I'd like you to apply some bold formatting to the heading row. And then using the students listed in column K, I'd like you to create a custom list. And I'd like you to use that custom list to fill down the student names in the table. So a few different things to do there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. Now, the first thing I asked you to do in this exercise was to create a document based on the template monthly bank reconciliation. So we're going to jump up to File, we're going to go into New, and we're going to search our templates. There it is just there. Let's double click to open this up and load it into Excel. I then asked you to save this template into the default custom templates folder. So we're going to jump up to File, we're going to go into Save As, and we're going to choose Browse. Now the first thing we need to do here is we need to change the Save As type drop down because we're saving this as an Excel template. And you'll see that the moment that we do that, it's going to jump us to the custom templates folder. I didn't ask you to rename this, so we're going to leave it as monthly bank reconciliation and simply click on save. I also asked you to make sure that you understood why it's advantageous saving it into this custom folder as opposed to a folder of your own choosing. Well, it just means that if we want to create a file based off of this template, we can go to File, New, and then underneath this Personal tab, we're going to be able to find our template. And you can see there it is just there, monthly bank reconciliation. The next thing I asked you to do was to create a new blank workbook and save it into a OneDrive folder of your choice. So we're going to go up to File, we're going to say blank workbook. You could have pressed Control N to do this. And we're going to save it into OneDrive. I'm going to put mine in my course files folder and I'm going to name it my initials dash practice. And click on Save. Next, I asked you to open up the file exercise 03 from the exercise files folder and apply some bold formatting to the heading row of this table. So we're just going to select it and we're going to click on bold. I then asked you to create a custom list of all of the students listed in column K. So for this, we need to jump up to File, go down into Options, and then into Advanced. And if we scroll all the way down towards the bottom, this is where we have our Edit Custom List button. We're going to import our list from cells. I'm going to select the cells that contain my list and click on Import and click on OK. I then asked you to use the custom list to fill the student names down in column B. So when we have a custom list, we simply need to type in the first one, and then we can literally just drag the autofill handle to fill those names down. And that is it. I hope you got an okay with that, and I will see you in the next section. So now that we have the basics of Excel covered, it's time to move on to exploring formulas. Because formulas are the backbone of Excel. They allow us to perform different types of calculations. We can analyze data with formulas. We can tidy up data and so much more. And if you're new to formulas and functions in Excel, then don't worry, we're going to start from the beginning so you completely understand what you're doing. Now, there are over 450 functions in Excel. Notice I'm using the terminology functions. And you'll hear people use functions and formulas interchangeably. But what is the real difference between the two? Well, functions are what we use in a formula. And in Excel, we have a number of inbuilt functions ready for us to use. Now, you'll find all of the functions on the Formulas tab. In this group here, Function Library. Because all of the formulas are divided down into different categories. So we have some functions in here related to financial calculations. We have our logical formulas underneath here. You might have heard people speak about if, and, true, false, lambda, things like that. We have a text group for all of our text functions, a date and time group, lookup and reference. This is where we have things like VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, XLOOKUP, match, offset. And then finally, we have a math and trig group. And then underneath more functions, we have more groups, but I would say that these ones underneath more, these are more niche to specific industries. You also have a recently used drop-down just here, and this is going to show you the last 10 or so functions that you use, making them super easy to find again. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to use some of these functions to create a simple formula. But before we get on to that, it is important to understand some basic principles of working with formulas in Excel, because it's really important to understand the order of operations. And this lesson is probably going to take you all the way back to your maths lessons at school. Notice I have written out here in the spreadsheet BODMAS and PIDMAS. Now, the reason why I have both of these is because in different countries, different terminology is used. For example, in the UK, where I'm from, when I was growing up, we used the BODMAS rule, whereas I know in other countries you might see it written as PIDMAS or even PEDMAS. Basically the same thing, We just use different words for some of these items. For example, in the UK, we tend to say brackets, whereas in the US, they tend to say parenthesis. Now, for the purpose of this demonstration, I'm going to call it BODMAS, simply because that's what I'm more familiar with. And if you're not familiar with the BODMAS rule, let me show you how this works, because this carries through all Excel formulas. Now, it might be I have a series of numbers in a cell. So let's say I've got 6 and I've got 3. Now, if I wanted to add these two numbers up, in Excel, that's a very simple calculation. Now, we need to tell Excel that we're doing a calculation. So we do that by typing equals into the cell. Now, I could type 6 plus 3 and hit enter. That's going to work and give me the correct result. Now, when we type numbers directly into the formula, we call this hard coding. We're hard coding these numbers in, and it means that if either of these numbers up here change, so maybe this one goes to 5 and this one goes to 2, the formula down here isn't going to update because we've hard coded the numbers into the formula. So in general, the way that we work with calculations in Excel is that we use the cell reference as opposed to the actual number. So instead of typing in those numbers, I would do equals G5 plus G6 and hit enter. Because now if I were to change these numbers, you can see that the formula updates because it's referencing the cell that the number is in. So the number one rule of creating formulas is to always make sure that wherever possible, and it's not possible in all scenarios, you use the cell reference as opposed to hard coding the number. So that's all good. But where does this BODMAS rule come in? Well, let's say we were doing a calculation that was a little bit more complicated. So let's say I wanted to do 10 plus 2 divided by 2. So the answer in my head that I'm looking for here is 6. 10 plus 2, which gives us 12, and then divide by 2, which gives us 6. So let's see how Excel calculates this formula. Let's hit enter. We get 11. Why are we getting 11? Well, if we take a look at this, what Excel is doing is 2 divided by 2, which gives us 1, and then it's adding the 10. Now, the reason why it's calculating that way is all down to this BODMAS rule, because this is the order that Excel will perform calculations in. So it will calculate everything that is contained within brackets or parentheses first. It will then do any orders or indices, so things like square roots, then division, then multiplication, and then finally addition and subtraction. So because division comes before addition in the BODMAS rule, it's going to do the part of the formula where we have that divide symbol. So it's going to do 2 divided by 2, and then it's going to add the 10. So in this case, it's not the answer I was hoping for. This formula is wrong. So how could we change this according to BODMAS to make this calculation correct? Well, what we could do is we could add brackets and let Excel know which part of that formula we want it to calculate first. So I could type it like this instead. We can say equals, let's open a bracket. I want it to do 10 plus 2. First of all, we can close the bracket, and then I want it to divide by 2. So according to BODMAS, it's going to do what's in brackets first, and then it's going to do the division, and that then gives us the correct answer. So this is the basic principle that runs through all Excel formulas. And it's really important to get your head around this before you move on to starting to use Excel functions and building out your own formulas. And another thing to note when you're working with formulas in Excel is that if you want to do an addition, we use a plus, a minus is a dash, a multiplication is the asterisk symbol, and division is a forward slash. So the order of operations, a really important point to get your head around before you move on to more complex calculations. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can construct a very simple formula in Excel. And as we mentioned in the last lesson, we can find all of the functions that we use in formulas on the Formulas tab. So we're going to use one of the inbuilt functions to simply calculate the revenue and profit in this spreadsheet. So I'm going to start out with the revenue. Let's click down in the total column, cell C26. Now, we mentioned in the last lesson that in order to add numbers together, we preferably select the cell reference as opposed to hard coding the numbers in. And if you have a longer list of numbers like this, and this is a pretty small data set if I'm honest with you, typing in all these numbers manually would take forever. Even using the cell references would take forever. If I wanted to add up all of this revenue by using the cell reference, I would need to type equals, then select the first one, plus, then select the second one, so on and so forth. Now, that is extremely slow. Imagine how slow it would be if you had 20,000 or 30,000 rows of data. Fortunately, there is a much better way to do this. If you want to just add up a single column, we can use the sum function. Now, the sum function is probably the most commonly used function in Excel. It simply adds up a list of numbers. Now, if you're looking for the sum function, you're probably going to find it underneath your recently used. As I said, we use it so often, it's normally in here. You can see there it is for me. But the sum function is actually a math and trig function. So if we scroll down, we'll find it in this list as well. Now, what if you're looking for a function and it's not in your recent and you don't know which group it's going to be in? Well, we can actually search through the function library for what we're looking for. So notice the first button that we have on the formulas bar is Insert Function. This has a keyboard shortcut of Shift F3. If we click to open, it's going to produce this little dialog box where we can type in a brief description of what we want to do, and it's going to present us with a list of formulas that match. So I'm going to type in sum a range of numbers, click on go, and you can see it's returned a few different functions here, but the top one is sum. So once you find the function that you're looking for, if you double click, it's going to open up the function arguments box. So this is great if you're new to working with formulas because it sort of gives you a guide as to what needs to go in where. So with this sum formula, we need to provide the numbers to add together. So what I would do in here is simply select everything in this column. Now notice what it's put in there, C6 to C25. Now this is what we refer to as a cell range. We're going from one cell to another cell. And those two dots in the middle basically mean 2. C6 to C25. And that's all we need. We can click on OK, and you can see it's given us the total in cell C26. Now cast your eyes up to the formula bar. Check out what we have in there. It says equals sum, then we have a bracket, C6 to C25, close bracket. Now, instead of actually opening up the insert function dialog box and doing it this way, you could simply type the formula into the cell. And for a lot of people, this is their preferred method. It's definitely my preferred method as well. So let's delete out that total and take a look at typing formulas directly into cells. So if we're going to do this calculation again, we're going to say equals, and we're going to say sum. Now check out what happens as soon as you start to type in the formula. It pulls up a list underneath, and we call this IntelliSense, of all of the formulas that match what you've just typed. And we can use our arrow keys to scroll through them, and as we do, we're getting a little screen tip pop up, which gives us a bit of an explanation as to what this function is going to do. So we want to use sum. It adds all numbers in a range of cells. Now the next thing that we need to put in, and this is usually the case after you enter in a function, is we need to open a bracket. Now you can type the bracket, or alternatively, if we press the tab key, it's going to put the bracket in for us. Now check out what happens, and you'll see this no matter what formula you're using. Underneath you're going to get this little screen tip pop up, which kind of gives you a guide as to what needs to come next in the formula. So you can see here it's basically saying number 1, number 2, and it will carry on number 3, number 4. We need to enter the numbers that we want to sum. Now where we have number 1 and number 2, we call these arguments. That's the terminology when you're working with formulas. So our first argument here is this formula requires a number to add. Now it has number 1, number 2 there because we could go like this, select one number, press comma, and then you see it moves across to number 2. We could add another number, press comma, number 3, press comma. We could do it that way, but we can also utilize cell ranges. So instead of typing those in individually, I can just select the entire column. It's going to put in C6 to C25, close the bracket, hit enter, and we get our total. Let's do the same for the profit. We can do equals sum, press tab to put in that bracket, and then we can select the profit range of cells. Now we can also use keyboard shortcuts to make our selection, so instead of dragging your mouse all the way down to select the range, you can click in the first one and press Ctrl, Shift, down arrow. That will select everything, close the bracket, hit enter, and we have our total. So a couple of points to remember there if you're brand new to formulas. Remember, you can go to the Formulas tab, you can use the Insert function dialog box if you find that easier, or you can type directly into a cell and you have the formula arguments there to guide you in the right direction. So that's the basics of a simple formula. In the next lesson, we're going to start to take a look at 6 of the most popular formulas that you'll use when you're working in worksheets. So now we understand the basic principles behind Excel formulas, it's time to take a look at the 6 most popular. And in general, these are the 6 functions that people tend to learn first when they're learning Excel, but they're also some of the most useful. You'll find yourself using these formulas on a daily basis. So it's a good idea to understand exactly what they do right off the bat. And fortunately, these are very simple formulas. So I'm working with the same data set that we were working with in the previous lesson. We just have a list of company names, and these are completely made up company names. We have their revenue, and then we have a column containing the profit. And what I've got in column F are the 6 formulas that we're going to be taking a look at. Now, the first one, sum, we took a brief look at this in the previous lesson, so we should be reasonably familiar with how this one works. Sum just simply adds up a range of numbers. So if we type equals into the cell to let Excel know that we want to type a formula, we can then type in sum, press tab to select it from the list and put in that first bracket, and then we can select whatever it is that we want to add up. Now in these examples, we're going to add up the revenue. So I'm going to click in the first cell, Control Shift down arrow to make my selection, close the bracket, hit enter, and oops, what do I have here? Well, if you ever see these hash symbols in a column, it simply means that the column is not wide enough to display all of the numbers. So all we need to do is widen out this column. Now notice if I hover my mouse between columns G and H, I get a little double-headed arrow cursor. So I can either click and manually drag back and forth, or alternatively, if I double click, it will auto expand that column to the width of the value that's in the cell. And now we can see the sum. Now the next most common function is count. So what exactly does count do? Well, count will allow you to count the number of items in a selected cell range. So for example, if I wanted to know how many companies I have in this list, I could use count. But there is a caveat to this. When you use count, it will only count the number of items in a column that contains numeric data. So if I type in equals count, again, press the tab key to select it from the list. If I decide that I want to count the number of companies, and then I go in and I select this range just here and close the bracket and hit enter, it's going to tell me that there's 0. And that is because the column that I've used contains text as opposed to numbers. Now we can do this, we just simply need to count one of the other columns. So I'm going to select this column instead, close the bracket, hit enter, and it's telling me that I have effectively 20 items in this list, and 20 items in this case would relate to 20 companies. So just remember, count only counts numeric data. If we did want to perform the same calculation on a text column, that is where we use count A, because count A stands for count all, and it will count everything no matter if there are numbers or text in the cell. So if we use count A for this one, tab to select, I could then count the number of companies. Close the bracket, hit enter, and of course I get 20. So just remember that distinct difference between these two. Average, well, that works pretty much in the same way. So maybe I want to find out what our average profit was across all of these companies. I can type in equals average, select the profit column, close the bracket, and hit enter. And I can see that the average profit was 26,386. Now, the next one is min. And what min will do is it will produce the lowest value in a range of cells. So if I want to find out what the lowest profit is in here, I could use min. So we can type in equals min, press the tab key, select the profit column. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcuts this time, Control Shift down arrow, close the bracket, hit enter, and I can see that 9,535 is the lowest amount of profit. So Sinotech Solutions had the least profit. And if I want to do the opposite of that and find out which company had the most profit, I could use max. Again, it's the same deal, Control Shift down arrow, close the bracket, hit enter. 44,142 is the highest profit, and that is this one just here, Quantum Ware Technologies. So these are the 6 most basic formulas that you can find in Excel. Now, the final thing that I want to mention in here is that for these big 6 functions, we also have access to this information in the status bar. So what do I mean by that? If I select the entire profit column, cast your eyes down to the status bar right at the bottom. Notice what we have in there. We have all of the answers that we have in the spreadsheet. And if you're wondering why the sum value is different in the status bar to what we have in the spreadsheet, it's because for the first one, I summed the revenue as opposed to the profit, and we currently have the profit column highlighted. So these are brilliant because it means that I don't actually have to do the calculation in order to see those totals. So you can imagine if I'm sitting at my desk and my manager comes over and says, what's the total of all of the revenue? I don't have to sit there messing around with formulas. I can simply go Control Shift down arrow and I can tell him the total simply by looking down in the status bar. Now, if you highlight a range of cells and you can't see any of these, right click on the status bar and make sure that you have a tick next to average, count, numerical count, minimum, maximum, and sum. Once these are ticked, you'll be able to see those values in the status bar. So that's a very quick rundown of the 6 most basic formulas that you'll use in Excel. Another really important thing to understand when you're working in Excel is the concept of absolute versus relative referencing. So what exactly does that mean? Well, let's start out by talking about relative referencing. And we're going to start there because relative referencing is the default when you're working with Excel formulas. So if we take a look at this data set that we have in the worksheet, you can see that I have some order numbers, some customers, order date, the product that they've ordered. Then we have the quantity, so the number of items that they've ordered, and then the price. And we have 2 columns, columns H and I at the end here, which don't have anything in them. We need to complete those. So the first one that we need to complete is we need to work out or calculate what the total is going to be for each customer. So this is a reasonably straightforward calculation in Excel. We just want to multiply the quantity by the price to get the total. Now there's a couple of ways we can do this. We can type in equals and then we can simply use the cell references. We don't actually have to type in sum in order to get this to work. And another thing to remember is that you don't necessarily have to use your mouse to click on these cells. We can use the arrow keys on our keyboard. So if I want to select the quantity cell, I can use the left arrow, press it twice to go to cell F5. I then want to multiply it, so we're going to put in an asterisk there, by cell G5. So again, if I press the left arrow on my keyboard, I can select cell G5. Now that's all we need to do. Hit enter and we get our answer. Incidentally, if you do use sum, it will still work. So if we type in equals sum, we can do exactly the same thing. We can select cell F5, multiply it by G5, close the bracket and hit enter, and it's still going to work. So for very basic calculations where you're just multiplying or adding one number to another, you don't necessarily have to have sum at the start there. You can just use the cell references. Now, one of the cool things about formulas is that once you've typed the formula once into a cell, You don't then have to go to the cell underneath and type the same formula. You can simply copy this formula all the way down the column. And we do that by using the autofill handle. So if you take a look at this cell just here, notice the little green square in the bottom right hand corner. If we hover our mouse over it, we get that little small black cross. And we actually saw this in a previous lesson. Now what I can do is I can either click and drag the formula down, or alternatively I can simply double click and it's going to copy the formula down. So now you can see all of these calculations are correct. Now the important thing to note here is that this is utilizing relative referencing. So what do we mean by that? Now I've copied this formula down, which means that Excel has had to make an adjustment to the formula each time it moves down a row. For example, if we double click on this one just here and take a look at the formula, you can see that it's multiplying F12 by G12, and that is absolutely correct. You can see the cells there highlighted in blue and red. So every time we drag this formula down one, Excel modifies the cell reference and moves those down one as well. And that is what we call relative referencing. Now, in a lot of situations, relative referencing is going to be what you need, but sometimes we don't want to use relative referencing. We need to use something called absolute referencing. And that is kind of the opposite. When we utilize absolute referencing, it means we're locking the formula to a specific cell. So when we copy down, it doesn't actually move down. So a scenario where we might have absolute referencing would be if we wanted to work out the sales tax for these totals. So let's say that we have our totals here in column H, but we want to work out what the total is going to be when we add on 20% sales tax. And we have the sales tax value in cell I1. So the formula to work this out would be equals, I am going to do a sum here, let's press the tab key, and we want to do the total multiplied by the sales tax. Now if I was just to leave it at that and hit enter, it's going to give me the tax amount. But what I want is basically the total plus the tax. So if we double click to edit the formula, I need to add on to the end here plus the total again. So we're utilizing brackets based on the BODMAS rule. I wanted to calculate H5 multiplied by I1 first of all, so it's going to work out the tax amount, and then I want to add it to the total. So when I hit enter, I get the correct result. Now if I was just to drag this formula down in the same way, I'm going to double click, check out what happens. It all goes a little bit crazy, and we've got lots of value errors in here, and these formulas are just incorrect. And that is because if we choose one of these down here as an example, check out what's happening here. It's calculating cell H15, the total, which is correct. But when it comes to the sales tax, it's using I11. And that's because by default, we use relative referencing. And when we drag the formula down, it's going to move the cell references down. Now, in this instance, we always want this formula to refer to cell I1. And that is what we call absolute referencing. So let's do this again. I'm going to delete out everything. Let's do our formula one more time. I'm going to type in equals sum. We're going to do the total multiplied by the sales tax, but we need to lock this cell in place so it doesn't move when we copy the formula. Now the way that we do that is to put a dollar symbol in front of the row and the column. Now, a quick way to add in dollar symbols is to simply press the F4 key on your keyboard. That basically says lock the column, lock the row. So now I can close the bracket. We can do plus the total. I'm going to do Control Enter to stay in the same cell. And this time when I copy the formula down, the formula is going to be correct. If we double click to take a look at one of these formulas a bit further down, you can see it's now referring to the correct cells. So H14 we haven't locked because we're fine for it to move those cell references down as we drag the formula down. It's only I1 that we need to lock in place. So that is the difference between relative and absolute cell referencing. There is also a third option, which is called mixed referencing, and that's where we either lock the row or the column. That's a little bit more advanced, so we'll be taking a look at that a little bit later on. But for now, this is one of the fundamental concepts in Excel that you need to be comfortable with, so it's definitely worth having a practice. In previous lessons in this section of the course, we've spoken quite a bit about the sum function in Excel. And there is good reason for that. The sum function is by far the most common function that you'll most likely use on a daily basis. Now, due to this, Microsoft have a little feature that makes it even easier for us to execute the sum function quickly, and that is called AutoSum. So if you take a look at the spreadsheet just here, you can see that I have 4 small tables of data. And these simply represent Q1 to Q4 sales for 3 companies, Gaggle, Gramazon, and Oracle. Now, maybe what I need to do here is I need to add up the totals for both the column and also the row. So we want to see the totals for the company for that particular quarter, but we also want to see the totals for January for each company. So we need to basically do a sum calculation in these cells just here and also these cells just here. Now what we could do is we could click in the first cell and we could say equals, and then we could do sum, select this cell range, close the bracket, hit enter, and then we could copy that down, and then we could do exactly the same thing over here. We could say equals sum, we could select the numbers that we want, close the bracket, hit enter, and then we could pull the autofill handle to copy that across. Now we could do that for each of these tables, but that is pretty slow, particularly if we have a lot more tables than we have here. So let's get rid of this and take a look at a much quicker method. Now, if you notice, if we go up to the formulas bar, we have an auto sum button just here. And when we click the drop down, notice that not only can we utilize auto sum for performing the sum calculation, we can also use it for average, count, max, and min. But the difference here is that with sum, we also have a really useful keyboard shortcut, and you can see that in the screen tip just there, Alt plus equals. This will automatically add up all of the selected cells. So what we could do here is I could select everything, including the blank cells, press Alt equals, and it's going to perform all of those calculations. How cool is that? I could even do it on multiple tables at the same time. I could simply make my selection, hold down the Control key, make my second selection, keep the Control key held down, make my third selection, then press Alt equals, and it's going to perform all of those calculations. How quick was that? This is such a time-saving utility. Now, it's not quite as quick if you want to utilize it to do average, count, max, and min, because we don't have that helpful keyboard shortcut. So if I was, let's delete these out. If I wanted to do the average instead, I could select all of the cells, go to auto sum, select average, and it's going to perform that calculation. So it's still a lot quicker than typing in the formula. We just don't have that uber quick keyboard shortcut. Now I'm going to undo that because I actually want the sum in here instead. So don't forget about that auto sum button and also the keyboard shortcut. Now I want to finish off just by showing you a quick instance where auto sum doesn't quite work as expected. Now, AutoSum is built to add up numbers that are either above, below, or to the side of it. So if we delete out all of these totals again, and maybe instead of January, February, March, I had in here 2021, 2022, and 2023. So maybe we have years in there instead. Now, Excel doesn't know the difference between a year and a number that we want to add up. So when we select our cell range just here and press Alt equals, it performs the calculation. It doesn't include the years in the calculation, but it's showing this little green triangle in the corner of these cells. So what exactly is that green triangle? Well, when you see a green triangle, it basically means that there's some kind of warning or error on the cell. And you'll always have this little warning triangle next to it. If I click the drop down, it's telling me formula admits adjacent cells. Now it's giving me this little warning because it's recognized that there are numbers above my selection. And those numbers in this case happen to be the dates that I added, the years. So basically Excel is recognizing that I have numbers next to my selection that I haven't included in the formula. It doesn't realize that these are years and I don't want to include them, so it's giving me this little warning telling me that the formula omits adjacent cells. Now in this case, that doesn't matter. I don't want to include these years in these formulas. So I can simply select the cells which have an error, click the yellow triangle and choose Ignore Error. So if you see that little green triangle in the corner when you're working with your formulas, just remember that that is always some kind of warning that you should investigate further. Being able to input data quickly into a spreadsheet is going to be one of the most useful things you can learn when working in Excel. And in Excel, we have a couple of different features that are really going to quicken up this process. So we're going to explore both of those in this lesson. And we're going to start out by talking about autofill, or fill down as it's most commonly known. Now, we've already seen in earlier lessons that Excel contains inbuilt custom lists to help you input common data quickly. If we just refresh ourselves on that, you can see here in cell A3, I have the column heading months. If I wanted to fill down the months of the year, I can either type in Jan or the longer January and simply use the little fill handle in the bottom corner, that's this little green square that you can see, drag down, and you can see it's automatically going to fill those months in for me because this is a built-in custom list in Excel. The same applies to days, so I can either type in Mon or Monday. I'm going to press Ctrl Enter to stay in the same cell, and then I can use my autofill handle to fill down the days of the week. Now, those are the only two inbuilt lists that you have in Excel. If you want to utilize this method for other things, such as dates or maybe sequences of numbers, then you need to get familiar with the fill down option. Now, let's add another column of data, and we're going to call this one dates. And I'm going to type in, let's just go for the 1st of the 1st, 2023. Control Enter to stay in the same cell. Now, if I just want to have a sequential list of dates, then I can simply grab the autofill handle and I can drag it down. And you can see by default, it just puts these in sequential order. So we have January the 1st, January the 2nd, January the 3rd, so on and so forth. But we do have some other options. Let's Control Z and drag down again, because notice off to the right we have a little autofill tag. So when we click on this, it's going to show us more autofill options. So I now get a menu where I can choose exactly what I'm interested in filling. So currently I just have sequential dates, but maybe I'm only interested in showing dates that are weekdays. So effectively, I want my list of dates to exclude the weekends. So if I go down to the Fill Weekdays option, watch the data very closely. Did you see that some of those numbers changed because we're now excluding weekends? So I know that the 1st of January is actually a Sunday. So then we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then it skips over Saturday and Sunday, and then we start back again on Monday the 9th. Let's Control Z to undo. Now, what if I had a background fill color applied to this cell? So let's just select turquoise accent 4. When I now drag down and click on my autofill options, I can choose if I want to fill formatting only or fill without formatting. So if I choose fill formatting only, you can see what that does. It carries across the formatting, but not the value. If I select this again and choose fill without formatting, it's going to do the opposite. So it's going to fill sequential dates down, but it's not going to carry across that formatting. So we have a couple of different options in there. That autofill menu can be really useful. Now, what about if we need to fill down numbers in our spreadsheet? Well, we could go 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. And if we just have a few numbers to fill out, that might be okay. But what about if I want to fill down numbers for 1,000 rows or 10,000 rows? That's going to be really tedious. Now, the other way we could do this is we could type in the first two numbers, select both of these and use the autofill handle to drag down. But if I've got 10,000 rows to fill in, I'm going to be dragging down and down and down for a long time. So let's take a look at a better way of doing this. Control Z to undo. What we can do instead is we can type in number 1. I'm going to press Control Enter to stay in the same cell. And let's say that I want to fill down a number for every day of the year, so down to 365. What we can do is make sure we have the first cell selected, go to the Home tab, and in the editing group we have a fill down button, and we want to select series. And this is going to open up the fill series dialog box. So the first thing we need to specify here is if we're filling across the row or down the column. So we're filling down the column. We then get to choose our type. Now, if it's just numbers that we're filling down, we just want to make sure we have linear selected in here. We can then determine the step value. So by how many numbers do we want it to go up each time? Now, if we're just doing a sequential list, 1, 2, 3, 4, the step value is just 1. And then we can add in the stop value. So for me, that's going to be 365, but you could have 10,000, 100,000, 200,000 in here. And then when we click on OK, you can see it automatically inputs all of those numbers so quickly. So we've saved ourselves a lot of hard work. Now, it's also worth noting, if we type 1 in again into this cell, if we wanted to fill these across, so running horizontally, again, if we go to fill down and go into series, this is where we would choose the rows option just here. Again, we're going to do linear, and I'm just going to do 5, click on OK, and it's going to fill those numbers across. So don't forget about those little fill down options that you have in here. So now that we understand how to use autofill, let's move on to probably one of my favorite things in Excel, and that is flash fill. Now, flash fill is often referred to as the superhero utility in Excel because it is so useful and so time-saving in many different situations. And I just have 3 very small data sets just to demonstrate this to you. Now, notice here in the first little table, we have a list of first names and a list of last names. Now, maybe my boss has asked me to combine the first name and the last name into one column just to save a bit of space in the spreadsheet. So I basically want a full name column here where we have the full name combined into one column. Now, doing this manually, particularly if you have a lot of names to fill in, is going to be time consuming. So we can use flash fill to help us out with this. Now, the way that flash fill works is it recognizes patterns. So we need to provide the first pattern that we're looking for. And that basically means just typing out the first record as we want it to look. So I'm going to type in Brian Gosling. I'm going to press Control Enter to stay in the same cell. And then there are a few different ways that we can invoke flash fill. By far the easiest is simply to use the keyboard shortcut Control E, and check it out. It recognizes the pattern and it applies it to every record in our dataset. How quick was that? We can then, if we wanted to, delete out columns B and C, and we have everything combined into column D. Let's do it again, but in a slightly different way. In this second table here, I have a list of products and if they are in stock or out of stock. And you'll see this quite often. You might be sent a data set where numerous different pieces of information have been combined into one cell. And in an ideal world, we always want to make sure we just have one piece of data in a column. So I want to break this up so that we have the products listed in this column just here and whether they're in stock, out of stock or pending in this column just here. So we effectively need to split this data up. Now again, we can use flash fill to do this. So we're going to give it our pattern. So the first product here is alarm clock. And is that in stock? Yes, it is. We're going to type in stock. And then we can use flash fill. Now I could simply press Control E on both of these columns, or alternatively, I could go up to the Data tab, and in the Data Tools group, here is the Flash Fill button. If I click this, it's going to copy it down. I can click in the next column, click Flash Fill again, and it's going to copy that information down. How simple is that? Now, there is a third way that we can do this. So in the final table at the bottom here, you can see I have some SKUs. And this SKU is made up of a catalogue number at the beginning. We then have a country code, and then we have a part number. And I want to separate out the country code and the part number from this SKU. So once again, I could type in the first one, so GBR in this case. And another way of invoking Flash Fill is to simply click in the cell below and just start to type the second one. As soon as we do that, Excel recognizes the pattern, and can you see it's ghosted the rest of those down? So if that is correct, I can simply hit enter and it's going to Flash Fill down. So simple. And then finally, the part number, we're going to type in 222, Control Enter to stay in the same cell. And this time I'm just going to use Control E to copy those down. Now, Flash Fill is brilliant. It does have a couple of drawbacks. One of them being that you can't have any blank columns in the middle of your data. So if I show you what I mean here, I'm just going to delete out this information up here and we'll add in a blank column, Control Shift plus to put that in. Now, if I have this blank column in here and I try to do a Flash Fill, so let's type in alarm clock, Control Enter, Control E, it's not going to work because it needs to have the data right next to it. If I delete out this column and then try and do Control E, it's back to working. So just be aware of that. There are some disadvantages when it comes to Flash Fill, where you might need to consider other methods, such as text to columns, or maybe using a formula to split up your data. It's time now to do exercise 4. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to open the exercise file, exercise4.xlsx. Now, this exercise has two parts. And in part 1, I'd like you to use Excel formulas to answer the questions listed in column I. And in part 2, I'd like you to calculate the new term fee for each student. So open up the exercise, all of the instructions are in there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So you can see in part 1, we're practicing basic formulas. And we have a table below that shows some students and the mark or the score that they achieved in 4 different tests. And I asked you to answer the questions that we have listed in column I. So the first question here, what is Pradeep's total score out of 400? Because they have a maximum of 100 points available for each test. So this is a very basic sum calculation. We can type in equals, sum, press the tab key, and then we want to make sure that we select all of Pradeep's scores. Close the bracket, hit enter, and you can see he scored 347 out of a possible 400. Well done, Pradeep. The next question, what is Adele's total score for test 2 and test 4? So again, we're going to do a sum calculation, but our selection needs to be a little bit different because test 2 and test 4 are not next to each other. So our first number, let's just find Adele. There she is. We're going to select test 2, and you could have put a plus symbol in here, or you can simply do a comma and select test 4. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and you can see the answer is 134 points. The next question is how many students sat a test? So we simply want to count the number of students in this list. So I'm going to use count A because I want to count the text. Remember, when you use count, it's only going to count numeric values. So I'm going to make my selection of all of the students, close the bracket, hit enter, and we have 14 students in the list. The next question, what was Cressida's average score? So for this, we're going to use the average function. And all we want to do is find Cressida, there she is right at the bottom, select all of her scores, close the bracket, and we can see that she's got an average score of 81.25. The next question to answer is, what was the overall minimum score for test 3? So for this, we want to use the min function. And we're just going to select all of the scores in test 3, close the bracket, hit enter, and 45 was the minimum score for this test. And then finally, what was Olivia's maximum score? So for this one, we're going to use Max. Let's find Olivia. There she is. And we're going to select all of her scores. Close the bracket, hit enter. Her maximum score across all of the tests was 77. So that part of the exercise got you to have a good practice of some of those basic formulas. Now, part 2 of this exercise is where we practice absolute referencing. And again, we have a list of student names. We have the amount they pay for their term at university. And over in cell G24, we have a fee increase next year of 5.2%. So I asked you to calculate what next year's term fee is going to be with this increase. So for this, we need to do a sum calculation. And we're going to do the term fee multiplied by the fee increase, the percentage. Now, because we want to drag this formula down, we need to lock this cell in place because we don't want it to move. Remember, that's the difference between absolute and relative referencing. So I'm going to press F4 to lock those cells in place, close the bracket, and then I'm going to add on top of this the term fee. Let's hit enter, widen out that column, and then we can double click to copy down. And now we have the new term fee for each of those students. So that is it. That is what was required for exercise 4. I hope you got an okay with that, and I will see you in the next section. In this section of the course, we're going to start to take a look at named ranges. Because again, these are something that you'll come across frequently when you're working in Excel. So what exactly is a named range? Well, if I'm honest, it's pretty much what it says on the tin. It's a name that we give to a range of cells. So as we've already established, when we click in a cell, that cell effectively has a cell reference, I6. And we can also select ranges of cells. So I can click my mouse and drag. This is effectively a range H5 to H13. And if I was to go to my table of data and select everything in the revenue column, again, this is a range of cells, but this time the range is C5 to C24. Now, instead of referring to these cells by their cell references, we could give them a user-friendly name instead. So instead of this range being effectively called C5 to C24, I could simply name this range revenue. Similarly, I could name this range of cells here profit instead of D5 to D24. And that is effectively what a named range is. So what is the advantage of using named ranges? Well, we're going to get into that in more detail in the third lesson of this section when we take a look at formulas and named ranges, but in general, they make your spreadsheets a lot easier for not only yourself, but other people to interpret and understand. Now, in the next lesson, I'm going to show you all of the different methods you can use to create named ranges, because there are quite a few of them. But once you do create a named range, you can access that name range in a couple of different ways. You can access it by typing the name into the cell, or alternatively, we can access them via the name box. If you recall in an earlier lesson, next to the formula bar, just to the left here, we have a little name box. If we click the drop down, this is going to show you any named ranges that you have set up in your workbook. And you can see that I have one in here called blank cells. Now, if I click on this, it's going to show you the range of cells that refers to. And you can see it is just a bunch of blank cells, K5 to K11. So you can also use named ranges to effectively navigate around your workbook, because it will jump you directly to wherever that cell range is. Now, let's say I added some numbers into this blank cells cell range. So I'm just going to add numbers 1 to 7. So now that this cell range is populated, I could use the named range in a calculation. So if I wanted to do a sum, I could say equals sum, and then I could just start to type the named range. You can see there it is in the list, blank underscore cells. I can press the tab key to select it, close the bracket, and it's effectively going to add up all of those numbers. Now, I'm not going to linger too long on this because we are going to do a lot more on formulas and named ranges a bit later on, but that's the general concept. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you the different methods you have to create named ranges. In the previous lesson, we started discussing named ranges, and I briefly showed you what a named range is. So now it's time to create some named ranges in our worksheet, and then in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to use them in formulas. So we're working with our profits for Q1 table over here, and you can see that this table is made up of 3 columns. We have company, revenue, and profit. Now maybe I want to name this range of cells company, this range of cells revenue, and this range of cells profit. So let's take a look at the different methods. Now probably the simplest method is to simply use the name box. What I could do here is select this range of cells, go up to the name box and click in it, and then just type what I want to call this range of cells. So I'm going to call this company. Now it's worth noting that when you are naming ranges, you can't have any spaces in the name. So if I wanted to call this company name, I would either need to separate the 2 words with an underscore, or I would need to make them all one word like that. Now I'm not going to have company name, I'm just going to have company, but we must also remember to hit enter to get that name to set. And then when we click the drop down, we can see that there is the named range. If I'm clicked elsewhere on the worksheet and I quickly want to jump back to this range of cells, I can click the drop down and select company, and it's going to move me to that area. So named ranges are really good for navigation as well. So that's the first method to create a named range. We can simply use the name box. Now the next way that we can do this is we can select the range that we want to name, go up to the Formulas tab, and notice we have a defined names group in the middle. So what I can do here is click on Define Name, and if you cast your eyes down to the bottom where it says Refers to, it's picked up the cell range that I've selected. So now all I need to do is give this a name, but again it's picked up that I have the word revenue above and I might want to use that. So in this case that is true. If it wasn't, I could simply overtype with a new name. Let's click on OK and check the name box to make sure it's there, which it is. Now in both of those examples, I've just selected the actual data. I haven't selected the header when I've been naming my ranges. Now the third method includes the header. So we need to select the header and all of the data. We can go up to the Formulas tab and we can choose Create from Selection. Because what this will do is it will recognize that we have a header, and it's going to say, do you want us to create the name for this range based on the information in the top row? So if I want to name this range profit and I have profit in the top row, I can simply click on OK, and it's going to create that named range called profit. Now there is another way that we can do this, and this time we're going to select the entire data set just here, and we're going to go to the Name Manager button. Now the Name Manager serves as a few different purposes. We can come in here to take a look at all of the named ranges we've set up, or we can create a new range from here by clicking the New button. So I'm going to call this all underscore data and click on OK. Now whilst we're in here, it's worth noting that this is where we come if we want to make any changes to our named ranges. So if I want to change the cell range that these refer to, I can click on the named range, click the edit button, and then I could change the cell range that this is pointing to. I can also delete named ranges from here as well. So if I don't need them anymore, I have a delete button. So now I have 4 new named ranges in this drop-down list. And as I mentioned, we can use them for quick and easy navigation, but the best way to use these is when you're working with formulas. And that's exactly what we're going to do in the next lesson. In the previous lesson, I showed you some different methods for creating named ranges in your worksheets. And in this lesson, I'm going to show you how simple it is to use them in formulas. Now we can see the named ranges that we've created by clicking the drop-down arrow in the name box, and you can see we have all data, company, profit, and revenue. Blank cells is one that we created in a previous lesson that isn't really relevant for this particular lesson. So we're just going to focus on these 4. Now, once you've created your named ranges, you can use those as opposed to cell references when you're putting together a formula. For example, if I wanted to sum the revenue column just here, instead of typing in equals sum and selecting this range of cells, I could simply use the name. Now, there's a couple of different ways that you can do this. If you know the name of the range, you can simply start to type it. So I've typed in rev, and you can see underneath it's recognized the named range revenue. I can simply press the tab key to select it, and you'll see that it will highlight the corresponding range in the table of data. I can then simply close my bracket, hit enter, and it's going to perform that calculation. Similarly, if I wanted to count the number of items in the profit column, remember with count we can only count numerical values, I could type in equals count. Now I could start to type in profit, there is the named range, but what about if I can't remember what the name of the range is? Well, another method that we can use is to simply press F3. What that will do is bring up the full list of named ranges in your workbook. So you can then take a look through these and select the one that you want. So for me, that's going to be profit, close the bracket, hit enter, and I now get my count. Let's do one more. Let's type in count A. This time I am going to count the companies. So I can use company, press the tab key, close the bracket, hit enter. So hopefully you get the idea as to how these work. Now, if we just look back at these formulas that we've created here, another advantage of using named ranges is that they're a lot easier for people to understand. If I was to send this spreadsheet to my colleague down the corridor and it just had sum and then some cell references, it's not immediately obvious what those cell references refer to. They'll have to look in the worksheet and marry up the cell references with what they're seeing. Whereas if we just have sum revenue, it's fairly obvious that we're summing the revenue column. So it really does add to the readability of your worksheets. And of course, we can use more than one named range in a formula. So let's say I wanted to add up the revenue and the profit columns. I could type in equals sum, and I could say revenue. Let's select it, comma, and then I could choose profit. Close the bracket. And remember, if we want to check if this number is correct, we can simply select both of these columns and glance down in that status bar at the sum total. So named ranges, super useful not only when it comes to navigating around your worksheets, but also for putting together readable formulas. It's time now to do exercise 5, where we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to open the exercise file exercise05.xlsx. I'd like you to create named ranges for each of the columns in the table, and I'd like you to name the ranges according to the column headers. I'd then like you to use those named ranges in formulas to answer the questions in column I. See how you get on with that? If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to create named ranges for all of the columns in this table. Now, there are numerous different methods that you could have used, but I'm going to do it the quickest way, which is to select all of the columns like this, jump up to formulas and choose create from selection. So I'm going to say use the top row as the name for the named ranges and click on OK. Now I'm just going to check to make sure those have worked by clicking the drop down in the name box, and you can see we have amount, customer, date, description, and invoice number. So now I can use these named ranges in these calculations in column J. So the first thing we need to do here is we need to calculate the total invoice amount. So we basically want to sum the amount column. So we're going to type in equals sum, open the bracket, but this time we're going to use the named range. So if I start to type in the named range, which is called amount, there it is. I can select it, close the bracket, hit enter, and we get our total. And I'm just very quickly going to apply some dollar formatting so that it's the same format as the table. So next we need to find out the total number of invoices. So for this, I'm going to use count A, and we could use any column just here. So I'm just going to pick a column. Let's pick the description column. Now I'm going to use the named range again, but this time I'm going to press the F3 key on my keyboard and I'm going to select it from here. So let's choose description. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and we have 22 invoices in the list. And that's how we solved this exercise. I'll see you in the next section. In this section of the course, we're going to take a look at how we can format our worksheets and make them more readable. And we're going to start out in this lesson by taking a look at something really important, and that is number formatting. And we've briefly touched on this in previous lessons, but now it's time to really do a deep dive so you can understand how some of the most important number formats work. Now, the first thing you need to remember about number formats is that they are simply a mask. Number formats don't change the underlying number, they just apply formatting on top of the cell. For example, if I click in any cell that contains a number, so I'm going to go for B6, if you take a look in the formula bar up here, you can see that it says 2000. It's reflecting exactly what's in the cell that I'm clicked in. And you'll see in a moment when we apply formats to these numbers, even if the number looks different in a cell, maybe it has a currency symbol in front of it, when we click on the cell and take a look in the formula bar, the number is always going to be 2000 no matter what formatting we've applied over the top. So the number underneath will always stay the same. Now, why do we apply number formats? Well, a lot of the time when you type a number into a cell, we want it to look a little bit different. If we're dealing with currency, maybe we want to have the currency symbol in front of it. Or maybe we want to apply date formats or time formats. Or maybe we want to make numbers look like a percentage. We can do all of this using number formatting. Now you'll find your number formatting options on the home ribbon in the number group just here. And notice we have a big old drop down with quite a few different formats in here. We can also click more number formats at the bottom, which will open up the Format Cells dialog box. And this dialog box, we're going to use this throughout the entire balance of this section. And on the number tab, this is where we have more details about each of these different number formats. So let's go through and start applying some of these because there are a few little things that you need to know when you're working with your number formatting. So if we take a look in column B, you can see that we just have a list of plain numbers. Now, if I just want my numbers to look like this in the cells, that's absolutely fine. I can leave them. Notice that currently I have the general number format applied. Now, general is something that gets applied to most cells when you first type something into them. It doesn't have any specific format. Pretty much what you type, that's what you're going to see in the cell. But notice underneath we have a specific format for numbers. So if we click on this, notice what it does. We now have 2 decimal places and a dot in the middle. Now, if that's what you want this number to look like, then you can leave it as it is. But we could also do some modifications to the way that this looks. For example, if I don't like the number of decimal places, I can go up to the number group and notice I have 2 little arrows here to increase the decimal or decrease the decimal. So if I decrease, I can take that down to 1, or I can take it away entirely, or I can click the other one and increase the decimal places. So this is really entirely up to you. Also notice that if I want something completely different, I have a comma style separator. So if I click this, it's going to put a comma between the 1 and the zeros. And again, I could take those decimal places down if I wanted my numbers to look like that. So you have a few different options in there when it just comes to formatting plain numbers. I generally like to have mine with a comma separator. Let's move on to the next column where maybe we want to format these as currencies. So once again, I'm going to select everything. Let's do Control-Shift down arrow this time. And I'm going to click on the little diagonal arrow to jump me into the Format Cells dialog box. And I'm going to choose Currency from here. Now it's worth noting that you don't have to come into this Format Cells dialog box. If you take a look at the number group again above, notice I have a little currency symbol just here. So I could simply click this to apply whatever my default currency is. But I like to come into here because I get a few additional options that I can adjust. So the first thing to do here is really to select the currency symbol that you want to use. Now the default for me is the dollar symbol, but if you click the drop down, you have all of the different currencies in here. And we can choose how many decimal places we want. Notice just above we have a little preview. If I were to take these down, it's going to show me in the preview what that's going to look like. So I'm actually going to have 2 decimal places this time. And I can also choose how I want to format negative numbers in this list. So if I had some minus figures in here, I could choose if I want to format those in red or if I want to have them in brackets or maybe even red in brackets. Now in this list I don't have any, so we're just going to stick with our 2 decimal places, click on OK, and that's what it looks like. Now accounting format, this is an interesting one. Let's Control-Shift down arrow. Again, we're going to open up Format Cells. And if you want a quick way to get into that Format Cells dialog box, you can press Control-1 on your keyboard. Now, accounting format is pretty similar to currency format. We come in here when we want to apply a currency symbol to the front of our number, and we can also adjust the number of decimal places. But the big difference here between accounting format and currency format is that accounting format will line up in the column the decimal place. So if I click on OK, you'll see that it does look slightly different from currency format. If I widen out these columns to make it more obvious, currency format has the currency symbol pushed right up against the number, whereas accounting format has the currency symbol flush with the left-hand margin. And what you'll find is that no matter what number you type into here, whatever the length of the number is, it's always going to line up the decimal place. Now the idea behind counting format is that it's really been built for accountants who maybe have to read down long lists of numbers. The decimal place being in the same place makes the number easier to read and also easier to perform calculations. So that's the difference between accounting format and currency format. The next one that we have is date. So let's Control-Shift down arrow. Now, if we were to click the drop down here, notice that we have options of short date or long date. So I currently have short date applied. If I was to apply long date and just widen out that column, you can see that that's what I'm going to get. If we go into Format Cells and go into Date, you can see we have many more different formats we can choose from in here. So if I wanted to display the year first, then the month, then the day, I can click on OK, and it's going to apply that format. So lots of different date formats for you to choose from. The same thing goes with time. Control-Shift down arrow. Again, if we click the drop down, we have time in here, or alternatively, Control-1 to see more options. Let's go into time. We can choose the time format that we want. So maybe you want to have these on a 12-hour clock, but you want to specify if it's AM or PM. You can select this one just here, click on OK, and it's going to put in that AM and PM text. Now, when it comes to percentages, this is where it's a little bit different. I've got some just regular numbers that I've typed into the cells, and maybe I just want to convert these into percentages. So you might think that you can just make your selection, Control-Shift down arrow, go up to the number group, and notice we have a percentage icon just here. Now if I click on this, check out what happens. This isn't really what I wanted it to look like. So let's Control-Z to undo. Why isn't it just giving me 5%, 10%, 15? Why is it putting in all of these extra zeros? Well, it's because percentages work a little bit different in Excel. If you want to simply apply percentage style to a list of numbers and have them look correct, your numbers need to be written out slightly differently. So instead of 5, we would need to have 0.5 in the cell. You can see as soon as I do that and click on the percentage symbol, I then get 50%. Now that can be a little bit of a pain if you have a long list of numbers already written out like this. Do you need to go back in and convert them, essentially divide them by 100? And the answer is yes, you kind of do. So how can we get around this? What if we have numbers like this in our spreadsheet and we just want to apply percentage style and have these look correct? Well, there is a little trick using Paste Special. Now, we haven't got to the section on cutting, copying, and pasting in this course as yet. So we're going to revisit this once we've learned a little bit more about those features, and I'm going to show you how you can quickly convert all of these to percentages. Another note about this is if you have percentage formatting applied to the column before you put the numbers in, then it works fine. So if I was to select column I and choose the percentage style, if I was to then go in and type in 50%, that's going to work no problem. So if you don't have any numbers in the column, you can apply percentage style first and you can just type your numbers in. If you already have numbers in here and you're just trying to convert them to percentage, you're going to get these weird numbers. So just be aware of that. We will revisit this a bit later on. Now, the final column that I have in this table is just a mixture of positive and negative numbers. If we Control Shift down arrow and press Control 1 to open up Format Cells, we can go to number formatting, and as I said, we can choose if we want to apply negative number formatting as well. So I'm going to say that I want 0 decimal places, I want to use a 1000 separator, and I want any negative numbers to show in red and in brackets. Let's click on OK, and you can see how that applies formatting to those numbers. And as I mentioned, with any of these number formats that we've applied, if I click on any cell, so let's go for H6, notice in the formula bar, it doesn't have the formatting up there, it just has the actual number that's underneath in the cell. The same with cell C6, you can see it just has the plain number, it doesn't show the formatting, because the formatting is just a mask that sits on top. And the formatting is applied to the cell. So if I was to delete out all of these numbers and start typing other things, the formatting is still going to be there. So whatever I type into these formatted cells is going to take on that number formatting. Now, the final thing to note here is notice that I have a little phone number over in cell K4. Now, there is a format specifically for things like phone numbers, zip codes, and social security numbers. Now, this very much applies to the US only. If we press Control 1 to open up Format Cells and go to Special down here, notice we have these 4 in here. So other countries don't necessarily have zip codes. For example, in the UK, we have postcodes that take on an entirely different format to the US. Also, our phone numbers in the UK are a completely different format. So if you're in any other country other than the US, then this section is pretty useless. But just for all of the US viewers, if you do have a list of phone numbers, you can simply select the phone number formatting in here, click on OK, and it will apply that formatting. Now you can see it hasn't changed a great deal, but if I maybe had numbers which didn't have the dashes in there, you can see now it updates. Now there are other formats in this list which we haven't taken a look at as yet. For example, custom formatting is where you can basically build your own formatting, and this can be really useful. Now, it's outside the scope of this course because this tends to fall under more advanced topic, but just be aware of all of the different number formats that you have in here and have a little play around with them. But those are the basics of number formatting in Excel. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can make our worksheets look a little bit more interesting and engaging by applying formatting to cells, columns, and rows, because we have so many options when it comes to formatting. And we're going to start by taking a look at how we can manually format our worksheets in this lesson. So if you take a look at the worksheet on the screen, you can see that I have a little table of data, but it looks a little bit strange at the moment. Notice that all of the columns are kind of collapsed on top of each other. And you can see that for some of these columns, we have these hash symbols, which means there isn't enough space in the column to accommodate whatever's in the cell. Now, quite often you'll see worksheets that look like this, where you need to widen out all of the columns. And a common mistake is that people try to do this manually. So what they'll do is they will, let's take the first column for example, they'll move their mouse until they're between columns B and C. Notice the little black double-headed arrow, and they'll click and they'll drag the column out to widen it. Now, there isn't anything particularly wrong with that. You could go through and do all of your columns in the same way. It's just very tedious and slow. My data set here is pretty small, but imagine if you had a lot more columns than this. Going through and manually changing this is going to take up time. Fortunately, there is a much quicker way of doing this. What we can do is select all of the columns, and we do that by hovering our mouse over the first column until we see that little black downward facing arrow. Click and select all of the columns, And then we simply can hover our mouse over any of the column boundaries. I'm going to hover mine between E and F and double click. And that is a quick way of auto-fitting all of the columns. It's worth noting that that little double click trick is also available on the Home ribbon. If you go to Home, go to Format, notice you have Auto Fit Column Width just here. So if I was to undo, let's Control Z to put everything back, I could go up to Format and choose Auto Fit Column Width, and it's going to do the same thing. So either of those two methods are brilliant for quickly auto-fitting all of your cells. Now looking at this data set, what else might I want to do to it to make it more readable? Well, I can see that the column headings just here, they don't really stand out from the rest of the data. So what could I do here? I could apply some bold formatting. Maybe I want to apply a background fill. Now, if I want to apply bold, again on the Home ribbon, we have all of our font formatting options. I have the bold option just here, but as we know, there is a keyboard shortcut of Control B. That's quickly going to apply bold. Now notice as soon as I apply bold formatting, column F, price per unit, is now cut off because when you apply bold, it effectively makes the font a little bit bigger. So you might have to go in and just double click again to adjust that column width. What else could I do? Well, let's select the heading row again. This time I'm going to use keyboard shortcuts, Control Shift right arrow. Maybe I want to apply a background fill. So I can click the little paint bucket icon and notice that I get a palette of theme colors and standard colors. Now I'm not going to go too much into what the difference is between these two at the moment, but just be aware that when you're working in Excel, you have a default theme which controls the fonts that you use in your worksheets and also the colors. So I'm using just the default standard theme for Excel, and these are the standard colors. So I can go in and I can choose anything from the palette just here. We have what we call standard colors, or if I want to be very specific about the color that I'm using, I could go to more colors. I can choose a color from this little color palette just here, or alternatively, if we click across to the custom tab, we could click around in this to find the color that we want. Or alternatively, if we know what the hex code is, we can type it into here. A lot of the time, if you're working at a company, they'll have very specific branded colors. It might be the colors of the company logo, and your organization might like you to use those very specific colors in your spreadsheets. And a lot of the time, your marketing department will have a list of all of the hex values for those colors. So you would simply just copy and paste it in if you needed to be very specific. Now I'm not going to use any of these colors. I'm just going to choose one from the standard palette. So let's go for this dark purple. So now that I've done that and applied that dark purple fill, it's a little bit harder to see those column headings. So I'm going to select them again, Control Shift right arrow, and this time I'm going to change the font color. So we can click the little font drop down and I can choose a color from the palette. I'm going to go for white to make those stand out. So just with a few clicks, we've very quickly been able to make this look a little bit more readable. What else might we want to do here? Well, maybe we want to apply some borders to our data. What else might we want to do here? Well, notice at the top here, I have 2023 order summary. So this is kind of a title, and I really want this to be running across the top of my data, but I want it to be in the middle. Now, notice on the Home ribbon, you do have an alignment group just here, and this will allow you to align text within a cell either vertically or horizontally. If I give you an example, I'm just going to make this row a little bit taller. Notice I'm just dragging it down. You can see order summary aligns to the bottom of this cell. But if I was to use my alignment tools, notice here currently I have bottom align selected, but I could do middle align, that's going to move it up, or I can align it to the top. Similarly, if this column was a little bit wider, I could align it to the left as it currently is. I can align it to the middle, or I can align it to the right. So if I wanted this dead in the center, I would align it to the center horizontally and also vertically. So don't forget about your alignment tools. I just want it aligned to the left and to the bottom. Let's double click to put that back how it was, because what I actually want is to align this across all of my data. So you might think that what you can do here is select all of these cells and then just click the center alignment. But that's not going to work. It's only going to align that text in the cell that it's in. Now, what we can do is we can effectively merge all of these cells together to make them one cell and then align the text to the center. Now, notice that in the alignment group, we have a merge and center button. And I will say that this is a little bit controversial because it can throw up some problems. But let me just show you what it does. If I click merge and center, you can see it makes all of those cells, it merges them together to make one cell, and it moves the text to the middle, which is pretty much what I want. Now, the reason why people don't like this so much is that if you have merged cells in your spreadsheet, it makes it a lot more difficult to make selections, and it can sometimes throw your formulas off. If I now want to select column D and I click and start to drag down, you can see that when it gets to that merged cell, it expands out. So when I carry on dragging down, I'm not just highlighting column D, I'm highlighting everything. So it makes selections a little bit more difficult. So let me show you an alternative method where you don't have those problems. I'm going to Control Z to put everything back to how it was, because instead of doing it that way using merge and center, if we click on the little diagonal arrow in the corner, it's going to open up that Format Cells dialog box, but it's going to take us to the Alignment tab. What we could do instead is where we have text alignment horizontal, we could choose Center Across Selection. Click on OK. It's going to give the same effect, but it means that if I just want to select column D, I can click and drag down, and we don't get the same issue that we get with merge and center. So in general, I always advise people to center across selection instead. So now that we have that, I can select all of this. Maybe I want to make this bold, and I'm going to change the background color to, let's make that a blue color, and change the font to white. We can also do things like increase the font size. So again, in the font group, if we click the drop down just here, we can make the font a lot bigger, or we can make it smaller. And if you want to just increase in increments, we have a increase font size and a decrease font size just here. So if I click this a couple of times, it's going to make that heading a bit bigger. Now I can see here that during all of that formatting process, column B is now very wide, so I'm going to double click on the column boundary just to resize that. Now what else can we do here? Well, maybe I want to put borders around my table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of my data. And we're going to use a keyboard shortcut. We're going to press Control A, which means select all. So when we're clicked within a table of data, when we press Control A, it will select everything. If I was clicked in a random cell over here and I press Control A, it's going to select the entire worksheet. So just be aware of that difference. Now, when it comes to borders, you'll find your border options again in the font group. It's this little drop down just here. And you can see that we have lots of different borders that we can apply. So maybe I just want to apply borders to the bottom of the cell, the top, the left, the right. I could apply all borders, so on and so forth. Now, in general, when I'm applying borders, I like to go into More Borders at the bottom to pull up the Format Cells dialog box, and I like to set my options from here. So maybe I want a thin dark purple border around all of my cells. What I could do here is I could select my line styles. I'm going to go for this one. I can select the color of the lines. I'm going to go for this purple color. And then I can choose very specifically where I want those borders to appear in the cell. Now notice we have some presets just above to make this a bit quicker. So I basically want a border around everything. So I want an outline, and I also want an inside line as well. Now notice with these, you can click on them to remove them, and you can click to put them back again. So if I wanted borders just running down the columns and not across the rows, I could remove this middle one and just have it like that. So you can really get very granular about how your borders look in this borders area. Let's click on OK, and you can see what that does. And in general, people tend to use borders if they have their grid lines turned off. If we go up to the View tab, notice here in the Show group, we have grid lines selected. So that means we can see all of these cells in the background. Now, a lot of people, once they've finished their spreadsheet, will deselect grid lines to give it a cleaner look. But if we have borders applied, it still allows that data to kind of stand out and not just blend into the background. So I'll leave that up to you to decide if you want to do that. So pretty much all of the options that you have when it comes to formatting cells, rows and columns, you're going to find in the font group and in the alignment group. Remember, when you press Control 1, it pulls up that Format Cells dialog box. Remember, this is where we were when we were applying number formatting, but we also have an alignment tab, a font tab, a border tab, and a fill tab in here. So pretty much a lot of the things that you can do working with these icons in the font group, you can do in the Format Cells dialog box as well. But you do have more advanced options in here also. For example, with this fill section, we could choose to fill the background with some fill effects. This is where we could fill the background of the cell with a gradient. We could choose what colors we want to use, so on and so forth. If we want it vertical, diagonal up, horizontal, we could click on OK and OK again, and you can see that it's just applied that to the one cell because that's all I had selected. Control Z to undo. And the final option to point out here is the wrap text option. What this will do is it will wrap extra long pieces of text round in the cell. So maybe I have over here, let's just widen this out a little bit. I'm going to type in a reasonably long sentence. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Now this sentence, even though it's running across the columns, it is just contained in cell J5. But because it's longer than the column width, it's running over into other columns. Now what I could do here is double click to make that column as wide as what I have in it, but sometimes you might want to have the column width set to this and you just want the text to wrap around. So that is where we can use the wrap text option in the alignment group. If I click on wrap text, it's going to do exactly that. It's going to wrap the text around to fit the width of the cell. So just bear that in mind as well. I'm going to Control Z just to undo all of that. So those are some of the options you have when it comes to formatting cells, rows, and columns. In the previous lesson, I showed you some tips and tricks for applying manual formatting to your spreadsheets to make them more readable and engaging. And in this lesson, I just want to show you a quick trick for applying auto format. And what auto format is basically automatic formats. So it takes all of the heavy lifting out of applying formatting manually. We can select a little template from the available gallery and it will apply all of the formatting in one go. And this is a little option that used to be really popular quite a few years ago in Excel, and then it kind of disappeared from the ribbon. The good news is it is still there, but we need to add it to the quick access toolbar because we can't find it on any of these ribbons. So let's start out by doing that. Now remember, with this quick access toolbar, if we click the little drop down just here, we can go to more commands, and that's going to jump us across to our Excel options and straight to the quick access toolbar section. Now I'm going to select all commands from the drop down and let's scroll through and find auto format. As I said, these are in order, so it does make it a little bit easier to find, but there is the button that we're looking for. So I'm going to select it and I'm going to add it to my quick access toolbar. You can see there it is at the bottom. Let's click on OK. So now when I'm clicked in my data set, if I click this auto format button, it's going to pull up a gallery of different formats that we can apply to our data set. And if we scroll through, you can see that we have quite a few different ones in here. So it really depends how you want your formatting to look. Now, if we scroll up to the top, I think I'm going to go for, let's go for this one just here, Classic 3. Once you've selected a template to apply, we have an options button in the bottom left-hand corner. So if we click this, we can effectively choose which formats we want to apply to our data set. We don't necessarily have to apply everything. Now by default, everything is selected, so it's going to apply the number formatting, the borders, the font, the patterns, the alignment, the width, so on and so forth. Now I don't want this formatting to change the width of my columns, so I'm going to deselect width and height. And it might be that I don't necessarily want to apply the number formatting contained within the template either. So go through and specify what you want to apply, deselect what you don't want to apply, click on OK, and check out what we have. It applies that formatting. And you can see here it's applied formatting to the header row. We have a background fill on all of the cells. It's changed the font color. We have an outside border. So that is a lot quicker than going in and doing all of that hard work manually. And if you decide that you don't like this, you can click on the auto format button again and maybe choose something else. So I'm going to go for Classic 2. Let's select options. Again, I don't want it to apply width and height or number. Let's click on OK, and I get some different formatting, and I think that looks really nice. And of course, you could use this as a base, and you can go in and you can apply manual formatting as well. So maybe I want to make these headers a bit bigger. I want to make them bold. Maybe I want to align them to the left or even to the center, so on and so forth. So you can tweak these auto format templates once you've applied them. But I think you'll agree, auto format is a really handy little button to have on your toolbar so you can just quickly format your data sets. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can use the Find and Replace utility in Excel to find cells that have specific formatting applied and replace it with other formatting. And again, this is a really useful time-saving hack if you've got a lot of data and you just want to replace the formatting on the worksheet or even in the entire workbook. Now, the Find and Replace utility can be used for many things, not just replacing formatting. We can also replace values and text and many other things. But in this context, we're going to take a look at it specifically for replacing formatting. Now, you're going to find the Find and Replace utility on the Home ribbon in the Editing group. Notice we have a Find and Select option, and when we click it, we get a drop down where we can find, and replace. Now, personally, this is one of those utilities that I prefer to use the keyboard shortcut to access. I just find it a lot quicker. So if you want to quickly jump into Find, you can press Control F. That's going to bring up Find and Replace. But notice that this has two tabs, Find and then Replace. So if you want to go directly to the Replace tab, what you can do is press the keyboard shortcut Control H. Basically brings up the same dialog box, but you get taken to the tab that you need. Now, when you first open up Replace, it's going to look like this. Now, this is fine if you just wanted to replace some text. So maybe I wanted to replace the word shipped with sent. I could do that from here. I could say replace all, and you can see what that's done. In the dataset, wherever it finds the word shipped, it's now replaced it with sent. That is a very basic text-based replace. But what if we want to replace the formatting? So maybe where we have pending highlighted in grey, maybe I want that to be a completely different colour. Well, this is where we need to open up the options. Now, when we open up options, we get exactly that, more options that we can set as our criteria. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm just going to remove the text from find what and replace with, because we don't want to find that criteria again. This time, we want to find the formatting. So notice next to find what, all the way over on the right-hand side, we have a format button just here. And if we click the drop down, we can choose format or choose format from cell. So if you have a cell in the spreadsheet that contains exactly, then you could use this second option. So let's go for choose format from cell. Notice that that box disappears and our cursor changes to a little eyedropper. Now I'm looking for everything that has a grey background. So I'm going to select any of these cells. So let's go for this one just here. Notice that the preview updates with what we're looking for. And then we can choose what we want to replace it with. So if I click the format drop down again, this time I'm going to go into format. So this is going to open up another dialog box and it's going to jump me to the fill tab. So maybe instead of having a grey background fill, I want a light green background fill. I could even add in more options. So if I go to font, maybe I want it to be in light green, but also have bold font. Let's see what that looks like. I'm going to click on OK. I can now see what I'm finding and what I'm replacing it with, and then I can set the scope. So if I just want to find and replace on this worksheet that I'm currently on, I could choose sheet. But if I wanted to replace the grey background fill across the entire workbook, I could choose workbook from this drop down. Now we're going to keep ours on sheet. We also get to choose if we want to search by row or by column. Now I have my formatting running across rows, so I'm fine with it searching across the rows. The last option here, it's also going to look in cells that contain formulas. So I'm going to click the Replace All button and check out what happens. It's made 20 replacements. Now notice something a little bit curious. If we click on OK and close this down, you can see that it's worked for some of the cells in the row, but not for all of them. And that's because for these two cells, price per unit and total, we have different formatting applied. We have currency formatting. And because I chose to find just formatting that had a grey background fill, it hasn't found these because we have slightly different formatting applied. So how could I get around this? Well, if we go to Control H again, if I was to then say find what, choose format from cell and select one of these cells and replace it with green. Let's do replace all. Check it out. Let's click on close and you can see that it's now found those. So you do have to be a little bit careful when using the choose from cells option. Now, if you do have a dataset that has lots of different formats applied to different columns, then sometimes it's worth removing the formatting, doing your find and replace, and then reapplying the formatting. For example, with these two columns just here, I might decide to select them and let's just give them general formatting so we don't have any specific number formatting applied. So now if we do Control H, we can say find what. So let's go choose format from cell. I'm going to choose this blue one just here and we're going to replace it with, let's go for a purple background fill and let's also make that bold as well and click on OK. So now when we do replace all, it's made 35 replacements and you can see that we have exactly what we're looking for. So because we changed that formatting just to general, the find and replace has now worked. And we can then just go back in, Control Shift down arrow and apply whatever formatting we want. So sometimes that is a quicker method. Remove the formatting first of all, so it's all fairly standard, then find and replace the background fill color and then reapply the formatting. I'll leave that up to you to have a little play around with, but that's how you can utilize the find and replace utility to replace formatting in your datasets. In previous lessons in this section, we've started to take a look at how we can quickly apply formatting to data to make it more interesting and more readable. And in this lesson, I just want to show you a really quick trick when it comes to copying and applying formatting across different datasets. Now, if you take a look at the spreadsheet here, you can see that we have a table on the left that has some formatting applied. The heading row has some formatting. We've got some grey shading for all of the orders that have a status of pending, and also notice in the total column we have some currency formatting applied. Now it might be that I want to take this formatting and apply it to a different data set. So all I've done here is I've copied the data set, that's the data set you can see on the right hand side, but it doesn't have any of the formatting. Now I could go through, I could use auto format, I could then go in and manually apply some of these other formats, but that's going to take a really long time. So let me show you a quicker way of doing this using a utility in Excel called Format Painter. Now you're going to find the Format Painter icon on the home ribbon in the clipboard group. It's this little paintbrush icon just here. And when we hover over, we have quite a bit of information about the Format Painter. It says, like the look of a particular selection, you can apply that look to other content in the document. To get started, select the content with the formatting you like, click Format Painter and select something else to automatically apply the formatting. So let's deal with that first of all. Maybe I want to copy this formatting that we have in the header row across to the header row in the other dataset. So what I could do here is click in cell B5. Let's use our keyboard shortcut Control Shift right arrow to make our selection, and then I'm going to click the Format Painter icon. Let's click it. Now notice what immediately happens. We now get the marching ants around our selection, and when I move my cursor onto the spreadsheet, check it out, it's changed to a little paintbrush icon. So what we can do now is simply select the area where we want to apply the same formatting. So I'm going to select all of this row up here, and when I let go, it applies that formatting and the Format Painter deactivates. How simple was that? And you can use this method for any formatting that you want to copy. Now, one thing to note here, once I'd copied this formatting across, the Format Painter deactivated. So let's take a look at that again. I'm going to select this row that has the grey shading. I'm going to click on Format Painter and I'm going to select this row in the table to copy the formatting across. So let's select this row again, but this time I'm going to double click on the Format Painter. So now when I go down to the next pending order, I can copy that formatting across, but notice the cursor is still showing that my paintbrush or my format painter is activated. So I can carry on painting. I can go to the next one, select it, and then finally go to the last one and select that as well. So I stay in format painter mode. Now, when you've finished and you want to deactivate and just go back to your regular cursor, you can either click on the Format Painter icon again or simply press the Escape key on your keyboard. Now, one final thing to note here, it will copy across all of the formatting from the selected cells. So notice that because in the table on the left, I have currency format applied to the totals, it's also copied across the currency formatting just here. And you'll find that if you just want to copy across the currency formatting, if we select these cells just here, click on the Format Painter once and copy that across to total, that's going to allow us to copy that formatting across. And also notice that because we've copied that entire column of formatting, I now have that bottom border, but it's applied to just column O. So once again, if I want to take that entire border, I could select everything just here, click on Format Painter, and paint that across to apply that formatting. So you can carry on using your Format Painter until your heart's content. I'm just going to do the price per unit as well. And now we should find that everything in the table on the right looks exactly the same as the table on the left. So utilizing Format Painter is a lot quicker when you have a lot of formatting to copy across. In the last lesson, we saw how we can quickly copy formatting from one dataset to another using Format Painter. And in this lesson, I just basically want to show you the reverse of that and how you can clear formatting once it's been applied. And this is a particularly useful thing to know because a lot of the time you'll receive datasets from maybe other people, or maybe you've downloaded a dataset from an external system. And often that data will come across with formatting that you don't necessarily want. So you need to know the techniques when it comes to clearing formatting from data. Now, once again, we're starting with our two datasets. Now, I've made a bit of a change to table number 2. You can see I've added a column that just houses a web address in there. Now, the reason why I've done that is because we do have numerous different options when it comes to clearing formatting. So we're going to say that we want to clear all of the formatting that we've applied to this table on the right-hand side. Now, when it comes to clearing formatting, you're going to find all of your options on the Home tab in the Editing group where we have this little eraser icon just here. If we click the drop down, you can see that we have a few different options. So let's go through each one so that you understand the difference. Now, when it comes to clearing, we must first make a selection. So let's say that I want to clear the formatting from this heading row just here. I'm going to select the area, I'm going to click the drop down next to clear, and let's see what happens if we choose clear all. That is pretty much going to do what it says on the tin. It is going to clear everything from that cell, not just the formatting. So it's going to remove any text or numbers that you have in those cells, as well as the formatting. If you just want to completely get rid of everything, then that is a perfectly good option to use. But I'm going to undo because that's not exactly what I want. Let's take a look at the second option, clear formats. Now, if we click on this, that is more like what I was looking for. I want it to retain the text that's in the cell. I just want it to remove any additional formatting. So it's removed that purple background fill, and it's also removed the borders. Let's undo to put it back and take a look at the third option. Now, the third option we have is clear contents. And if we take a look at the screen tip here, it says clear only the contents in the selected cells. The formatting and comments are not cleared. So this is kind of the opposite of clear formats. If we click on clear contents, it's going to clear the text or the numbers out of the cells, but it's going to leave the formatting there. And sometimes that can be really helpful if you just want to switch out the text that you have in some cells, but retain that background formatting. Now let's click it one more time. Notice we also have clear comments and notes. Now this is currently grayed out for me because I don't have any comments or notes in my worksheet. Now we are going to get onto that subject a bit later on in the course, so we'll take a look and revisit this option then. The final option we have in this menu is clear hyperlinks. So this is going to clear any hyperlinks from the selected cells. Now notice here that I have some hyperlinks in column Q. And hyperlinks, again, it's not a subject that we've covered, but you've probably seen these before. If you type any kind of website address into a cell, it's automatically going to turn it into a clickable hyperlink. So if I was to click, it's going to jump me across to the Simon Says It website. Now it might be that you want to keep the web address in here, but you want to remove the actual clickable hyperlinks. That is what this option is for. So I'm going to click in the first cell. Let's do Control-Shift down arrow to select everything. And then when we go to clear, notice that remove hyperlinks is now active as well. So we can clear the hyperlinks or we can remove them. Now, if I clear hyperlinks, it looks like it's done nothing, but now when I hover my mouse over any of these hyperlinks, my cursor doesn't change to a little clickable hand icon because these are no longer hyperlinks. I can't click on them to jump to the website, but the actual text is still there. Let's Control Z to come out of here and put those hyperlinks back. You'll see now, when I hover over, I get that little clickable hand icon. Now the other option that we have, Control-Shift down arrow to make our selection, is remove hyperlinks altogether. So if we remove the hyperlinks, it's actually going to remove that underline. So now they're basically just regular text in a cell. They're not linked to anything else. So that is the difference between those two options. Now I don't actually want this website column in my table, so I'm going to select the entire column. I'm going to go to clear and clear all simply to get rid of it. Now I don't actually want this second table, so I'm going to select the entire table, Control A. I'm going to go up to clear and I'm going to say clear all. And you can see that that is a nice quick way just to get rid of everything. So those are the options that you have when it comes to clearing cells. It's time now to do exercise 6. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is open the exercise file, exercise6.excelSX. And then I would like you to simply format the table so that it matches the screenshot below. And you can see here we've got some borders, we've got some background fills. I've changed the font of the heading row, and you can see on the right hand side the exact font I've used, not only for the heading row, but also for the text and the numbers within the table. And don't forget to apply formatting where necessary. Also note that we don't have any grid lines showing in the background. And then once you've done that, I'd like you to find and replace the grey fill colour in the total column with a different colour of your choice. So a few things to do there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do in this exercise was simply to format this data set that you can see here the same as the screenshot. So I'm going to start with the heading row. Let's select this, Control-Shift right arrow. And I'm going to change the font to Dosis Extra Bold. And we're just going to type that in. There we go. Now we need to apply the background fill color and change the font color. Now I could do this manually by selecting from the drop downs, or alternatively I could use my format painter. So I'm going to select cell I5. Let's click on the format painter and we're going to drag that across this heading row to apply that formatting. That's a nice quick way. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change the table font. So let's do Control Shift right arrow and then down arrow to select everything, and we're simply going to change the font to Georgia and hit enter. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sort out the formatting of the dates and also the amounts. So let's select the date column, go up to our number formatting, and I'm going to change this to short date. And then in the amount column, we're going to give that a $sign. And I think I had 2 decimal places in the screenshot. Final couple of things to do here. I'm going to select the amount column, Control Shift down arrow, and we're just going to apply a light grey background fill. And then the final thing to do is simply apply borders around the outside. So let's do Control A to select everything. I'm going to go up to my borders and we're going to say all borders. And then the very final thing is simply to remove the grid lines. So let's jump up to the View tab and deselect grid lines. And there we go, that table is now formatted the same as the table in the screenshot. The final part of this exercise was to practice using Find and Replace to find cells with a specific background fill and replace them with something else. So I asked you to replace this grey background fill with a background fill of your choice. So I'm going to select this column, Control Shift down arrow, and then I'm going to press Control H to jump directly to replace. Now in the Find What area, we're going to go straight into Format, and I'm going to choose the format from the cell. So I'm going to choose this cell just here, and then we're going to replace it with, let's go to Format this time, and I want to make sure that I still have that Georgia font. So let's make sure that we still have Georgia selected. And let's choose a different background fill. I'm going to go for something fairly light. Let's just go for this light pink. Click on OK, and we can do Replace All, OK, and Close. And there we go. We've replaced that background fill color. That's all I needed you to do. I hope you got on OK with that, and I will see you in the next section. In this section of the course, we're going to explore the wonderful world of Excel tables. Because if you've never come across Excel tables before, then you're going to find them extremely useful when it comes to analyzing data. Now in this lesson, we're going to really get an understanding of what exactly an Excel table is and why they're so useful. So we're going to start here on this basic tables worksheet. And if you notice at the top here, I have a very simple data set. I just have some fruits listed, and I have the total sales, let's say the total revenue for January, February, March. So effectively the first quarter. Now this data isn't in any kind of Excel table. Now, you might be a little bit confused by that, and I think a lot of the confusion lies in the fact that Excel, by its nature, kind of has a table-looking format. We have a grid structure, which could be mistaken for a table. But it's worth noting that there is a big difference between simply entering data into cells and actually formatting your data as an Excel table. Now, this table of data at the top here is not formatted as a table. Whereas the one underneath, which pretty much looks exactly the same, is formatted as a table. So how can we tell the difference between these two? Well, this table up here, I've basically just typed in some text and some numbers into cells, and then I've manually formatted them. So I've literally selected each row and I've changed the formatting, the background fill, manually, just to make it a little bit easier to read. Whereas with this table underneath, this is formatted as an Excel table. If I click inside the dataset, notice that we get a table design contextual ribbon at the top here. And if I click on it, it opens up all of the options that I have when it comes to formatting and organizing my table. If I scroll back up and click inside this first dataset, you can see that table design ribbon disappears, which means that this data is not in a table. Now in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to create a table, and we're going to take a look at some of the various different ways that you can use a table. But I just want to illustrate what the difference is here. Now, most of the time when you're working in Excel and you have a data set, that data set doesn't remain static. And what I mean by that is usually we're always adding additional rows onto the bottom of our tables. For example, this data set could grow. Maybe I want to add a different fruit onto the bottom here. So let's say strawberry. Let's say the sales for January were, let's go for 500. For February, we'll say 400. And for March, we'll say 300. So I've managed to add that data onto the bottom, no problem. But if I had a chart attached to this data, the data wouldn't automatically update. So let me show you what I mean. I'm going to insert a quick chart. So let's go to the Insert tab, and I'm going to insert a 2D column chart. So this is pretty much the same as the chart that we have below. Now currently it's showing everything that I have in the table. If I was to add another row on the bottom here, so let's go for kiwi, and we'll say 400, 250, and let's go for 100. Notice that my chart doesn't update. You can see that kiwi hasn't been added. You can see that kiwi hasn't been automatically added to the chart. And when I click on the chart, you can see exactly the data that the chart is using. It's not including the Kiwi row. Now we could fix this. We could go in and we could drag this little blue handle down, which will then include it in the chart. And you can see the chart immediately updates to include Kiwi. But if you're doing this all the time, you don't want to have to keep going in and dragging this little handle down. It's also really easy to forget to do that. So let's take a look how a table behaves differently. If we scroll down, as I mentioned, this little data set is in a table. And I've already added in my chart. So let's do the same thing. Let's add another item on the end. We're going to go for strawberry and press tab. As soon as I press tab, the chart starts to update. I can then add in my values. Let's go for 500, 400 and 300, and everything automatically updates. And that is because tables have an auto expand capability. So if your data is in a table, as soon as you add more data onto the bottom, it's going to automatically expand to accommodate that new data, which means that if you have things like pivot tables or charts hanging off of this data using this data, they're going to automatically update. So it really is a great time-saving hack. Let's take a look at one more example. I'm going to go across to the employees worksheet, and here we have a data set that is a little bit larger. We have employee IDs, employee names, we have the department that they're in, their job title, their salary, and their job rating out of 5. Now, I've already put this data into a table. We can tell that because we have a table design ribbon. And another thing that happens when we turn a data set into a table is that we automatically get these filter drop downs at the top of each column. So if I wanted to just see all of the information for a specific department, I could go in, I could deselect everything apart from the department that I'm looking for, click on OK, and it's going to filter the data. Now, I'm not going to do that right now because we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. But just remember that when you create a table, you get these useful filter drop downs. Now, the chart that you can see on the right-hand side, you can see that this is showing the average salary broken down by department. Now, this is actually a pivot chart. I've created a pivot table just below of the data above. Now, we haven't discussed pivot tables at all so far, but just really to illustrate the point that this also works if you've created a pivot table. If I were to add another employee onto the bottom here, not only is my pivot table down here going to update, my chart is also going to update. And that is because this data set is in a table. So I'm going to add onto the bottom here. Let's go for the next member of staff. This person is going to be, let's go for Carly Watson. She's going to work in sales. So keep your eye on the sales column in the chart. She is a sales associate, and let's make her salary quite a bit larger than everything else. We're going to go for 100,000. I'm going to give this person a job rating of 5. Now, you might be looking at this chart thinking, well, that hasn't actually updated. It looks exactly the same. Now, that is because when we're dealing with a pivot table, and as I said, we have a pivot table that is feeding off of this table data. In order to get a pivot table to update, we need to right-click and refresh it. So as soon as I do that, it pulls those new totals through, and check out the sales column in the table now. It's a lot bigger. Remember, these are just average sales by department. Now, none of this would be possible if our data wasn't in a table. So the important thing to take away from this lesson is always put your data into a table. It's going to make your life so much easier when it comes to updating that table and keeping all of your charts updated and refreshed with the latest information. So now we've learned what an Excel table is, and we've seen some of the benefits of putting our data into an Excel table. It's time to go through exactly how you put your data into a table, and we'll also go through some tips and tricks when working with Excel tables. So you can see in the spreadsheet just here, we have some employee data, and this currently is an unformatted data set. And maybe we want to perform some kind of analysis on this data. And as I mentioned in the last lesson, I would always highly recommend that you put any data set that you want to analyze into an Excel table first. Now, when it comes to actually formatting this data as a table, we have two different methods that we can use. If we click our mouse anywhere within this data, go up to the Home tab, notice in the Styles group we have a Format as Table drop-down. So when we click this, it's going to open up a big gallery with all different kinds of table styles that we can apply. And by selecting one of these, it will do two things. It will convert our data into an Excel table, but it will also apply some formatting. Now, the different color schemes that you see in here, these are very much based on the theme that you have in use within Excel. So let's just take a look at that for one moment. If we go up to the Page Layout tab, notice we have a Themes group just here. And when we click the Themes drop down, you're going to be able to see the theme that you have in use. Now, for most people, the default theme is just going to be this Office theme just here. And it is worth noting that this Office theme has changed in the last couple of months. Microsoft released an update for Microsoft 365 users, so we now have a different set of theme colors as our default. And if we go to the Home tab and just click, let's click the Fill Color drop-down, you can see that these are the new theme colors. It's also worth noting that with this new Office theme, we get a new font as well. So instead of the default being Calibri, the default is now Aptos. And that is exactly what I have in use in this spreadsheet. So the point I'm trying to make here is if you don't like the colors that you see when you click the Format as Table drop-down, maybe you want to use something else, you can simply change those by changing the theme that you're using. So you could choose one of these other themes. Let's go for Facet, for example. And now when I go to the Home tab and click Format as Table, I get a different set of theme colors. So just be aware of that. I'm going to switch mine back to the default Office colors. So when we click on Format as Table, I can choose one of these. Let's go for this green one just here, dark green, table style, medium 4. Now, as soon as I click this, Excel is going to do its best to work out where my data is. And if you're clicked inside your data set, it should select everything around the outside. Now, I need to confirm that this is correct. So it says, where is the data for your table? And then it's giving me a cell range. And I can see the marching ants around the outside, so this is correct. It's also worth noting that you must have My Table Has Headers selected if your table does in fact have a header row. So let's click on OK, and my data is now in a table. How do I know? Well, check out my ribbons. I now have a table design ribbon. And on this table design ribbon, we can do many different things. I could change my table style from here. So if I decide I don't like this green, I could go in and maybe choose something else. So let's go for this blue. Notice we have some table style options, and some of these little checkboxes are already selected. Notice here, filter button is selected because when you put your data into a table, it's automatically going to add these little filters to the top of each column. And these are really, really useful. For example, if I just wanted to see in this table only the people who work in, let's say, HR, I can use this filter to select HR, click on OK, and it's going to filter my list. Notice as soon as I do that, I get this little filter icon. If I want to clear the filter, I can choose Clear Filter from Department to put everything back. So those filter drop-downs are really useful, but if you don't want to have them on your table, you can simply deselect the filter button from Table Style Options. I quite like them there, so I'm going to keep this selected. Notice also we have Header Row selected. If I deselect this, it's going to remove that header row from my data set. Another cool feature of tables is that we can add a total row. So if I click total row, notice what happens to my data set. I get a new row added to the bottom, and it's giving me the total of all of the job ratings. Now, in this instance, that doesn't particularly make much sense. I'm not really going to want to add up the job ratings, but I might want to add up all of the salaries just to get an idea as to how much we're paying in total for everyone's salaries. If I click in the total row, notice we get a little drop down just here. If I click it, I can choose to sum all of those salaries. We have other options in here as well. Maybe I want to find out what the average salary is. I could do that also. And I don't have to have anything in this job rating column. I can simply choose none. So that total row can be really nice, and is a quick way of performing calculations on table data. Now in this case, I don't want a total row, so let's just deselect that from table style options. Also notice that with this particular table style that we've applied, we have alternating row colors. And this is what we refer to as banded rows. Now, banded rows in general improve the readability of your data. It's easier for people to read across lines. But again, if you don't like the way that this looks, you can simply deselect banded rows in table style options, and it will remove those bands. You could instead have banded columns. We have a little option for that, and it's going to give us alternating column colors. We can apply formatting to the last column of data. It's going to make the last column bold, or we can apply formatting to the first column of data. So that is what all of these little table style options do. Now the external table data ribbon, this is where we can do things like export our table data to SharePoint lists. Now that's outside the scope of this particular course, but just be aware that that button is there. Also notice we have a refresh button just here. So this enables us to quickly pull through any updates to this table. In the tools group, this is where we have things like summarize with pivot table. So if I wanted to create a pivot table based off of this data, I can do that from here. I can remove duplicates, or I can convert my table to arrange. So this is really interesting and a question that I get all the time. Sometimes people will put their data into a table and then they'll say to me, Deb, how do I take it out of the table? I don't want it to be in a table anymore. Well, this is this button just here. So let's click it. It's going to say, do you want to convert the table to a normal range? I'm going to say yes, and that effectively takes it out of the table. Notice that when I'm clicked in this data, I no longer have that table design ribbon. Now, whilst it does remove the table, it will keep the formatting. If you wanted to remove all of this formatting, you could select everything, Control A, go to that clear formatting button that we've seen previously, and click on Clear Formats. And we're basically back to where we started. Now, this is a really good opportunity to show you the second method when it comes to creating a table. Because instead of using Home and Format as Table, we can simply use the keyboard shortcut Control T. Again, it's going to give us that same little create table pop-up. I'm going to say yes, my table has headers, and I'm going to click on OK. Now the table style that you get when you use the keyboard shortcut is basically the default table style. So for me, that is this blue color just here. Once again, now we have the table design ribbon back, we could go in and we can change that to something else if we want to. So now we have our data in a table again. I'm just going to apply some formatting to the salary column. And this is another little tip. When you're working with table data, it makes it a lot easier for you to select your columns and your rows. For example, if I want to format everything in this salary column, instead of selecting all of the cells, I can simply hover my mouse over that table header, and notice I get that little black downward pointing arrow. Click once, it's going to select everything in that table column. I can now go to Home and I can apply whatever formatting I like. So I'm going to apply counting number formatting, and I'm going to take the decimal places down to 0. The final thing to point out here, and another thing that I would advise you to do, is to give your table a meaningful name. If you take a look on the table design ribbon in the first group here, the properties group, notice that my table is currently called Table 2. And this is just Excel's generic default name. So if I was to create another table, it would be called Table 3. The next table would be called Table 4. Now, whilst you can leave them with those generic names, it makes each table really hard to identify later on. If I was to come back to this spreadsheet in 6 months' time and I want to work with a specific table, if it's just called Table 2 or Table 3, I'm not really going to know what table that refers to. So I would always recommend giving your table a more meaningful name. So I'm going to click in my data, I'm going to go up to table name, and I'm going to call this employee underscore data. Now it's worth noting with these table names, you can't have any spaces if you have 2 words. So I have 2 words, employee data, so I've separated them with an underscore. I could also just have them like that, all as one word. I'm going to keep the underscore in. Hit enter, and your table is now named. So those are 2 methods for putting your data into a table, and some of the options that you have on that table design ribbon. In the previous couple of lessons in this section, we've seen how to turn our data into a table, and we've also discussed some of the benefits of doing this. So now in this lesson, it's time to see how putting our data into a table affects our formulas, because this is something that does tend to throw beginners off. Now, currently we're looking at the employee data. This is the same data that we used in the previous lesson, but I have made a little change here. I've actually taken this data out of the table, and we saw how to do that in the last lesson. So we still have these blue banded rows, that's absolutely fine. But what I want to do now is I want to perform some calculations on this data. Now notice in column I have 3 separate things that I want to find out from this data. And the first one is that I want to know what the sum of all salaries is. So I want to find out the total. Now, of course, I could put this into a table and turn on total row and select sum. That is one way that you could do this. But if you just want to perform a calculation over in cell J3, we could type in equals sum, press the tab key, and we could simply select all of these salaries. So I'm going to select the cell range F4 to F23. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and I get my total. And we can very simply check that total is correct by highlighting the salary range again. And if you take a look down in the status bar at the bottom, all the way over on the right hand side, we have our sum total, which is matching what we have in the cell. So that is the sum of salaries. Now, when we double click on this cell to take a look at that formula, we are using cell references in this formula, F4 to F23. And so far in this course, that is pretty standard. That's what we've been using for all of our formulas. Let's take a look at the next one, average job rating. So this time we're going to type in equals. We're going to start to type average, tab key to select it, and we want to find the average job rating. So for this one, I'm just going to select the job rating column. You can click and drag or click in the first cell, Control Shift down arrow to make your selection. Once again, if you take a look at that formula, we're using cell references G4 to G23. Close the bracket, hit enter, and we get an average job rating of 3.4. The final thing here is to simply do a count of employees. Now I want to count on one of the text columns, so I need to make sure that I use count A. Remember, count will only count numerical values. Count A allows us to actually count the employees. So we're going to use cell references again, C4 to C23, close the bracket, hit enter, and it's telling me that I have 20 employees in this list. So that was all fairly straightforward, pretty much stuff that we've covered before. But the thing to note here is the point that we're using cell references in all of these calculations. Let's put our data into a table and check out how these formulas change as soon as we do that. So I'm going to escape out of here. I'm going to delete out all of the calculations we've done so far, and we're going to put our data back into a table. So I'm clicked inside it. Let's press Control T, keyboard shortcut. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK, and my data is now back in a table. The first thing I'm going to do is name my table. So let's go up to the table design ribbon, all the way across to the properties group. And where we have table 3, I'm going to call this employee data again. Let's hit enter. So now that my data is in a table, let's try and perform these same calculations in column J. So I want to work out the sum of salaries. So we're going to start off the same, equals sum, press the tab key, and I want to sum the salary column. Now, once your data is in a table, remember, you can simply hover your mouse over that salary column until you get that black downward pointing arrow, click once, and it's going to select that whole column. But take a look. This looks very different to when we were using cell references. The formula now says employee data, then we have a square bracket, salary, closing square bracket. So what exactly does that mean? Well, these are what we call table references, and you'll see them when you're trying to perform calculations on table data. Instead of using the cell references, it uses the table name and the column heading in the formula. So you can see there it's saying, okay, you want me to sum the salary column in the employee data table. That is exactly correct. I just need to close my bracket, hit enter, and I get exactly the same result. Once again, we can check it by highlighting all of the data and glancing down to the status bar. Let's do it again. So equals average. This time I want to find the average job rating. I'm going to select the entire column. We get the table name, employee data, followed by that column. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and we get the same result. Now it's also worth noting that you could type in equals sum, and you could simply start to type in the table name. So if I start to type in employee data, it comes up in IntelliSense underneath. I can press the tab key, and then I simply need to open a square bracket, and it's going to list all of the columns in that table, and I can simply go in and select. Now I actually don't want to do a sum here, do I? I want to do a count A. So let's do that again. I'm going to go for employee data, open the square bracket, and I want to do a count of the employees, so I'm going to count the employee name. Let's press tab to select it, close the square bracket, close the round bracket, hit enter, and we get our results. So this is really the point I wanted to illustrate in this lesson. Don't be thrown off by the fact that when your data is in a table and you're putting together a formula, you're going to see table references as opposed to cell references. And table references are actually pretty good. If you send this spreadsheet to somebody else, it's a lot easier for people to understand what your formula is doing because we have meaningful labels in there. We can see that we're doing a sum of the employee data table, the salary column. Sometimes when you just have cell references, it's not quite so obvious. So that's how table references work in formulas as opposed to cell references. It's time now to do exercise 7. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is open the exercise file exercise7.xlsx. And I'd like you to format the data as an Excel table and name that table invoices. I'd like you to choose a table style, and I don't mind which table style you do choose, and make sure that you turn off banded rows. I'd also like you to make sure that you have filters turned on, and I'd like you to add a total row. And then finally, I'd like you to calculate the average invoice amount using table references in the formula. So a few different things to do there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to convert this data into a table. So we're going to click somewhere within the data and press Control T. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. And we're going to name this table Invoices. So let's make sure we're on the table design ribbon. Let's go over to the properties group, which is the first group on the ribbon. And we're simply going to type in invoices and press enter. Now, I then asked you to change the table style, and I didn't mind which table style you used. So I'm going to go for this green table style. I asked you to remove banded rows. So in our table style options, let's deselect banded rows to turn those off. I wanted you to make sure that we had filters turned on, which we do, and I asked you to add a total row. So we want to make sure we have a tick in this box just there. And then the final thing is we need to perform a calculation in cell I5. We need to work out what is the average invoice amount. And I asked you to include table references in the formula. So what we're going to do here is we're going to type in equals average, and we're simply going to go over to the amount column, hover our mouse just above until we get that black downward pointing arrow, and click to select that column. And notice that we now have table references in the formula. We have the table name, invoices, followed by the column name. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and we can see that that is the average invoice amount. Now I'm going to apply some formatting. Let's change that to $, and that looks a lot better. I hope you got an okay with that. I will see you in the next section. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at some of the options that we have when it comes to working with rows and columns in our spreadsheet. And we're going to start out with this reasonably large data set. If I click somewhere in my data set and press Control down arrow, it's going to jump me all the way down to the last row of data. And you can see that we have just over 51,000 rows in this data set, so a fairly sizable amount of data. Control up arrow to jump to the top. And if we press Control right arrow, it's going to jump us to the last column. So we have quite a few columns of data as well. Now, the first thing that you'll notice about this data is that it's not laid out in the best format. You can see that some columns are too narrow and some are a little bit too wide. If we scroll across and take a look at the quantity column, this is taking up far too much room, more than it needs to. Whereas some of these columns at the beginning of the data set are showing these hash symbols, they're not actually wide enough to display the data in the column. Now, we've seen this little trick previously, and that is the auto fit columns trick. What we can do here is select all of our data, and one way that I like to do this if I have a particularly large data set is to click this little area in between column A and row 1. If we click this, this will select not only all of the data, but all of the columns as well. And that is really important. If I was just to simply click in the data and press Control A, it's not going to actually select those column headings. So I'm going to click in this square just here, and then we can double click on any of these column boundaries. You can see I'm hovering my mouse between column G and H, and double click to widen out all of those columns. So effectively what we've done here is we've auto fit the width. Now I'm going to press Ctrl Z just to undo that and put it back to how it was, because the other method we can use is to go to the Home ribbon, and then underneath Format we have this just here, auto fit column width. That's going to do exactly the same thing. So you have the two options just there. Now it's worth noting that this applies to rows as well. So all of my rows are fairly standard. These are the default row height. But if you have a data set where maybe you have rows which look something like this, and you want to auto fit them, you could follow a similar process. So we can click in this area in the corner. You can go to the Home tab, go to Format, and you also have an auto fit row height in here. Click it and it's going to put those back. Let's do Ctrl Z one more time, because we can also double click. So the double click trick works for rows as well. So all I would need to do is hover my mouse over any of these row boundaries, mine's in between 2 and 3, double click, and it's going to resize or auto fit those row heights as well. So some really useful tricks there to quickly format your data set and put it into a more readable format. Now, some other things that you might want to do when you're working with columns and rows is you might want to insert additional columns or additional rows. And you might want to insert those somewhere within the current data set. So maybe I want to have a new blank column in between columns F and G. So what I can do here is select column G simply by clicking in the header area. And you can press the keyboard shortcut Ctrl-Shift+. Now for some of you that might be Ctrl+ on your keyboard. For me it's Ctrl-Shift+. And that's going to insert a brand new blank row. And if you want to insert more, you can simply carry on pressing it. So Ctrl-Shift++++ is going to insert more columns. If I want to insert, let's say, another 3, I could select 3 blank columns, press Ctrl-Shift+, and it's going to insert 3 more blank columns. Now, if you want to do the reverse of that, again, you can use a keyboard shortcut. For me, that is Control-. And you can see as I press Control-, it's deleting out those blank rows. I can also delete multiple by selecting them both, Control-, and they're gone. It's worth noting for all of these little tricks, you do also have a more manual way of doing this. You could select column G, right click to pull up the contextual menu, and you could choose delete from here. That is also going to delete the column. We can also delete columns by going to the Home tab, going to the Cells group, and under the Delete drop down, we can choose to delete sheet columns. Click this, and that's also going to get rid of it. So a few different methods there for inserting and deleting columns. But what about rows? Well, happily, this works in exactly the same way. I can select a row, for example, row 4, Ctrl-Shift+ or Control+, depending on your keyboard, and that's going to add in more rows. Again, we can select multiple like this, Ctrl-Shift+, and it's going to insert 5 more rows. The same thing applies. Control minus is going to delete them, Control minus again to get rid of them, and of course underneath that delete menu you have a delete sheet rows option as well. Now what about moving and copying rows in worksheets? Well, there is a little trick to this. So once again, I'm going to select the customer ID column, and you can't simply pick up this column and drag and drop it because it will try to replace the data wherever you drop it. So if you want to move this column, you need to make sure that you hover your mouse over this green border until you see that crosshair. Hold down Shift and then drag it. Notice as I drag, it's showing me where it's going to get dropped by that green line. So I want to drop it just in here, and that is going to move it. If I want to copy the column, so maybe I want another copy of the customer ID column, I would do exactly the same thing, but instead of holding down Shift as I drag, I need to hold down Control. So I'm going to make sure that I have that crosshair, hold down Control, drag, and I'm going to drop it just here. And you can see that that has now made an exact copy of that column. Now I don't want that, so I'm going to select this column, I'm going to right click, and I'm going to choose Delete. So very easy to move or copy columns. And the exact same process applies to moving rows of data as well. Now, sometimes, particularly when you're working with very large data sets, you can see that this data set stretches all the way across, so I have to use my horizontal scroll bar in order to see all of the data. You might decide that you want to hide some of the columns that you don't necessarily need. That's going to allow you to see just the columns that are important to you on the same page without having to scroll. So let's say that I'm not particularly interested in any of these columns. I can select them, and instead of deleting them, which will actually remove them from the data set, I can simply choose to temporarily hide them from view. So if I right click, notice I have a hide option in here. It's also worth noting that you have this same hide option on the home ribbon. In the format group, we have hide and unhide, and we can choose to hide columns. That's going to collapse those up. You can see we've got this green line which shows there are hidden columns, and notice that now my data set starts at column F. So that's a good indication that there are some columns that have been hidden underneath there. And I can go through and just do the same for any data that I'm not interested in. So maybe I'm not interested in any of this. I can right click and I can choose hide. So now I have only the data that is of interest to me all on the same page, and I don't have to use my horizontal scroll bar to see everything. So this can sometimes be a really useful little trick. Now, if you have hidden columns in your data set and you want to bring those back, what you have to do here is you have to make sure that you highlight the column before and after where we have the hidden columns, right click and choose unhide. And that's going to bring those back again. And if you want to unhide all columns, you could select everything, right click and go to unhide, and it's going to bring everything back again. And exactly the same works for rows. If I were to select some rows in my data set, right click and choose hide, it's going to hide them. And notice now that the row numbers are no longer consecutive. We jump from 3 to 11, showing that there are hidden rows in this data set. And once again, you can either select the rows either side of the hidden ones, or you can select the entire data set, right click, choose unhide, and that's going to bring those back again. So those are some tips and tricks when it comes to working with your rows and columns in a large data set. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can utilize alignment tools to line up and change the alignment of text and numbers in our worksheet. So once again, we're working with this very large data set. If you recall, this is the data set that has roughly 51,000 rows. Now I have made some changes to this data set. I've hidden a few of the columns. You can see that we've got quite a few columns hidden just here, so that we can see these columns that have values in a little bit better. Now, when it comes to alignment, we're mainly talking about two different things, and that is the position of the text or the numbers within the cell. And if you take a look at the home ribbon, you can see that we have a whole group of tools in this alignment group. So if we work our way through these, you can see that the ones in this top row are top align, middle align, and bottom align. So this is dealing with how the text is aligned vertically in the cell. Now this is illustrated a little bit better if I make this first row a little bit taller. So I'm going to drag row 1 down a little bit, and that is going to show you that everything in this first row is aligned to the bottom of the cell. And we can in fact confirm that if we select the row and take a look at our alignment tools, you can see that bottom alignment is highlighted in grey, meaning that that is the one in use. But what I could do is I could choose to align these to the middle, that will move them up, or I could align them to the top of the cell. And I'm going to put mine in the middle. The alignment tools that we have underneath deal with the horizontal alignment. So we can choose to have them left aligned, aligned to the middle, or aligned to the right. So currently, all of my text is aligned to the left. And it is worth noting that by default, when you enter text into a cell, it is aligned to the left of the cell. But I could choose to align these to the middle, or I could align them to the right-hand side of the cell. So again, this is very much personal preference. Now, aside from those basic vertical and horizontal alignment tools, we have some other cool things that we can do in this alignment group. So if you check out this little button just here, this is related to the orientation of the text or values that are in the selected cells. So from here, we can rotate our text diagonally or vertically. And as it says in the screen tip, this is a great way to label narrow columns. So what we could do here is we could click the drop down, and you can see that we can change the angle of our labels. So I have the heading row selected. I could choose to angle those headings counterclockwise. And you can see exactly what that does. Now I'm going to widen out this row so that those all sit neatly. So this is sometimes a way to make your columns a little bit narrower because these are on a diagonal. We could then double click to auto fit the width of these columns, and they take up a lot less space. We have other options underneath here as well. We can angle them clockwise, or we can do vertical text. That doesn't look so great and it's quite hard to read. We can rotate the text up. You might want to use that at some points, or we can rotate the text down. So this is entirely up to you as to how you want to use this. And if you want to put it back, you just need to deselect the one that you originally selected. Another thing you have in this little group here are indents. So you can choose to decrease the indent or increase the indent. So if I was to increase the indent, can you see it kind of tabs the headers across the cell? So if you need to have that indented effect, you could use these indentation tools. Now, another thing that we have in here is the wrap text option. So we looked at this briefly in another lesson. This allows us to wrap extra long text into multiple lines so you can see all of it. For example, let's take this column just here, column P. Let's imagine that this column is a lot narrower than it currently is. You can see that some of these product names are kind of being hidden because there isn't enough space in this column to accommodate the width of the text. Now we could, of course, drag the column out to give it more space, but if we want to have a much narrower column, but we still want to be able to see all of the text, we can simply select the column and click on Wrap Text. And you can see exactly what that does. It wraps the text around, so it breaks the line at the end and wraps it onto another line. So this is fine. Just remember that this can give you inconsistent row heights, because if we take a look at what we have in row 2, that all fits nicely on one line, whereas what we have in row 3, it needs to wrap around, so this row needs to be a little bit taller. Now the option underneath wrap text is merge and center, and we have a whole video dedicated to this because there are a couple of things that you need to be aware of when you're using merge and center. The final thing to point out when it comes to alignment is, if you notice in the corner of the alignment group, we have this diagonal arrow. As we've already seen, this opens up more settings for this particular group of tools. So it's going to jump us across to the alignment tab, and once again we have some text alignment options in here, but we have a few more. So when it comes to horizontal alignment, we've got left, center, right, we have fill, we have justify, center across selection, so on and so forth. So a few more options in there. We also have the same for our vertical alignment. We have top, center, bottom, justify, and distributed. In the text control group, again, we have wrap text. That's the same as clicking the button that we have on the ribbon. We also have something called shrink to fit. So let me show you what that does. Again, we're going to use column P. Let's make this quite a bit narrower. If I was to select this column and go back into my alignment tools and choose shrink to fit, check out what happens to the text in these cells when we click on OK. You can see what it does. It actually shrinks the font size so that each item fits in the cell and you don't have to change that column width. Now, I don't particularly like this option because, again, it gives you very inconsistent font sizes, but just remember that that option is there. There might be a time when you need to use it. We can also do things like change the text direction in here. So the default is left to right. You could choose to have this right to left. And then finally over on the side here, this is where you can change your orientation. So again, if we were dealing with the headings in this document, let's select the top row, go back into our alignment options. I could choose to rotate these headings 45 degrees, click on OK, and it's going to give us the same effect as choosing angle counterclockwise from this drop-down. So remember, a lot of the things that you see in these additional options areas are repeats of what we already have in the ribbon, but in some instances you will have more options in here as well. Now I'm going to take this back to a 0 degree rotation and click on OK, and I'm also going to remove shrink to fit and click on OK again. Now, the final thing to point out here is, as we've mentioned previously, the default is for all text to be aligned to the left-hand side of the cell and for numbers or values to be aligned to the right. And you can see evidence of this in columns Q to U. These cells contain text and values. We have text in the header, which is aligned to the left, and we have values in the column, and those are aligned to the right. And how these numbers are aligned against each other are very much controlled by the number formatting that you have in play. So I have accounting formatting selected for these cells, and that means that all of my numbers are going to line up at the decimal place. It also means that the currency symbol is going to be pushed all the way over to the left-hand side of the cell, keeping it out of the way of the actual number. And this formatting, this accounting format, has been specifically created for accountants who have to read down long lists of numbers. Remember, the other type of formatting that we have is currency, and you'll find that with currency format you have the dollar symbol pushed right up against the number, and in a lot of cases the decimal places won't necessarily always line up. So again, remember, with numbers, the type of formatting that you have applied to them can also affect their alignment. But aside from all of that, that is pretty much all there is to aligning text and values within cells in your worksheet. In this lesson, we're going to discuss merging cells. And merging cells is quite a controversial topic in Excel. So I'm going to show you how to merge cells. I'm going to show you some of the issues that this can cause, and then we're going to take a look at a better way of doing it. So let's start out by talking about exactly what we're doing when we merge cells. Now you can see that I have a data set just here. This is just a selection of the columns from the data set that we were using previously. And you'll notice here that in cell A3 we have sales 2011, and then we have some records that relate to 2011 sales. We then have sales 2012 and the same thing, sales 2013, and then sales 2014. So these are going to act like headers just to break up the data and make it really obvious which sales pertain to which years. Now we could leave these little labels where it says sales 2011, for example, in the cell that they're currently contained in. So this is in cell A3 currently. However, this would look a lot better if it was kind of centered across our data, so somewhere in the middle here. Now when you type something into a cell, it is contained entirely within that cell. So if you're thinking that you can maybe select all of these cells and then in the alignment group click on center, it's only going to center that text within the cell that it's contained in. It's not going to center it across the selection. So a way that people generally tend to get around this and get the effect that they want is to use the merge and center option. Because what merge and center will do is it will merge together all of the selected cells and effectively make them one cell. So you can then use your horizontal alignment tool to center the text into the middle of this big merged cell. So if we go to the Home tab in the alignment group, we have a merge and center option just here. Now it's worth noting that if we click the drop down, we have a few other options in here, but the one that we want is merge and center. Now as soon as I do that, check out what happens. The individual cells now all become one cell, and this cell is effectively A3. And because we chose to merge and center, it centered that text in the middle of the merged cell. So what we could then do is maybe change the background color of this to, let's go for a light purple, and that kind of gives the effect that I was looking for. I could then do this for the rest of these headings. Now, of course, once you've done it once, you can use the Format Painter to copy that formatting. So I'm going to click in cell A3. Let's double click on the Format Painter. Let's paint that across just here. And we're going to do the same for this one. And then if we scroll down, we're going to do the same for this one as well. And escape to deactivate the Format Painter. So that is the exact effect that I was looking for, and we've achieved it very simply using merge and center. However, there is a caveat to using this method. When you do use merge and center, it then becomes a lot more difficult to make cell selections, and it can sometimes cause problems with any formulas that you have. So let me show you what I mean. If I now decide that I want to go in and I want to select all of the values in the quantity column, check out what happens. If I click in cell F2 and start to drag down to make my selection, it won't just let me select the quantity column. Because we have that merged cell in there, effectively one cell, it expands to the width of that, and then it kind of uses that width the entire way down. Even if I was to use a keyboard shortcut, Control Shift down arrow, you can see it only goes to there, and I would need to do it again and again, and it just doesn't work well with this merged cell sitting in there. So making selections then becomes a problem. Now we can get around this and achieve the same effect, but using a method that still allows us to make selections and ensures that our formulas will still work correctly. So let's undo and try this again. So we're back where we started, and what we're going to do is we're going to select this row of cells, but instead of going to merge and center, we're going to open up our alignment settings. We're going to go to horizontal alignment, and if we click the drop down, we have an option in here called center across selection. So if we click on this and choose OK, it's going to do something very similar. The cell looks like it's one cell and it centers that text in the middle. So I can then go in and I can apply my background fill color and I get exactly the same effect. The difference here is that it hasn't actually merged the cells, it just looks like it has. Notice that I can still click in cell A3 and it is just cell A3. I can click in cell B3, C3, D3, E3, so on and so forth. So these are all still individual cells, they haven't been merged into one big cell called A3. And what that means is that if I want to go in and select the quantity column, I can still do that because we still have our individual cells there. So this method gives us the same nice effect, but it causes us far less problems. Now, I have seen some people, particularly when this topic is discussed on LinkedIn, say that there are certain scenarios where merging and centering is better than centering across selection. And you may well come across those in your working life. But in terms of the look and feel and also the usability, my recommendation is to go with center across selection whenever you can. So now we can simply double click the Format Painter and copy this formatting across to the other rows. And just to finish off this lesson, when we were looking at merge and center, if you click the drop down, notice that we have other options in here as well. So if you are going to use this method, you don't necessarily have to merge and center the text. You could just choose to merge across. So this will merge all of the selected cells together, but it's not going to center the text. The text will stay on the left-hand side where it was originally. We can choose to just merge cells. So that's just going to merge the cells together. It's not going to do anything with the text. And then we have an unmerged cells option, which will basically allow us to come out of that merge mode and split the big merged cell into separate cells again. So just be aware that you do have other options in there aside from merge and center. Have a little play around with those, have a little practice, and I will see you in the next lesson. I've mentioned Excel themes sporadically throughout this course so far. So in this lesson, it's time to delve into themes because themes control the look and feel of our spreadsheets. And how our spreadsheets look is a really important aspect of Excel. When it comes to designing our spreadsheets, particularly if we're going to send them to other people, we want to make sure that our data is consistent, that it's readable, and it's easy to interpret. And some themes and some color schemes are definitely easier on the eye than others. So it's important to make sure that you're picking a color scheme, fonts and styles that are going to assist the viewer and not distract and make things more difficult. Now, the first thing to talk about when it comes to themes is if we go up to the page layout ribbon, this first group here, themes, this is where you're going to find all of your settings. Now, what you'll notice is that when you click the themes drop down, you can see your themes gallery. And that themes gallery will be divided into two distinct sections. We have custom themes at the top, and then we have office themes. Now, in this custom area, this is where you're going to find any custom themes that you design yourself. Because yes, as you might have guessed, you can create your own themes in Excel. Now, if you're wondering why on earth would you want to create your own theme? Well, sometimes companies or organizations require you to use the same colors that match your company's branded colors. For example, maybe your company has a yellow, green, and blue logo, and they like you to use those colors when you're working in your Excel spreadsheet. So you can build your own custom theme and specify which colors you want to use. Now, we will get onto that a little bit later, but for the time being, let's just take a look at some of the inbuilt office themes. So we have a selection just here, and if we scroll down, we have a lot more. So there are quite a few different themes to choose from. Now, a theme generally contains three different elements: colors, fonts, and effects. So when you select a theme, it's going to have its own color palette, its own fonts that it uses, and its own effects. Now, the default theme in use when you just open up Excel is going to be the Office theme. Now, as I mentioned, Microsoft have recently changed the way that this Office theme works. We have a different color palette and we have different fonts. So depending on if you've downloaded the latest update for Microsoft 365, your color palette for this Office theme might be different to mine. You might be still using the old one. It's not a problem. Just be aware that that is why there might be a difference between what you're seeing on my screen and what you have on yours. So I have the Office theme applied, but I could also choose the older Office theme. So this might be the one that you're seeing as your default. We have other themes just here. So you can see as I hover over these, we get a live preview and it's changing the colors in use in the spreadsheet. So you could choose any one of these color schemes. So let's go for Wisp and see what that looks like. And if you want to see the actual color palette in use, you can go to the Home ribbon. And if you click on the Fill background icon, you can see here are the theme colors. Now, if I go back to page layout, notice that we also have a colors drop down just here. So by default, when you select a theme, you're going to get its default palette of colors like we just saw. But if you decide that you don't like those colors, you could just change the colors in use in the theme. So essentially, we'd still be using the Wisp theme. We'd just be using a different color palette. So maybe I want to go for, let's go for this red-orange color palette just here. So when you select a theme and change the color palette, it's not going to change any of the fonts or any of the effects, but it will change the colors in use. The same thing here, we could go in and we could change the font. So if I decide that I don't like this font, I could change it to something like Arial. The same thing would apply to the fonts and effects. If you don't like the fonts that are standard as part of the theme that you've selected, you can click the drop down, go in and change the font to something else. And the effects, if you're wondering, just relate to things like the type of shadow or the type of border you have when you start adding in things like shapes into your spreadsheets. Now, another really important thing to understand when it comes to themes is that there is a big difference between using theme colors and using standard colors in your worksheet. Let me show you what I mean by that. If we go to the Home tab and let's select this heading row up here, I'm going to go to the Fill Background Color, and instead of picking a color from my Theme Colors palette, I'm going to choose a standard color down here. So let's go for this navy color like that. Now, if you choose a color from the standard palette and then you go back and try and change your theme, so if I try and change it back to this office theme, notice that all of the colors in this spreadsheet change depending on which theme I'm currently hovering over, but that heading row doesn't change color. It's always dark blue. So when you choose a standard color, that won't update according to the theme that you've chosen. As soon as you put this back to using a theme color, so let's select it again, and let's choose one of these theme colors. Let's go for this dark red. Because this is now a theme color, when I go back and hover over my different themes, you can see that that heading row is now updating. Okay, so just be aware of that big difference between using standard colors and theme colors. Now, I mentioned towards the beginning of this lesson that you can create your own themes in Excel. So what I could do here is maybe I want to have these the same color as my branding. So I'm going to go to more colors and I can either choose something from here, or if I have a specific hex code for the color that I want to use, I can type it into here. You'll find that if you do work at an organization that uses branding pretty heavily, your marketing team are going to have a list of all of the colors that are used in the logo and templates and things like that. And they'll also have the hex code values. So you can ask them for those values, copy them in, and you're going to get the exact same color as your logo, for example. Now I'm just going to choose a random color from the palette here. Let's go for a dark green. Let's click on OK, and let's change this yellow, and I'm just going to select all of these. Let's change this to, let's go to more colors again, and we're going to do, let's do a light green. Click on OK. So I've made a couple of changes there. Maybe I want to save this as a theme so I can quickly switch to it in other workbooks. Now this is going to jump you to a default folder, the page layout tab, templates, click themes, and right at the bottom, now I can say change this folder. Don't navigate to another folder that you have on your PC, because we want to save into this document themes folder. So I'm just going to call this my initials and theme, and click on save. So once you save a theme, when we go back to the themes drop down, you're going to see that theme underneath custom. So I'm just going to undo and take this all the way back to how it was originally. And now if I wanted to apply my theme, I could simply go to themes, I could choose DA theme, and that is applied. And the final point worth noting here is that themes will come into play in every aspect of Excel. So if I was to insert a little chart, the colors in use in the chart are going to be based on the theme that you have in use. If I was to insert anything like a shape into the spreadsheet, the default colors are going to be taken from that default color palette. So themes are a really important thing to get your head around. Make sure you're using one that suits the spreadsheet that you're trying to construct. It's time now to do exercise 8. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So I'd like you to start out by opening up the exercise file exercise08.xlsx. Now I'd like you to insert 2 rows anywhere in the dataset and add the following 2 records. Once you've done that, I'd like you to apply number formatting to the sales column. And I'd like you to use the format that lines up the decimal places. I'd then like you to apply bold formatting and add a background fill to the heading row. I'd then like you to center the title in row 3 across all columns. And finally, apply bold and italic formatting to that heading row. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to insert 2 blank rows and complete the information for Hawaii and Idaho. Now, if we take a look at our data, let's go to the state column. I can see that these are organized into alphabetical order. So if I scroll down, Hawaii and Idaho are going to go in here. So with row 15 selected, I'm just going to press Control-Shift+ twice to add 2 blank rows. I'm then simply going to copy the information from the screenshot into the table. The next thing I asked you to do was to apply number formatting to column E, and I asked you to apply the number formatting that lines up the decimal places. And hopefully you have remembered that that is a counting format. So let's add that, and I'm going to keep this with 2 decimal places. Next, we need to apply bold formatting and a background fill to the heading row. So Control-Shift right arrow. Let's make those headings bold and let's give it a background fill. So I'm just going to go with this light blue color. I then asked you to center this title in row 3 across all of the columns. Now, if you recall, we discussed the difference between the merge and center option and center across selection. And center across selection is by far the safer one, as it means you're still able to make selections and complete formulas. So let's press Control-1 to open up Format Cells. We're going to jump into Alignment, and in the horizontal drop-down, we're going to choose Center Across Selection. Let's click on OK, and you can see that that's centered in the middle. And the final thing I asked you to do here was simply apply bold and italic formatting to that header. That is it. I hope you got an OK with that. I will see you in the next section.
Hi, from everyone at Simon Says It. We hope you're enjoying this training lesson. Please like this video to show your support for the channel. If you want to take your learning further, earn a certificate for this course, and gain access to over 200 courses ad-free, click up there and go to simonsaysit.com. Thanks for watching, and back to the course.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Excel 365 Intermediate course. In today's digital era, proficiency in Microsoft Excel has become an essential skill for professionals across various industries. Whether you're a business analyst, an accountant, an educator, or even a student, mastering Excel empowers you to efficiently manage data, analyze information, and make informed decisions. Building upon the foundational knowledge covered in our Excel for Beginners course, this intermediate level training aims to enhance your expertise and unlock the full potential of Excel 365. Throughout this course, you're going to delve deeper into Excel's robust features, functions, and tools, equipping you with the advanced techniques to tackle complex tasks and streamline your workflow. From data manipulation and analysis to advanced formatting and visualization, this course will provide you with practical, hands-on experience to elevate your Excel skills to the next level. Whether you're looking to optimize your productivity at work, gain a competitive edge in the job market, or simply expand your proficiency with Excel, this course is designed to help you achieve your goals. Hi there, my name's Deborah Ashby. I'm a Microsoft MVP and course instructor, and I'm going to be your host. So without further ado, I think we're ready to dive into the first lesson. So I'm going to head over there now, and I look forward to you joining me. It's time now to do exercise 1, the first exercise of the course. And this exercise is a little bit different from the rest of the exercises that you'll find in this course because we've only just started. We've just done the introductory lesson. So really at this stage, the only thing I need you to do is ensure that you've completed the Excel 365 for Beginners course, or you already have Excel basic skills. Remember, this is an intermediate course, and so there is an assumption of basic Excel knowledge. And the second thing to do before you dive headfirst into this course is to make sure that you've downloaded the course and exercise files and that you've stored them somewhere safe. The course files are there for you to follow along with me, and the exercise files are to complete all of the exercises throughout the balance of this course. Make sure you've done both of those two things, and we are just about ready to dive into the next section. When most of us are asked to put together a spreadsheet, we tend to dive into this task without giving too much thought to the design or the structure. And whilst the result of simply just entering in data into a spreadsheet without thinking too much about it might be sufficient for the task at hand, and your manager might be completely happy with the spreadsheet that you've produced, it can cause problems further down the line if you haven't really thought about how you're designing it. For example, if you spent a long time working on a spreadsheet and you haven't protected it in any way, when you share that with other people, when it comes back around to you, you might find that you have lots of errors in that spreadsheet, or maybe formulas that you didn't intend to be changed have been changed. Or maybe you're getting lots of questions from your colleagues about where they should enter their data, what type of calculations they should be using, which can become very time consuming. Or maybe when you originally set up this spreadsheet, you didn't really think about the future. So in 6 months' time, when you come back to that spreadsheet and you need to make changes to it, you find that you're really having to spend a lot of time modifying different formulas in different cells, as opposed to just being able to update one figure and have everything else in the spreadsheet automatically update. So it's things like this that we really do need to think about at the design stage. So what I've done here is I've put together some golden rules of spreadsheet design that would be very helpful to think about before you get too far into the creation process. So let's take a look at them. Number 1, adopt a standard and implement it. So this relates to adopting a consistent convention when it comes to things like cell formatting, fonts, colors, and file names. It might be that you work at an organization that has branded colors, and so the colors that you're using in your spreadsheet need to be from a specific palette. Whatever colors you choose to use, make sure that they are appropriate for the type of spreadsheet that you're putting together. They add to the data and don't distract. And you use color consistently across your spreadsheet, and it doesn't end up looking like a rainbow. Also, when it comes to fonts, make sure that you're using a font that's easy to read. Arial font, Calibri font, those are always great examples of font that works well in Excel. Stay away from some of the fancier font, which again is really going to distract from your data and make it difficult for other people to read. Put things like large data sets into tables so that they look organized, and use borders and background fills to highlight certain pieces of data. Even when you're thinking about naming your spreadsheets, try and implement a consistent file naming convention. If the spreadsheet relates to an invoice, maybe think about using a prefix in the file name like INV and then maybe the date. If it's a report, maybe use a prefix like RPT, so immediately if you're looking at your files in File Explorer, you have a rough idea as to what's contained within that spreadsheet. All of these things really help you adopt a consistent standard. Number 2, try and ensure there is an appropriate level of knowledge and competence within your team. If you have top-notch Excel skills and it's your job to put together the majority of the spreadsheets, but you're sharing those spreadsheets with colleagues who have very basic Excel skills, that can cause problems. So it's a really good idea to make sure that the people within your team have not only had the sufficient training, but they have the knowledge and skills to work on your spreadsheets without having to ask many questions or maybe cause problems with that spreadsheet. Number 3, identify your audience. Ensure that the design is appropriate for your audience and it's as clean and simple as possible to understand. It's really important when you're putting together a spreadsheet to think about who's going to be looking at this spreadsheet. Is it just going to be internal? Is it just your team colleagues? Is it your manager? Or is it going to a client or up to stakeholders? Maybe it's a personal project that you're working on. Maybe you're putting together something for your after-school club, and so therefore have a little bit more leeway on how professional that spreadsheet needs to look. So think about whose eyes are going to be on this spreadsheet and design accordingly. For example, if this is a professional business spreadsheet that's going to go to clients, you're probably not going to want to use something like Comic Sans font. You also might not want to add any images that appear too cartoony or colors that are very lurid. So think about your audience prior to starting out with the design. Number 5, include a welcome sheet with instruction. It's always good to provide a welcome sheet with your Excel spreadsheet, which has instructions on how to use the spreadsheet. And this is really something that I don't tend to see a lot of people do, but it can be so helpful, particularly if you're sharing this workbook with lots of people. Simply having a worksheet at the beginning called How to Use can offer valuable instructions so people aren't confused as to how to use the worksheet and where they need to input their information. It might provide some guidance as to where that user needs to enter their data or what they need to do. And you can add things onto this sheet such as keys or legends. So if you have lots of formatting in your spreadsheet, let other people know what that formatting means. You might want to give some guidance about where this worksheet needs to be saved once they've made changes. Or you might even want to go a stage further and have a versions worksheet that people update once they've made changes. All of this type of information is so useful when you're sharing your workbooks with other people and really cuts down the amount of questions that you're being asked. Number 6, separate your data. Make sure that you have your source data, your calculations, and your analysis on separate worksheets to avoid confusion. Excel is one of the best tools out there when it comes to analyzing data. So if you have a whole bunch of sales data like I have just here, you want to ensure that you have your raw data source, your sales data, on one worksheet, but any calculations you perform based off of this data, you want to keep those separate on a different worksheet. If I'd put these on the same worksheet as the source data, things can start to get really confusing, and it really doesn't assist with readability for other people. I would also then put my analysis of that data on another worksheet entirely. So my analysis might be something like taking that source data and creating a pivot table or creating some kind of chart. So don't try and cram all of these different things, your source data, your calculations, and your analysis, onto one worksheet. Separate everything out. Design for longevity. Make sure that you future-proof your spreadsheet and allow for future changes. Now, this is a really important one. As I said at the beginning, we tend to just put our data into a worksheet, and sometimes we don't really think about having to use that worksheet in 6 months or a year's time, particularly when it's been circulated around numerous people. So make sure you think about using things like Excel tables, which is going to make updating your data a lot quicker and easier. And the golden rule here, never hard code values into your formulas. For example, if we take a look at this tax column, I'm currently clicked on cell I6. I have a formula here which is just multiplying the sales value in cell H6 with the sales tax. Now, instead of typing in or hard coding the number 15% into this formula, I've used a cell reference. So if this sales tax changes in 6 months' time to 20%, it means that I'm not having to go into the formula and change 15 to 20 in everything in this tax column. I can simply change it in one cell and all of the formulas will automatically update. So don't hard code numbers into your cells and think about using things like tables. Use a consistent, clear structure. So think about color coding your worksheets and use cell styles to identify input, output, and calculation cells. It's good to get into the habit, particularly when you're working on larger workbooks that have lots and lots of different worksheets, of color coding those worksheets. So worksheets that contain related data or similar data, make the tabs all one color. For example, if you take a look at my tabs in this workbook, you can see that the 3 that are in green are all kind of related to each other. So it's a really good visual indicator of which worksheets are related to other worksheets. Another thing that can be really helpful is to use something called cell styles. And we're actually going to talk more about this in the first lesson. But what cell styles do are basically let the user know which cells are input cells, i.e. which ones they can change, which ones contain calculations, which ones contain a heading, which ones contain warnings, so on and so forth. And once you have cell styles in your workbook, you can then add those into the legend on that welcome sheet so that people understand exactly what each of these formatted cells mean. Another thing that really assists with keeping your spreadsheets looking clean and clear is by removing the grid lines. You can see on all of my worksheets, I don't have the Excel grid lines showing. I have a really nice clean white background, which really allows the focus to be entirely on the data. And finally, a really important golden rule: control data input. So keep worksheets error-free using data validation and protection. If you're sharing your workbook with lots of other people, as I mentioned at the beginning, the more people who have access to your workbook, the more likely it is that somebody's going to change something that's going to cause an error. And you really don't want to be spending a lot of time putting together a really nice worksheet with lots of whizzy formulas in it, only to have someone break the formula the first time they use it. So we can help with that by controlling access to certain parts of our worksheet. For example, you could think about using things like data validation drop-down lists to control exactly what users are entering into the cells. With this drop-down list just here, nobody can free type into that cell. They are forced to select one of the options that I've set up in this drop-down list. It also might be that you want to add protection to the worksheet or even the entire workbook, so that people can't edit specific cells. So if you have a cell that contains a formula like this one just here, if I don't want anybody changing what this formula says, I can choose to protect this cell, but keep everything else unprotected so they can do things like select manager names. They simply can't edit the formula. Notice if I try and edit anything, I'm getting a message pop up because I've applied protection. So there's lots of things we can do in Excel to control the data that's going into our spreadsheet to keep them as error-free as possible. So those are my golden rules when it comes to designing spreadsheets. Have a little think about your work and how you might adopt some of these approaches. One of the tools available in Excel that you can use to improve readability and make your spreadsheets more user-friendly are cell styles. And I always find that cell styles seem to be often overlooked by people. Essentially what cell styles are preset formatting. And you can use this formatting as a visual way to indicate things like which cells contain formulas and which cells can be edited, which cells contain warning messages, notes, so on and so forth. And all of the formatting can be customized so you can choose your own colors. So let's take a look at how this works. So my data set here is just an invoice spreadsheet for some clients. So I've got some invoice numbers, some invoice dates. We can see the amount of each invoice. And then the final two columns, VAT and total, these columns actually contain a formula. So you can see that this value is calculated by multiplying the amount by the VAT percentage in cell K3. And then the total is a simple sum calculation of the amount plus the VAT. So maybe in this spreadsheet, I want to let people know in a visual way that the cells in these two columns contain formulas and shouldn't really be edited. Now, one point to note here is that cell styles don't do anything like lock cells or prevent people from editing. They're just a visual indicator. And I'm going to show you in a moment why it's always best to add some kind of legend so that people know exactly what all the different colors mean. But when it comes to applying cell styles, this is so simple. Check this out. So we're going to press Ctrl-Shift down arrow to select both of these columns. And on the Home tab in the Styles group, we're going to click the Cell Styles drop-down. And you can see we have lots of different cell styles in here. As I said, these don't have any functionality, so to speak. They're just simply formatting. And the colors you see in here, particularly for that group themed cell styles at the bottom, those are being picked up from whatever theme you have set. So I'm using the standard office theme, so I'm getting the standard office colors. Now, I want to denote these as cells that contain calculations or formulas. So notice in the data and model group, we have a cell style called calculation. So I could go in and I could just apply this style, no problem. However, if you look at this and think, I actually really don't like the formatting, I don't like that orange font, and I don't like the shading, you can, of course, modify any of these cell styles. Now, I don't recommend that you right-click and modify the cell styles that are already here. What I would say to you is always make a duplicate of the cell style and then modify it to create your own custom style. So let's go for duplicate. We can give our style a name. I'm going to call it formulas, so it's a little bit different. And then I'm going to click on format, and we can customize how we want this to look. So maybe I want the font to be, let's go for just a darker blue. Let's go for a border. Now I'm going to let's put a dark blue border around the outside as well. And then finally, I'm going to add some background shading. Let's just add a light blue background. Click on OK and OK again. And now when we go to cell styles, you can see we have a new group at the top called custom, and that contains our new custom cell style. So I can apply this and check it out. Now notice what it's done here. It's removed the accounting number format from the style. So what I would do is go back in, right click, I can modify my cell style, click on format, go to the number tab and make sure that I also set that number formatting for this particular style. So many different ways that you can modify these. What I'd then probably do is go in and denote these cells as cells that people can change, input cells, because people are going to be adding new invoices all the time. So let's select all of these, go to cell styles, and there we have an input cell style. Now, once again, I could keep this with that formatting, or I could change it to something else. So let's duplicate this one. I'm going to call this inputs with an S on the end. And let's change this so that we have let's go for a bright red border around the outside. And I think I'm going to make that slightly wider actually. And I'm just going to make the font just black. And the final thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to jump across to the fill tab and we're going to say no color. So let's click on OK and OK again. And now we can apply the cell style. So notice it's now been added to the custom group at the top. There it is, inputs. We can click to select. Now notice one important thing. Because I didn't define any number formatting within my cell style when I modified it, notice that the invoice date column is now just showing as numbers, and the amount column has also lost its formatting. So it's entirely up to you if you want to include formatting in your cell style, but if I'd included, let's say, currency formatting, it means that it's going to format any numbers. So that would include the invoice date column. So this column would also end up formatted as currency or accounting format. So what I prefer to do is just get the bare bones there, and then we can come back in and we can simply apply the relevant formatting. So I'm going to select the invoice date column and let's make sure that's set to short date, and the amount column, I'm going to change that to accounting formatting with 2 decimal places. Now the cool thing about cell styles is that if we have our data in a table, when we go to the bottom and add a new invoice, let's just add IMV 0025. And let's just add another date in here, and we'll say Computech, and we'll just add a value. Notice that the table auto expands to accommodate that new record, and the cell style carries through. We don't have to do anything extra to apply that cell style. Now, a final couple of things I would probably do here. I would also make the VAT cell, this cell just here, an input cell, because the VAT might change at some point. So I want to let people know that they can actually modify this cell. So once again, we're going to go to cell styles. Let's choose inputs. So I would simply add percentage formatting just to put that back. Now remember, when it comes to cell styles, we have lots of other styles in here as well. For example, things like titles and headings. So what I could do here with the spreadsheet title is I could select this cell, which includes all of this text, go to cell styles and maybe choose title style, just to give it a bit of structure. And of course, something that's really important is adding a legend or a key so that everybody knows what these cell styles mean. Now, normally I would add the legend or the key onto a summary sheet, and we are going to talk about that in the following lessons. But just to give you an idea, what I would do somewhere is I would select a cell, I would add the formulas cell style, select the cell underneath, add the inputs, and then I would just write some text so everybody knows what these colors mean. So there we go, calculation cell do not edit, input cell can be edited. So that is how you can use cell styles to improve the readability of your spreadsheets. When working in Excel, and particularly if you're going to be sharing your spreadsheets with colleagues or other people, it's really important that you control the data that goes into the spreadsheet. And we're going to explore a couple of methods that we can use to ensure that our spreadsheets remain as error-free as possible. So what do I mean by that? Well, if you take a look at this spreadsheet just here, we have a list of employees. And in here, we can see their department and their salary. Now, if I share this spreadsheet with, let's say, 10 other people, anybody can go into this spreadsheet and start making changes to these cells. Now, that might be fine. This might be a list that you want people to keep updated, but there might be certain cells or certain parts of this worksheet that you just don't want them to touch. For example, if you take a look in column I, you can see we have a couple of NA errors in here. Now, don't worry about those too much at the moment. If we click on one of these cells, you can see that it contains an index match formula. And again, if you're not sure what an index match formula is, we're going to cover that in a couple of sections' time. All you really need to note now is that these two cells both contain formulas. Now, what I don't want to happen here is that when I send this spreadsheet to somebody else, they come into one of these cells and change this formula. Because it might be that the person who's changing it doesn't have particularly good Excel skills and they break the formula, or it might be that they accidentally touch their keyboard, drop something on their keyboard, add something into the formula, and then again it's broken. So we want to make sure that we put in as many controls as possible to ensure that things like this don't happen. Now, what we're aiming for here is in cell I3, I want to be able to type in an employee name and have it return the department and the salary. And that is basically what these index match formulas are going to do. They basically look at the name that we have in cell I3. They then look in the table, they find that name, let's say Lee Anderson, for example, and they'll return the department and the salary for that employee. So let's type in Lee Anderson just here. And when I hit enter, we should find that it returns the department that he's in and the salary because of these formulas. Now, I can see that the salary doesn't have any formatting, so let's fix that. Let's apply some accounting formatting with 2 decimal places. So that's working fine, but what if I come in here and I type in, let's go for Laurie May, and hit enter? I'm getting NA errors. Now, Laurie May does exist in the table, so why are these formulas not returning the department and the salary? Well, if I take a look at my employee name, I can see here is Laurie May, but notice that I've spelt her name wrong. So instead of an I on the end, I've used a Y. So if you have a spelling mistake in your lookup, it's not going to return the correct result. And this can reflect really badly on you, because if you go back to your manager and say, well, Laurie May doesn't exist in the table according to my formulas, when they're actually there, then that isn't really a good look. So the method that I would use to ensure that people are inputting the correct names every single time is to use a data validation drop-down list. So what we're going to do here is let's just add employee at the top. Make this a bit wider, and I'm just going to use my format painter to copy that formatting because we're going to add a little data validation drop down. So let's go to the data tab, over to data tools. We're going to choose data validation, and on the settings tab, we're going to say that we want to create a list. Now the source for our list, well, we want to list all of the employee names. So I'm going to go to the first name in the employee name column, Control Shift down arrow to select the entire range and click on OK. So now I have this little drop down and I can select the names and it's correct every single time. So this really safeguards against spelling mistakes and people just entering in the wrong thing into the cell. So consider utilizing data validation lists. Now, the second thing that I'd like to show you in this lesson is how to protect individual cells. Because now we have our nice data validation drop down, our formulas underneath are working perfectly. Now, what about if I want to send this spreadsheet to other people? I want them to be able to edit the employee details down here and add new employees onto the bottom. I also want them to be able to make selections from this drop down, but I don't want them to be able to click in either of these two cells and start changing the formula. So what I can do here is I can protect these two cells that contain those formulas and leave everything else unprotected. Now, protection, I always think, works a little bit backwards. And the principle you need to get your head around is that every cell in Excel by default is locked. Now, you might be thinking, well, if every cell is locked, how can I just type into any cell? And if you don't believe me, let's right-click on a cell. Let's go to Format Cells and the Protection tab. Notice the locked checkbox is selected. And you'll find that no matter what cell you click in your spreadsheet. Now, the reason why we can still type into locked cells is that this locking doesn't take effect until we protect the worksheet. So until then, everything is still unlocked. So if we want to make certain cells editable and other ones locked, what I would do here is I would select all of the cells that I want people to be able to change. So I'm going to say Control-Shift down arrow. I also want them to be able to use that drop down. Then I'm going to right click, go to Format Cells, and we're going to unlock those cells. Let's click on OK. So now when I go up to the Review tab, I'm going to say Protect Sheet. I'm not going to use a password. Let's click on OK. And now what we'll find is that these cells are still editable. So if I go down here, I could change this to sales, not a problem. But if I try and make any changes to these two cells where we have the formulas, I'm going to get an error message. It says the cell or chart you're trying to change is on a protected sheet. So these two cells are protected or locked, and everything else where I need to make changes, all of those cells are editable. Working quickly and efficiently in Excel is the name of the game, and that is extended to being able to navigate quickly around our workbook. And that's particularly important if you have a workbook that has lots and lots of different worksheets. For example, this workbook that I have here has quite a few different worksheets, and I want to be able to jump around between these worksheets in the most efficient way possible. So in this lesson, I'm going to show you a few different methods when it comes to navigating and some cool little things that you can add into your spreadsheet to make it really easy for yourself and anybody that you share this workbook with to get to the worksheet that they need quickly. Now, the simplest way of jumping to another worksheet is to come all the way down to where we have our tabs. Can you see these two arrows in the left-hand corner? If you hover your mouse over any of these arrows and right-click, notice that we get this little menu pop up which lists out all of the worksheets in our workbook. So if I want to quickly jump to the Analysis worksheet, I can select Analysis, click on OK, and it's going to take me there. So that's a really useful little quick tip. But how else can we navigate between workbooks? Well, we could add a hyperlink to certain pages. So let's go to the Sales Data worksheet. Maybe I want people to be able to very quickly jump across to the Analysis worksheet from this Sales Data worksheet. So what I could do is I could add a link. Now I'm going to add another row into the top here because I'm going to put my link just here. So I'm going to say go to the Analysis worksheet, and I'm going to make this a hyperlink. So with this text selected, I can either right click and go down to link. Alternatively, I can press the keyboard shortcut Control K, which is going to jump me to the Insert Hyperlink dialog box. Now, there's lots of things that we can link to from within here. We can link to external websites, we can link to email addresses, we can link to other workbooks, or we can link to other worksheets within the same workbook. Now, to do that, we need to go to Place in this document, and this is where you'll then see all of the other worksheets listed out. So I want this to go to the Analysis worksheet, so let's make sure we select it. And notice just above, we can also type in the exact cell reference that we want to jump to on that Analysis workbook. So by default, it's going to be cell A1, which a lot of the time will be perfect. Just so you can see, let's change this to A10. We can also add a screen tip in here so that when people hover their mouse over this hyperlink, it basically tells them what they need to do. So we can put instructional text in here. So click here to see the Sales Analysis report. Let's click on OK. So you can see that that's now a hyperlink. And again, if I hover my mouse over it, I'm getting that little screen tip. Click here to see the Sales Analysis report. And if I click on this, it's going to jump us across to the Sales Analysis worksheet. And notice where my cursor is. It's in cell A10. So that is a really nice, simple way to navigate. Now, what else could we do to make these links more interesting? Well, we could hyperlink from a picture or an icon or a shape. We could create our own button. So instead of having a text link, maybe I want to make myself a little interesting button. So let's go to Insert. We're going to go to Shapes, and I'm going to draw a rounded rectangle. And here I'm going to say, see the analysis report. So then we can format. So I'm going to change this to Aptos font. I'm going to put it in the center. Let's make it a little bit smaller. And in fact, I'm going to make that a little bit wider. And then we can change the button color to match our color scheme. So let's go for a green background fill. And I think I'm going to go for a dark green shape outline. So now I have a useful little button instead, and I can put this wherever I need to put it. So maybe I want to put it at the bottom here, and then I can run through the same process. So Control K, I can select the analysis worksheet. I can select the cell I want to link to and add a screen tip if I want to. Click on OK, and now this becomes a helpful little button, which is going to jump us to the same worksheet. Now, you're not limited to linking from text and shapes. You can also use pictures and icons. So let's take a look at one more example. I'm going to insert an icon, and I'm going to search for an icon of a house or a home. So let's just choose this one just here and click on Insert. Now, with these icons, you can change the color of them from the graphics format tab. So again, I could make this the green color. I want this to stand out a little bit. So let's make it purple. I'm going to make it a bit smaller. And then what I could do is I could place this somewhere on the worksheet and maybe link this to the first worksheet, the home worksheet, for example. And this is something that I quite like to do because a lot of the time the first worksheet in the workbook will contain a lot of useful information. So it's good to have a way that people can quickly jump back to home if they need to. Now I'm just going to put mine, let's just put it up here. Now I could copy and paste this onto every single worksheet so that we have some consistency and can easily jump back to the home page whenever we need to. But with regards to linking, this works in exactly the same way. We can press Control K, and this time I'm going to select How to Use, click on OK, and now if we click on this, it's going to jump us back to that first page. So those are a few different methods that you could employ to help your users navigate around a large workbook. In this very quick lesson, we're just going to talk about summary sheets and why you should be adding them into your Excel workbooks. So what exactly is a summary sheet? Well, a summary sheet in general is a worksheet that appears at the beginning of a workbook. So you can see here that I have a workbook open. This workbook contains many different tabs with different types of data on each tab. And what I've done here is I've added a summary sheet to the beginning of the workbook. So if you take a look at my tabs at the bottom, you can see I've added this one here that says how to use. Now, the idea of a summary sheet is that anybody looking at this workbook or trying to interpret this workbook, it just gives them a little bit more information about exactly how to use the workbook. So I've labeled the tab How to Use, and on it, I've just listed out some important information. So you can see at the top here, we have a little table of data with some instructions. So it goes through some of the tabs and lets them know exactly what they need to do on each tab. For example, with the Calculations tab, it says perform any calculations on the Calculations tab. So if we go across to Calculations, they know that they need to perform any calculations for this workbook on this specific tab. With the Dashboard tab, it says refresh the dashboard weekly to update data. Filter data using the slicers only. So it just lets people know exactly what they should be doing on each tab. Then we move down to cell styles. Now, we looked at cell styles in a previous lesson. These allow us to color code different cells, again, to guide people so that they know what type of information should be going into those cells. And I mentioned in that lesson that it is important to have a key or a legend letting people know what those cell styles mean. And this is in general a good place to put it. So we put it on the summary sheet so people know that any cell that is colored in orange is an input cell. Anything that's gray with orange font is calculation. so on and so forth. And we've also got a bit more information at the bottom here with regards to saving. So it says, if you amend this spreadsheet, save it as a new version in this folder. So again, it prevents people from naming files incorrectly, and it ensures that they know exactly where they need to be storing any new versions that they create of this workbook. And then finally at the bottom we have versions. So update the versions tab whenever a change is made, add your initials, the date, and the details of the change. And that's pretty much all there is to a summary worksheet. You can put whatever you like on the summary worksheet. Any information that you think is going to be helpful to people will prevent errors from going into the cells and will just make your workbook in general easier to read and interpret. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how you can make your data input a lot quicker by using forms in Excel. So what exactly do I mean by this? Well, if you take a look at the worksheet, we just have a small data set just here that lists out some invoice data. So in column B, we have the invoice date. We then have an invoice number, the client that the invoice belongs to, the amount on the invoice, and the status. So whether it's late or if it's been paid. Now, it might be that it's my job each week to update this invoice list. So as we send out new invoices, I want to add more invoices to the bottom just here. Now, I could, of course, just go to the bottom cell and start to type in the record, or I could use a form. And sometimes using a form makes this entire process a lot quicker because it allows you to move between records efficiently. It allows you to add new records really quickly, and you can also delete records super fast as well. Now, if you're hunting around on any of these ribbons up here looking for the Forms button, then unfortunately you're not going to find it, because forms isn't a command that's on a ribbon by default. So we need to add it. And the easiest way to do this is to add it to the quick access toolbar. So if we go to our QAT, click the drop down just here to open up the customize menu, and we're going to go straight down to more commands. This is going to jump us across to Excel options and to the quick access toolbar page. Now from here, we can choose how we want to sort our commands. So currently I'm only showing popular commands in the list below. Now in general, I tend to switch this to all commands so that I know that I'm seeing everything that's available to me. And these commands are organized alphabetically, which makes it a little bit easier to find. So we're looking for the forms command. So I'm going to scroll down to where we have all of our F's, and there it is, just there, form. Let's select it and we're going to click add to add it to our QAT. When we click on OK, we should see it now sitting up here. Now, before we click on this form button, I would always advise you to put your data into an Excel table. So let's press Control T. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK, and you can see I'm getting the default formatting. Now, you can change that from the table styles dropdown if you want to. This isn't a necessary step. You can just leave it as it is. But in general, I usually change the default. I'm going to change it to this one just here, dark green, table style, medium 18. And of course, then if you go to the table design ribbon in table style options, you have some choices with regards to if you want banded rows turned off or on. Now I have mine turned on currently. If I deselect this checkbox, it's going to turn those banded rows off. Now, why do we use banded rows? Well, a lot of the time it makes it a lot easier to read across the record. So I'm going to leave mine on. So we've got our data in a table. We have our forms button ready to go. Let's use it. So let's click on it and check out what happens. We get this useful little form which has picked up all of the column headings in our data set, and we can see them listed out here. We also then have a group of commands that we can use. So if I wanted to enter a new invoice to the bottom here, I can simply click the new button and I can type in the invoice date. So let's go for 1/15/2024. Invoice number is IMV-1028. Tab. Client is client 15. Tab, let's say the amount is $200, and the status will say that that is late. And you can see as soon as we click on the new button, it adds that new record into the table. It also leaves the form dialog box open, so you can then just quickly jump to the next one and add another new record if you want to. And that's really all there is to using forms to input data. As I said, this can make your data entry a lot quicker, and it's a great efficiency tip to know.
For the next section, you'll want to download the course exercise files. Click the link below in the video description to get these. You can also scroll through the details to find timestamps for each section in this course. If you're enjoying this training, please leave us a comment.
It's time now to complete exercise 2. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. Now, notice here that I have a table of data that lists out some product IDs, the product name, the price of each product. We have a blank sales tax column, and then we have the status of the product, so whether it's in stock or out of stock. Also notice in cell H1, we have a sales tax amount of 20%. Now, the first thing I'd like you to do is format this dataset as an Excel table. I'd then like you to calculate the sales tax for each product in column E. I'd then like you to indicate that columns B, C, D, and F are input cells. And then I'd like you to add the Forms button to the Quick Access toolbar and use that Forms button to add another record to the bottom of the dataset. And you can see the details of the record that I'd like you to add. And what you should find is that if you've done all of this correctly, the sales tax field will automatically update. That's it for now. I will see you in the next section. In this section of the course, we're going to shift our focus to taking a look at logical functions. Now, there are so many logical functions in Excel. If we go to the Formulas tab and go to the Logical drop-down in the Functions library, you can see we have all of these in here. And logical functions basically allow us to perform a test on a piece of data, and then depending on if the output of that test is true or false, we get our result. Now, we're going to explore logical functions in detail throughout the balance of this section, but I just wanted to spend this very first lesson just doing a basic recap of exactly what logical functions are, just so that we're all on the same page moving forward. So on this first worksheet here called Basic Logical, we have a small table of data that just lists out some expenses. So maybe these are a list of employees and we have the total of the expenses that they've incurred. And then we have an empty column just here, column C, where we need to work out if these employees require approval for these expenses. And if we take a look over in column F, you can see we've got a little bit of information. So it says expenses over the following amount must be approved. And the threshold is $1,000. So anything over $1,000 requires approval from a manager. So what we essentially need to do here is we need to get Excel to test each of these cells in column B to check to see if the value is greater than 1,000. If it is, then approval is required. If it isn't, then approval is not required. So the way that we can do this is to use the if formula. Now, when you're working with if or any logical function, it's important to understand logical operators. And you can see a little table. This is just a picture that I've copied and pasted in from the Microsoft website. This lists out the conditions and the relevant operators. So what exactly do all of these mean? Well, let's just type in number 5 and number 6 into a couple of cells. I could run a logical test here, and for this I don't even need to put if in front of it. I could type in equals and I could test if the value in this cell is equal to the value in this cell. So is 5 equal to 6? When we hit enter, we get a result of false. And that's another important point to note. The result of a logical test is always either going to be true or false. So let's double click to edit the cell, and this time we'll change the operator to the next one in the list. So this time we're testing if cell G11 is greater than cell G12. When we hit enter, we get false because 5 is not greater than 6. Let's do one more because I think you get the idea. We'll go to the next one in the list. This time we're going to test if G11 is less than G12. And you've probably guessed the answer here. It is true. So this little table will help you out when it comes to deciding which operator you need to use. Make sure you commit those to memory. Now, in those examples just there, we weren't using if statements. We were simply typing in equals and then selecting the cell references. So why do we use if? Well, let's type another couple of numbers into some cells. I'm going to type in 10 and 20. So if I was performing a logical test on these, I could say, is 10 greater than 20? Hit enter, my answer is going to be false. As I mentioned, the answer is always going to be true or false. Now, what if we want to assign something a little bit more meaningful to these true and false labels? Maybe instead of true, I want it to say yes, and maybe instead of false, I want it to say no. Well, that is where if statements come in, because if statements help us give meaning to logical tests that we perform. So what I could say here is if I click at the beginning, I could type in if, let's open a bracket, my logical test. Well, that is what we have here. We're testing if G11 is greater than G12. So if we move to the end, comma, we can then specify what we want it to say in the cell if the answer is true and what we want it to say if it's false. And if we want to output text, then that needs to go into quotes. So if it's true, I want it to say yes. If it's false, I want it to say no. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and you can now see we have our answer of no because 10 is not greater than 20. So that's the basic premise of how if statements work. Let's now take that and apply it to our expenses table up here. So if we click in this cell, we're going to type in equals if, open a bracket, logical test. What is our logical test in this case? Well, we want to test if cell B5 is greater than G5. So effectively, is 800 greater than 1,000? Now notice here it says expenses over the following amount must be approved. So it doesn't say expenses over and including the following amount. If that was the case and we wanted to include anything with 1,000 exactly, we would do greater than or equal to. But we just want over, so we're going to leave it on greater than. Now, in a moment, we're going to copy this formula down to the rest of the cells. Now, when we pull this formula down, the cell references are going to move and update accordingly. Now, we don't actually want G5 to move because we always want to reference this cell. So we need to make sure that we press the F4 key to lock that cell reference in place. And then we can say, if the expense is greater than 1,000, we want to output yes. If it's not, we want to output no. Close the bracket. I'm going to press Control Enter to stay in the same cell and then double click to copy that down. And you can see here with this expense that is exactly 1,000, approval isn't required because it's not greater than 1,000. So that is how basic logical formulas work and how a very simple if statement works. In the last lesson, we did a quick recap of how basic logical functions work. And in this lesson, we're going to move that on a little bit and see how we can incorporate two more logical functions, and or. And we've got a few different examples to work through on this page. So let's start out really basic at the top and we'll build from there. So in this first table at the top here, example 1, we have a list of student names and then we have the score that they achieved in a test. And what I want to output into these cells are whether they've passed or not. And you can see over on the right hand side, we have the pass mark that they need to achieve in order to get a result of pass. So anything under 85 is going to be a fail, which I think is pretty harsh. Now this is just a basic if statement like we did in the last lesson. So let's type in equals if. What is our logical test? Well, if the score, and this time we're going to say is greater than or equal to 85, and we're going to press F4 to lock that cell reference. If that is true, then they have passed. If it's not, then they have failed. Let's close the bracket, Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and then we can double click to copy down. So we can see that anything that is 85 or above has a result of pass. Anything that's under 85 has a result of fail. Nice and basic, nice and straightforward. Let's move on to a more complex example. Now, this time we have a list of products. We have the weight of each of those products and we have the price. And we need to calculate the shipping fee. And if you take a look over on the right, you can see that we have weight, 30, shipping fee, 20%. So what we're saying here is that if any of these products has a weight of 30 kilograms or more, there's going to be a 20% shipping fee charged. And that's going to be 20% of the overall price of the product. So this is an example of how to use a calculation within an if statement. So let's type equals. We're going to say if. What is our logical test? Well, we want to test if the weight is greater than or equal to 30 kilos. F4 to lock that cell. Now, if that is true, if it is greater than or equal to 30 kilos, then we want to work out what 20% of the price is. So this is where we need to perform a calculation. So if that's true, we're going to say calculate 30% of 500. Now to do that, we simply need to select the cell C14 and we're going to multiply it by the shipping fee. And again, we need to press F4 to lock that shipping fee in place because we don't want it to move when we copy the formula down. Now, if it's false, there is no shipping fee. So I'm just going to have a blank cell and we represent that with 2 quote marks. Let's close off our if statement. Let's press Control Enter. And we should find that when we copy this down, wherever we have a product that is 30 kilograms or higher, we now have a shipping fee total in column D. The other cells will remain blank. So that is how you can use formulas within your if statements. Now let's move down the page a little bit and take a look at AND and OR. Now AND and OR allow you to perform multiple logical tests. In all of the examples that we've seen so far, we've been performing one logical test and specifying what we want the result to look like. This time we're going to test multiple conditions. So again, we have a list of student names, and this time they've sat 2 separate tests. And we've got the score that they achieved for test 1 and the score that they achieved for test 2. And you can see over on the right hand side the pass marks that they need to achieve for each test in order to receive an overall result of pass. So we're going to say that anything greater than or equal to 75 in test 1 is a pass, and anything greater than or equal to 65 in test 2 is a pass. So we're going to use the AND function. So let's type in equals. We're going to say AND. Notice here the arguments logical 1, logical 2, logical 3, logical 4. We can perform many logical tests. So what is our first logical test? Well, if score 1 is greater than or equal to 75, F4 to lock that cell, comma. We then go straight into logical 2. So our second logical test is AND if this score is greater than or equal to 65, F4 to lock. So what we're saying here is that both of these need to be above the pass mark in order to receive an overall result of pass. Now, if I just leave it like that and hit enter, we're going to get a result of true or false. And it's true because this score is greater than 75 and this score is greater than 65. So both of these are true, giving us an overall result of true. Now, I don't want it to say true, so this is where we can wrap it in an if to make it more meaningful. So we've got our logical test, that's everything in this AND formula. We can jump straight to the end, and if it's true, we can say pass if both of these are true. And if even one of them is false, we need a fail in there. Let's hit enter, double click to copy down, and you can see the results just there. So for example, this one that says fail, it's a fail because test 1 is below the pass mark, even though test 2 is above. Because with the AND formula, we need both of these to be true in order to get a pass. So you can use AND to perform multiple logical tests. Now, OR works in a very similar way, except this time, instead of saying both of them need to be true, only one of them needs to be true in order to achieve a pass. So again, we have students, we have their scores in 2 tests, and they only need to get above the pass mark in one of these tests in order to get a result of pass. So let's do this in the same way. We're going to say OR this time. It's exactly the same arguments. So we're going to say if this score is greater than or equal to the pass mark, F4 to lock, or if this score is greater than or equal to the pass mark, F4 to lock. Close the bracket, hit enter. We're going to get a result of true or false. Remember, we just need to wrap this in an if in order to make this more meaningful. So if one of those is true, they're going to get a pass. If neither are true, they're going to get a fail. Close the bracket, hit enter, and then we can double click to copy down. So you can see that these are all passes except this last one because both scores are below the minimum pass mark. At this point in this section, we should be reasonably familiar with what an if statement does. So in this lesson, we're going to move things along a little bit and we're going to take a look at nested if statements. Now, nested if statements are pretty much what you might imagine them to be. They are if statements inside other if statements. So why might you want to use these, and how do we put them together? Now in this lesson, we're just using an employee database. So in column A, we have some employee names. We have the building they're located in, the department, their hire date, the number of years they've been working at the company, their salary, and then they have a job rating. And this job rating column is pivotal to this lesson. Now, this job rating might be an overall score that they've achieved in their last review, with 1 being the lowest job rating and 5 being the highest. And these job ratings might have been based on various different factors, maybe scores from other disciplines. But it ends up that every employee is given a job rating. Now, for our best performing employees, so those employees that have a high job rating, those lucky people are going to be getting bonuses. And you can see over on the right hand side here, we've got the bonuses that we're going to assign to each of the job ratings. So effectively over here, we can use if statements to look at the job rating for each employee and then match it over here in the table and return the bonus. Now, I will say before we even start doing this, you could do this using lookups as well, but we're going to use nested if statements just to practice those instead. So let's click in the first cell. We're going to say equals, and we're going to type in if. So what is our logical test here? Well, we're testing if the job rating is equal to, and we'll say 5 first of all. If that's true, they're going to get a bonus of 3,000, comma. Now, at this stage, we don't add a false argument in at the moment. We go straight into our next if to perform our next logical test. And this is why they're called nested if statements. So our next logical test is if the job rating is equal to 4, if that's true, they're going to get a bonus of 1,500, comma, next if. If the job rating is equal to 3, they're going to get a bonus of 900, and we're going to carry on going. If the job rating is equal to 2, then they're going to get a bonus of 100. And then when we get to the last one, we could specify this in the same way, or alternatively, we could just add our false argument. Because the false argument in this case will basically say, if the job rating doesn't match anything else that we've specified, then they're not going to get a bonus. So our false argument could be a blank, or it just simply could be a 0. So now we can close off our bracket, but look at how many brackets we've opened. Remember in Excel, you always need to close off as many brackets as you open. So I'm going to add a few more brackets in, and you can see as I'm doing that, it's moving back. As soon as that little screen tip disappears, then you know that you've entered in enough brackets. It's also worth noting that if you don't enter in enough, Excel will prompt you and will fix it automatically for you. Now let's see what we get here. Let's press enter. I'm going to double click to copy this down, and well, that doesn't look too great, does it? So what have I done wrong? Let's double click. Well, I haven't made any of these cell references absolute. So as I'm dragging this down, it's moving these cell references down. So I want to make sure that I go through and anything that's being referenced in the table in column J and K, I want to make sure that I press F4 to lock all of those references because we don't want those to move. So I'm just quickly going to go through and do that like so. Now let's press enter, and when we double click to copy down, we should find that that looks a lot better. Now notice that we have this little green triangle in the corner. Wherever you see a green triangle, that's always a warning. Let's click to see what it says. So it's simply telling me that this is an unprotected formula, meaning I haven't locked these cells so anybody can come in and change this formula. Now I'm not too worried about that, so I'm going to select the entire column, Control-Shift down arrow. Let's click that warning triangle and just say ignore error. Control up arrow to jump to the top. So let's do a quick spot check and make sure that these totals are correct. So up here, Lisa Page, she has a job rating of 1, which means she's going to get no bonus, and that is correct. The next employee, Hector Taylor, he has a job rating of 4, which means he's going to get a bonus of 1,500. The next employee, Jonathan Dawson, he's been very good. He's got a job rating of 5, which means he's going to get a bonus of 3,000. So that is a nested if statement. And if you take a look in the formula bar, you'll see that that is pretty long. There are definitely shorter ways that we can do this, including another logical function called if-s. And in this example, we could also have used an XLOOKUP or a VLOOKUP, which would have been a much shorter formula. But this should hopefully give you an idea as to exactly what nested if statements are, so that you know how to use them if you need to. In the previous lesson, we saw how we could use nested if statements in order to calculate the bonus for each employee based on their job rating. And if you recall, I mentioned that the nested if statement formula was pretty long. So in this lesson, we're going to take a look at an alternative that is slightly shorter, and that is the ifs function. Now, the ifs function was released in 2019, so it is a newer function. Nested if statements have been around much longer, but this is a bit of a quicker notation when it comes to creating effectively nested if statements. So I wanted to make sure that you could get a direct comparison. So we're going to use the same data. We need to complete the bonus column, and we're going to determine which employee gets a bonus and how much by their job rating. So let's use the if-s function this time. So we're going to type it in. Our first argument is logical test 1. So once again, we're going to say if the job rating is equal to 5, and we're going to press F4 to lock, comma, if that's true, they're going to get a bonus of 3,000, F4 to lock, comma. Now, in nested if statements, this is where we would then go in with our next if. But with the if-s function, you don't actually need to do that. You can just move on to your next logical test. So we can say, okay, if this is equal to this, F4 to lock. If that's true, they're going to get 1,500. Now we're into logical 3. If this is equal to this, they're going to get a bonus of 900. And if this is equal to this, F4 to lock, they're going to get a bonus of 100, F4 to lock. And one difference with the if-s formula over nested if statements is that there is no false argument. So I could just close off the formula here, or I could specify. So if we say if this is equal to this, then they're going to get nothing. Let's close, hit enter, and then we can double clickety-click to copy down, and we should find that we get the same results. Now, once again, I can see that we have this green triangle, so Control-Shift down arrow to select the entire column, and we're going to say it's fine that the formula is unprotected. We're going to ignore the error, Control up arrow to jump to the top. So whilst this is very slightly shorter because we're not having to add in if each time, it is still quite a lengthy formula. But just know that there is an alternative to nested if statements, and I know that a lot of people do find this a little bit easier to understand. Give both methods a good practice, and I'm sure you'll find which one is your favorite. It's time now to take a look at conditional ifs. And when I say conditional ifs, I mean specifically 3 functions: countifs, sumifs, and average ifs. Now, you'll notice in the title here that where we have countifs, sumifs, and average ifs, I've put the S in brackets. Now, the reason why I've done that is because there are singular versions of these formulas as well. So countif, sumif, and average if without the S. Now, I've chosen not to show you the singular version in this course. What's the reason for that? Well, you don't actually need them now that we have the plural version with the S on the end, because countifs, sumifs, and average ifs can do exactly the same as countif, sumif, and average if, and they can also do more. So let's take a look at how they work. So we're going to start out with sumifs. Now, notice in this table here, we have a list of sales agents that work on the sales team. We have the company that they're assigned to, we have their job title, and we have the total amount of sales that they've generated. And what I want to do over here is I want to sum the sales based on different pieces of criteria. So for the first calculation here, you can see I've got Microworld highlighted in green. So basically, I want to perform a calculation that says sum the total sales when the company is equal to Microworld. So we basically have a logical test with some criteria. So what we're going to do is we're going to type in equals sum ifs. Now, this formula has three arguments: sum range, criteria range 1, and criteria 1. So the first thing you need to specify is what you want to sum. So in this first example, we're summing the total sales for Microworld. So our sum range is going to be the total sales range, comma, criteria range 1. Now, the way I think about this is I like to think about what my criteria is first, and then my criteria range is just where I'm going to find that piece of criteria. So my criteria is Microworld. Where am I going to find that? Well, I'm going to find it in the company range. So that is my criteria range, comma. What's my criteria? My criteria is Microworld, F6. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I get my result. So this is the total amount of sales where the company is equal to Microworld. Now, in the next example, we're taking this up a level because we have two pieces of criteria. This time, I want to sum all of the sales for the sales reps at Microworld only. So let's type in equals SUMIFs. Our sum range is the total sales. Criteria range 1. Well, our first piece of criteria is Microworld again. So our criteria range is where we're going to find that, which is the company range. Our criteria is Microworld. But now if I press comma, it moves on to criteria range 2. So we can carry on going. So my next piece of criteria is that they must be sales reps. Where are we going to find this? Well, we're going to find it in the job title column. That is our criteria range, comma, and our criteria is sales rep. Close the bracket, hit enter, and we get our result. And the final example here, we have three pieces of criteria. So let's jump straight into our sum ifs again. Our sum range is the total sales. Criteria range 1 is the company. Our criteria is Microworld. Criteria range 2 is the job title. The criteria is sales rep. And now our third piece of criteria is we only want to sum sales that are greater than 7,000. So what's our criteria range going to be here? Well, it's going to be the total sales column, and our criteria is going to be this cell, or you could type in greater than 7,000. So I'm going to select the cell. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and we get our result. And if you wanted to just do a quick visual check of this to make sure that all your numbers are correct, let's go through and let's highlight those sales. So wherever we have Microworld sales rep, so that cell just there, and there are no other records that match that piece of criteria. So the total sales should be 7139, and I can see that yes, it is. Now, COUNTIFs works in a very similar way, except instead of summing, we're counting. So let's do equals COUNTIFs. So in this first example, I want to count the total number of employees at Computech. So my criteria range is the company, comma, my criteria is Computech. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I can see that there are 6 sales agents at Computech. Let's do this example. So the next one, this time we're trying to calculate the total number of employees at Computech with the job title of sales manager. So our criteria range is the company. Our criteria is Computech. Criteria range 2 is the job title. Criteria is sales manager. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there are 3 sales managers at Computech. And we can see there's one, and there's the third. And then finally, we want to count the total number of employees at Computech with the job title of sales manager and less than 9,000 in sales. So equals COUNTIFs. Criteria range 1 is the company. Hopefully you're getting the idea. Repetition is the best way to learn. Criteria is Computech. Criteria range 2 is the job title. Criteria is sales manager. And finally, criteria range 3 is the sales. And the criteria is what we have in cell H16. Close the bracket, hit enter, and we get a result of 2. And if I highlight those in the table, you can see that 2 of them have less than 9,000 in sales. And then the final one, I've just got 2 examples here because it works exactly the same, is average ifs. So this is if we want to calculate averages for multiple pieces of criteria. So this time we just want to work out the average of the sales for Computech. So our average range is going to be the sales. Our criteria range is going to be the company, and our criteria is going to be Computech. Close the bracket, hit enter. There is our average. Let's finish off the set and do the final one, average ifs. This time we're working out the average sales for people who work at Computech with the job title of sales rep. Average range is this range just here. Criteria range is this range. Criteria 1 is Computech. And then finally, criteria range 2 is the job title, and the criteria is sales rep. Close the bracket, hit enter, and we have our result. So hopefully you can see there how useful these functions could be. In fact, both COUNTIFs and SUMIFs have been voted amongst Excel users as two of the most useful functions. Give them a practice. Hopefully we've repeated this enough times that they are now solidified in your brain. Check them out, have a play around, and I'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk through two other logical functions, if-error and if-NA. And both of these are what we classify as error handling functions. And that's exactly what they do. They help us handle errors in formulas. So I'm going to show you how to use both of them, and we'll just walk through what the difference is between them, because there isn't too much of a difference. Now, we're using our employee data again. But this time, notice in column H, we have a lot of NA errors. Now, why do we have these errors in here first of all? Well, if we click on the first cell and take a look in the formula bar, I can see that I'm using the if-S formula, and let's just check through what this formula is doing. So the first logical test is testing if G4 is equal to J4. So that looks about right. So if G4 is equal to J4, then we want it to output the bonus of 3,000. That looks fine to me. What about the next logical test? Well, this time it's saying if G4 is equal to J5, output the result in K5. Again, that looks to be correct. But that's where the formula ends. So this formula is only accounting for employees that have received a job rating of 4 or 5. Anybody who's got 3, 2, or 1 isn't accounted for in this formula. And that is why when we've copied this formula down, anybody who does have a job rating of under 4 has an NA error, because the formula can't reference the job rating because we haven't told it to. Now, maybe in this example, only the people with a job rating of 4 or 5 are going to get a bonus, and that's why we've done this. But when we've constructed our formula, we've been pretty surprised that we have all of these NA errors appear in the cells. Why doesn't it just say nothing? Well, that is because we need to tell the formula that we don't want anything in the cell if there is an error. So basically what I want it to do here is wherever it finds NA, I want it to just have a blank cell because those people aren't getting a bonus. Now, this leads me on nicely to the difference between if-NA and if-error. Both of these are formulas that will handle errors, but the if-NA formula can only be used when you have NA errors in cells. There are lots of different types of errors that we can get in cells in Excel, and if we try and handle those with if-NA, it's not going to work. It only deals with specifically NA errors, whereas if-error will deal with any error. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be an NA, it could be a div, it could be a value, it could be a name error. If-error is kind of your catch-all. So let's start out with if-NA. I'm going to go up to the formula bar and we're going to edit this formula, and we're simply going to add if-NA on the front here. Now, if-NA only has two arguments, value and value if-NA. So the value in the cell is being generated by this formula. So we need to click at the end here, comma. We now just need to specify what we want to have in the cell whenever it comes across an NA. Now, I want this cell to be blank, so I'm going to put in 2 quote marks. You could put in here some text, something like no bonus. I just want a blank, so 2 quote marks, close the bracket, hit enter, and then we can simply double click to recopy that down, and now this looks a lot better. And I would always recommend that if you do have things like NA errors in spreadsheets, that you do add error handling in. Because if you send this spreadsheet to somebody else and they see all of these NA errors all over the place, they might not necessarily know why those NA errors are there. They don't know that it doesn't really matter. So it's a lot better for you to handle them before you send this out to anybody. And just to quickly show you if-error, it does work in exactly the same way. So if we type if error on the front here instead, you can see that we have exactly the same arguments. So value and value if error. So this time I'm going to say I want to have no bonus in the cells instead. Hit enter, and then we can double clickety-click to copy that down. Those errors are now handled and our spreadsheet looks a lot cleaner. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can combine logical formulas with conditional formatting. So you can see here on this spreadsheet, we have some data about some students. So we have the student name, we have their student ID, the course that they're taking, and the block where they're located. So these might be blocks at a specific university. Now, what I want to do here is in cell C3, I want to be able to select a student name from a drop-down list, and I want it to highlight in the table below so I can easily find them. Now, of course, we're just using a very small data set here. This could be a data set that contains hundreds, even thousands of rows. So the ability to be able to highlight and immediately find what you're looking for is extremely useful. Now, we can do this using a combination of data validation, conditional formatting, and logical functions. Now, the first thing I want to do here is I want to set up my little data validation dropdown. And this dropdown list is just going to contain all of the names of the student. And in addition to that, I want to set this spreadsheet up so that when new students get added to the bottom here, not only does the dropdown list update, but also any of the conditional formatting that I've set. Now, to make this truly dynamic, we need to put our data set in a table. Control D. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. And I'm going to remove the table style, and I'm just going to apply this green table style, and I'm going to turn off banded rows. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give my table a name. So on the table design ribbon in the properties group, instead of just the generic table 1, let's change this to students so it's easy to identify the table. So now we have our list of students. I want to create my data validation drop-down list. Now, all of the student names in here are unique, so this is a fairly straightforward process. We just jump up to the Data tab, across to Data Tools, and click the drop-down and Data Validation. On the Settings tab, we want to create a list, and then we just need to provide the source of our list items. Now, we want the student names in the drop-down, so I just want to select all of the student names from here. Let's click on OK, and now you can see we have a nice little drop-down where we can select different students from a list. So we've got our table, we've got our drop-down. We now need to add conditional formatting so that whichever student we've selected highlights in the table below. Now for this, I'm going to select all of the student names. We're going to go up to the Home tab, into conditional formatting, and we're going to create a new rule. And we're going to use a formula to determine which cells to format. Now the formula that we want to use in here is we want to say equals, and the thing that we're checking for is the student name in the table. So we need to select the first student name in the table. Now notice that by default, it's put in an absolute reference. That's why we have these dollar symbols just here. Now, if I was to leave this as an absolute reference, when we apply the formatting, it's only going to apply the formatting to cell B9 because we've locked it in place. So what we need to do here is we need to remove that second dollar symbol. So what this now basically says is always look in column B for the student name, but let the formatting travel along the rows because it's not locked to a specific cell. So if the name in the cell equals whatever we've selected from the drop-down list, and for this cell reference, we can leave that as an absolute reference because it's never going to change. We can then choose what formatting we want to apply. So I'm going to say that I want bold formatting. I'll change the fill color to, let's go for a green. And let's put a border around the outside. I'm going to do a thin border and we'll make that an outline border. And click on OK. And OK again. And check out what happens immediately. It's picked up Lucinda. And if we change the student name in the drop-down, you can see that that moves and highlights the relevant student. So this is a great way of combining data validation, conditional formatting, and logical formulas. And the cool thing is, because we put our data in a table, if we were to add a new student to the bottom, so let's say Ian Kane, He's studying art and he is in the South building. Notice that the table auto expands to account for that new record. And if we go back up to our data validation drop-down list, you can see that he's automatically been added into the bottom. If we select him, the conditional formatting applies. So once we've set this up this way, we're pretty much good to go. We won't need to make any other changes when we start adding more students into the table. It's time now to do exercise 3. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. So you can see here that we have a table of data. This lists out some athletes, the country that they're from, their gender, and also the medal they achieved, either bronze, silver, or gold. And what we need to do is complete the prize money in column E. And you can see that we have a little table just here that shows the different medals and the prize money attributed to each. So I'd like you to use either nested if statements or the if-s function to complete the prize money column. Once you've done that, I'd like you to move on to the two tables below and complete the results using the criteria. So for this first table, we need to calculate the number of athletes that are from the USA. I'd then like you to find the number of athletes that are from Australia and who are female. And then finally, I'd like you to find the number of athletes who are from the UK, male, and achieved a silver medal. And then finally, at the bottom, I'd like you to work out what the total prize money is for everybody from the USA. And then finally, the total prize money for all female Canadian athletes. So think about the formulas that you'll need to use to complete these last two tables. If you'd like to see the solution to this exercise, download the solutions file from the exercise files folder. I hope you get on okay with that, and I will see you in the next section. In this section of the course, we're going to move on to taking a look at a very important set of functions, and those are lookup functions. Consistently voted the most popular and most used functions in Excel, VLOOKUPs help us look up information in a table based on a corresponding value. And in this lesson, we're going to start out by taking a look at VLOOKUP. Now, VLOOKUP is one of the oldest lookup functions. It's a much loved function, but it does have its limitations. And those limitations have been dealt with recently with the release of a new lookup formula called XLOOKUP. And we're going to be taking a look at XLOOKUP a bit later on in this section. So let's start out by taking a look at VLOOKUP, because this is still a really popular function and you're going to need to know how it works, because you're going to find that so many spreadsheets, particularly older spreadsheets, will probably contain this formula at some point. Now, the first thing to remember about VLOOKUP is that it has two different incarnations. We have VLOOKUP exact match and we also have VLOOKUP approximate match. So let's deal with exact match first of all, because this is the one you're more likely to come across. Now, what we have in this first spreadsheet is we have a small list of part numbers. And notice that in columns B and C, where we have the description and the unit price, we don't have any values in there. Now, we have another spreadsheet at the bottom called Parts Catalog. And this is a master list of all of the parts. So maybe we are a supplier of different parts. We have all of the parts listed in the first column, then we have the description, and then we have the price for each part. So effectively, what we want to do is we want to look up the part number in the parts catalog in this first column, and we want it to return the description and the price. So this is where we can use VLOOKUP. Now, I would recommend that when you're using VLOOKUP, that you do put your data into a table. So I'm going to go back to my parts catalog. I'm going to click and I'm going to press Control T. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. And once again, I'm just going to remove the table style. And I'm going to give my table a name. We're going to call it Parts Catalog. Remember, with these table names, you can't have any spaces. So let's go back. Let's type in equals VLOOKUP. Now, if you're wondering what the V part of VLOOKUP stands for, it's vertical, because we also have an HLOOKUP we can use, which stands for horizontal lookup. And again, we'll look at that in another lesson. Now, VLOOKUP has 3 mandatory arguments and 1 optional at the end. The first argument is the lookup value. So this is, what do we want to look up in the table? Well, I want to look up the part number, so what we have in cell A5. Table array. Where do I want to look this up? I want to look up the part number in the parts catalog table. Now, because we've put this in a table, I can simply start to type in the name of the table and it's going to come up underneath. So this is one of the reasons why I like to put the data in a table. If we hadn't have done that, we would need to jump across to the parts catalog worksheet and start selecting the cell range. And that can be a little bit awkward. So it's much easier just to name the table and then you can pick it up from the original worksheet. Comma. Column index number. Which column do we want to return? Now we want to return the description, and the description column in the parts catalog is column number 2. VLOOKUP numbers columns from left to right. So the column index number is 2, comma, and this is where we get to specify if we're doing an approximate or an exact match. Now we want to exactly match the part number in the table. So we want a false on the end here. Now remember, with trues and falses, you can replace these with 0 for false or 1 for true. I'm going to leave it on false. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and you can see that it's returned that description. Now I'm going to double click to widen out this column, and then we can simply drag this formula down. Now notice here that we have an NA error, and we spoke about these in a previous lesson. Now, why are we getting this error? Well, I'm going to guess that this part number doesn't exist in the parts catalog. So if we jump back to the parts catalog, I'm going to do a quick search in this column for part number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's press Control F. What am I looking for? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the part number. Let's say find next. It can't find what I'm looking for. So I can safely assume that somebody's typed this part number in wrong. Now I could choose to delete that row, or I could just use error handling to deal with this. Now it is an NA error, so I can use if NA. I could also use if error if I wanted to. And if it can't find the part number, I just want it to say part not found. We'll add that onto the end, hit enter. And now when we double click to copy this down, that now makes more sense. Let's do another VLOOKUP for the unit price. Now this time we're looking up the information in column number 3. So part number is column 1, description's column 2, price is column 3. So this is basically virtually identical to what we just did. We're just changing the column number that we're returning. So our lookup value is the part number, our table array is the parts catalog table. The column index number this time is 3, and we're doing an exact match. We can have false on the end there or simply a 0. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and then when we double clickety click to copy this down, it's going to return the correct results. Again, we have NA in there, so we'll want to add in some error handling. So let's use if error this time because we haven't used that yet. So I'm going to add if error in there, and this time it's going to say price not found. Close the bracket, hit enter, and double clickety click to copy that down. So that is a very simple VLOOKUP exact match. Let's take a look at a different situation. I'm going to jump across to this other worksheet that I have here, and we're going to use the approximate match argument. Now, approximate match is when you're looking up something that doesn't exactly exist in the table that you're looking it up in. So for example, you can see here that we have some tax brackets. We have a low end value, a high end value, and then a marginal tax rate. And what I want to do is I want to look up somebody's annual salary in this table, and I want it to return the marginal tax rate. But if you take a look at this first salary of $55,000, if I take a look at these values in my table, you can see that I don't exactly have 55,000 written out in a cell. 55,000 is going to fall somewhere in this bracket just here. So we can't do an exact match because it doesn't exist exactly in the table that we're looking it up in. This is where we need to use an approximate match. Now, this time I'm not going to convert these to tables because they're small data sets on the same worksheet. So let's go straight in with our VLOOKUP. Now, our lookup value is the salary. Our table array, well, we're looking it up in this table over here. Now, because I want to drag this formula down, I need to press F4 to lock those cell references in place. The column index number, well, I'm returning the marginal tax rate, which is column number 3. And this time we're doing an approximate match, so I need a true on the end there. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and then we can copy this formula down, and we should find that these values are correct. So let's just do a spot check. Annual salary 55,000, that's going to fall within this range. The marginal tax rate is 25%. If we take a look at 90,000, that's going to fall within this range, and the marginal tax rate returned is 28%. So that is how you construct a VLOOKUP and the difference between VLOOKUP approximate match and VLOOKUP exact match. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can do a VLOOKUP, and I mentioned that the V part of VLOOKUP stands for vertical. Now we have another lookup function called HLOOKUP, and as you might imagine, the H stands for horizontal. So the difference between HLOOKUP and VLOOKUP is that you use one if your data is organized vertically and the other if your data is organized horizontally. Now, the format that most data is in is vertical. For example, this data set that you can see on this worksheet, this is vertical data. It's where we have our column headings running across the top here, and then we have our rows or our records. And this is by far the most common. But occasionally you will come across a spreadsheet where the data is organized horizontally. So let me show you what that looks like. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab this data set and I'm going to flip it around the other way. So this is also a good opportunity for you to see how to transpose data, which effectively will change the layout. So I'm going to click in my data, Control A to select everything. I'm going to press Control C to copy. I'm just going to go underneath this table, click in a cell, and then I'm going to transpose this data. Now, if we go up to the lower half of the paste button and open up Paste Special, this is where we have our transpose feature. Now, if I click on this and click on OK, it's going to flip that data the other way around. So now you'll notice that we have the column headings in the rows as opposed to in the columns. So we have our titles of our movies running across the row, the year running across the row, so on and so forth. Now, if I wanted to perform a lookup using data that was organized like this, I would need to use HLOOKUP. Because when we use a VLOOKUP, the third argument is the column reference number. So it's asking us to specify the column that we want to return. Now, with HLOOKUP, we need to specify the row that we want to return as opposed to the column. So let's take a look at what that would look like. I'm going to jump across to the HLOOKUP worksheet. And what I want to be able to do here is select a movie from the drop-down list and have it return the year, what it's rated, and the genre. So we're going to start out by creating a data validation drop-down. So let's go to data, click the drop-down next to data validation and choose data validation from the menu. We want to create a list, and my source for the list I'm going to find on the movie database worksheet, and I'm going to choose the titles of all of the movies. Click on OK. So now I should find that I have a drop-down list that contains all of those movie names, and I can use this to select whichever movie I'm interested in looking at. So now I want to construct an HLOOKUP formula. So let's type in HLOOKUP. And what you'll notice is that the arguments are pretty much exactly the same as when we're using VLOOKUP, except the third argument here is row index number as opposed to col index number. So our lookup value is going to be the film that we select in cell B5, comma, the table array. Now, I haven't named my table. So what I would need to do here is jump across to Movie Database, go down to here and select the entire table. Now, of course, I can do that, but it's quite a long table, so I'm going to come out of here. Instead of creating a table, I'm going to turn this into a range. So let's click Control A. I'm going to go up to the name box just here, and I'm going to give this range of cells a name. And we're going to call this movies and hit enter, because you can use named ranges in lookup formulas as well. So let's go back to our HLOOKUP. Our lookup value is the movie name. The table array, well, I want to use the range that I just created. Now I could start to type in the name of the range. You can see there it is, movies. Alternatively, if you can't remember what you called it, you can press the F3 key and it will show you any named ranges you have in your workbook. So I'm going to select movies. Let's click on OK. Row index number. What row do I want to return? Well, I want to return the year. I can't remember which row that is. Let's quickly jump back across and have a look. So the year is row 2. Let's go back to our formula. Now I'm going to get rid of that HLOOKUP. And we're going to say we want to return the second row, and then we can do an exact or an approximate match. Now I want to exactly match the film name in that range of cells, so we want a false on the end here or 0. Let's hit return and you can see it's returned the year 2016. And if we change the movie name, so let's do something at the top here, La La Land, again that's 2016. Let's check it in the movie database, La La Land, and the year is 2016. Now, with these formulas, you can't necessarily copy these down. You're going to get some NA errors. Because if we take a look at this formula, we can see that it's looking up cell B6, which is currently blank, in the movies table, and it's trying to return row 2 again. So this isn't correct. So if we escape out of there, I could make this a little bit better by locking the cell reference B5 in the formula so it doesn't move. So let's do that. Let's press F4. Hit enter. Now it's still not going to work properly because it's returning row number 2 every single time. But I could simply go in, edit these formulas and change the row. So we're looking for rated and genre. So rated is row 3 and genre is row 6. So I'm very quickly just going to come into this formula. We'll update this row number to 3 and we'll update this row number to 6. So now when I change this to something else, we get all of the results that we're looking for. So that's the difference between VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. It really does just relate to the way you have your data organized on your page. So far in this section, we've been taking a look at how we can use VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP to look up information in a table. And I did mention in the very first lesson that VLOOKUP, whilst popular, does have its limitations. And that's exactly what we're going to cover in this lesson. We're going to explore the limitations of VLOOKUP, and I'm going to show you how you can combine two formulas together to perform a more flexible lookup. Now, once again, we're starting with some very basic data. I have some categories. I have some apps that belong to those categories. And we have the amount of revenue that this app has generated and also the profit. So these might be mobile apps. And what I want to do is I want to be able to select an app from the list over here and have it return the category, the profit, and the revenue. So let's set up our data validation drop-down list first of all. I'm going to go to the Data tab, click the drop-down Data Validation. We want a list just here, and the source for our list, well, we want all of the apps. So let's select this range and click on OK, and now we can choose which app we're interested in from the menu. Now let's first try and do this lookup using VLOOKUP, because that's really going to highlight to you the limitations. So let's type in equals VLOOKUP. Our lookup value, well, we're looking up the app in cell H5. I'm going to press F4 to lock that in place, comma, table array. Where are we looking up this app? Well, we're looking it up in this table over here. Again, I'm going to press F4 to lock that in place, comma, column index number. Now I want to return the category, and the category is in column number 1. So let's type in 1. Am I doing exact or approximate matching? Well, I want to exactly match the application name in the table, so we're doing an exact match. We want a false or a 0 on the end just here. Now let's hit enter. I'm getting an NA error. So why is that? Well, this is related to this argument here, the column index number. When you're using VLOOKUP, it can only return values that are to the right of the lookup value. So my lookup value in this case is bejeweled, and bejeweled is effectively in the second column. So if I wanted to return the revenue or the profit, that would work absolutely fine because these two columns are to the right of where the lookup value exists. But because in this case I want to return the category, which is to the left of it, it can't do it. And that is the limitation of VLOOKUP. You can't have a lookup value in the table and return values that are to the left. Everything always has to be to the right. So VLOOKUP tends to work best when your lookup value is in the first column of your table. Now, because of this limitation, we need to explore an alternative method when it comes to performing more flexible lookups. And to do this, we can combine two functions in Excel, index and match. So let's first take a look at what these two functions do individually, and then I'll show you why they're so powerful when you combine them together. So let's start out with index. If we type in equals index, notice here that we have a few different arguments. Now there are two different versions of index. We're using the top one just here. Now my array, the way that I remember this is the array is always the range of cells where you're going to find your answer. Now we're looking for the category, so I'm going to select the category array, comma. Now the next argument is the row number. I need to tell it the row number to return. So if I'm looking up Bejeweled, I can see that that is 1, 2, 3. That's the fourth one in the list. So I want it to return row number 4. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it returns the correct category for the app Bejeweled. But this is a very manual process. I don't want to be counting down rows in order to get my answer. I have a very small data set here, so it's not too much of a problem. But imagine if you had a data set with thousands or hundreds of thousands of rows. That's just not going to be plausible. So with that in mind, let's take a look at what the match function does on its own. So if we type in match, this function has 3 arguments. The first one is lookup value. So we're looking up the app. The next argument is lookup array. So where are we going to find this app? Well, we're going to find it in the app array, and then we need to specify the match type that we're doing. Now, I want to exactly match the app name in the selected range. So I'm going to put 0 in here, close the bracket, hit enter. Check out what it returns. It returns the row number. So we can basically combine this match with index to automate our lookup. So let's go from the top. We're going to type in index. Our array is where we're going to find our answer, which is this category array. When we get to the row number argument, we're going to go straight into our match. Our lookup value is Bejeweled. I'm going to press F4 to lock that in place. Where are we going to find that? Well, we're going to find it in the apps list. And then I'm doing an exact match. And I think I'm going to lock these cell references as well. So let's just go back and press F4 to lock all of these because we don't really want anything to move around. Close the bracket for match and close the bracket for index. Hit enter. We get the result that we're looking for. Let's do it again, but this time we're going to find the profit. So we're going to type in index. Array is where our answer is going to be. So this time we want to select the profit array. Let's press F4. We go straight into our match. Our lookup value is Bejeweled. Where are we going to find it? We're going to find it in our apps list. And we want to do an exact match. Close off match, close off index, hit enter, and we get our answer. And I'm just going to apply some accounting format. Let's do the final one. Hopefully you're getting the idea here. Index. Where is our answer? Well, this time we're going to find it in the revenue array. F4 to lock. Straight into match. We're looking up Bejeweled. We're looking it up in the apps list. And we're doing an exact match. Close off match, close off index, hit enter, and we get the correct result. So if we take a look at this row for Bejeweled, I can see that it's in the game category. The revenue is 18,750 and the profit is 984.90. And if I change this to something else, we should find that everything updates perfectly. So now we're looking at the record for OneDrive. So index and match combined together are a much more flexible way of doing lookups because it doesn't matter where your lookup value exists in relation to the columns that you want to return. So bear this in mind if you're trying to use VLOOKUP and having problems. It might be that you just need to switch to index and match. So far in this section, we've seen how we can perform lookups using VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, and by combining the index and match functions. And it's now time to move on to talking about the most modern of lookups, and that is XLOOKUP. XLOOKUP was introduced in Excel 2019, and the whole concept behind XLOOKUP is to really provide an easier way of doing essentially the index and match formula. Because one thing you need to understand is that index and match wasn't invented to do lookups. They were two separate functions that people ended up mashing together in order to get around the limitations of VLOOKUP. So the index and match combination for doing lookups was really a workaround or a hack, if you like. So Microsoft finally did deal with this by introducing XLOOKUP, which makes the whole process of flexible lookups a lot easier. We don't have any of the limitations that we have with VLOOKUP, and it's a lot easier to construct and remember than index and match. And we're also going to take a quick look at XMatch, which came along with XLOOKUP. So let's start out by using XLOOKUP to do a very similar lookup. Again, we have our categories, our apps, our revenue, and our profit. Now, I've already gone in and created the data validation dropdown. You've seen me do this quite a few times already in this course. I didn't think I needed to waste time and show you that again. Now, we're going to do the same thing. We want to return the category based on the app that's been selected. So let's use XLOOKUP. Now, one of the other advantages of XLOOKUP is that we now have more arguments to give us even more flexibility. Now, notice that the final three arguments, those are all optional because they're contained within square brackets. So let's just do a very basic XLOOKUP first of all, and then we'll explore some of the other options. And I think you'll find this so much easier than index and match. Now, the first argument here is lookup value. What are we looking up? Well, we're looking up whatever we have in cell H5, F4 to lock, comma. Where are we looking it up? What is the lookup array? Well, we're looking up Google Docs in the apps list, F4 to lock, comma. What do we want to return? We want to return the category. So we just simply need to select the category array. That is literally it. So much easier than remembering that index and match formula. Let's hit enter. It returns productivity. Now again, this isn't a formula that we can copy down. If we copy this down, we're just going to get productivity again, but it is fairly straightforward just to edit this formula. Because H5, that's going to be the same. The cell range B6 to B16, that's going to be the same. It's only this final group of cell references that's going to be different because we want to return a different column. This time we want to return the profit. So I'm just going to switch out these cell references for these ones just here. Let's press F4, hit enter, and we get our answer. Again, let's apply some accounting formatting. So if we take a look at Google Docs, we can see that that is in the productivity category and the profit is 1,166. Now let's take a look at some of those optional arguments when we're using XLOOKUP. And to demonstrate this, I'm going to make a quick change to this table. Now let's say that we have two occurrences of Instagram in this table. So effectively we have a duplicate lookup value. So let's select Instagram from here. You can see it's updated, so the category is game, which is correct, and the profit is 984.90. That looks correct. Let's just finish this off by adding in the revenue. So let's type in XLOOKUP. Lookup value is Instagram. Our lookup array is the apps list, and our return array this time is the revenue. Let's close the bracket and hit enter. So this looks good so far, but it's returning the details for this row just here. What if I want it to return for this one just here? Now the reason why it's returning this one is because XLOOKUP will start looking from the top to the bottom. So it's going to look down the apps column for the first occurrence of the word Instagram, and it's going to return those results. So it's always going to return the first one in the list. What if we wanted to return this one instead? Well, we can do something slightly different. Let's delete out what we've done and go back into XLOOKUP. Our lookup value is Instagram. Lookup array is still the apps list. The return array is going to be the category in this case, comma. We now move into our optional arguments. Now the first one here is we can specify what we want it to say in the cell if it can't find Instagram in the list. Now you don't necessarily have to add anything here, but you could say not found. The next argument we move on to is match mode. So again, this is if we want to do an exact match, if we want to do an exact match on next smaller item, exact match or next larger item. Those would be more relevant if you're looking up values, or we can do a wildcard character match. Now I want to do an exact match. That is the default. You don't have to put anything in here. So we'll add a 0 and move on to the last argument. Now this is where I can tell the XLOOKUP formula that I want to look from the bottom up as opposed to the top down. So the default is to search first to last, but I could say search last to first instead. And that's going to put a -1 on the end. If we close the bracket, hit enter, you can see now it returns the result that I'm looking for. So now it's looking from the bottom up, it finds Instagram and returns the correct category. So I've just gone ahead and I've modified the cell references so that these are correct. So don't forget that you have those additional arguments when you're using XLOOKUP. Now, a common question that I get at this stage is, okay, that works well, but what if I had 3, 4, 5 duplicates, 5 occurrences of Instagram in this list? How would we do that? Well, we can use an entirely different method to do that, which I'm going to show you in the next lesson. Let's just finish off this lesson by taking a quick look at XMatch as well. So XMatch is similar to match. So let's delete out revenue and we're going to type in equals XMatch. Now here we've got a few arguments. Our lookup value, let's say, is Instagram. Our lookup array, well, we're looking for that in the apps list. We then get to choose our match mode. So I'm going to do an exact match, and then we can choose if we're searching first to last or last to first. So let's just do first to last, close the bracket, hit enter, and it's showing us a dollar amount. I'm going to change the formatting to general. You can see that this returns the row position again. So it's looking first to last. Instagram is the 4th item in this range. So this is very similar to using match. It just has some additional options. So that's how you can use the new XLOOKUP and XMatch to perform flexible lookups. In the last lesson, we saw how we can use the new XLOOKUP and XMatch functions to perform flexible lookups. And I mentioned that if you have duplicate lookup values in your table, you're going to have to think a little bit outside of the box in order to get your formula to return exactly what you want it to return. So what do I mean by all of this? Well, if you take a look at the data that we have on this worksheet, you can see that I have a little table of employee details. We have the employee's name, we have the department they work in, and they have the country that they live in. And just above, we have another small table with the employee name, the department, and we want to return the country. Now, notice that in this table, I've highlighted that we have 3 employees with exactly the same name. Now, that might seem a little bit crazy, but imagine if you're a global organization with thousands of employees, the likelihood of 2 people having the same name isn't so crazy. For example, you might have 4 John Smiths because that is a very common name. So if I want to look up the employee Olivia Moore, who's in the HR department, and return her country, I'm going to need to use some kind of lookup formula. So let's try doing this with a VLOOKUP. Our lookup value is going to be the employee name, comma. Our table array, well, we're looking it up in this table just here. I'm going to press F4 to lock that. Column index number, what column do we want to return? Well, I want to return the country, which is column number 3. And I want to do an exact match of the name. So we want a false or a 0 on the end there. Let's close the bracket and hit enter. Now it's returning UK. And if I look at this, this is completely wrong. Now, why is it returning UK? Well, the lookup value was Olivia Moore. So VLOOKUP will start at the top of the table. It will look down the column until it finds the first occurrence of Olivia Moore, which is just here, and it will return the value in the third column, which is UK. Now, this Olivia Moore that we've got selected at the top here is not the same as this Olivia Moore. The one we're looking for works in the HR department, whereas it's returned the country for the Olivia Moore that works in the sales department. So we can't use VLOOKUP. What about XLOOKUP? Let's see if we have any more luck with that. Our lookup value is Olivia Moore. Our lookup array, we're looking up the employee name in the list of employees. What do we want to return? We want to return the country. Let's close the bracket, hit enter. Again, it's returning the UK because it's just looking for the first occurrence in the table of Olivia Moore. What if we double click to edit this formula and change the search mode? So I'm going to press comma a few times to jump to search mode, and I'm going to say search last to first. Let's hit enter. Now this time it's returning USA. And if I take a look at this, it's basically returning this record just here. And that's because I changed the search mode to search from last to first. So it's working from the bottom until it finds the first occurrence of Olivia Moore, and then it's returning what we have in column 3. So neither of those two methods are giving me exactly what I want. So how can we do this? How can we return this Olivia Moore sitting in the middle just here? Now we can use either VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP to do this, but we need to be a bit smarter about how we use them. Because what we effectively need to do is we need to create a unique reference in order to find the correct record in the table. Now, if I take a look at the information up here, I could create a unique reference by combining the employee name with the department. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a column at the beginning of my table, and I'm going to call this helper. And let's just copy the formatting across so everything's nice and consistent. And I'm going to use concatenation to create a unique reference for each record in the table. So let's type in equals. What I'm going to do is I'm going to combine the value in this cell, the employee name, ampersand, which means join. We're going to join it with the value we have in column C. What I'm now going to get, if I copy this down, is basically a unique reference for each record in the table. Because now, if we look at the Olivia Moores, this one here is Olivia Moore HR, this one here is Olivia Moore Sales, and this one here is Olivia Moore Finance. So these are now unique. So what we can do in our lookup formula is reference this column as opposed to this column as our lookup value. So let's use VLOOKUP to do this. We're going to type in VLOOKUP, lookup value. Now our lookup value is going to be this cell combined with this cell. That's our lookup value. Table array. We need to include our new helper column in our table array, comma, column index number. What do we want to return? Well, we have an extra column now, so the column that we want to return is column number 4 because we want to return the country. And we're doing an exact match, so we want a false or a 0 on the end. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, check it out. We're now getting the correct result, Olivia Moore HR Germany. And if I was to change the department here to sales, it's going to return the correct result again. So by creating a way to uniquely reference each row in the table, we've managed to overcome the issue of having duplicate lookup values. And of course, if you don't want this helper column to show, there are numerous different ways you could deal with that. You could, in fact, hide the column. Alternatively, if we backspace out of there, you could simply select the cells, Control 1 to jump into formatting, go to the number tab, and in the custom group, if you type in 3 semicolons, that will effectively hide the text within those cells. Now in this case it doesn't work too well because we have formatting just here, so the most appropriate method to use would simply be to hide the column. But that is a solution to a very common problem. Remember, you can combine as many fields together as you need in order to create a unique row reference. The choose function is one of the lesser known lookup functions, but it can be useful in many different situations. And I'm going to show you a couple of examples of how you can use choose. So in this first example, I have a list of employees and we have their job rating. And then we have a little table over in columns G and H that converts that rating to a class. So if they scored a job rating of 1, that's considered to be poor. Job rating of 2 is fair, so on and so forth, all the way through to the top rating of 5, which is considered to be excellent. So if I want to look up what their class is based on their job rating, I could use choose. So let's click in the cell. We're going to say equals choose. Now notice the screen tip here. It says choose a value or action to perform from a list of values based on an index number. And that's a really important point. Choose needs an index number in order to work. And an index number is a value like 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can't look up text using choose. So let's press the tab key. The first argument is index number. So I want it to look up the rating. And because this is a number, that's absolutely fine to use, comma. We then need to tell the formula what we want it to return. Now we're going to copy this formula down. So the first value in the list is poor. And I'm going to press F4 to lock, comma. Value 2 is fair, F4. Value 3 is good. Value 4 is very good. And then finally, value 5 is excellent. That's all we need to do. Close the bracket, hit enter, and then we can safely double click to copy this down, and it's going to translate those ratings based on what we have in this little table over here. So a really simple way to perform a lookup. Let's take a look at how we can use choose with another function to produce a different result. So over here, again, I have a list of employees, and then we have a team column, which is currently empty. And we have this small little table over here that says team, and then we have blue, red, green, and yellow. So let's say that it is our company's summer party, and we're trying to assign people to different teams to take part in a rounders game. And those teams are blue, red, green, and yellow. Now we want to make the assignment random so we don't have too many strong players on one team. So to randomly assign these teams to our employees, we can use a combination of choose and rand between. Now the rand between function generates random numbers. So let's take a look at that on its own first of all before we combine it with choose. So we're going to go with rand between. We need to choose a bottom and a top number. Now, because we have 4 teams, the bottom number is going to be 1 and the top number is going to be 4. So when I close the bracket here and copy this formula down, it's going to randomly assign a number between 1 and 4 to each employee. Now, in order to get those to say blue, red, green, yellow instead of numbers, we can combine it with choose. So let's double click. Let's go to the front of the formula and add choose onto the beginning. So our index numbers are being generated by the rand between formula. So all we need to do is provide it with the corresponding values. So whenever there's a 1 in the cell, they're going to be assigned to the blue team. Whenever there's a 2, they're going to be assigned to the red team. Whenever there's a 3, they're going to be on the green team. And whenever there's a 4, they're going to be on the yellow team. Let's close off choose, hit enter, and then we can double click to copy that down. And we now have people randomly assigned to different teams. So those are a couple of use cases when it comes to using choose in order to do lookups. The switch function is very similar to the choose function and can be a good replacement for something like VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP. So in this lesson, we're going to take a look at an example of how you can use switch. Now, what we have here in column D are some movies listed out. In column E, we have a ratings column, which is currently blank. And then in column F, we have the IMDb score for that movie. And what I effectively want to do here is complete the ratings column using the IMDb score. And if we take a look over on the left-hand side, we have a little table here that shows the rating and the score that's attributed to that rating. Now, of course, this is a scenario that is kind of perfect for some kind of lookup function like VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP. And it's worth noting that the switch function, despite the fact that it is really a lookup function, you're not going to find it under the lookup and reference group of functions in the functions library. You'll actually find switch underneath logical. Now, before we get on to working with switch, let's take a look at how we would do this if we were using XLOOKUP. And then we can do a good comparison between the two. So we're going to type in XLOOKUP. Now the lookup value is going to be the IMDb score, comma. Where are we looking this up? What is our lookup array? Well, our lookup array is going to be wherever we're going to find this score. So this is our lookup array, B3 to B7. Now we're going to copy this formula down, so we don't want those cells moving, so F4 to lock. What is our return array? Well, we want to return the rating. So we need to select A3 to A7, F4 to lock, and then we close off our XLOOKUP. Let's hit enter. Let's copy this down, and we get exactly what we're looking for. Now, of course, the disadvantage with this, again, is if we were to delete this table or delete the values out, we're going to get NA errors in column E. So one advantage that the switch function and the choose function also have is that we don't necessarily have to have what we're looking up in a table or a list, because we define our values from within the formula. So let's do the same thing, but this time we're going to use switch. So Control-Shift down, just delete out everything that we have in there, and this time we're going to use switch. Our first argument is the expression. So this is basically, what are you looking up? So I want to look up the score, comma. Now I get to define the different values. So the first value I need to define is a score of 9. If it finds a score of 9, it's going to return the word excellent. If it finds a score of 8, it's going to return the words very good. 7 is going to be good. 6 is okay. And finally, 5 is poor. And close the bracket. So now if I hit enter and copy this formula down, it's going to produce exactly the same result as the XLOOKUP. The only difference here is that if this data gets deleted out of this table, it has absolutely no effect on the values in column E, because we're defining our values that we're using as opposed to referring to them via cell references in an external table or some kind of list elsewhere on the worksheet. So that is the advantage that switch, and to a lesser extent choose, have over XLOOKUP and VLOOKUP. So you might find there are certain scenarios where switch is going to be extremely useful to you, particularly if you don't want big long lists of data or tables of data on your worksheet. You just want the results. It's time now to do exercise 4. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. Now, in this section, we were taking a look at lookup functions. And you can see here I have some data, again, that lists out athlete names, their bib number, the event that they did, in this case the full marathon, and which route they took, either East Loop or West Loop. And then we have the position that they finished in. So the first thing I'd like you to do is I'd like you to create a data validation drop-down list in cell H3 that lists all of the athletes. I'd then like you to use a lookup function of your choice, so you can use any lookup function to return the bib number, the route, and the position of whatever athlete has been selected in the drop-down list. And I'd like you to add error checking into the formula to account for any NA errors that may occur. That's all I need you to do. If you'd like to see my solution to this exercise, then please download the solution file in the exercise files folder. That's it for now. I will see you in the next section. In this section of the course, we're going to take a look at some of the options that we have when it comes to sorting and filtering data. Because this pair of extremely useful utilities really do come in handy when we're dealing with large data sets. And in this lesson, we're just going to start out by taking a look at a basic multi-column sort. So you can see here I have a reasonably large data set. If we press Control down arrow, that's going to jump us to the last row. So you can see we have just over 1,000 rows of data. Control up arrow to jump to the top. Now these records have been entered in no particular order. So when I'm looking at this data set and I'm trying to extract information or interpret what I'm looking at, it's quite difficult because it's a bit all over the place. Now, one of the methods that we can use to help us organize this a bit better is sort. And you might be familiar with sorting on columns. For example, if I wanted to sort this data set by the department, I could click the drop down at the top here and choose Sort A to Z or Z to A. Alternatively, I could go to the Data tab, and in the Sort and Filter group, I have options in here as well. So I can sort A to Z or Z to A. So if I sort this column A to Z, it's going to put the departments in alphabetical order. So now I have all of accounting at the top. Then we move on to engineering, so on and so forth. Finance is the next one. So it groups everything together, makes it a little bit easier to read. Now I'm going to undo just to put those records back to how they were. Because what I want to do here is I want to do a multi-column sort. So I want to sort by department, then I want to sort by business unit, and then I want to sort by country. Now if you want to sort on multiple columns, again on the Data tab, we have a big sort button just here. Now when we click on this, it's going to open up the sort window, which allows us to sort by different columns. So the first thing I want to do here is I want to say sort by department. I want to sort on the cell values. Now if we click the drop down, notice we have different options in here. We can sort by cell color, font color, or conditional formatting icon. And we're going to be looking at some of these in a moment. For the time being, let's just choose cell values, and then I can choose if I want to sort A to Z, Z to A, or use a custom list. And we're going to be looking at custom list in the next lesson. So I'm going to say, let's say Z to A this time, and then I can choose add a level and say then sort by whichever column I choose. So we're going to sort by department, then by business unit on the cell values, and we'll do those Z to A as well. Let's add one more level because then I want to sort by the country, and we're going to sort those on the cell values, and to keep things consistent, Z to A. So when I click on OK, you can see that's exactly what it's going to do. So it's sorting by department because we're doing Z to A, we have sales at the top. Then it's sorting by business unit, again, we're doing Z to A, and then it's sorting by country. So very easy to do a multi-column sort. Now, what if, and I'm just going to select a few rows in here, and I'm just going to apply some formatting. So let's make these a light yellow color. So what if I have a spreadsheet, a data set that has rows that contain background fields? Maybe somebody has gone through this spreadsheet and they've highlighted certain records. Well, we can sort by cell background color as well. So once again, if we go to the Data tab, click on Sort, and I'm going to delete out the current sort that I have applied. So I'm just going to delete all of those levels. This time I'm going to add a level, and I could choose any column here because the formatting runs across all columns. So let's just go for the full name. This time I want to sort on the cell color. Notice as soon as I select that, I get to choose the cell color that I want to sort on, and it will pick up on the background fields that you have applied to your data set. Now, because I only have one, that's this yellow, I can select it, and then I can choose if I want the rows that have this background fill to be on the top or on the bottom. So I'm going to say on the top. Let's click on OK, and it's going to sort this list based on the background fill of the cell. And this would work the same if we had font that was a different color. So let's apply some red font to these records just here. And then again, if I want to sort, I can go back to my sort dialog box. I'm going to delete out this level. Let's add another level. I can choose any of the columns to sort by because the formatting runs across all columns. So let's go for job title. This time I can sort based on font color. And notice that it picks up that I have red font used in my workbook. And I could, if I wanted to, choose to sort these so that anything colored in red is at the bottom. Let's click on OK. And now if we press Ctrl down arrow to jump to the bottom, we should find those records are sorted and are right at the end of the table. So very, very simple to do a multi-level sort when you're working with lots of data. In the previous lesson, we saw how to do a sort on a dataset using multiple columns. And in this lesson, I'm going to show you how you can use your own custom list to sort your records. So what do I mean by a custom list? Well, a custom list is basically a list that you set up, and you can then use it to define how your records are sorted. For example, we have our dataset just here, and if we go to the department column, if I click the filter drop down, you can see that in this dataset we have 7 different departments. Now, if I sort by the department column, so let's go to our drop down again, I have 2 choices. I can sort A to Z or Z to A. So if I sort A to Z, it's going to put the accounting department at the top. And if I sort Z to A, it's going to put the sales department at the top. Now, maybe I don't want my records sorted into either of these orders. Maybe I want to sort by marketing first, then finance, then HR, then IT, then accounting, so on and so forth. So I want a very specific order in which to sort my records. This is where we can use a custom list. So let's cancel out of here. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to extract from column D a unique list of all the departments, because currently we have lots of repeats. So what we can do here is let's give ourselves some space over here. Now to do this, I'm going to use the unique function. And unique is brilliant because you can select a column or a range of cells and only extract the unique values from it. So I'm going to click in the first cell. Let's do Control Shift down arrow to select all the way down to the bottom, close the bracket, hit enter, and you can now see in column P, I have a unique list of all of those departments. So now I can actually see my unique departments. It makes it a little bit easier for me to just define the order that I want. So maybe I want finance first, then I want marketing, then we're going to have accounting. Let's go for sales next, then IT, engineering, and finally human resources. So this is the order that I want to sort this column by. So what we then need to do is create a custom list. And we do this by going to the File menu and all the way down to Options. This is a very well hidden little command. Now we need to go to the Advanced page, and if we scroll down towards the bottom, in the General section, we have this option here, Edit Custom Lists. So when we click on this, it's going to open up the custom list box. And what you'll see in here are custom lists that you already have available in Excel. Now, Excel has its own custom lists. You may be aware of these already. For example, when you type Sunday into a cell, you can then use the fill handle to drag down and fill in the rest of the days. The same with the months of the year. Those are custom lists. And you can see at the bottom here, I have a custom list that I've already created, and we're going to create another custom list for these departments. Now, when it comes to creating a custom list, you can select new list at the top here, and you could simply type in the entries. So I could say finance, marketing, so on and so forth. Alternatively, if you have them listed out in cells, you can simply click in this box down here, select the order, and then choose import, and it's going to import all of those in. Let's click on OK and OK again. So now we have that custom list set up, we can use it to sort the department column. So I'm going to click in the column. Let's go to the Data tab. We're going to open up Sort. We're going to sort by department. We're going to sort on the cell values, but when it comes to order, we're going to choose Custom List. It's going to open up that same window. We can then choose our sort order, click on OK, OK again, and you can see it's now organized those based on the custom list that I selected. And once you've done that, you can basically delete out everything that you put into this column, and it's not going to affect your custom list because we imported that information from the cells. So that's how you can sort using your own custom list. Have a play around with it. I think you'll like it. In the previous lessons, we've seen how we can perform a sort on multiple columns, and we've also seen how we can use a custom list to create our own sort order. But did you know that you can also use a formula to do a sort on a dataset? In the last couple of years, Microsoft have released 2 new formulas, sort and sort by, and these are dynamic array formulas that we can use to output our sort results anywhere in the worksheet. And that is one of the biggest advantages. If we were performing just a regular sort on this data, we could go up to the Data tab and choose one of our sort options. But your data is always going to be sorted over here in these columns. However, now, because we're going to be using a formula to do a sort, it means that we can place our sort results anywhere in the workbook. Another advantage of using a formula to do a sort is that we can combine it with other functions such as filter to really unlock the full potential of sorting and filtering. So let's first take a look at the sort function and see how it differs from the sort by function. Now, if we click in cell F5, let's type in equals sort. Now, the sort function has 4 arguments, but only the first one is mandatory. So we always need to select the array that we want to sort. Now I'm going to be selecting everything in this data set, but just note that you don't have to. Your array could be these 2 columns, and you could just sort on those. So it really depends what it is that you want to sort. Now I'm going to sort all of my data, so let's do Control-Shift down arrow, and let's close our bracket because that is the only mandatory argument. Now when we hit enter, we're going to get our results, and notice what it's done here. Because we haven't really specified what we want the sort to do, we've just selected the array. By default, it's going to sort it A to Z by the first column. So for us, that column is the block, and you can see here we're sorted A to Z. Now, of course, you might not want this sort order. This is where we can define alternative sort options. Another thing to note is that both sort and sort by are what we call dynamic array functions, meaning that they have this spill behavior. So even though we've only typed a formula into one cell, the results have spilled out into the other cells. And you'll notice that when we click in some of these other cells further down, we can't actually edit the formula in any of these cells other than the cell that we originally typed the formula into. So if I click on cell F5, I can edit. If I click down here, I can't. So just be aware of that. That's an expected behavior of dynamic arrays. So we've got this set of results. Let's start to make some changes. I'm going to go back up to the formula, comma, sort index. Now, whenever you see index in an argument, it normally means that the formula is looking for an index number as an input. And an index number would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's asking me here, which column do you want to sort by? And remember, Excel numbers columns from left to right. So if I want to sort by the pass mark, that is column number 4, comma. I then get to choose if I want to sort in ascending or descending order. And I'm going to choose descending because I want to see the highest marks at the top going down to the lowest. And then comma, we get to choose if we want to sort by the column or sort by the row. Now I want to sort by row, so let's type in false, hit enter, and let's take a look at our result. So now I can see that yes, we are sorting by the fourth column, the pass mark column, in descending order. We go all the way from 100 down to the lowest mark of 25. Now, the first question I normally get when I show people this is, well, what if I want to sort on multiple columns? Well, you could do that very easily using the sort by function, which we're going to look at in a moment, but you can also do it using sort. So currently I'm sorting by the fourth column, but if I wanted to say sort by the pass mark and then by the exam, I could do that. So if we go back up to the formula and we want to click just here where we have our sort index argument. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this in curly braces. So let's open a curly brace. We still want to sort by column number 4, but then we want to sort by column number 3. And we're going to wrap that in a closing curly brace. So I'm defining sort by column 4, then sort by column 3. And then the next argument is the sort order. So again, we can wrap this in curly braces. So I'm going to open a curly brace. So currently we have -1. So column 4 is going to be sorted first in descending order. It's then going to sort by column 3, and we'll say we want to sort in ascending order for that column. Close the curly brace. So simply by adding those curly braces in, we can choose to sort by more than one column. So let's hit enter. And those results will update. The pass mark column sorted in descending order, and then it sorts by the exam column in ascending order. And of course, if you want to make any changes, you can just come up here and you can modify the formula. So let's change this to sort in descending order for the exam. So if you take a look at the order of the exam for the top 2 results at the moment, it goes French then history for the pass mark of 100. If we change this, we should find it switches round to history followed by French. And of course we could carry on going. If we wanted to sort by another column, we can simply add that in by editing the information we have inside the curly braces. So that is how you can use the sort function to sort on one or more columns. Let's take a look at sort by because it is very similar. It's just the way that we select our arrays is slightly different. So let's type in sort by, and you can see it says sorts a range or array based on the values in a corresponding range or array. So our first argument again is the array. So we're going to select everything, Control Shift down arrow, comma. Then we can choose which array we want to sort by. So maybe this time I want to sort by the exam. Now, when we're using sort by, we need to select the entire array, comma. Then we can define the sort order. So let's do ascending order, comma, and then we can choose the next column that we want to sort by. So maybe then I want to sort by the block, need to select the array, and we can define if we want to sort in ascending or descending order. So I'm going to add a 1 on the end there. And we can carry on going, selecting arrays and defining how we want to sort them. I'm going to leave it at that. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and we should find everything updates. So we're sorting by the exam column first of all in ascending order. So that is A to Z, and then we're sorting by the block. So if we take a look at this block of English results just here, you should find that the first column, the block column, is in ascending order, which it is, A to Z. So that's the difference between sort and sort by. A lot of people find it a little bit easier to use sort by if they want to sort on multiple columns because people forget that you can use these curly braces. But you can technically use either to perform a dynamic array sort on your data. In this lesson, we're going to explore the filter function. And much like sort and sort by that we've looked at previously, filter is a dynamic array function, meaning that it has that spill behavior. We type the formula into one cell and the results spill down to the other cells. Now, the reasons for using the filter formula as opposed to just putting some filters on the top of your columns are pretty much similar to the reasons why we use sort and sort by. For example, if I click in this table, let's just add our filter drop downs to the top. I can go in and I can click the drop down and I can choose to filter my list by whichever subject I like. So maybe I'm only interested in the results for French and history. I can select those and my list will be filtered. Now, the disadvantage of using this method is that your filtered results are always going to be in the same location. So they're always going to be in columns A to D in this example. I'm also very limited with what I can do from here. So once I've applied my filters, I have a few different things I can do. I can select different things, I can employ text filters, but apart from that, there isn't a great deal else I can do with this filter option. Whereas if we use the filter function, our results immediately become dynamic, meaning that if anything changes in the original data set, the filter is going to update. Using a formula means that we can combine it with other formulas to make it more powerful, and it also means that we can output our filter results to any cell in the workbook. So let's take a look at how filter works. Now, I've got a small data set again over here. This is the data set we've been using in a few lessons. In the middle, I have what I want to filter by, and then I want my output to be over here. Now, notice I've already added in the column headings because I want to return all of the columns. It's worth noting that when you're using the filter function, you don't necessarily have to return all of the information from all of the columns. If you are only interested in the student, the exam, and the mark, maybe you don't care which block they're located in, you would just use this as your filter array as opposed to everything. So let's type equals filter, open a bracket. Now we have three arguments here. The last one is optional. The first argument is array. So that's what I was just referring to. This is going to be the data that you actually want to filter. Now I want to filter everything, so I'm going to select the entire array. Control-Shift down arrow, comma. We can then decide what we want to include. Now notice in the middle here, I have a filter. So I want to filter this list so that I only see the results related to students who sat the English exam. So for this include argument, I want to include when the exam, Control-Shift down arrow, we want to select that range, is equal to whatever we have in this cell. Because I could change this to something else to get a different set of results. Now that's all we're going to do here. We're going to close the bracket, hit enter, and you can see that's exactly what I get. I'm now only seeing the results related to students that sat the English exam. Now take a look at the first result for student Adam, who's located in the North block. So here he is in the original source data. If I change his exam to, let's say, French, notice how our results automatically update. Let's hit enter. Adam disappears from our filtered list. And of course, because we're using a cell reference to define our filter, if I change this to something else, so let's go for maths and hit enter, everything is going to update. So it's nice and dynamic. And of course, you could put this in a data validation drop-down list so you don't have to keep typing in the exam each and every time. Let's move on to another more complicated example now, where we're using multiple criteria. So this time we have very similar data, but we have two filters that we want to use. So I want to filter for all students who sat the English exam who are located in the West block. So we have two pieces of criteria. How does filter deal with that? Well, again, we need to select our array that we want to filter, Control-Shift down arrow, comma. Now we want to define what we want to include. Now, if you have more than one piece of criteria, you need to enclose each criteria within brackets. So I'm going to open a bracket and we're going to say include when the exam is equal to what we have in this cell. Close the bracket. That's our first piece of criteria. Now we need to add in an operator to let Excel know what we want to do. So are we doing an and? Are we doing an or? So if I want to filter this list, wherever the exam is equal to English and the block equals West, we need an asterisk separating our criteria. That means and. We can then open the next bracket and define our next piece of criteria. So this time we want to include when the block, Control-Shift down arrow, is equal to whatever we have in cell F8. Close the bracket. Now, if I had more pieces of criteria, I could carry on going. I could do an asterisk, I can open a bracket, and I can carry on. We're going to leave it like that. Let's press comma and take a look at this last optional argument. So this is what we want Excel to return if it can't find anything that matches in the data. So I'm just going to say no records. Close the bracket, hit hit enter, and you can see now we just have the results of the English exam for students located in the West block. And if this changes to, let's say, French, and let's change the block to East, you can see everything dynamically updates. And once again, you could put these on data validation drop-down list to make it even easier. Now, it's worth noting that the AND logic isn't the only logic that we can use here. We can also use OR logic instead. So the asterisk implies AND. If we were to change this to a plus, we're now using OR logic. So let's hit enter, and we get a much longer list of results, which is what I would expect. Because here we're saying filter for all the records where the exam is equal to French or the block is East. So everything you see in here, the exam will either be French or the block will equal East. Let's take a look at our final example. Now, this is where we combine filter with another formula. I did briefly mention this when we were taking a look at sort. I said we'd be coming back to this so you can see how these work together. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. We're going to do a filter with a sort. So once again, I have the same data set, but this time I have 3 pieces of criteria that I want to filter by. So let's do our filter first of all, and then we'll deal with the sort. The array that we want to filter, well, I want to filter everything, comma, what do I want to include? Well, our first piece of criteria, remember, needs to go in brackets, is we want to include when the exam is equal to what we have in here, cell F5. Close the bracket. We're going to do an AND, so we need an asterisk in here, open a bracket. Our next piece of criteria is that we want the block to equal what we have in cell F8. Close that off, and another asterisk, open. We want to include when the mark, this time we want to include when it's greater than 50, or what we have in cell F11. Let's close off our final piece of criteria, and I'm going to say that if it can't find anything, we just want no records in the cell. Let's close off our filter and hit enter and check out the results that we get. Now, of course, we can easily check that this is correct by using our filters. So let's filter for English, West, and greater than 50. So I'm going to say we want to see all the results for English, all the results for the West block that are greater than 50, and that is all of these. And if you recall, that is exactly what we were getting in our filter results. Remember, if I was to change these to pluses, so I could put a plus in here, I could put a plus in here, when we press enter, we're going to get a much longer list because we're doing an OR. Now, whenever we have our results of our filter, we can then combine it with sort to sort our results. So all I would need to do here is I can use sort or sort by. If I go up to the beginning of filter and type in sort, the array is being generated by the filter formula. So we can just jump to the end, press comma, and then we can choose the columns that we want to sort by. So maybe I want to sort by the pass marks, that's column number 4. I want to sort in descending order, and I want to sort by row, so we want a false on the end. Close the bracket, hit enter, and that's exactly what I get, a nice filtered list. And everything is completely dynamic. So if we change this to French, for example, I'm going to get a different set of results. If I change this to South, we get a different set of results. And if I change this to, let's put that up to over 80, I get a different set of results. So everything dynamically updates. So hopefully you can see there how awesome the filter function is, particularly when combined with other functions. In this quick lesson, we're going to take a look at the unique function, because this is one of those functions that is so useful in many different scenarios. Now, what the unique function does is it allows us to select a range of cells and simply extract a unique list from that range. For example, if I want to grab a unique list of the sales reps, I can do that using the unique function. Because if we look in the sales rep column, you can see that we have sales rep names repeated over and over again. So we have quite a few Bens, we have a few Adams in here, some Debs, some Susies, so on and so forth. So if I just want to list out all of the sales reps, I can use unique to do that. And because unique is another one of those dynamic array functions that spills down the cells, it means we can combine it with other formulas to make it even more powerful. I'm going to take a look at a couple of options that we have. So let's start out by doing a basic extraction of a unique list. Let's type in equals unique. Press the tab key. The only mandatory argument that we have here is array. So if I want to extract a unique list of the sales reps, I just need to select the first one, Control Shift, down arrow, and I can close the bracket off, hit enter, and that's exactly what I get, a unique list of those sales reps. Remember, we can only edit the formula in this first cell. So what else could I do once I have this unique list? Well, I could combine it with sort to sort this list of sales reps. So let's jump up to the formula bar. Let's add sort on the front here. Our array is being generated by the unique formula, so we just need to click at the end and define how we want to do this sort. So our sort index, well, we're sorting by the sales rep column, which is column number 2. We don't actually need to define that because it's already defined with the unique function. Now, if you ever just want to skip over an argument, you can just press comma again to move on to the next one. I can now choose if I want to sort in ascending or descending order. So let's do ascending, and I want to sort by the row. So we want a false on the end here, close the bracket, hit enter, and that's exactly what we get. These are now sorted into ascending order. Now let's undo a step just to take us back to our plain unique. So what else could I do here? Well, I could combine it with one of the brand new dynamic array functions in Microsoft 365, drop. So maybe I'm only interested in the last 4 sales reps. I could click up in the formula bar and I could wrap this unique in a drop. And what drop allows us to do is just simply to drop rows or columns from our results. So our array is being generated by the unique formula. I can then choose which rows I want to drop. So if I'm just interested in the last 4, I'm going to choose to drop the first 2 rows. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and that's exactly what I get. If I wanted to drop the last 2, I would change this to a -2, and the formula is going to update. Let's go back to our unique formula. And the final thing I'm going to show you here is just how you can convert this. So instead of having the sales reps listed in individual cells running vertically, we have them listed in one cell separated by commas. This is where we can use the array to text formula. So if we type in array to text, once again, our array is being generated by the unique function, and the final argument is optional. We don't really need it in this case. We can just simply close off array to text, and when we hit enter, we get that same list, but in a different format. And of course, one of the most popular ways to use the unique function is to combine it with data validation. So if I wanted to create a data validation list where people can select the sales rep, so let's just put that up here from a list, I could use unique to extract these values, and then I can go to data, data validation. We can select list, and the source for our list is going to be our unique values just here. Now with dynamic array functions, another important point to note is that I don't necessarily need to select the entire list. I can just select the first one, press the pound or the hash symbol, and that will effectively select everything in the unique range. That's particularly useful if you have a very, very long list. And what we should find is that when we go up to our drop down, we have the sales reps available to select from the drop down menu. In this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. And this section was all about sorting and filtering data. So we have a small data set on the left-hand side here that lists out some countries, the regions, the revenue, and the profit generated. Now, the first thing I'd like you to do is I'd like you to create a unique list of all of the regions, and I'd like you to use this unique list to create a data validation drop-down list in cell F4. Once you've done that, I'd then like you to create a filter that filters results by the region selected in cell F4. And these need to be output into this table just here. Now, when you're building that formula, I'd like to make sure that you add a meaningful message if there are no records to return. And then finally, I'd like you to sort the results A to Z by country. Give that a go. If you'd like to see my solution to this exercise, then please download the Exercise 5 solution file from the Exercise Files folder. That's it for now. I will see you in the next section. In this section of the course, we're going to be discussing a very important topic in Excel, and that is how we can find duplicates within our data. And when it comes to finding duplicates, there are numerous different methods that we can use. So in this first lesson, I'm just going to show you a couple of tricks that you can use to find duplicates using conditional formatting. So if we take a look at this first data set, you can see that we have two lists of names. And the first list are all of the people that attended webinar 1 and all of the people that attended webinar 2. So maybe this is some kind of training presentation that's been split across 2 webinars, and staff members are required to attend both webinars. So we've taken the attendance lists of both of these webinars, and now we want to compare the 2 lists to find out who didn't attend both of the webinars, because we need to send those people an email. Now we can do this very simply using conditional formatting. So what we're going to do here is we're going to select the first row, Control-Shift down arrow to select both of the lists. On the Home tab, we're going to go to Conditional Formatting, highlight Cell Rules, and notice at the bottom here we have an option for duplicate values. So if we click on this, we get this little window pop up, and currently it's highlighting all of the duplicates with a light red fill and dark red text. Now, of course, you can click the drop down and you can change this to something else. So yellow fill, green fill, light red fill, or you can even choose your own custom format if you want to. So let's go with the green fill. Now, what I'm seeing here are all of the duplicate names. So when we have duplicate names, these people currently showing in green attended both of the webinars because they exist in both lists. So if I wanted to compose a big long list of everybody who attended, this would be a great way to do that. We can highlight those names. But what if I want to find out who didn't attend both of the webinars? Well, this is where we can click the drop down and we can choose Unique. Now, when we click on OK, I can see who doesn't exist in both lists. So the names that we have underneath webinar 1, these people are not in the webinar 2 list, and the names highlighted in green in the webinar 2 list don't exist in the webinar 1 list. So now this makes it really easy for me to know who I need to send emails to. And if I want to get this formatting into more of a logical order, I can click at the top here and I could add some filters to the top of the columns. And then what we can do is click the drop down. We can say filter by color, filter by cell color, and choose the green. And it's only going to show me the people who didn't attend webinar 2. I would then need to go in and do the same for this list. So we can go to filter by color. We're going to select green. And we need to remember to clear this filter, and then we're going to see who didn't attend webinar 1. So that is the first method that you could use. Now we do have another method which is better when you're comparing rows. And this isn't necessarily conditional formatting, but I've decided to include it in this lesson anyway because it's really, really quick. So you can see here we have again 2 lists of data, serial number 1 and serial number 2. And what I want to do is I want to check to see if the value in the serial number 1 column is the same as the value in serial number 2. So we're effectively seeing if there are any row differences. So if we need to do that and compare things across rows, we can simply select our data set, press Ctrl G to jump into the Go To dialog box, and we want to go into Go To Special. Now we have an option in here called Row Differences. So when I select that and click on OK, you can see it's going to highlight in the table where there are differences in these rows. So it's highlighted the second one down. And when I say highlighted, it's actually not highlighting them, it's just selecting them. But it's telling me that this serial number in the second row is different to its counterpart in the first row, and the same for the bottom 2. And I can see that yes, if we take a look at this second one, in the first column, it's 8890. In the second column, it's 8850. So maybe somebody's made a typo error just there. So that little option is perfect if you just want to find out if there are differences between rows. Have a little practice of these. They are super useful, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this quick lesson, I'm going to show you another method that you can use when it comes to finding duplicates across different lists. And this time we're going to be using formulas. Now, much like the last lesson, we have two lists of people who attended webinars. But this time I want to find out who did attend both webinars, because I want to send them a follow-up email. Now, I know that we had some no-shows, so I just want to compare both of these lists together and just get a big long list of everybody who went to both webinar 1 and webinar 2. Now, we can do this using the filter function, which is a reasonably new function in Excel, and COUNTIF. So let's click in cell D6. We're going to type in equals and we're going to type filter. So our array. Now for this example, we just want to select the first column as our array. Control Shift down arrow, and I'm going to press F4 to lock those cells, comma. And the second argument include, this is where we want to do our COUNTIF. So if we type in COUNTIF, our range is going to be all of the participants in the second list. F4 to lock, and our criteria is going to be everybody in the first list again. Control Shift down arrow and F4 to lock. So what we're doing here is we're basically counting the participants who attended webinar 2 against webinar 1, and then the filter allows us to extract the names as opposed to a count of the values. So let's close off our COUNTIF, close off our filtered, hit enter, and that gives us a list of all of the people who attended both webinars. So I can now safely send an email out to these people following up on the webinars. And this is going to give me a list of all of the people who attended both webinar 1 and webinar 2, so I know who to send my email to. So don't forget that aside from conditional formatting to find duplicates, aside from using that row differences option in Go To Special, we can also compare lists together using the filter and COUNTIF functions. Now, we just did this on 2 columns. You could modify this and do it on more columns. So maybe you've got 3 columns, 4 columns, 5 columns that you want to compare together. It's time now to do exercise 6. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. And in this section, we were taking a look at how we can find duplicates. So this is a fairly straightforward exercise. You can see in column B, we have a list of countries. And in column C, we have another list of countries. Now, what I'd like you to do is in column D, in the result column, I'd like you to add a formula that compares the country list in column B with the country list in column C. So I'd like you to find which countries appear in both lists. So think about the formula that you need in order to achieve this. And if you'd like to see my solution to this exercise, then download the exercise 6 solution file from the exercise files folder. Good luck with that, and I will see you in the next section. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at 3 very important statistical functions: mean, median, and mode. Now, these are very simple functions to use, but it's important to understand how they work and also the difference between them. So let's take a quick look at the dataset. Now, what I have here is a list of results from the 5-kilometer park run that occurred at the weekend. You can see a list of all of the participants, their bib number, their age, and also the time that they achieved for 5 kilometers. And at the bottom here, I want to work out what the mean, median, and mode is for both the age and the time. Now, what is the difference between all 3 of these functions? Well, let's start with the top 2 first of all, mean and median. Now, mean is just another way of saying average. And if you're familiar with Excel functions, and you should be by now, you'll know that we have a function called average. And what an average does effectively is it adds up the list of numbers and then divides them by the count. So if we have 10, 10, 10, and we want to find the average, The average function will add these together, which would give us 30, and then it would divide it by 3, which gives us 10. So the average would be 10. So that is the same as mean. So if you see mean anywhere, it's just looking for an average calculation. So we can do this very simply down here. We're just going to select average. We're going to select our numbers, close the bracket, hit enter, and then we can drag that formula across to get an average of the time. Now the time looks a little bit different here, and that's just related to the formatting I have applied to the cell. So I want to open up my formatting, and I'm just going to make sure that I have the same formatting applied. And I think I have this one here. Yes, so hours, minutes, seconds. Let's click on OK. So I can see that the average age is 37.84. Now, in general, you wouldn't have it in that much of an increment, so I'm just going to take those decimal places down, which will round that up. The average age of participants in this 5-kilometer race is 38 years old. And the average time that they took to complete this race is 28 minutes, 16 seconds. So that is our mean. Now, what do we mean by median? Well, median is slightly different because median will just simply tell you what the middle value is from a range of cells. And a lot of the time, whilst it will normally be fairly similar to the average, it can differ very slightly. Now for this one, we have an actual function called median. So let's select it. You can see here it says returns the median or the number in the middle of a set of given numbers. So we just need to select our numbers. So again, we're going to select for the age, close the bracket, hit enter, and you can see the median, if we take those decimal places down, is 36. So the middle value is different to the average value of this range of cells. Let's copy this across. And again, it's giving me 0. That's just the formatting that I've got applied. This time, just to make things really nice and quick, I'm just going to copy the formatting using Format Painter. So let's click it once and let's apply it to this cell. And you can see again, there is a very slight difference here of 16 seconds. So that's the difference between your average or your mean and median. Now, mode is slightly different. What mode will tell you is which value is repeated most often in a range of cells. So if we type in equals and go to mode, notice that we have mode.mult and mode.sngl. Now, the difference between these two is that mode.mult will effectively return a vertical array of the most frequently occurring or repetitive values in an array or range of data. So it will effectively spill the results if there are more than one. Because it might be that you have, in this example, 3 people who are age 34 and 3 people who are age 40. So if both of those occur more than any other values in the list, we want to be able to list them out. And that is where we would use mode.mult. And I'll show you an example of that in a moment. For this one, we're just going to do mode.sngl. And this will just return the most frequently occurring or repetitive value in an array or range of data. So this is only going to show you one value. So let's double click it. Let's select our range, close the bracket, hit enter, and you can see here that the most frequently occurring age in this range is 35 years. Now if I just select this list, and I'm just going to go up to conditional formatting and say highlight cell rules that are equal to 35, just so we can see. So 35 occurs twice in this list. So we don't have any other numbers that occur 3 times, 4 times, twice is the maximum. But check out what we have in here. If we take a look down, you might notice that we have 2 people who are 48. We also have 2 people who are 50 in this list as well. So all of these occur twice, but because we've used mult.single and it can only output a single result, it's basically going to give you the first one that it finds. So it starts at the top of the list, it searches down, it gets to 35, that's the result that we're getting. Now let's copy this across. Once again, I'm going to copy the formatting to the cell using the Format Painter. And we can see here that the time 20:05 is the one that occurs most frequently. And I can see, yes, there is a time of 20:05 and there is another one. And because these are times, it's quite rare for people to get exactly the same time. So 2 is the highest amount of times this value occurs. So with all that said, let's just finish up by taking a look at that mode.mult. So we're going to go into mode and we're going to choose .mult this time. Once again, let's use the ages. I'm going to select this list, close the bracket, hit enter, and can you see we get a spill effect here? So this is listing out all of the ages that occur twice. So we have 35, 44, 48, 50, and 32. So that is the difference between mode.mult and mode single. But that's pretty much it. These are very straightforward formulas. Of course, we can combine them with other formulas to make them more powerful, but that's the premise of how they work. It's time now to explore two really important but often overlooked functions in Excel, and that is large and small. So what are large and small, and how are they useful? Well, large can effectively extract from a data set the largest value, and small can extract the smallest value. So let's take a look at these in their most simplest form first. Notice that the table of data that we're using just lists out some artists, their albums, the genre they belong to, and the sales for each of those albums. So maybe I want to extract from this data set what the highest selling album was by sales. So what I could do, and I'm just going to do this down here first of all, is type in equals large, open the bracket. We have two arguments. We have array and then we have k value. So if I'm just looking for the highest amount of sales, my array is going to be the sales array, Control Shift down arrow, comma, and then I just need to provide the k value. Now I'm only looking for the top amount of sales in this list, so my k value is 1. If I wanted to find out what the second highest selling album was, I would have 2 in here. So let's stick with 1. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and I can see that the top selling album achieved this much in sales. So let's apply some accounting formatting, take those decimal places down. So 4.5 million in sales. And we can see that that's true because I actually have this table of data sorted to have the highest sales at the top. So we can see here that Miss Taylor Swift is sitting pretty at the top of this list with her Reputation album that's achieved 4.5 million in sales. And small works in exactly the same way. We can type in equals small, and this time it's going to extract the lowest value. So again, we could select the sales column, Control Shift down arrow, comma, and say we want the smallest, which is going to be the first position. So close the bracket, hit enter, and we can see that this is the album that achieved the lowest amount of sales in our data set. And if we jump down to the bottom, Control down arrow, we should find that this is it just here. So we have Ed Sheeran with his Divide album, 367,000. So that's how large and small work if you just want to extract one value from a list. That could be the first position, the second position, the third, so on and so forth. But what if we want to extract multiple? You can see here we have a small table that says top 5 sales. So maybe I want to find out what the top 5 sales values were in this column. This is where it's slightly more tricky. Because if we click in here and we're going to use large, our array, well, we're looking in the sales column, Control Shift down arrow. And if you want to jump all the way back up to the top so you can see your formula, Control backspace will take you back there. We can press F4 to lock, comma. What's our K value going to be? Well, in the last example, we typed in a 1. So let's type in a 1 and see what happens. Close the bracket, hit enter. Well, it looks good for that first one, but if I drag this down, you can see it's just going to repeat those because in each and every formula, it's just looking for the same thing. It's looking for the highest value in this sales range. But what we actually want it to do is list out the highest, the second highest, the third highest, so on and so forth. So we need to go about this in a slightly different way. And a way that I like to do this is I like to have the values written out in cells. So you can see here I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So when I drag this formula down, the relative referencing is going to update each time, which is going to produce a correct formula. So instead of typing in 1, 2, or 3, I'm going to select the cell G4. We're going to leave it as a relative reference, hit enter, and now when we drag this down, you can see that we get the correct results. And we should find that these match up with the top 5 albums in our dataset. And I can see that they do. Now, what about if I wanted to take this on a stage further, and instead of just extracting the top 5 sales values, which don't mean a great deal, maybe I want to see the actual album names that these relate to. Well, this is where we could wrap this in an X lookup. So let's go up to the formula bar because it's a bit easier to see. I'm going to type in X lookup. Now our lookup value, well, that's going to be generated by our large formula. So all we need to provide here is the lookup array and the return array. So a lookup array is going to be our sales again, Control Shift down arrow, F4 to lock. What do we want to return? We want to return the album name, Control Shift down arrow, F4 to lock. Let's close off our XLOOKUP, hit enter, and then we should find that when we copy this down, we get the top 5 albums, but we have the album name instead of the value. And once again, if I just highlight these in the table, you can see that those all match, so we know our answer is correct. So that's a couple of examples of how you can use the large function. And as you would imagine, small works in a very similar way, except we're not extracting the top 5 results, we're extracting the bottom 5 results. So let's just very quickly do this. I'm going to type in equals small. Array, well, again, let's go for the sales, Control Shift down arrow, Control backspace to jump back up, F4 to lock, because we don't want these to move when we copy the formula down, and our K value is going to be what we have in cell G4. Close the bracket, hit enter, and then we can copy this formula down. And once again, if we go to the bottom of our data set, we should find that these match up. And I can see that they do. Now, what about if we want to use large and small in a slightly different way? So in these examples underneath, I want to extract the highest sales in the pop genre. So we're adding in a piece of criteria just here. Now, whenever we want to test a piece of criteria, we would use a logical function. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine the large function with if. So let's type in equals large, and we're going to go straight into an if. Because our logical test is if the genre is equal to pop. So I'm going to select the genre column, Control Shift down arrow, F4 to lock. That needs to equal, and I'm just going to hard code this in because I don't have it written out in a cell. Now, if that's true, we want it to return the sales values, Control Shift down arrow, F4 to lock. We're going to close off our if, and then we're going to tell Excel what our K value is. So our K value again is just G13. Close the bracket, hit enter, double click to copy down. And once again, if we wanted to see the album names instead, we could wrap this in an X lookup. So let's go back up to the formula bar. We're going to type in X lookup. Our lookup value is everything that we have here. Our lookup array is the sales column, Control Shift down arrow, F4 to lock, but this time we want to return the album name. Control Shift down arrow, F4 to lock, close the bracket, hit enter, and when we double click to copy down, we should find that this list is slightly different because this is just the highest sales in the pop genre. And if we take a look, we can see that Reputation is at the top there. That's in the pop genre. The next one down, again, is Taylor Swift, the Lover album. That's also in the pop genre. The next one down in the pop genre is this, so on and so forth. So let's finish off the full set. This time we're looking for the lowest sales in the hip hop genre. So we want to do a small. We're going to go straight into our if. Our logical test is if the genre, Control Shift down arrow, F4 to lock, is equal to hip hop. If that's true, we want to return the sales values, Control Shift down arrow, F4 to lock, close off our if, and then we can simply provide the K value. So that's cell G13, close the bracket, hit enter, and then we can pull this formula down. So a few different examples there of how you can use large and small in combination with other formulas to extract the highest or the lowest values from a list. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at two functions, rank EQ and rank average. And both of these functions are used to rank data. Now, if you take a look at my data set just here, you can see that I have a list of movies, and then I can see the number of 5-star reviews that each of these movies have achieved. And what I want to do in column C is I want to find out how these movies are ranked against each other. So what do we mean by ranked? Well, based on the number of 5-star reviews, I want to be able to see in column C if this movie is ranked number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, so on and so forth. Now you might be thinking to yourself, well, can't we just do a sort? I could click in this column, I could sort these into descending order, and that would give me the top ranked by number of 5-star reviews at the top, going all the way down to the lowest ranked movie. Now, the problem with sorting is that it will rearrange the order of the movies depending on where they fall in the ranking. So let's just do that. Let's click in the reviews column. We're going to go to data and I'm going to say Z to A. So that's going to give me the top ranked movie based on the number of 5-star reviews. But notice that the list of movies has now rearranged itself. It's reordered itself. Now, that might be totally fine. It really depends on what you're doing. But if you wanted to keep this list of movies in exactly the same position, but you still want to see how these movies are ranked against each other, that is where you would use the rank function. So what we're going to do here is we're going to type in equals rank. Now, notice something interesting here. We have rank average, we have rank EQ, and then we have rank. Now notice with rank, it has that little yellow warning triangle next to it. And whenever you see a function in this functions list which has this little yellow warning triangle, that means that it's a legacy function. So a number of years ago, all we had was the rank function in Excel. But since then, Microsoft have released updates. They've released two new ranking functions, rank EQ and rank average. So because these two functions achieve exactly the same thing as the older rank function, this is now what we refer to as a legacy function, meaning that it is kind of still available in Excel, so any older workbooks that use this function will still work and calculate correctly, but it's just a warning that we have newer functions to be able to do the same thing. And the newer function for rank is rank.eq. So let's double click it. Now we have 3 arguments for rank.eq, number, reference, and the final optional argument of order. So the first argument is number. Now this is the number that you want to rank against everything else in the list. So I'm going to select cell B4, comma. We want to rank this against everything else. So Control Shift down arrow to select everything in that column, Control backspace to jump back up to the formula. Now I don't want this list to move when we copy this down, so I'm going to press the F4 key to lock those cell references in place. Now let's just close this off, hit enter, and then when we double click to copy this down, it's going to assign a number next to each movie, and this is its ranking. So the first movie here, 12 Angry Men, this is ranked 12 based on 5-star reviews. If I scroll down a bit, there is the number 1 ranked movie, The Departed. So this one has the most amount of 5-star reviews. And of course, if you wanted to check that, you could apply a sort. I'm going to say smallest to largest, and you can see Departed is there at the top. Let's undo to take this back. Now, the final argument of rank.eq, which we didn't complete, was order. Now, if we press comma, you can see we get 2 options. We can choose to rank in descending or ascending order. Now, if you don't specify anything here, it's going to do the default, which is descending. So if we add a 1 on the end here, it's going to rank them the other way around. So let's hit enter and let's double click to copy down. And now I can see that 12 Angry Men is ranked effectively 39th from the bottom. If we go down and find number 1, that's this one just here, this is basically the lowest ranked movie based on 5-star reviews. So that is how the rank EQ function works. Pretty straightforward. And the cool thing about this is that everything's dynamic. So if I was to change this to, let's go for 5,000, it will readjust its ranking order. Let's take a look at another example now where we're going to use rank average. So here we have a list of dates and we have the amount of calls logged on those dates. So maybe this is some data that's come from a call center. Now the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to complete a rank. So the same as what we did in the previous example. So let's type in rank.eq. The number we're trying to rank is this number just here, and we're ranking it against everything in this list. Control-Shift down arrow, F4 to lock. I'm going to take the default of descending order. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and then we can double clickety-click to copy down. So I can see here that the day where we had the most amount of calls was January the 4th, 2023. Now let's do the same thing, but this time we're going to use rank average. We have exactly the same arguments. So we're going to choose calls logged. Our reference is what we're ranking it against. Control-Shift down arrow, F4 to lock, comma, and I'm just going to do descending order again. So we don't need anything on the end there because it is the default. Let's hit enter and let's double click to copy down. Now you'll see that some of these are exactly the same. The rank average and the rank for the first one are the same. But take a look at the second one. The rank average is 16.5, whereas the rank is 16. And again here, the rank average is 1.5 and the rank is 1. So why do we have a difference here? Well, to make this a bit easier to see, let's just sort the rank average column. So now we can see a direct comparison. Now check out both the rank and the rank average columns. You can see with rank we have two number ones. And that is because the amount of calls logged on these 2 days were exactly the same. They took 197 calls on both of these days. So this is the highest value, so both are ranked in position 1. Notice that the next highest number of calls is ranked in position 3. So if you have two that are the same, it will essentially skip over number 2 and go straight on to number 3. And we have a similar thing down here. We have 2 days where we took 144 calls, so the rank is 16. 17 is skipped over, and the next one is position 18. So that makes sense. But why is the rank average different? Well, with a rank average, what it basically does is it adds together both of these rank positions. So this first one is position 1, the second one is position 2. So if you add those together, we get 3, and then if we're doing an average, we divide 3 by the 2 positions, which gives us 1.5. The same thing down here, where we have 16.5. This one is in the 16th position. This one is effectively in the 17th position. If you add both of these together, you get 33. Divide them by 2, you get 16.5. So that is the difference between rank and rank average. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the subtotal and aggregate functions. And I've got a few different examples to show you here, which will hopefully explain why these are useful. So let's start out with the subtotal function. Now, the first thing to point out here is that the subtotal function is different to the subtotal utility that you can find on the Data tab over in the Outline group. Notice we have a subtotal command just here. Currently it's grayed out because I'm not clicked in a dataset where I could apply this. But this will allow you to quickly calculate rows of related data by inserting subtotals and totals. So this is more of your traditional subtotal. It will create an outline of your data, and then wherever there is a change in a column, it will apply a subtotal. And we'll look at that a bit later on in this course. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the subtotal function, which works in a different way. So in this first table just here, you can see that I have a list of employee names, the department they work in, and their salary. Now, maybe I simply want to sum everybody's salary. Well, we could use the sum function to do that. So if I go up to cell B3, type in equals, sum, I can then simply select this column, and it is worth noting that I formatted each of these as a table, so I can simply click to select the column, close the bracket, hit enter, and it's going to give me the total of all of the salaries. Now I can do a very similar thing with subtotal. So let's type in equals and jump into subtotal. Now the first argument of subtotal is function name. Now notice we can do a lot more things with the subtotal function. We're not just restricted to doing a sum. We could do an average, a count, a counté, a max, a min, so on and so forth. And notice that option number 9 in this list is sum. Now something that you will notice is if we scroll down, these start to repeat. So number 1 is average, but as soon as we get to 101, that goes back to average, and then we have all of those functions listed out again. Now, I'll explain in a moment what the difference is between this first set, 1 to 11, and the second set, 101 to 111, in a moment. For the time being, we're simply going to do exactly the same as what we did before, and that is a sum calculation. So I'm going to select sum from this list, comma, reference 1. We then just need to choose the cell range that we want to add up. Now, I want to add up the salary column, so I'm going to select it again. Close the bracket, hit enter, and of course we should find that we have exactly the same. Like so. So you might be thinking, okay, well, that's great. What's the advantage of using subtotal over sum? Because sum is so much quicker. Well, check out what happens if I was to filter this list of data. So I'm going to go to the department drop-down, and let's say I only want to see employees who are in the HR team. I'm going to select HR, click on OK. Notice what happens here. So the sum is still showing as 880,000, whereas the subtotal is showing as 151,000. So you can probably see the difference straight away. Sum will include even filtered out cells in its total, whereas subtotal will just show you the totals for the cells that are visible. And that can be really useful to know. There are so many different scenarios where you might have different filters applied, and you're wondering why the total is including all of that excluded data. This is why you need to be using subtotal. Now let's put all of our departments back again. I'm going to select all and click on OK. Because if we double click to take a look at this subtotal function again and go back to the function number, I'm just going to delete out what we have in there. It's fairly straightforward to understand that we have other calculations we could perform. So instead of sum, I could have done a count, I could have done an average of all of the salaries. So you can choose whichever function you like. Now, what I want to demonstrate just here is the difference between this first set of 11 functions and the last set of 11, because as I mentioned, they do repeat. So this time I'm going to choose the second sum in the list, which is function number 109. Let's double click. Let's hit enter. As we would expect, we're getting the same as our sum calculation. Let's see what happens if we apply a filter. So I'm going to apply the same one. Let's select HR and click on OK. And it's working exactly the same as the previous sum that we did. So why would we select the second sum from that functions list as opposed to the first? Well, let's go back and select all of our data. Maybe instead of filtering, I've manually hidden some rows in this table. So I'm going to select rows 10 to 13. I'm going to right click and I'm going to hide. Check out what happens. The subtotal updates and it excludes the manually hidden rows. Now, if I'd have used the first sum in this list, number 9, let's select that and do that one instead. Check out what happens. The first sum will include any manually hidden rows. So that is the difference between those two different sums in that functions dropdown. Something that you really need to be aware of. So now that we understand subtotal, let's move on to talking about aggregate. Because aggregate works in a similar way, but it allows us to deal with things like errors in cells. So once again, we have a very similar data set. I do have an additional column just here though, which is telling me the bonus amount for each employee. And if I click on this first cell, you can see that I've calculated that by simply multiplying the salary column by the value that we have in cell H1, which is 20%. This is the bonus amount effectively. Now notice in this bonus column, I have a few errors. I've got these div errors in here, indicated with this green triangle. Now, how does this affect any calculations I'm performing on this bonus column? Well, let's take a look. I'm going to type in equals sum, and let's just select this bonus column. Close the bracket, hit enter, it's going to give me a div error. So if you have div errors in cells and then you're trying to do things like add up that range of cells, you're going to get a div error as well. It can't calculate it. So what about if we go underneath and use aggregate instead? Once again, much like the subtotal function, we get a list of different functions that we could use. So I want to sum, so let's select number 9, comma. I get a whole bunch of options with this formula. So I can do things like choose to ignore any hidden rows. I can ignore error values. I can ignore nothing. So what I could do here is I could say, okay, I want you to ignore the error values. I'm going to select that one, comma. We then just need to select the array. So I'm going to move this screen tip out the way so we can get to the bonus column. And that's all I need here. The final argument is optional. Let's hit enter and you can see it gives me my result. So it's basically ignoring the errors that I have in this column. And with the aggregate function and our options argument, this would also work if I had manually hidden rows. So if we come out of here and let's apply a filter again. So I'm going to filter by department. Let's just see everybody in marketing, click on OK. I can see that this total is incorrect because I know that the sum of these two numbers does not equal 153,000. But if we double click to modify this formula, we can change the option that we're using and say ignore hidden rows and error values. So let's use this one instead. Hit enter, and now that total is correct. So it really makes a big difference which one of those options you're using when you're working with aggregate. Now, the final example that I just want to finish off with is a way that you can effectively sum and count values based on the background fill of the cell. And this is a question that comes up often. Unfortunately, in Excel, we don't have a specific function in order to do this. And it would be amazing because I know so many people who have to do this and really struggle. So you can see here that I have some conditional formatting applied to this dataset. And my conditional formatting rule that I have just here is basically saying format all of the rows where the salary is greater than 50,000. And that is the result that we get here. So maybe I want to add up all of the salaries, but only for the people highlighted in the table. So how would I do this? How can I sum or count by the background fill color of a cell? Well, we have to think outside the box a little bit just here. We can do it using subtotal or aggregate. So let's do the sum first of all. I'm going to click in the box above. Let's do subtotal. I want to do a sum this time, so let's select that from the list, comma. What am I adding up? Well, I want to sum the salary, and that is it. Let's close the bracket, hit enter. Now it's giving me 880,000. So this currently isn't the correct answer. But what we could then do is apply filters to this table in order to get the correct result. So I can go to any of these columns because we have the formatting applied across all of the columns. And I could say filter by color, and then I can choose the background fill. That's going to filter the list so we only see the formatted cells. And the total this time is correct. And if you want to check that, you can select these cells, take a look down in the status bar, and you can see it says 291,000. So that is a nice way that you can get around that. Now we could do something similar using aggregate. So let's finish off by doing that. And this time we're going to do a count. So let's double click to select count, comma. We get our options up here again. So I'm going to say ignore hidden rows, comma. We need to select our array. So I'm going to select the salary column, close the bracket, hit enter. Now the count currently is 21 and we have 21 people in our list. But if we apply the same filter, so let's go to filter by color and we're going to filter by this background green, you can see everything updates and the count is now showing as 5 because we chose to ignore hidden rows in the formula. So that's how subtotal and aggregate work, and a few examples of why these functions are so useful. It's time now to complete exercise 7. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. And in this section, we were looking at statistical functions. Now, I have a table on the left-hand side that lists out some players. And in column C, we have the score that they achieved in a video game. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to calculate the average score, the median score, and I'd also like you to calculate which scores appear most often in the list. Once you've done that, I'd like you to move on to the second part of this exercise, and that is to rank these players in ascending order according to their score. See how you get on with that. If you'd like to see my solution, then don't forget to download the exercise 7 solution file from the exercise files folder. That's it for now. I will see you in the next section. In this section of the course, we're going to talk about rounding values. And when it comes to rounding, there are 3 main functions that you can use: round, round up, or round down. Now, there are other rounding options which we're going to explore in the next lesson, but in this lesson we're just going to focus on those 3. And rounding is a really important thing to know, particularly if you work in the financial sector, where it's extremely important that we are accurate when it comes to money. So let's take a look at our first example. Now over here you can see I have a small table. We have some order IDs, so these are orders that have been placed by customers. We have the price of the order, and then we have the price plus tax. And if we click in the first cell just here, you can see that we have a calculation which is working out what that price is plus the tax rate. And we can see over in cell F4 what that tax rate is. So there is a 2.50% tax applied to all orders. Now the calculation to work this out is fairly straightforward. You can see it up there in the formula bar. We're just doing cell B4, which is the price, multiplied by the sales tax. This is an absolute reference because when we drag this formula down, we don't want this sales tax cell to move. And then we're adding B4 on the end. Now, if you're wondering why we're doing that, if I was to remove the plus B4, all we're going to get in the cell is the tax amount. So 2.5% of $4.88. If we want the price plus the tax, then we need to make sure that we're adding that price back on the end to get the total. Now, currently with these numbers that we have in column C, if we go to the Home tab and take a look at the formatting we have applied, we have number formatting. And this is a really important point to note when you're working with formatting. The number formatting is simply a mask that sits over the actual number. So a lot of the time, the number that you see in the cell isn't necessarily what the underlying number exactly is, because we've applied formatting over the top to make that number look a certain way. And that's the same with all of these formats that you might choose to apply. So with that in mind, let's do something else so you can see why rounding is so important. So let's say that this first customer with the order ID 1000 wants to order 1,000 products. And we know that the price per product is $4.88. So how would we calculate that? Well, we're going to include the tax. So let's do equals price plus tax multiplied by 1,000. Now, before I even hit enter here, this is a fairly straightforward calculation that you can probably do in your head. So what you're going to be expecting the result to be is 5,000. Let's hit enter and see what we get. We get 5002. So why is this value not 5,000? Well, this is related to rounding. So if we go back to this first cell where you can see 5.00, let's see what happens when I reveal more of this number, because currently I'm only showing this value with 2 decimal places. So if we go up to the Home tab and into the number group, we have these little increase and decrease decimal buttons just here. So let's increase the decimals to reveal more numbers. Check out what happens when I click it once. The next number is 2. And that's exactly the same as what I'm getting in cell E5. And I could carry on increasing those decimals to see more of the actual number underneath. So the actual value is 5002, but because we're only choosing to show 2 decimal places just here, it's effectively rounding it down. So how can we get both of these values to look the same? Well, this is where we could use rounding. So I'm going to go up to the formula in the first cell. We're going to type in round, and notice the different round functions we have there. We have round down, round up, and M round. So let's press tab. The number is being generated by the formula, and all we need to do is tell Excel how many digits we want to round to. So if I was to type a 2 in here, let's close the bracket and hit enter. So now both of these values look the same because we're rounding to the nearest cent. And of course, we could use round up or round down. So let's go to round up. I'm going to keep it on 2. And you can see there it says rounds a number up away from 0. If we hit enter, you can see it's rounding it to the nearest cent. If I was to switch out this 2 for a 0, it's going to round it up to the nearest dollar. And now it changes to 6. And we could do the same with round down. So let's replace up with down. And you can see here it says rounds a number down towards 0. So this final argument really depends on the number of digits that you want to round to. So if I put 0 in here, it's going to round it down to the nearest dollar value again, which is $5. And with this first one selected, if we increase the decimals again, you can see now we just get a whole bunch of zeros. So just be aware of that, particularly if you work in finance. It's really important to apply rounding to your numbers to make sure that they're exactly correct. Now, just before we leave this lesson, I want to show you another example. You can see here we have some salaries. These might be staff salaries, and then we have their new salary after a bonus amount of 2.15% has been applied. And I've already added this formula in. If you take a look at it in the formula bar, you can see we have a round up in play here. Now, why have I done that? Well, if you take a look at the salaries, these are a little bit all over the place. They're not whole numbers. So we have 26,399, 23,379. They're not particularly neat and tidy. In general, if you have a salary, it's very rarely 26,399. It's more likely to be 26,000. So with the new salary, once we've performed this calculation, the bonus increase, notice that these are all nice and tidy. They're rounded to a whole number. So we have 27,000, 23,900. They're rounded to the nearest 100. And I managed to achieve this by doing a round up in the cell. So you can see here we're doing a round up, A29 multiplied by D28. So we're just multiplying the salary by the bonus amount. We're adding the salary back on, but notice I have a -2 in here. Now, what would this have looked like if I have a positive number in here? So if I put 2 in here, you can see the salary is kind of messy again. If I do a -2, it's going to take it to 27,000. So just be aware of rounding when it comes to dealing with figures, particularly if you work in the financial sector. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can use round, round up, and round down to round values in cells. And in this lesson, we're going to continue on in the same vein, but we're going to take a look at some more specialized rounding, specifically 3 functions called mRound, ceiling, and floor. So let's start with mRound. Now, the difference between mRound and the functions that we looked at in the last lesson is that mRound allows us to specify the multiple. So let's take a look at a couple of examples. Now, once again, I have a similar data set. We have order IDs, we have the price, and we have the price plus tax. And that has been calculated by multiplying the price by the sales tax value of 2.5% and then adding the price on again. So pretty much what we did in the last lesson. Now, if we go up here to the formula bar and we type in mRound at the beginning, notice we have 2 arguments. We have number and we have multiple. Now the number is being generated by our calculation, so all we need to do is provide the multiple that we want to round to. So here we can be very specific. So if I wanted to round all of these numbers to the nearest 50 cents, I could type in 0.5. Alternatively, you could just put 0.50. It's going to do the same thing. So now if we close the bracket and hit enter, we can double click to copy this formula down, and you can see that all of these values have been rounded to the nearest 50 cents. Now it doesn't necessarily always do a round up or always do a round down, it's going to be the nearest. So you can see here with the first one, the nearest 50 cents is $5, whereas this one, the nearest 50 cents is $6.50. So this one is rounding up, whilst this one is rounding down. What about if I wanted to round these to the nearest 20 cents? Well, I could just change this to 0.2, hit enter, and then double click to copy that down. Now, if you're looking at this and thinking, well, that's not the nearest 20 cents, Because if we look at this one, the price is $7.19, but it's rounding up to $7.40. And looking at this, $7.19, because we're rounding to the nearest 20 cents, I would expect the result here to be $7.20. But remember, what you're seeing in this cell is a value with 2 decimal places. If I was to expand these decimal places out and take a look at this in the formula bar, you can see it's actually 7.192. So it's nearer 7.2. So it's going to round to the nearest 20, which in this case is to round up to 7.40. And if I wanted to round these values to the nearest dollar, I would simply replace 0.2 with 1. Hit enter, and then we can double click to copy that down, and everything is rounded to the nearest dollar. The same thing would work with different salaries. So let's say we have some salaries here and we just want to make these look a little bit neater and round them. And this time I'm going to round them to the nearest $100. So all I would need to do here is equals mRound. The number is this number just here, and we want to round to the nearest 100. Close the bracket, hit enter, and then we can simply double click to copy down and apply comma formatting and take those decimal places down. So these now look a lot neater than these salaries over here. So that's how the mRound function works. Now the other 2 functions, ceiling and floor, are basically the same as mRound, except ceiling will always round up, whereas floor will always round down. Remember, mRound will just round to the nearest. Now the arguments are pretty much exactly the same, so if we switch out mRound for ceiling and leave this on 1, you can see that we get a choice of 2 options. We have ceiling and ceiling.math. So ceiling is one of those legacy functions. Notice that it has that little warning triangle next to it, meaning that this used to be the only function that we had, but it's now been replaced with ceiling.math. So let's select ceiling.math. I'm going to leave it rounding to 1. Let's hit enter, double click to copy down. Now again, you might be thinking, well, hang on a second, why is this rounding to 6 when the price is $4.88? Surely this should round up to 5. But if we take the decimal places down in this case, you can see that the actual value there is 5. So it's going to round up to 6. The same with this one just here, $7.98. You might expect that to round up to 8, but if we take the decimal places down, you can see that the actual value is 8, so it's going to round up to the next multiple of 100, which is 9. And as you might expect, floor works in a similar way, except it's rounding down. So let's type in floor. Again, floor is a legacy function, so we want floor.math. This time let's round down to the nearest 50 cents, so I'm going to type in 0.5, hit enter, double click to copy down, and there we get our results. So that's the difference between mRound, ceiling and floor, and how those compare to round, round up and round down. It's time now to do exercise 8. And in this exercise, we're going to practice rounding values. Now, here you can see I have a table with a list of employee names, and it also shows their salary. Now, these employees are going to get a bonus of 1.2%. So the first thing I'd like you to do is in column D, I'd like you to calculate the bonus amount. So the bonus is going to be 1.2% of the current salary. Then in column E, I'd like you to calculate the new salary, including the bonus. And I'd like you to ensure that the result here, the total salary, is rounded to the nearest 100 multiple. If you'd like to see my solution to this exercise, then download the exercise 8 solution file from the exercise files folder. I really hope you get on okay with this, and I will see you in the next section. A concept that's really important to grasp as you get more and more advanced skills in Excel is custom formatting. Custom formatting allows us to really define how we want numbers and text to look in our worksheet. So in this first lesson, I'm going to talk through custom formatting so you understand what you're looking at, and then you can start building your own really cool custom formats. So in this first lesson, we're just going to talk through custom formatting so you understand what it is, because in my experience, this is something that people tend to struggle with. But it's actually pretty easy once you break it down. Now, notice here that we have a very small table. We've got a list of sales agents. We have the sales that they've generated and the commission that they've achieved. Now, currently, these numbers kind of look a little bit untidy, and that is because if we go to the Home tab and take a look in the number formatting group, you can see I just have general formatting applied. And general formatting isn't really any specific formatting at all. Now, ordinarily, what most people would do here is they would select the sales values, they'd go up to the drop down, and then they'd probably choose, because these are sales, currency, or accounting format, to make those look a little bit neater. Maybe we'd take the decimal places down. And we'd probably do something similar for the commission. Now, I'm just going to undo just to take those numbers back to how they were originally, because aside from these preset number formats that are built into Excel, if we go into more number formats, we have a custom group at the bottom. And this is where we can get really detailed about how we want our numbers to look. And what I find is that most people come into here and they start to scroll through this big list and they see all these hash symbols and all these dollar symbols, and it all looks quite complicated. So they generally tend to just cancel out of here and just use one of the presets. So let's take a little bit of time just to fully understand what we're looking at, because then it's just going to be a lot easier for you to create your own custom formats. Now, the first thing you need to understand about custom formatting, and if we go down to, let's just select this one here so you can see it in this type area. Custom formatting is divided into 4 parts, and each part specifies the format for a particular type of cell input. And each part is separated by a semicolon. So if you take a look at this just here, there's the semicolon. So everything before the semicolon, the first part, this defines how we want positive values to look in our spreadsheet. The next part after the semicolon, that defines how we want negative values to look in our spreadsheet. Now, this one only has 2 parts, so we're only defining positive and negative values. But if we scroll down a bit further, you can see we have some in here that contain all 4 parts. So with this one, this is the number formatting that controls what positive values look like. This is the number formatting that controls what negative values look like. And then we have another semicolon and a third part in here. So this controls what 0 values look like in our spreadsheet, and the final part controls what text looks like. So we can effectively use different formatting for different types of input into our cells. So maybe I want the positive values in a selected range to show with a dollar symbol and 2 decimal places, but I want the negative values to show with no decimal places and to show in a red font. We could do all of this with custom formatting. And then maybe I want the 0 values to show as a blank instead of a 0, and maybe I want the text to look a specific way. This is what you can use custom formatting for. So it's really important to understand that this is divided down into 4 parts. Now, you don't necessarily have to use all 4 parts. It really depends on the data that you're using. Now, another thing that tends to throw people off are these hash symbols and zeros. Now, these are placeholders. And if you take a look, I've selected this one just here. In the sample above, you can see what the number is going to look like if I was to use this custom format. So if you compare this number to what we actually have in the selected cell, you can see that this formatting is basically going to add a comma separator into there. In the worksheet, we don't have a comma separator currently. And the hash symbols and the 0 are effectively placeholders for numbers. The only difference between these two is that the hash symbol is a variable placeholder, whereas the 0 is a fixed placeholder. So something really simple I could do here is if I wanted to have this formatting here with the comma separator, but I also wanted a dollar symbol on the front there, I could simply come down to my custom format and add a dollar symbol. And you can see the sample updates. When I click on OK, it's going to apply that formatting to the cell. Let's undo. So this time I'm going to select the sales column. Let's go into custom, and I'm going to choose a custom format. So if I scroll all the way down, I want this one just here. So this is going to put a dollar symbol on the front and a comma separator. Let's click on OK to apply that custom format. Now, what about this just here? Again, I have some numbers, but I also have some zero values in here. So let's go to custom formatting. This time I'm going to press Control-1 keyboard shortcut to jump there quickly. Let's go to custom. And this time I want to have my numbers formatted in the same way, my positive values, I should say. So I want them like that. But because I have zero values in here, I want to apply a formatting for those. So remember, we need to press semicolon. That's going to move us on to the next position, which is how we want negative values to be formatted. Now, I don't have any negative values in my selected cell range, so I can press semicolon again, which will move me on to the next part, which is how I want zeros to be formatted. So maybe instead of a 0, I want it to say no commission. I could type into quote marks, no commission, click on OK, and let's widen this column out. And there you go. You can see that wherever we have a 0, we now have text instead. What about this example below? This is going to help illustrate to you the difference between those hash symbols and zeros. You can see here I have some order numbers in column 1, but these order numbers are very inconsistent in their length. So we've got order number 100, 5, 2000, 560, so on and so forth. But maybe I want all of these to be the same length. Maybe they need to be 5 characters long. Now, if I wanted to change the first one here to 5 characters, it would make sense to put a 00 on the front because the number is still effectively going to be 100. But if I was to double click here and try and add 2 zeros, Excel doesn't really like leading zeros. So what I could do is select this cell range, Control-1, go to Custom, and because these are all positive values, what I could do here is I could say that I want 5 fixed spaces, for example. So I would need to use zeros because zeros represent fixed placeholders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can see in the sample above, I'm now getting exactly what I want. So if I click on OK, the 0 being fixed will force everything to be exactly the same length. Now, if I was to do the same thing but use hash symbols instead, notice the difference. So let's type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, click on OK. It just takes us back to how it was before because these are variable, they can change. So that is the main difference between fixed and variable placeholders. And just to finish off this lesson, because we do have another lesson coming up where you can see custom formatting in action, let's take a look at this sales column just here because we have some minus values. So let's press Control-1. Let's jump into custom. So in here, I want to format positive and negative values. So as we know, positive values are in the first position. Maybe I want the 500 to display, let's choose this one, with 2 decimal places after it. And let's add a dollar symbol at the front here. And now I want to define how I want my negative numbers to look. Now I basically want them to look exactly the same, but I want them to show in red. So I can copy this formatting, Control-C, and just paste it in. And all I need to add on the front here is in brackets, we can add the color that we want to use. So I'm going to add in red. And those are square brackets, not curly brackets. Let's click on OK, and you can see everything updates and we have the result that we were expecting. So those are the basics of how custom formatting works. In the next lesson, we're going to explore this a little bit further and we're going to take a look at a really nice example. So I'll see you over there. In the previous lesson, we started to take a look at how we can use custom formatting to change the format of positive, negative, zero values, and text. So we're going to move that idea along in this lesson by taking a look at a more practical use of custom formatting. And we're going to incorporate color and symbols into our custom formatting this time. So let's start out by taking a look at the data set that we're going to be using. So we simply have a list of products. We have the actual quantity that was sold of each of those products, and then we have the target. Now, what we're aiming to do here is in column E, we want to work out the variance, i.e. the difference between the actual and the target. And then depending on what number we get in this column, we then want to apply custom formatting so we can see a visual representation via color coding and a symbol as to whether the actual was greater than or less than the target. So before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's first work out what the variance is for each of these products. And this is a very straightforward calculation. We want to type in equals, and then we're going to do the actual minus the target. Now, if you ever struggle to remember which way round this goes, just remember that A comes before T in the alphabet. I'm going to do Control Enter, which is another shortcut I really like, because if you were to just press Enter, it's going to move your cursor down to the cell below. Now, we want to copy this down, so it's going to be a little bit quicker for us to stay in the same cell. So that is why I use Control Enter. We can then simply double clickety-click the autofill handle to copy that formula down. Now you can see that in this variance column, we have a mixture of positive and negative values. And what you'll also notice is that for the electric toothbrush, we just have a 0 in here because the actual is exactly the same as the target. Now I want to represent these numbers in a more visual way so that it's instantly easy to see if we're below target or above target. So I'm going to do this using custom formatting. So with this range selected, I'm going to press Ctrl 1 to bring up the Format Cells dialog box, and we're going to go straight down into Custom. Now, if you recall, when we were looking at this in the last lesson, I'm just going to select one of these random custom formats. Our custom formatting is split into parts, and each part is separated by a semicolon. So everything before the first semicolon is how we're formatting positive numbers. Everything after this semicolon is how we're formatting negative numbers. And then if we had another semicolon, the next part would be how we're formatting 0 values. And then finally, how we're formatting text. Now, if I take a look at my data just here, we're just going to do positive and negative values. Now, I want my positive values to show in green, and I want them to show an up symbol. Now, you'll notice further down here, some of these preset custom formats contain the word red. And you can see the word red is enclosed in square brackets. So I'm going to use that format and specify that I want my positive values to be in green. So we're going to open a square bracket and we're going to type in green and close the square bracket. Now I'm going to add a 0 on the end here because remember 0 is a fixed placeholder. I'm then going to open some quotes, space, and we're going to insert a symbol. Now, if you want to insert a little up symbol, you can do that by pressing the keyboard shortcut Alt 30. And that's going to give you that nice little triangle. And then we're going to close our quotes. Now, notice in the preview above what that's going to look like. So it's going to still show the value, minus 19, but we also have an up arrow. And because I've specified green, I would expect the number and the up arrow to be showing in green. Now, before we do that, let's move on to how we want our negative values to be formatted. So we want a semicolon in there. Now, this time I want my values that are under target to be in red. So we're going to open a square bracket and type in red. We're going to put a 0 in there, open a quote mark, do a space, and then this time we want to use the keyboard shortcut Alt 31, and that's going to give us a down arrow. Let's close the quotes. So right now I'm just formatting positive and negative values. Let's click on OK and see if that works. And I can see, yes, that it does. However, there's something about this that I don't really like. This green color is really difficult to read. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch this green for a slightly darker green that is easier on the eye. So let's select our range again. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut, Control Shift down arrow, Control 1 to reopen up our formatting. And instead of green, I'm going to use color 10. Now, Excel has this color palette where we have colors called color 1, color 2, color 3, color 4, so on and so forth. And if you want to know what all of those colors are, you can simply Google that. But I know that color 10 is a much nicer shade of green. So let's click on OK. And there we go. It's much easier on the eyes and a lot easier to read. So this is looking pretty good, and I can immediately see which actuals were under the target and which actuals were above target. Now, the final thing to point out here is notice here for electric toothbrush again, this was the one where we had a 0 as the variance because the actual and the target were the same. Now, currently, because we didn't specify anything for 0 values in our custom formatting, it's showing with an up arrow, which doesn't really accurately represent this number. So let's make a modification to our custom formatting. Control-Shift-Down arrow, Control-1. I'm going to go to the end here. We're going to add another semicolon. So now we're into formatting 0 values, the third part. Now, what I basically want for my 0 value is I just want a line or a little block instead of an up or a down arrow. And I want that block to show in purple. So I'm going to open a square bracket, and this time we're going to use color 13. I know that is a really nice shade of purple. Once again, we're going to have a fixed placeholder. We're going to open some quote marks. And this time, the symbol that we want to use, we can access using the keyboard shortcut Alt-22. So we get that block symbol instead. Let's close off our quote marks, click on OK, and you can now see that that 0 is more accurately represented. So very quickly there, we've managed to create a really nice looking custom format using symbols and different colors. So this is a really nice thing to have a play around with and a practice with. But hopefully that gives you a little bit more of an understanding as to how you can incorporate things like color and symbols into custom formatting to make a really meaningful spreadsheet. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at advanced conditional formatting. Most of us should be familiar by this stage with the regular conditional formatting options. We can find conditional formatting on the Home tab underneath the conditional formatting dropdown. And as we know, in here we can do things like highlight cells depending on if they're greater than a certain number, less than, between, equal to, so on and so forth. We can create some top-bottom rules to highlight the top 10 items, the top 10%, so on and so forth. And then we have some pieces of visual conditional formatting that we can apply. So things like data bars, color scales, and icon sets. Now in this lesson, I just want to go through some of the more advanced ways that you can use conditional formatting. And I have some examples just here. And I will say that these are pretty practical examples that you could probably think of scenarios in your day-to-day work where this would be useful. And in the process of doing this, we're also going to get to practice other skills such as creating formulas and also inserting checkboxes. So let's dive into the first example. Now notice here I have a small table, and this is an Excel table. You can see if we go up to the table design tab, I've actually called this table students. And this table shows a list of students, the block that they're located in, the subject that they're taking, and who their teacher is. And maybe I want to be able to select a student from a drop-down list in cell B3 and have it highlight that particular row in the table to really highlight that student to me. We can do all of this using a combination of data validation and conditional formatting with a formula. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set up the data validation drop-down list. Now all of the student names in column A, they're already unique, so we don't have repeat students in here. These are all unique values. So that means we can just dive in and create the list. So let's go to data. I'm going to go to data tools. We're going to click the drop down and choose data validation. Now on the settings tab just here, we want to tell Excel that we're going to create a list, and then we just need to provide the source for our list. So the source is this list of names just here. Now remember, you are using a table here, so instead of actually selecting them, we can simply hover our mouse over the column heading until we get that black down facing arrow and click to select the cell range. Let's click on OK. Notice we have a drop down arrow, and when we click it, we now have all of those names in the bottom. And the cool thing about having this data in a table is that if you add any new students onto the bottom, this data validation list will automatically update. That wouldn't happen if our data wasn't in a table. Remember, tables make everything dynamic. So now we have our drop down list, and I'm just going to select a student. Let's go for Olivia Smith. Now, what I want to happen here is that when I select Olivia Smith, I want the entire row in this table to highlight in a bright color. Now, we do this by utilizing conditional formatting. So the first thing we need to do is select all of the data in the table. Notice that I'm not including those column headings. We can then go across to the Home tab, into conditional formatting, but this time we want to create a new rule, because we need a formula in order to be able to do this. So underneath select a rule type, we're going to choose use a formula to determine which cells to format. And then down here, this is where we can type our format. So basically what I want to say here is if the name in column A is equal to what we've selected from the data validation drop-down list, apply formatting to the entire row. So what does that look like in terms of a formula? Well, if we type in equals, all we need to do is select the first cell in the column where we're going to find the student name, and that is cell A7. Now notice when you select the cell, it puts the cell reference into the formula field, but it automatically makes that cell reference absolute by adding in those dollar symbols. Now, if I was to keep this as an absolute reference, when I apply my formatting, it's only going to format the cell that contains the name. And we want it to format the entire row. So it means we have to change the way that we're working with these references. And we need to employ mixed referencing. Now with our mixed referencing here, we want to say lock the column because we're always referring to the name in this column and we need to be able to move down, but keep the row unlocked so that the formatting can move across this row. So I'm going to press F4 until I get to this option just here where we're simply locking the column and not the row. So we're going to say if this is equal to what we've selected in cell B3. Now in this case, we can keep this as an absolute reference because we always want to reference whatever is in cell B3. We don't want it to move anywhere. So now we have our little formula in there. We can click on the format button and we can choose the type of formatting that we want to apply. So I want to apply a fill color and I'm going to apply this bright green. In fact, let's do it very slightly lighter. Let's click on OK and OK again and check out what happens. It's selected Olivia Smith. And if I change this to somebody else, let's go for Mia Taylor, you can see that that person is now highlighted in the list. So this is a great way of utilizing data validation and conditional formatting to make a really nice looking table that highlights different rows. Let's take a look at another practical example. Now we have something slightly different here. In column A, we have a list of tasks, and then running through columns B to H, we have the days of the week, and then on the end here, we have a column titled complete. So what I want to do here is I want to use this as some kind of task checklist. So I want to add checkboxes, and every time I complete a task for the day, I can just simply check it off. So that is the first step, inserting the checkboxes. Now in Excel 365, we have a brand new feature for checkboxes, and this makes the process of inserting them a lot easier than they were before. Before we had this new feature, we would have to go to the developer tab, we'd have to insert, we'd have to choose the checkbox form control, and it was quite awkward maneuvering those form controls around. Now, thanks to a recent update, if we go to the Insert tab, notice we have a dedicated checkbox button over here. And all we need to do is simply click it and it puts in these really nice looking checkboxes. And the cool thing about these, again, this is something we couldn't do previously, is that we can change the color of these checkboxes as well. So if I want to make these look a little bit more in keeping with the table that they're in, I'm going to go to Home and you want to change the font color. So I'm going to go to here and let's just change this to a nice green color to change the color of those checkboxes. Now you'll notice with these that if you select one, take a look in the formula bar, it says true. So effectively what we have here is a little true-false toggle. When the checkbox is ticked, the output is true. When it's not ticked, the output is false. So what we want to say now is that if every task for the week has been completed, we want an output of done in column I. Now to do this, we're going to use if and count if. So let's type in equals count if first of all. Our range, well, this is going to be our range. Comma, what is our criteria? Well, remember when these are checked, the output is true. So we're going to say check in this range to see if the output is true and if it's equal to 7. Because we have 7 days, in order to get a completed status of done, every single one of these checkboxes needs to be ticked, effectively marked as true. So let's hit enter. Notice currently, if I copy this down, we're going to get a whole bunch of falses. But if I tick these checkboxes, and it's worth noting that you can actually use your spacebar to check these as well. As soon as all 7 are ticked, notice the completed status changes to true. Now, I don't want the outputs here to be true and false. I want it to say done if it is true, and I don't want anything in the cell if it's false. So this is where we can wrap this in an if. So let's go up to the formula bar. We're going to type in if. Our logical test is being generated by this formula just here. And then we're going to say if it's true, we want it to output done. If it's false, we don't want anything. Let's close the bracket, hit enter. You can see that first one has done, and I would expect everything else to be empty when we copy this formula down. So I've just gone in and I've checked a few more boxes just so that we have a few dones in column I. Because the final part of this is to apply conditional formatting. Because I want this to do something else. When we have a completed status of done, I actually want the task name to fade out to grey with a strike through so I know that it's complete. So the first thing we need to do here is just select the cells that we want to apply the conditional formatting to. Then we're going to go up to conditional formatting, new rule, use a formula, and this time we're going to say equals if this cell, and again we're going to change this to mixed referencing by pressing F4 twice, if that is equal to done, then we want to apply the conditional formatting to the selected cells. So I'm going to go to the Format tab. We're going to go to the Font tab because I want to make sure that we have a strike through, and I want to change the color of the font to a light gray color so that it really kind of grays out. Let's click on OK and OK again, and we should find that that has been applied. So you can see here it's really obvious which tasks have been done and which haven't. So if I was to go through, and let's take this second bunch of checkboxes, I'm just going to press the spacebar to check all of these. Notice that that conditional formatting applies. We have a complete status of done, and it's grayed out with a strike through. So those are a couple of practical ways that you can utilize conditional formatting with other features in Excel to produce some things that look really effective. It's time now to do exercise 9. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. And this section was all about custom formatting. So you can see here we have a list of students, and all of these students took a test, and that is test 1. And we can see the score that they achieved in this test. Now, all of these students failed test 1 because they got a pass mark of under 50. So they were required to retake the test. And in column D, we can see the score they achieved when they retook the test. So the first thing I'd like you to do in the result column is I'd like you to calculate the difference between the test 1 result and the retake result. And you should get either a positive or a negative value in column E. Once you have a value in column E, I'd like you to apply custom formatting as follows. I'd like you to format the positive values in green or color 10 and show an up arrow. The negative values should be formatted in red and show a down arrow. If you'd like to see my solution to this exercise, then download the exercise 9 solution file from the exercise files folder. That's it for now. I will see you in the next section.
Hi, from everyone at Simon Says It. We hope you're enjoying this training lesson. Please like this video to show your support for the channel. If you want to take your learning further, earn a certificate for this course, and gain access to over 200 courses ad-free, click up there and go to simonsaysit.com. Thanks for watching, and back to the course.
Hello Excel enthusiasts, and welcome to our Excel Advanced training course. My name's Deborah Ashby, I'm a Microsoft MVP, and In this course, we're going to explore the exciting world of advanced Excel techniques. Now, before we dive into the nitty-gritty, let's first talk about what it means to be an advanced Excel user. Maybe you're a formula whisperer. An advanced Excel user doesn't just know basic formulas, they wield complex functions like absolute wizards. They're comfortable with VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP, index match, and even dynamic array formulas. So if you dream in Excel functions, then you're on the right track. Maybe you're a data detective. They're like Sherlock Holmes, but with spreadsheets. Advanced users can spot data inconsistencies, clean up messy datasets, and create pivot tables that reveal hidden insights. Data validation? Child's play for an advanced Excel user. What about chart maestros? Our advanced Excel user doesn't settle for basic bar charts. They customize charts, add trend lines, and create stunning visualizations. Scatterplots, sparklines, and combo charts, they've got it covered. What about all of the macro magicians? Have you ever heard of VBA? Well, our advanced Excel users have. Macros, well, they're not afraid to record, edit, and run them. Automation is their middle name. Or maybe you've heard of the Power Pivot Pros. Power Pivot isn't just a buzzword, it's their secret weapon. They build data models, create relationships, and analyze millions of rows effortlessly. Now, if you're sitting there wondering if you're really ready for Excel Advanced, here's my advice. Make sure that you complete the Excel Intermediate course first. The intermediate course will give you a solid foundation. It bridges the gap between basic and advanced, and it covers essential concepts like conditional formatting, data validation, and more. And in this course, you're also going to need to know your way around basic functions, charts, and pivot tables. So if you've mastered those, then you're all set. And by completing the intermediate course first, that's going to give you a huge confidence boost to tackle advanced topics. Think of it as leveling up before facing the final boss. You're going to find at the end of every section an exercise, and this is so you can practice your skills. These exercises aren't marked, so don't worry about that. It's really just a way for you to test your knowledge and determine if you need to go back and maybe revisit any of the lessons. So whether you're a data analyst, a business professional, or just a spreadsheet enthusiast, get ready to unlock Excel's full potential. I'm going to be there guiding you every single step of the way, and I can't wait to embark on this Excel adventure together. So without further ado, let's dive into the first lesson. It's time now to do our first exercise of the course. And this exercise is a little bit different to all of the other exercises in this course. And that is because we've only just started, we've only just gone through the introduction, so there isn't really anything to practice. So really, I just want you to check a couple of things before we begin. So I'd like you to ensure that you have completed the Excel 365 Intermediate course, or you already have Excel Basic to Intermediate skills. You're going to need those as a solid foundation in order to run through this Excel Advanced course. And then the next thing I'd like you to check is that you've downloaded the course and the exercise files and stored them somewhere safe on your PC. You're going to need those throughout the balance of this course to refer to and to practice with. That's it for this first exercise. Check those two items, and then it's time to dive in to section 2. In 2018, Microsoft rolled out 8 new dynamic array functions and a new calculation engine that allows us to write one formula and get multiple results. And it really is a game changer because it eliminates the need for the CSE method to calculate array formulas. And CSE stands for Control Shift Enter. Being able to write a single formula and getting an array of dynamic results means writing fewer formulas, and that also means fewer errors. And what it generally leads to is more trustworthy spreadsheets. So dynamic arrays make formulas much easier to write, and they solve some really hard problems in Excel. Now, it is worth noting that dynamic arrays and all of the new functions are only available in Excel for Microsoft 365. So if you have a Microsoft 365 subscription, you should have access to these new dynamic arrays. And as part of the dynamic array update, Excel now contains 8 new dynamic array formulas, and you can see them all listed out on the slide. The sequence function will allow us to generate an array of sequential numbers. RandArray generates an array of random numbers, very similar to the randBetween function. Unique is one of my favorite new dynamic array functions. It allows us to extract unique values from a list or a range. And then we have 2 functions related to sorting, sort and sort by. Now, sort will sort a range by a column, whereas sort by will sort a range by another range or array. We have a filter formula, which allows us to filter data and return matching records. And then we have 2 new functions related to lookups. So XLOOKUP is the natural replacement for index and match. So if you've ever struggled getting your head around index and match for complex lookups, then XLOOKUP is going to be your best friend. And we also have its sister function, XMatch. This is a more complex version of the match function with more functionality. So what we're going to focus on in this section is just going through each of these new dynamic arrays so you understand how they work and how they can be helpful to you. We're going to kick off this first section of the course by taking a look at dynamic array functions. And dynamic arrays were introduced a couple of years ago now and are available in Excel 365. So in this lesson, we're just going to take a brief look at exactly what dynamic array functions are. We're going to explore the spill functionality, and we're going to take a look at 2 examples so you understand the difference between a regular formula and a dynamic array formula. So let's dive straight in. Now we're starting over here on the left-hand side of the screen where we have the standard formula title. Now notice here I just have a little bit of data. We have some employee names in here. And what I want is to return the department that those employees are in. And I have that information in the table in the middle here. So we have all of the employees, the departments they're located, and the block where their desk is. Now this little data set here I've already formatted as an Excel table. Now how do I know that? Well, if I click in the data, I have a table design ribbon at the top here. And if I take a look in the properties group, I can see the name of the table is employee location. Now this is an Excel advanced course. I hope we're all familiar with how to put data into a table, but if you're not, you simply click in your data and press Ctrl-T to convert it to an Excel table. Now, why do we do that? Well, it means it makes our lives a lot easier when we're constructing formulas. And that is true in this case as well. Because what I want to do is over here, I'm going to create a quick lookup, which will return the department that each of these employees are located in from the table. And to do this, I'm just going to use VLOOKUP. Now, our lookup value is the employee name. Let's press comma. Our table array is the entire table, so I can simply select it. And you can see instead of the cell references, I get the actual table reference instead. Comma. Which column do I want to return? Remember, VLOOKUP numbers columns from left to right. So I want to return the department, which is column number 2, and we want to do an exact match of the employee name in the table. So we need a false on the end there. Let's close off the bracket and hit enter. And it's returning IT. And if I take a look in the table, I can see that yes, Sarah Smith is in the IT department. So that is the standard behavior of just a regular Excel formula. The formula is constructed within the cell, and when we hit return, the result is returned in that cell only. If we want to copy this down to the other cells, we then have to grab the autofill handle and either double click if we have a long list, or we can simply drag down to return the results for the rest of the records. And that is standard formula behavior, this click and drag down. Now, dynamic array formulas work in a slightly different way because they have what we call spill capabilities. And what that basically means is we type the formula in once and it will spill all the results down the other cells. So it means we don't have to drag the formula down. So let me show you a very quick example of this. Now, in this example, we are going to get ahead of ourselves a little bit because I'm going to show you the filter function, which is a dynamic array function. And we're going to cover filter in detail over the next few lessons. So if you're a little bit confused about what I'm doing at this stage, don't worry. The idea behind this session isn't to understand filter, it's really to understand the difference between dynamic arrays and regular formulas. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm very quickly going to create a filter formula. And I want to filter the entire table just here. And I want to include when the department column is equal to what we have in cell J4. And that's all I'm going to do at the moment. So let's close it off and hit enter and check out what happens. It's now returning from the table all of the employees who are in the marketing department. But notice that those results spill down. I haven't had to grab a handle and drag it down. That's a dynamic array formula. Another property of dynamic arrays is that notice if I click somewhere else in the table, if you look in the formula bar, the formula's kind of grayed out. So it means that I can't go up there and start editing it. You can only edit dynamic arrays in the cell where you type them in. So for me, that would be cell L4. So dynamic arrays are different from regular formulas because they automatically spill into other cells. Now, sometimes this can cause a problem. Notice here I've dragged my table underneath. Now I'm going to delete out the filter formula and we're going to do a slightly different version of this. So let's type in filter. Again, my array is going to be the entire table and we're only going to include if the block is equal to what we have in cell J7, which is north. Now if I close this off and hit enter, I'm getting a spill error. Now you get a spill error when you have something in the way that's blocking that formula from spilling those results down. And notice if I click in cell L4, you can see that outline. It's kind of crashing into the table below, and so Excel can't spill those results down. Now obviously the way to fix this would be pretty simple. We would just drag our table, we can drag it down a bit further or we could drag it somewhere else. I'm just going to pull it down here and then those results will spill. So just be aware of that. If you do see a spill error, it's because Excel doesn't have enough room to output those results. Now dynamic array formulas are super flexible. As I said, we have about 8 new ones available in Excel 365 and some of these are really awesome. In fact, filter is one of my favorites. And that's what we're going to cover throughout the balance of this session. We're going to go through each one, see what we can do and have a bit of fun. The first dynamic array formula that we're going to look at is definitely one of the most useful and one I find myself using all the time in lots of different situations, and that is the unique function. Now, what unique allows us to do is produce a unique list of values. So let's take a look at an example so that you can understand a little bit better. Now, in column B, I just simply have a list of different country names. Now, these countries have repeats in them. They have duplicates. So you can see here we have UK repeated a few times, we have USA a couple of times, Germany, so on and so forth. So this wouldn't be described as a unique list because of those duplicates. Now, before we had dynamic array functions, if I wanted to just have a list of all of the unique entries here and remove the duplicates, I would use the Remove Duplicates tool on the Data ribbon. So if we go up to Data, we have a Remove Duplicates button. Now, if I click this, it's going to say, do you want me to remove the duplicates from the country column, which I do. Click on OK. It's found 8 duplicates and 9 remain. So when I click on OK, I now have a unique list of all of those countries. So that is how historically we've always dealt with that scenario. Now the problem with this is that it does actually remove the duplicates from the list. You might want to keep them in there. And also because it is a command we click on the ribbon, it means we can't really combine it with other formulas to make it more useful. So that is where unique comes into its own. So I've just undone this to put all of our countries back, because what I can now do instead is type in equals unique, and then we simply have one mandatory argument, which is array. The other 2 arguments, which we are going to explore in the next lesson, are optional because they're in square brackets. So all we need to do here is select the array, close the bracket, hit enter, and it's going to produce a unique list. Again, because this is a dynamic array function, if I'm clicked in a cell down here, the formula is grayed out in the formula bar. If I wanted to edit this, I could simply click up here. So really nice and simple. Now, what about if I wanted to count these entries? Well, they're text, so we would need to use count A, but what I could do is say count A, and instead of selecting the entire range, with dynamic array formulas, you can select the first one, press the hash or the pound symbol, and it will literally select everything else in that range. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it tells us that we have 9 unique entries. Now, of course, if this list didn't exist at all, so let's just delete this out, and I wanted to do a unique count, I could combine both of those formulas together. We can simply type count A, then go into unique, select our array, close off unique, close off count A, hit enter, and it's going to give us the result. And we've combined a regular formula with a dynamic array formula. Now, of course, there is so much more that you can do with unique by utilizing those 2 optional arguments. We're going to take a look at that in a moment. And of course, we can combine it with other formulas like we've done just here. And it really becomes powerful when you start using it in things like data validation drop-down lists. Again, we're going to explore all of this throughout the balance of this section. So let's dive into the next lesson. When you're working with the distinct formula, there are 2 things it can return: unique values or distinct values. So what exactly is the difference between those 2? Well, that's what we're going to explore in this lesson. And again, we're keeping our data set very simple for these examples, so everything is really easy to understand. I have a list of countries just here, and we have the population of each of those countries in millions. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to make this dynamic. So if more countries are added onto the bottom, everything will automatically update. So let's press Control T. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. And I don't like that table style. Let's just have no table style in there. And I'm going to name my table. Let's call this country _ pop. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do a unique that returns distinct values. And it is worth noting that the distinct option is the default for the unique function. Now, let's construct a formula that returns the distinct countries. And it is worth noting that distinct is the default. So if we type in unique, let's select our array because we want a distinct list of the countries, comma. Now we move into our optional arguments. And the first optional argument is by col. So we need to tell Excel if we want to return unique columns or unique rows. Now we want to return unique rows because our countries are listed in the rows. So we need a false in there. And then the final option, this is where we're defining if this is a distinct or a unique formula. Now, we haven't really discussed what the difference is between these 2, so this seems like a good point to do that. What distinct means is that it will return a list of all of the distinct items. So pretty much like when we did the first unique, it's just going to look at our list of countries and just return one of each. That's a distinct list. Whereas unique will return only the countries that appear once in our selected range. So that's the difference between the 2. Now we're doing distinct in this example, so we also need a false on the end there. And what you'll find is if we close the bracket and hit enter, we're going to get what we got in the last lesson when we just did unique without any of the additional arguments. And that is because distinct is the default, so this is exactly the same. We have 9 distinct countries. Now let's take a look at the difference if we use the other argument. So we're going to do unique again. We're going to select the same array. We're returning unique rows, so we need a false. But this time we're going to say true. Return items that appear exactly once. So if we have true as our argument on the end here, the list is completely different. And that's because now it's only returning items that appear exactly once in this list. So Australia is in here only once. New Zealand, South Africa, and Brazil. Those aren't repeated at all throughout the selected range. And just to finish up so you can see how this works when we have new countries added to the table, I'm going to click at the bottom here and let's add in, we're going to go for Spain. Now check out what happens to both of these lists when I press tab. You can see that Spain has been added to the bottom of both of them. It's added to distinct because it's another distinct country, and it's also added to unique because Spain currently appears only once in the table. But if I was to add another entry, and let's do Spain again, you'll see that it disappears from the unique list, but it still stays in the distinct list. So hopefully that illustrates to you the difference between these two, both of them equally as useful in different situations. So far, when we've been looking at the unique function, we've been using data in just one column. So we've been extracting the country, for example. Now in this lesson, I just want to show you how easy it is if you want to extract multiple columns. So you can see here, we have a table, we have the country, the population, and the region. And I want to basically do the same thing. I want to extract a distinct and a unique list, but I want it to return 3 columns instead of 1. So we're going to start this process off in exactly the same way. I'm going to put my data into a table, Control T. Let's click on OK, and again I'm just going to say no table style. And let's give our table a name. I'm going to call this CTY underscore pop underscore reg and hit enter. So now if we go over to here, we pretty much do exactly the same thing as we have been doing. We type in unique. Our array, well, I want to return everything in this table. So I would just need to select all of the data, and you can see it automatically picks up my table name, city, pop, reg. If I just wanted to extract the first 2 columns, I would just select the first 2 columns as my array. Comma, let's move on. What do we want to return? Well, we're returning unique rows. Comma, do we want to return a distinct list or a unique list? Now, I want to return a distinct list in this instance, so we want a false on the end there. Close the bracket, hit enter, and that's exactly what we're going to get. And because we put this in a table, again, if we try and add another country in, so let's just use our favorite Spain over here, and you can see that that's going to update. Now we have zeros in there because I haven't filled out the rest. And let's just take a quick look at what we get if we change this last argument. So remember, you can't edit a formula from any cell other than the one you originally typed it into. And in the formula bar, I'm just going to change this from false to true to return items that appear exactly once. So when we hit enter, that's exactly what we get. So super simple to incorporate multiple columns when you're using unique. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can extract unique and distinct values by column. And this is the other argument of the unique function that we haven't yet looked at. So I just want to show you this just to round out this section on unique. So let's take a look at our data. Now at the top here, I have a table that lists out 8 packs of crayons. And each pack of crayons has 6 crayons in it, and we can see the color of each of those crayons. Now in the tables below, I want to return a distinct and unique list of these packs of crayons. So let's start out with distinct. So I'm going to click in here and let's type in unique. And the first argument is array. Now I'm going to select just the crayon colors. Now the reason why I'm not including the heading in there is because each one of these headings is unique from the other. So if I included those in this unique formula where we're doing a distinct option, it would just return every single pack of crayons. What I want this formula to do is to look at each column that we have here, compare it with other columns, and show me only a distinct list of packs of crayons. Now let's press comma, because this is the argument that we want to use. This time we want to return unique columns as opposed to rows. So we need a true in there, comma. And we're doing a distinct, so the last argument is false. let's close the bracket and hit enter and check out what we have. It's returned all of the distinct packs of crayons. So if we take a look at this, I can see that that matches pack 1 above. Pack 2 matches what we have below, so does pack 3. This is where a change comes. So pack 4, if we take a look at the crayons included in this pack, you can see that that is exactly the same as what we have in pack 1, so it hasn't been included in our result. All of the rest of these are fine, again, except pack 8, because the crayons we have in pack 8 are exactly the same as the crayons we have in pack 2. So this pack has also been excluded from our results. So we have 2 packs excluded, pack 4 and pack 8, which is why we're getting a shorter list. And we have 2 empty columns on the end. Now, of course, this doesn't bring across those headings, so you'd need to go across and pull those through yourself. So I'm just going to quickly grab these. Now, there are ways that you could get this to pull through using lookups, but this lesson isn't about that. So we're just going to manually add these in just to get this looking nice and tidy. So those are the distinct packs of crayons. Now this works exactly the same if we're doing a unique instead, but this time it's only going to show us the packs of crayons that appear once. So once again, let's select our array, comma, we want to return unique columns, so we need a true in there, and this time we want another true because it's only going to return items that appear exactly once. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and again we get a much shorter list. So these are the packs of crayons that appear only once in that table. So that's going to be pack 3, pack 5, and packs 6 and 7. So that is the by column argument of unique. We're returning the columns as opposed to the rows. It's time now to move on to another dynamic array function, and that is the sort function. Now, sort does exactly what it says on the tin. It allows us to sort our data by 1 or more columns. And you're probably familiar with sort because we've had the sort option available in Excel for many, many years. But the sort function exists on the Data tab, in the Sort and Filter group, or we can right-click in our data and we have sort options just here. So sort A to Z, sort Z to A. But now we also have sort available as a dynamic array function. And that means that we aren't limited to just sorting our data in place. We can output our sort results to any cell in the spreadsheet. It also means we can combine sort with other formulas to make it a little bit more powerful. So let's take a look at how sort works. Now in the first example, we're just going to do something really simple. Notice we have a table here that lists out some athletes, the country those athletes are from, their bib number, and the medal they achieved. So what I'm going to do over here is we're going to type in equals sort. Now notice we have 4 arguments, but 3 of those are optional. Only the first argument, the array argument, is mandatory. So in this first example, we're just going to select the array that we want to sort. Now I want to sort all of these records and all of the columns, so let's select everything in there, and that's all I'm going to do. I'm going to close the bracket and hit enter, and it's going to sort those results. Now it's worth noting if you don't specify any other arguments, it's going to sort by the first column, and it's going to sort A to Z. So you can see here it's sorted by the athlete column, Austin is first and Willie is last. Now it might be that that sort order is perfectly fine for you, but what about if we want to be a bit more specific about which columns we want to sort by, and also which way we want to sort, either ascending or descending? Well, let's do it again. I want to sort by the country column this time in descending order. So let's type in equals sort. So our array is the same thing. We're going to select all of the records, comma. It's now asking for a sort index. Now, whenever you see index in an argument, it requires you to enter 1, 2, 3, 4. So all we need to do here is specify which column in the table above we want to sort by. And if I want to sort by the country column, that is column number 2. So that is our sort index, comma. Now we get to define our sort order, ascending or descending. Now in this example, we want to sort in descending order, so we need a -1 in there. Now I could close off the bracket and that would be fine, but let's press comma just to see that last argument. This is where we get to specify if we want to sort by column or by row. Well, our records are in our rows, so we want to sort by row. I'm going to type a false in there, close the bracket, hit enter, and there are our results. So now you can see that we're sorting by country in descending order. So that is Z to A. So we have USA at the top going all the way down to Australia at the bottom. So really nice and straightforward. Now let's do something a little bit more complex in our last example. Maybe I want to sort by 2 columns. So you can see here I want to sort by country in ascending order and then the bib number in descending order. So how do we do this? Well, this is actually pretty clever. Let's type in sort. Our array is exactly the same thing. We're going to select all of our records. Sort index. So this is where we choose the columns that we want to sort by. Now, if we have more than one column that we want to sort by, which we do in this case, we need to open a curly bracket. And then we can specify within inside that bracket the columns we want to sort by. So I want to sort by the country column, which is column number 2, and then by the bib number column, which is column number 3. And then we can close our curly bracket. Comma. Sort order. Now, because we're sorting by 2 columns, and we want the country column to be in ascending and the bib number to be in descending, again, we need to open a curly bracket. And now I get to specify the order for the country column. So that's ascending, which is 1, and then we want to sort by descending for the bib column, so then we want a -1. Close the curly bracket. Comma. We're sorting by row, so we can add a false on there, close off our sort and hit enter and check it out. So we're sorting by country in ascending order. So that's A to Z. So we have Australia at the top, all the way down to the USA at the bottom. And then within this, we're then sorting by the bib number in descending order, so largest to smallest. So if we take a look at Canada, for example, where we have 2 entries, we should find that the bib numbers go in largest to smallest order, which they do. And if we check that down here, because we've got quite a few for the USA, you can see the bib numbers are running in descending order from largest to smallest. So those are a few options you have when you're using the sort dynamic array function. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can use the sort function to do a horizontal sort, because every sort we've been doing so far has been vertical. We've been sorting by the row. So this time we're going to practice sorting by column, and the way that we're doing this is more like in the form of an exercise, because we have a problem that we need to solve. And you can see underneath I've listed out the steps because there are a few different things we're going to do here to get to our end result. Now, what we're trying to extract from this table of data is which actors have been in the same movie together more than once. And you can see that we have various different movies listed down in column A, and then for each movie, let's take this first example of La La Land, we have the 4 main actors who are in that movie. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these headings for the actors, Control C, and I'm just going to paste these over here. And let's drag that in a little bit. Now, if we were to just look at our data here, it's really difficult to tell which actors have been in the same movie together more than once. So we're going to do a little bit of sorting, and we're going to use a couple of other functions as well, such as text join. So this is a nice little introduction to a new function. Now, in the steps below, it says sort the data horizontally in ascending order. So let's do that first of all. Now, when we're sorting this time, instead of sorting by the column, we actually want to sort by the row. So over here, I want to have the actors listed out for each movie, but I want these sorted in ascending order, so alphabetically. So for La La Land, I would expect Emma Stone to appear first when we run our sort. So let's go over here. I'm going to type in sort. Now our array this time is just going to be this first row of names, comma, sort index. Now, sort index relates to when we're sorting by column. We need to provide the column we want to return, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're not sorting by the column in this example, so we're going to press comma just to skip over that argument. Now we can specify if we want to sort in ascending or descending. Now I want to sort in ascending order, so we want a 1 in there, comma, and now we get to define if we're sorting by column or by row. So in this case, we're sorting by column, so we want a true in there. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and check out what we get. So now we have the actors for La La Land listed in alphabetical order. So I can simply drag this down and apply that formula to the rest of the rows. So this is looking slightly more organized, but it's still a bit difficult for me to see which actors have been in the same movie together more than once. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to join the text in each row together. So effectively for the first one here, I want one cell that just lists out all of the actors' names. And I don't need to separate them with commas or anything. I just want them all in one cell. So to do that, we're going to use the text join function. So if we go back up to our formula, we're just going to add text join on the front just here. Now, the first argument of text join is the delimiter that we want to use to join these names together. So often you'll put something in there like a comma space or a dash or something like that. Now, in this example, I don't want anything separating the names, so we're just going to press comma to skip to the next argument. Do we want to ignore empty cells? Well, we don't have any empty cells in our data set, but it doesn't hurt to have true in there, so let's just put that in, comma. Now it's asking for our text. Now the sort function is generating our text, so all we need to do is click at the end here and close off our formula. Let's hit enter and see what we get. Now if I double click, you'll now see that for this first one, all of those names have been smushed together in one cell. So I'm going to copy this down like that, and we now have everybody in one big long list. Now the next step here is to sort the data A to Z. Now we're going to use the regular sort to do this. But the thing I'm going to do first is remove the formulas from underneath all of these actors' names. So we're going to select the cell range, Control C to copy, and then we can use the new keyboard shortcut in Excel 365, Control Shift V. And what that will do is it will paste values only. So now if we click in any of these cells, if you look in the formula bar, there's no formula there. It's thrown away the formula and it's just kept the text. So now we can select all of these, go to the data tab, and I'm going to sort them A to Z. Now it's saying expand the selection because it's recognizing that I have Actor 2, Actor 3, Actor 4. Now I want to continue with the current selection. Let's click on Sort, and it's now sorted all of those records. Now again, this is getting a little bit easier to see, but to make it super obvious, we're just going to highlight where we have exact duplicates. So we're going to select everything in here. We're going to go to the Home tab, Conditional Formatting, highlight Cell Rules, and we're going to say Duplicate Values. And there we go. So now I can see that James Franco, Jonah Hill, Michael Cera and Seth Rogen have been in the same movie together more than once, and the same for Kate Winslet, Miles Teller, Shailene Woodley and Theo James. So that is how you can use sort to do a horizontal sort. And we really expanded on that in this lesson by throwing in there text join and a couple of other techniques we can use to effectively solve a problem. And this is what you'll find as you develop Excel advanced skills. A lot of the time it's not knowing the formulas specifically, but knowing which formulas to use in order to solve a problem. In the previous couple of lessons, we've been taking a look at the sort function. So now it's time to move on to taking a look at the sort by function, which is another dynamic array function. Now, sort by is pretty similar to sort, but it allows us to sort by multiple columns, and instead of using index numbers, it uses column names. And I will say that if you can understand how sort works, then you're going to pick up sort by in no time. So let's take a look at our data. Here we have a list of books, the authors, the genre that those books belong to, and then some additional information like when it was first published. And then we have the number of 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5-star ratings for each of these books. So what I want to do is I want to sort the books first of all by the most 5-star ratings. So we want to basically look in this column for the book that has the highest amount of 5-star ratings. But I want to return the book and the author in columns K and L. So for this, we can use sort by. Now, notice here that we have 2 mandatory arguments and 1 that is optional. So the first thing is the array. Now, the way that I remember this is the array that you select is always what you want to return. So I want to return the book and the author. So my array is going to be these 2 columns over here, comma, by array. Now, this is where we determine which column we want to sort by. So even though I want to return the book and the author, I actually want to sort these books by the most 5-star ratings. So the array that I want to sort by is this column just here, the 5-star ratings, comma. Then I get to determine if I want to sort these in ascending or descending order. So I want the most at the top, so that's going to be descending order, which is a -1. Now, if I was to press comma, you can see it goes on to by array too. So if I wanted to sort on more columns in this data set, then I could carry on going. Now, I'm just going to do it by this one thing first of all. So let's just close off the bracket and hit enter. And you can see, there we go. Now, let's just do a quick spot check to make sure that this is right. So it's telling me that the book with the highest number of 5-star ratings is Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. So if we take a look at this 5-star column, because we have a small data set, it's quite easy to find. And I can see that this is the one with the highest. We have 1,000, and that is in fact that book. So this looks to be working pretty well. So a pretty straightforward formula. Now let's delete that formula out and let's sort by 2 different columns this time. Let's sort by genre A to Z and then author. So we're going to do sort by our array. So again, that's just the columns that we want to return, which is these 2. We then need to determine what we want to sort by first. So I want to sort by the genre first of all. So we're going to select the genre column, comma, what's the sort order? So let's go for ascending, comma. Now we can choose another array. So by array 2. So if I then want to sort by the author name, I can simply select that column, comma, and then determine my sort order. Now notice when you get onto sort order 2, it doesn't actually bring up the menu underneath saying ascending or descending, which is a little bit strange, but hopefully you can remember these. 1 is ascending, -1 is descending. Now that's what I'm going to put in, but check it out. We could carry on going. So if you wanted to sort by 10 columns, you could definitely do that. We're going to stick with 2. Let's close off our sort by, hit enter, and there we get our list. And if I think to myself, actually, I don't want to sort in that order, I want to sort the other way around, I'm going to go and edit my formula, and we're just going to turn these into -1s to make them sorted in descending order, hit enter, and it switches everything around. So that's more like what I wanted to see. So that's how sort by works. Really simple, not that much different from sort, except we're providing an actual column as opposed to providing index numbers, and it's a lot easier to sort on multiple columns. When it comes to doing a horizontal sort, we have to think a little bit outside the box here. If you take a look at my data set, you can see that I have some records here. Again, this is just employee information, but the records aren't in the order that I want them to be in. You can see that we have first name first, then we have our title column, then department, then last name, then salary. And I actually want these to be sorted by title, first name, last name, department, and then salary. So to get these names to sort in this correct order, we're going to need to do a horizontal sort. Now, there aren't any options or arguments within the sort by function that allows us to specify if we're doing a horizontal or a vertical sort. So we need to go about this in a different way. Now, a method that I find quite quick is to simply number the columns in the order that we want them to appear in. So if I take a look at my data set, I want the title to be first. So underneath, I'm going to type a number 1. I then want the first name next, so that's going to be 2. Last name is going to be 3. Then I want the department, which is 4, and then salary, which is 5. So I have these numbers at the bottom, and I can now utilize those in my sort by to get the correct result. So let's type in equals sort by, The array that I want to sort is all of the names, but we're not going to include the numbers at this stage, comma, by array. This is where we select our numbers at the bottom, comma. Now we need to specify if we want to sort those in ascending or descending order. And because we're sorting by the numbers, if we sort in ascending order, it's going to go from 1 to 5. If we do descending, 5 to 1. So let's type in a 1. Let's close our bracket, hit enter, and like magic, we have our records sorted correctly. We now have the title, the first name, the last name, the department, and then the salary. So I think this is a really cool way to perform a sort by. Now, if you're happy with your sort and you don't actually want these numbers to show, there are numerous different things you could do here. If you weren't particularly interested in keeping the sort by formula underneath, maybe this is just a static table that you're going to use in some analysis, then you could simply select the entire data set, Control C and then Control Shift V to paste the values only. Once you've done that, you can simply delete out these numbers because the formulas no longer exist in the table, and so we won't get reference errors if we delete out this row. The second thing you could do is simply hide this row. So we can right click and we can go to hide, and that's going to get rid of it, but our formula still works. And I'm just going to unhide that row again. The third method we could use is we could use custom formatting simply to mask these numbers. So if I select them and press Control 1 to open up the Format Cells dialog, if we go to Number and down into Custom, if you ever want to hide anything in a cell, you can simply type in 3 semicolons, click on OK, and it's going to hide those numbers. Now let's undo, because what you'll also notice is because I've put these at the bottom, this kind of impedes this data set growing. If I want to add another record onto the bottom, I'd move this down and then it might mess up my formula. So what I would probably do instead is put these at the top. So I'm just going to move them up here, and you can see that the formula actually updates. So it now says B3 to F3. Now another thing to note is currently if I was to start to try and add other records into the bottom, notice that it's not actually updating in the formula. And that's because my data set isn't in a table. So that illustrates quite nicely the importance of putting all of your data sets into tables first. It just means that if they change, then your formulas are going to all stay up to date. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at another dynamic array function that is so useful in many different situations, and that is the sequence function. Now, sequence helps us fill down lists of numbers in a really efficient way. So before we dive into our example, let's just take a quick look at sequence in its simplest form. So I'm just going to type in sequence somewhere over here. And notice that we have 4 arguments, but only one of those is mandatory, the first argument. Now, in this example, we're going to use all of them. So let's say that I want to just quickly fill down numbers from 1 to 10. The first argument here, rows. Well, I want 1 to 10, so we're going to have 10 rows, comma. How many columns do we want to fill these numbers down in? Well, I just want them in one column, so we need a 1 in there. What's my start value? Well, if I wanted to go from 0 to 10, I could do that. I want to go from 1 to 10, so my start value is 1. And then what's my step value? How much do we want it to go up by each time? Well, my numbers are consecutive, so the step value is going to be 1. So if I close the bracket and hit enter, you can see that's exactly what I get, 1 to 10. So this saves us from typing in the first 2 numbers and then using the fill handle to drag down. Now, I will say that for small sequences like this, it might be quicker just to do the more manual method, but imagine if you had 20,000 rows of data. You really don't want to be spending your time dragging your mouse down from 1 to 20,000. That's going to give you a wrist ache. Of course, there are other methods we can use to fill down numbers, such as fill series, but sequence is a really quick way of doing this. Plus, it's a dynamic array function, which means it's more flexible and we can combine it with other formulas. Now, let's just double click and let's just edit this so you can see another example. Maybe this time I want 15 rows, and maybe I want to have 4 columns. And my start this time is going to be 5, and let's say I want to step by 10 each time. When I hit enter, that's exactly what I get. I get 15 rows, 4 columns, we're starting at 5, and each time we change numbers, it's going up by 10. So that is the basic premise behind the sequence function. And there are so many different scenarios in which you can use sequence, so let's take a look at a practical example. Now over here you can see that I have a list of training courses, and I've decided that I want to complete a different training course every Friday starting on April the 5th, 2024. So what I want to list out here in this training dates section are all of my training dates. So these are going to be dates from every Friday. This is the start date, and then I want to add in the course I'm going to do. So we can use sequence to help us fill in these dates. So let's type in equals sequence. Now, when it comes to rows is where we enter in a number for the number of rows we want to fill down. Now again, I have a reasonably short list of training courses, so I could simply just count them and enter the number. If you have a very, very long list, you're not going to want to spend time counting. So let's get Excel to count the rows for us. So we're going to go straight into account A, and I want to count the training courses. Close the bracket. We're now back into our sequence function. How many columns? Well, we're just filling the training dates down in one column. So we want a 1 in there. What's our start value going to be? Well, our start value is going to be the start date. That's when we're starting the first training course. Now, I want to list down training dates that are every Friday, starting on the 5th of April. So my step value is basically going to be 7, because we're going up by 7 days each time. If I wanted to go up by 2 weeks, I would have a 14 in there. So we're going to add 7, close the bracket, hit enter, and notice that we get our list. It looks to be the right length, but these numbers currently aren't formatted. So all we need to do here is go up to number formatting and change these to short date format. And what we should find is that the first training date is the same as the start date. That's the date we're starting the first course on. The next training date is a week ahead, so it's the next Friday, so on and so forth through all of these dates. And then of course I can just come in and I can assign which courses I want to do on those dates. So let's just copy and paste these across, Control C, Control V, like so. And now I have my training course schedule using the sequence function. In this and the next few lessons, we're going to be exploring the filter function. By far, not only one of my favorite dynamic array functions, but I think possibly one of my favorite Excel functions, full stop. And the reason why I love filter so much is because it's so versatile and so useful. And we're going to dedicate the next few lessons to taking a look at filter because it has quite a few different options that you need to understand, because each one of those options will give you a different result. Now, let's first start out in this lesson by understanding what the filter function is and why we might want to use it. Now, historically, when it comes to filtering, most of us have been used to using the filter drop-downs. So I have a little data set over here that just shows some students, the exam they took, the grade they achieved, and the date. So if I click in the header up here, I can go to data and I can turn on filters. So if I wanted to see all of the students that sat the French exam, I can simply select it, click on OK, and it's going to filter those results. Now, there's a couple of issues with this. Notice that when I filtered these results, some of the other information I had on this worksheet disappeared because filtering hides the rows. You can see here the row numbers have turned to blue, and that really lets us know that we have hidden rows amongst these. So it's hidden some of the items that I had in column G, which on some worksheets, that's not going to be practical. So let's undo, and I can now see those back again. The other drawback with filter drop-downs is that we can only filter in place. As in, when I apply my filters, the filter will apply exactly to the table of data. I can't choose a filter and have it output the results anywhere else in the worksheet. And also with filter, once I filter my data, aside from maybe doing a sort on top of that, there isn't really a great deal else I can do with those filtered results. And that is where the filter function comes in, because it kind of solves all of those issues. With the filter function, we can output the results of a filter to anywhere in our spreadsheet because we're using a dynamic array function. We can perform more complex filters, and we can combine them with things like data validation, which is exactly what we're going to do in this lesson. So let's start out with just a very basic filter. Now, notice in column G here, I have exam, date, and grade. So what I want to be able to do for this first example is select an exam from a drop-down list, and I wanted to filter the results from this table and output them over here. So the first thing to do is to set up our data validation. So I just want to list out all of the exams once. So I want a unique list of all of the exams. And we've spoken about unique quite a bit so far in this course. So what I'm going to do somewhere over here is I'm going to type in unique, and I'm going to select all of the exams. Control-Shift down arrow. Remember, if you want this to be more dynamic, you can put it into a table. I haven't in this instance. So now we have a unique list of all of the exams. So we only actually have 4 exams that these students took: French, English, Maths, and Science. So now that we have the unique list, I can create a data validation dropdown. So up to data, across to data tools, and we want to select data validation. Now we're going to create a list, and our source for this list is over here. Now I could use my little pound trick like that because we're using a dynamic array function. Let's click on OK, and you can now see that I have a drop-down with all of those exams listed out. Now I'm only going to do a data validation drop-down for the exam in this lesson. We will create others as we progress through the lessons on filter. But let's just do a very basic filter first of all. So I'm going to select Maths from here. So what I want to do effectively is use what we have in the filter to produce a filtered list of all of the students that sat the Maths exam in columns I to L. So let's type in equals filter. We have 3 arguments here. The first 2 are mandatory, the last one is optional. So the first thing it's asking us for is the array that we want to filter. Now I want to return all of the information for the student. So I want to see the student name, the exam, the grade, and the date. If I was only interested in student and exam, I would only need to select those columns. But because I want everything, my array is going to be everything. Control-Shift down arrow to select everything, Control backspace to jump back up, comma. Now we specify what we want to include. So what do we want to filter? Well, I want to filter for only students that sat the Maths exam. So we're going to say include when the exam, Control-Shift down arrow, is equal to whatever we have in cell G6. So this is going to make this dynamic because the formula will update when we change the exam in that drop-down, comma. If empty. This is the optional argument. This just basically allows us to define what we want to see in the cell if it can't find any records. So I'm just going to say no records. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, check out what we have. I'm now seeing all of the students who sat the Maths exam, the grade and the date. Now notice here the dates aren't formatted, so let's select that entire column and we're going to change that to short date. And the cool thing about this is if this exam changes, so let's select English, you can see all of those results update, same with French and the same with Science. So that is how we can perform a basic filter using the filter function. We're going to carry on taking a look at this over the next couple of lessons, so let's jump across there now. In the previous lesson, we started taking a look at the filter function, and we worked through a very basic example where we were simply filtering by one item, the exam. Now, in this example, we're going to take a look at how you can filter with OR logic. Now, what is OR logic? Well, it means that we work into the filter function, return results that equal this or that. So in this example, it's going to be return results that equal Maths or grade A. Now, before we get to constructing the actual formula, we need to do some prep work just here. Now, I've already gone in and I've created a table out of my data set. If you go to the table design ribbon, you can see that I've called it exam results. So by doing this, I've now made my data dynamic because if we add any more students on the end, it means our filter is going to automatically update. Now, the next thing to do is to add in our data validation drop-down lists. So I've already created a unique list over here of the exams in preparation for the drop-down. I just need to do the same for the grades. So in column O, let's type in equals. Again, we're just going to go for unique, and we want to select the grade column. Now, because this is in a table, I can just click the column and it's going to add that in. Notice it's using table references, exam results, which is the table name, grade, which is the column. close the bracket, hit enter, and now we have those grades. So we can set up our data validation. Let's go for exam first. I'm going to go into data, click the drop down here and data validation. We want to create ourselves a list, and our source is this just here. Now you could select them all or press that pound symbol. Click on OK, and there is my list. Let's do the same for the grades. So we're going to go back into data validation. We're going to create a list. Our source is over here, and I'm going to do the pound symbol, click on OK. So now I have two really functional lists that I can use to change my filter results. And remember, if you don't want anybody to see these unique formulas over here, you can simply right click and hide those columns. So now let's construct our filter because we are doing something slightly different here. So our array, what do we want to filter? Well, again, I'm still returning all of the results, all of the columns. I want to see the student, the exam, the grade, and the date. So my array is my entire table. Now I can select my table, or if you have named your table, you can simply start to type it in. So I called mine exam results. There it is. Press tab, and it's going to select the table. Comma, include. Now for this argument, we want to include in our filter anybody who sat the English exam or achieved a grade of D. So we have two pieces of criteria. Now, if you have two pieces of criteria, they need to go inside brackets. So our first piece of criteria, let's open a bracket. We want to include when the exam equals what we have in cell G5, in this case, English. Close off our first piece of criteria. So now, because we're doing an OR, we want to say return those who sat the English exam or achieved a grade of D. The OR logical operator is represented as a plus in between our criteria. So I'm going to add a plus in there, and then we can add in our second piece of criteria. So our second piece of criteria is if the grade is equal to what we have in cell G8. So we're doing an OR here. That's the logic. Close our second piece of criteria. Comma. What do we want to display in the cell if it can't find any results? Well, again, I'm just going to say no records. Close off filter, hit enter, and check out what we have. So it's returning any result where the student sat the English exam or they achieved a grade of D. So here, Lucy Carter, she sat the English exam. Ming Xia, now he sat the maths exam, but he got a grade of D, so he's been included in the results. So you'll see that the students that are included will either have English as the exam they sat or grade D. And again, notice here we need to apply some formatting to our date column. I'm going to change those to short date. So what we can now do is we can go in and we can change these filters around. So now I'm only seeing students who sat the maths exam or achieved a grade E. So that's how you can return results using OR logic and two pieces of criteria. We're going to carry on taking a look at the filter function in this lesson, but this time we're going to use a different piece of logic. This time we're going to use AND logic. So if you recall, in the last lesson, we saw how to apply filters with OR logic. So we were saying return results where the student has sat the French exam or achieved a result of grade B. Whereas this time we're going to be saying return all of the students who sat the French exam and achieved a result of grade B. And we're going to add a bit more complexity to this because we have a third piece of criteria, and that is the month. So since the last lesson, I've added in another column to the table that just shows the month that these exams were taken. And it was only across a period of 2 months, January, and some exams bled into the month of February. Now, to extract the month, all I did was use this formula here, text. So this formula is saying, look at this cell here, the date cell, and extract the month. And because we're using the text version, it's going to be the text version of the month, so Jan, Feb, Mar, as opposed to the actual month number, 1, 2, 3. So that's all I did there and copied it down. I then in column P, just did exactly the same and created a unique list of those months. And we've set all of that up in drop-down lists. So now we're ready to do our filter. So let's type in equals. We're going to go for filter. Our array, again, we're filtering everything in the exam results table. Include. Now, we have 3 pieces of criteria. We need to make sure we enclose them in brackets. So our first piece of criteria is if the exam is equal to French in this case. So we want to select the exam column and say if that's equal to what we have in cell H5. Close the bracket to close off our first piece of criteria. Now this is where the change comes in because we're doing an and as opposed to an or. So the symbol used to represent and is not a plus, it's an asterisk. And then we can go into our second piece of criteria. So now we want to include when the month column is equal to what we have in cell H9. Close the bracket and we have a third piece of criteria. So asterisk, open another bracket. Include when the grade is equal to what we have in cell H13. Close the bracket, comma. Final argument, what do we want to have in the cell if it can't find any results? So once again, I'm going to say no records. Close the bracket, hit enter, and check out what we get. Now this is correct. I can see that I need to add another column heading. So let's just move our unique formulas along a little bit. And we're just going to add another column in here for month. And let's copy the formatting. There we go. That looks a little bit better. So check it out very quickly there. We've now managed to apply 3 pieces of criteria. And you can see we only have 1 student who sat the French exam in the month of January and achieved a result of B. So let's change this up and take a look. Let's go for English. We'll go for the month of February. No records. So nobody sat the English exam in the month of February and achieved a grade B. Let's go for maths. I'm going to change this to January. And let's say who failed. Helen Mills failed her maths exam in January. So the difference here is that all of these conditions effectively have to be true in order for us to return this result. That's the biggest difference between and or. By now you should be getting the hang of how the filter function works. We've seen 3 examples of how we can use the filter function, including how to use it with multiple pieces of criteria and different pieces of logic. Now we're going to carry on in this lesson by taking a look at the equals operator. So this logic is what we refer to as both or neither. So what exactly does that mean? Well, we're going to set up a filter formula that's going to look for just the exams and the grades. And the results that I want to return would either match exactly French and grade E or neither of those. So what it won't return are students who sat the French exam who got a grade A, because it has to be both that we've selected or none at all. So let's see what that looks like. We're going to type in equals filter. Our array, again, this time I'm going to type it in and select it because we do have it set up as a table. There it is, exam results. And we're only doing 2 pieces of criteria. So let's open a bracket. We want to include where the exam is equal to what we have in cell H5. That's our first piece of criteria. We should be reasonably familiar with that. But this time the operator we're going to be using is equals. Let's open another bracket. Our second piece of criteria, we're not going to do the month. We're just going to stick with grade. So let's select the grade column. And that is equal to whatever we have in cell H13. So if I close off filter, and I need 2 brackets in there and hit enter, this is the result I'm going to get. Now, let's walk through this so you understand what you're seeing. I currently have a list of students where both the exam they sat was French and the grade was E, and you can see this is a good example of that. So Claire March, she sat the French exam and she achieved a grade of E. If we go a bit further down, you can see Marcus King sat the French exam and achieved a grade of E. So it's including in here everybody who exactly meets both pieces of criteria. But it's also including in here people who match neither. So for example, Lucy Carter, she sat the English exam and achieved a grade of B. And you can see that both English and grade B are not in either of our current selections. The same here with Ming Xia. He sat the maths exam and got a grade D. Neither of those match what we have selected in our drop-downs. So this is returning exact matches, so both or neither. What it's not returning are students that maybe sat the French exam but got a different grade to the one that we've got listed in here. So it's not going to just match one piece of criteria, it has to match them both or not at all. That's the only difference with this filter formula, and to use this type of logic we need to separate our criteria with an equal sign. In the last few lessons, we've been taking a look at the filter function with various different pieces of logic. And it's time to finish off this section about filter by talking about the minus logical operator. This is the final one that you're most likely to encounter. Now, the minus operator basically means one or the other, but not both. So what does that mean in context of our data? Well, let's say that we want to filter our data set by the exam and the grade only. Now, if we use the minus operator, what it means is it's going to filter the students who sat the French exam or achieved a grade B, regardless of what exam is selected. But what it won't return are students that achieved both of these. So students who sat the French exam and achieved a grade of B will be omitted from the results. So it's one or the other, but not both. So if we type in equals filter, we're going to filter our array, so that's everything in our table, comma. What do we want to include? Well, again, we have two pieces of criteria, so we need to put them inside brackets. And the first one is the exam. So we want to include when the exam is equal to what we have in cell H5. Close the bracket. Now this time we're using the minus logical operator, so that needs to go in there next. And then we have our second piece of criteria, which is the grade is equal to what we have in cell H13. Let's close off our criteria, close off filter, hit enter, and there's our results. So if we have a quick check here, you can see that it's included students who sat the French exam and also students who achieved a grade B regardless of what exam they sat. But what you're not going to see in this list are students who achieved a grade B and sat the French exam. So if you take a look at all the results for French, you'll see that none of these students achieved a grade B for French. Let's switch our criteria. So let's go for maths and let's say grade C. So again, it's including students who sat the maths exam or achieved a grade C regardless of the exam, but we're never going to see a student in our results that sat the maths exam and achieved a grade C. So that is the final logical operator that you're most likely to use, the minus, one or the other, but not both. Now, just to round out this lesson, if you want to hide your unique calculations over here, these are the calculations that we use to build our data validation drop-down lists. Remember, you can simply right-click and hide those columns. Alternatively, you can select the cells, Control 1, go to the Number tab and into Custom, and this is where we can type in 3 semicolons, click on OK, and that's going to hide those from view. So that's it. That's everything you need to know about the filter function. As I said, this is one of my favorite functions in Excel. It's so useful in many, many different scenarios. But we are done with filter for now. Let's move on to the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to move on to talking about another dynamic array function, rand array. And rand array in its most basic form allows us to generate a random series of numbers. And we're also going to discuss in this lesson the rand between function. Now, rand between isn't a dynamic array function, but it does work very similar to rand array. So I wanted to show you both of these so you can see a clear contrast between the two to enable you to determine which one is going to suit your needs. So let's start out with the dynamic array function rand array. Now you can see here we have a small data set for Big Drop Bungee. Now they are a bungee jumping company, and these are the people who are going to be doing jumps for the day. Now we want to determine the jump order, and we want to make this completely random. So effectively, I want to assign a number 1 to 20, and I think we have 20 people in this list. Let's just check. Yes, the count is 20. So I want a number 1 to 20 next to each of these, and I want it to be generated randomly, and we can then sort this so we can see the order of the jumpers. Now, ordinarily, and before we had the rand array function, we would do this using rand between. But let me show you the problem with rand between. So let's type in equals rand between. Now rand between only has two arguments, bottom and top. So this is going to generate numbers between a bottom number and a top number that we specify. So if I've got 20 jumpers, I want my bottom number to be 1 and my top number to be 20. And if I close the bracket and if I hit enter, we can then drag this down. But check out what happens. You can see that some of these numbers are repeated. For example, we have a number 4 here and a number 4 just here. We have 2 8s at the top. So there's nothing you can do with rand between to tell it to generate unique numbers between 1 and 20. It's just going to randomly generate them, and you run the risk of getting duplicates. So this isn't particularly helpful for us because we want unique values. So this is where rand array could help us in this particular scenario. So let's type in rand array. Now rand array is similar. It's going to generate random numbers, but we have a few more arguments in here. So it's asking us for rows. Now if you had a lot of rows, you could type in count A and get it to count the rows for you. So let's just do that. Why not? Count A, even though I know there are 20 here, just so you can see how you would do that, comma. Number of columns, well, we're only outputting into one column. Our minimum number is going to be 1, our maximum number is going to be 20, but then we can define if we want to return a decimal number or an integer. Now an integer is a whole number. Now if I was to choose integer, let's just do true, close the bracket and hit enter. It's generated the numbers, but check it out again, we still have the same problem. So we have 19 just here and 19 just here. We have 2 3s in here. So it's still not giving me that unique list. So what's better here is to change this true on the end to a false to generate decimal numbers. Because now, if you take a look at 2, which would supposedly be the same, like these, 9, you can see that when we increase the decimals, they're actually different. So we can use these numbers now to define our jump order. Now, the easiest thing I find to do here is if we select all of our numbers, Control C and Control Shift V to copy directly over the top. That's going to remove the rand array formula from underneath, and it's just going to leave these numbers. So now we can simply do a sort. So if I select the numbers, right click, let's go to sort, and I'm going to say do smallest to largest. Now I wanted to sort the jumpers as well, not just this column, so I'm going to say expand the selection and click on sort. And now you can see we have the jump order because it's using the decimal value to determine the jump order, and it's not just recognizing these two, for example, as a number 9. So there we have our jump order determined, and if you really wanted to make this look neater, you could take these decimal places back down, and there you have the actual order. So that's how the rand array function works. Let's take a look at rand between and a couple of ways that I like to use this, because I find that rand between is great if you want to do things like generate a sample data set. So when you're trying to maybe learn Excel or work through Excel, it's always nice to have a data set to work with. And I use rand between a lot to just quickly generate numbers that I can play around with to practice my Excel skills. So you can see here I've created a little table of employees. And if you want a quick list of employee names to copy and paste into Excel, you can use Copilot or ChatGPT to generate 20 or so names. Now I want to generate a salary for each of these employees. So I'm going to use rand between. Now remember, this is just sample data that we're creating, so I'm going to say the bottom salary is 25,000 and the top salary is 60,000. Close the bracket, hit enter, and Excel is going to generate a bunch of random salaries for me. And I can take those decimal places down if I want. Now, if I wanted these to be whole numbers, you can see they're sort of a little bit random. In general, people's salaries would be 48,000 as opposed to 48,585. This is where we could add onto the front of the formula mRound. And we could say that we want the multiple to be 1,000. Close the bracket, hit enter, and then we can drag this formula down. So those now look a little bit neater. Now, another thing you need to remember about rand between is that it's what we call a volatile function. So these numbers will constantly update as we do other things in the spreadsheet. Now, if you don't want that to happen, again, you can just press Control C, Control Shift V to paste over the top, and those numbers will stick. Now, what about if I want to assign departments for each of these employees? And I have the departments listed out over here, and I kind of just want to assign these randomly. Well, this is where we can use choose and rand between. So choose is a lookup function. We can use it with rand between to get a really nice result. So our bottom number, well, the way that you need to look at this is we have 4 departments. So our bottom number is 1 and our top number is 4. Close the bracket. Because what's going to happen here is because we've used rand between, Excel is going to assign a random number from 1 to 4 to each of these employees. And then we use the choose function to assign meaning to those numbers. So if it's got a number 1, it's going to be HR. Number 2, finance. Number 3, sales. Number 4, marketing. So that's what we need to define now. When there's a 1 in the cell, return HR, and we want to lock that. When there's a 2, return finance. When there's a 3, return sales. And when there's a 4, return marketing. Let's close it off, hit enter, and now when we double click to copy down, we have our random departments. Once again, we can do Control C, Control Shift V to copy that over the top. And the final usage here is to generate random dates. So we can use rand between with the date function. So this time, the bottom number, we want to go straight into date. So let's say these people were hired between 2005, let's say January the 1st. Let's close off date, comma, and the top number, again, we're going to use date. And this time our top number is going to be 2022, December and the 31st. Let's close off date and close off rand between. So effectively what this formula is going to do is it's going to generate a random list of dates between the 1st of the 1st, 2005 and the 31st of the 12th, 2022. Let's hit enter and then we can double click to copy down. And don't forget that because this is a volatile function, if you want all of these to just stay as they are, then we need to do our copy and paste values trick. So Control C, and then if you're using Excel 365, you can use the new shortcut Control Shift V to simply paste the values over the top. So that's pretty cool as well. Control C, Control Shift V to paste it over the top. So very quickly, using rand between and a couple of other formulas, you can start to generate your own sample data. Can be really useful in many situations. XLOOKUP is by far one of the most popular dynamic array functions. Why is it so popular? Well, for a couple of reasons. Everybody loves a lookup, and if you're familiar with VLOOKUP or index and match, you'll know exactly what I mean. But XLOOKUP takes a lot of the complexity out of doing complex lookups. Now, if you're already familiar with VLOOKUP or maybe even index and match, you'll know that VLOOKUP does have its limitations. For example, if we take a look at this data set just here, this is a data set related to apps. So we can see the category of the app, whether it's game, productivity, social media, so on and so forth. The name of the app, and I'm sure you'll recognize many of these. The type of app, so whether it's a free app, whether it has ads, whether it's subscription, so on and so forth. And then the revenue and the profit generated by these apps. Now maybe over here I want to be able to select an app from a drop-down list and have it return the category, the type, the profit and the revenue from the table. So let's start out by putting our data into a table, Control T. Click on OK. Now, once again, we're going to get rid of that hideous table style. We're just going to set this to a plain table style, and let's give our table a name. We'll just call this apps. Now what I'm going to do is set up my data validation drop-down list. Now, in this particular scenario, all of the apps listed are unique already. So I don't need to do a unique formula over here. I can simply go straight in and select my list from the table. So let's go up to data. We're going to click the drop-down, data validation. We want a list, and the source for our list is the app column just here. Click on OK. So now we have this long list of apps. So let's just select Candy Crush as an example. Now, if I wanted to select Candy Crush and have it return the category, if you take a look at this table, you can see that the lookup value that we're using is the app, but we want to return the category. Now, because the category is to the left of the lookup value, VLOOKUP wouldn't work in this scenario. Simply because with VLOOKUP, and if we try and do it, you'll see what I mean. Our lookup value is Candy Crush. Our table array is this table just here, our apps table. This is where we encounter the problem, the column index number. Because normally we need to provide VLOOKUP with a number, 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on the column where our answer lives. So if we're looking up the category, it would be -1 because we always count from where the lookup value column is. So if it's the app column to return the category column, we're kind of counting backwards. You'd need like a -1 in here as opposed to a 1, 2, 3. But -1 isn't a valid column index number when you're using VLOOKUP. So VLOOKUP wouldn't work in this particular scenario. So this might be where we go into using something like index and match. And one of the things you have to remember about index and match is that this is a bit of a hack. Index and match are two separate functions that people kind of mash together in order to get around the limitations with VLOOKUP. Now this would work if we were using index and match. So let's take a quick look at it. Our array is where our answer lives. So we're looking for the category. So our array would be this, comma. We then need to go into match to find the row number. So our lookup value is what we have in cell I3. Where are we going to find it? Well, we're going to find it in the apps column, and we're doing an exact match. So we want a 0 on the end. Close off match, close off index, hit enter, and we get the correct result. If we take a look at Candy Crush, that is indeed in the game category. So index and match would work in this scenario. It's more flexible than VLOOKUP. However, the problem with index and match is that this also has its limitations, one of them being it can only look from top to bottom in your data set. And also people always struggle trying to remember this formula. So this is where XLOOKUP comes in. Check this out. If we go for XLOOKUP, instead, lookup value. Our lookup value is Candy Crush, comma. Lookup array basically means where are we looking up the word Candy Crush? We're looking it up in the apps column, comma. What do we want to return? We want to return the category column. Close the bracket, hit enter, and we are done. That is so much easier. Those arguments are a lot easier to understand, and we're not mashing together different formulas to get to the answer. So in its most basic iteration, XLOOKUP is so much simpler. Now, if we go down to type, let's type in equals XLOOKUP again. Our lookup value once again is Candy Crush. We're looking it up in the apps column. We want to return the type, but this time if we press comma, you can see that we have 3 optional arguments. And again, you don't get these if you're using index and match. So we can specify what we want it to return if it can't actually find the lookup value in the table. So this is quite nice in terms of error reporting. So we could say no record, for example. Now remember, these are mandatory, you don't have to type them in, but let's take a quick look at all of them. The next one is the match mode. So we can determine if we want an exact match or next smaller item, an exact match or next larger item, or a wildcard character match. So this allows us to do effectively things like partial matches. If you want to do an exact match of the word Candy Crush in the table, then you'd want a 0 in here. And then the final argument allows us to specify which way through the data we're searching. Remember, index and match will only search first to last. So it will find the first instance from the top down of Candy Crush, and it will return the answer from the category. Whereas with XLOOKUP, we can choose to search first to last, that is the default, or we can search last to first. We can even do binary searches, which are perfect if our data is sorted in ascending or descending order. So you have a lot more flexibility with XLOOKUP as well. So let's go for a 1 on the end here, close the bracket, hit enter, and it returns in-app purchases. Now let's just double check that. Yes, that is correct. So there we go. I've just finished off the last two for profit and revenue. And let's check to make sure this works if we change the app that we've selected in the drop-down. So let's go for Office Lens. Now, if we find that in the table, it's just here. Yes, it's productivity. Yes, it's free with ads. And then we have the profit and also the revenue. So that's how XLOOKUP works. As you can see, much simpler than index and match, but more flexible than VLOOKUP. XMatch is the updated version of the match function for Excel 365 users. So if you're already familiar with the match function, maybe you've used it in conjunction with index, then you're going to find XMatch a breeze. Because whilst XMatch is an updated version of the match function, it's also very similar to XLOOKUP. And both XLOOKUP and XMatch were released at the same time and contain similar options. So let's take a look at match first, and then we'll take a look at XMatch. Now we're using the same spreadsheet here. This is our apps sales data, and I've already put it into a table, and I've called that table apps, and I've already created the data validation drop-down list, and we have Doom selected. Now, if I was to type in match into here, notice the arguments that we get. Lookup value, lookup array, and then the optional argument of match type. So let's say that our lookup value is Doom, comma, our lookup array, where are we going to find this lookup value? Well, we're going to find it in the apps column. And we want to do an exact match of the word Doom in the table. So we're going to select 0 just there, close it off, hit enter. Now, what does it return here? It returns a number 3. Because what the match function does is it finds the row number of the app. And when we say row number, we mean the row number of our data set, not the actual row number of the worksheet. So you can see here that in this table, row number 3 is the entry for Doom. Now, most of the time, you don't want it to return the row number. You actually want it to show the category. And that is where we have to combine it with index in order to get the result that we want. So match will generate the row number, and all we need to do is wrap it in an index and select the array. Now, the array is the column that we want to return. In this case, the category. So our array is the category column, comma, you can see the next argument of index is row number, and that is where we have our match function. That's going to generate the row number for us. We can then simply click at the end, close off index, hit enter, and it returns the actual category as opposed to the number 3. So that is how the match function works along with index to give us a really nice way of looking up information. Now, with that said, let's take a look at XMatch. So we're going to type in equals XMatch. Now, XMatch is different to match in that we have a few more arguments, and these look more reminiscent of the XLOOKUP formula. So we have lookup value, that's going to be Doom. Lookup array, where are we going to find that lookup value? We're going to find it in the apps column, comma. We're now into add 2 optional arguments. So with XMatch, we can define the match mode, whether we're doing an exact match or a partial match. Now I want to do a full match here, so we're going to do a 0, comma, and then we get to determine which way we're searching through our data set. Again, you don't have these options when you're just using match. So I'm going to say first to last, close off XMatch, hit enter, and it's going to give me the same result. It's going to give me 3. Now, of course, even though I've used XMatch, I could wrap this in an index. So let's double click. And all I would need to do here is type in index. What do we want to return? What's our array? Well, the category is what we want to return, so that's our array, comma. The row number argument is going to be generated by the xmatch formula. Close off index at the end there, hit enter, and we get the result. So we can combine xmatch, which is a newer dynamic array function, with one of the older functions, index, to get our result. So it's worth thinking about using xmatch as opposed to match if you prefer to use the index match combination for lookups. It's time now to do exercise 2. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. And in this section, we were taking a look at dynamic array functions. So notice here that we have a data set on the left-hand side that lists out athletes, the country that those athletes are from, the gender, and the medal that they achieved. Now, this data currently isn't in a table. You can put this in a table prior to doing the exercise if you want to. Now, notice we have a few different steps to do here. Now, the first thing I need you to do, if we take a look all the way over on the right-hand side, is I'd like you to create a unique list of the countries and the medals. And then I'd like you to use those lists in step 2 and create 2 data validation drop-down lists for the country and the medal. And then finally at the bottom here in this table, I'd like you to filter the data table on the left to show the athletes who won a gold medal for the USA. And then I'd like you to modify that formula so that the results are sorted by the athlete name A to Z. So a few different steps to practice there. If you'd like to see my answer, then you can download the exercise 2 solution file and check out how I solved this challenge. That's it for now. Good luck with that, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can use lookup functions to perform a two-way lookup or a lookup with multiple criteria. Now you can see here that we have a table. We have some months running across the top, so January to December, and then we have some travel companies listed in column B. And then in the middle here, we have all of the revenue generated for each month by each of these travel companies. Now what we want to do in the little table above is we want to be able to select a month from a drop-down list, select a company from the drop-down list, and have it pick out of this table the sales value. For example, if I select the month of January and the company Footsteps, I want it to return this value just here. Now this requires us to do a two-way lookup because we have 2 pieces of criteria that we're looking up in order to find the result. We need to look up the month and then we need to look up the company. Now I will say that you can do this using index and match or XLOOKUP. So whichever you prefer, you should use. Now I'm going to use XLOOKUP in this particular example because I just find it a little bit easier. Now before we do any of that, we need to set up our data validation drop-down lists, and we need one for month and one for company. So let's jump up to the data tab into data validation. We need a list. And the source for our list is going to be this selection just here. So basically all of the months. Let's click on OK. And there we go. There we have our little list. Let's do the same for the company. So we're going to go into data validation. We want to create a list. And the source this time is going to be the company names. Let's click on OK. And now we can select them from here. So now we need to use these 2 cells in order to build up our lookup with multiple criteria. Now, as I mentioned, I'm going to use XLOOKUP. So let's type it in. Now, lookup value. We effectively have 2 lookup values. So we're going to go for the first one first. So let's go for this one. We're going to look up the month, comma, lookup array. Where are we going to find the month? Well, we're going to find the month in this array just here, C8 to N8, comma. The next argument is return array. Now, instead of selecting our return array, we're going to go straight into another XLOOKUP. And this is where we're going to define our second piece of criteria. So our lookup value is going to be the company, comma. Where are we going to find it? Where is our lookup array? Well, we're going to find it in this range of cells, comma. Now we can define our return array. Now our return array is basically where are we going to find our answer. Now our answer could be anywhere in this table depending on the month and the company that we've selected. So we need to select all of the values in the table as our return array. Now those are our mandatory arguments. Of course you could go through the rest of them and specify if not found text, the match mode and the search mode. We're not going to do that. We're going to stick with the 3 mandatory arguments. Let's close off our first XLOOKUP, close off our second, hit enter, and we get a result. So let's check to see if this is correct. We're going to go across to May and footsteps. So let me just highlight this so you can see it a bit easier, 32,868. And if you check out the result that we've got, if I put comma formatting in here, you can see that yes, that is exactly the same. What about if we change these drop downs? Let's go for August and let's go for Go Explore. So this time we're looking in the top row at the August value, which is this one just here, 28,916, and that's exactly what we have in cell D5. So this is working perfectly. Now let's take a look at what this would look like if we were using index and match. So we're going to type in index. Now our array is where we're going to find our answer. So our answer could be anywhere in here, comma. Now we want the row number. Now notice here for index we have 2 arguments, row number and column num. Now most of the time we're only ever using the row number column, but when we're doing a lookup with multiple criteria we actually utilize both the row number argument and the column number argument. So the row number argument, we're going to be doing a match. Our lookup value is going to be the company because the company is in the rows and we're doing the row number argument, comma. Where are we going to find it? Well, we're going to find it just here, comma. Match type, we want to do an exact match. Close it off, comma. Now we're into our column number argument. So this is where we can go straight into another match. This time our lookup value is the month. Where are we going to look it up? Well, we're going to look it up in this range just here, and we want to do an exact match of the month. Let's close off match, close off index, hit enter, and let's see what we get. So August, Go Explore. Again, we're at the top here, and if I highlight the value, you can see that it matches. What about if we change these? Let's go for May and we're going to go for Flight Shop just here. So Flight Shop is the bottom one. May, there is the total, and you can see that it's working. So this is a little bit more of a complex formula, but when you break it down, it's actually pretty easy. The first range that we're selecting here is the range of cells that contains our answer, so all of the numbers. And then we're just doing a match for the row number and a match for the column number. So that's how you can perform a lookup with multiple criteria using both XLOOKUP and index and match. In this lesson, we're going to discuss a very common problem when it comes to lookups, and that is what happens when we have duplicate lookup values. Now, if you're a little bit confused about what I mean, let's take a look at my dataset. You can see here I have a list of employee names, I have the department that they work in, and also the country that they work in. But we have a bit of a problem because we have 3 members of staff called Olivia Moore. You can see here we have Olivia Moore, who works in the sales department in the UK. We have Olivia Moore, who works in HR in Germany. And then we also have an Olivia Moore, who works in finance in the USA. Now you might be thinking to yourself, well, how likely is this scenario? Well, if you imagine a global organization that maybe has thousands and thousands of employees, it is pretty likely that you're going to have 2 people with the same name. For example, in the UK, the name John Smith is very, very common. So you might get a few John Smiths at your company. And if we have those in a big long employee list, being able to look up the correct record is going to be super important. And that's the situation we have here. So you can see we've got employee name at the top here, Olivia Moore, and I'm looking for the Olivia Moore who works in the HR department. I want to return her country. Now let's see if I can do this using VLOOKUP first of all. I'm going to type it in, VLOOKUP. What's my lookup value? Well, my lookup value is going to be Olivia Moore, comma, table array. Where am I looking her up? Well, I'm looking her up in this table below. Now, I've already converted this data set into a table, so I'm just going to select the entire table. You can see it's called employees, and then I can choose the column index number that I want to return. Now, I'm looking to return the country that she's located in, which is column number 3 in the table, and I want to do an exact match. So we want a false or a 0 on the end. This is a very standard VLOOKUP. Let's hit enter and see what we get. So it's telling me that Olivia Moore, who works in HR, is located in the UK. Now let's check that. There's Olivia Moore, who works in HR, but she's actually located in Germany. So this result is incorrect. Now, why am I getting UK? Well, that's because VLOOKUP starts at the top of the list, and as soon as it finds the first occurrence of Olivia Moore, it's going to return the country. So in this case, that's the first occurrence of Olivia Moore, and the country is UK, which is why we're getting this result. Now, because we don't have any flexibility with VLOOKUP in terms of which way we're looking through our data, VLOOKUP isn't going to work in this case. So let's delete it out. What about trying something like XLOOKUP? Because we know that that allows us to define if we're looking from the top to the bottom of the data or from the bottom to the top. So let's give XLOOKUP a go instead. Our lookup value is Olivia Moore. Where are we going to find her? Where's the lookup array? Well, we're going to find that in the employee name list. What's the return array? Well, we want to return the country, so we select that column, and then I'm going to go into my optional arguments. Now, I'm not too concerned about any text in the cell if it can't be found, so let's just skip over that. I want to do an exact match of the name. This is the argument I'm interested in. So search first to last or search last to first. So this time, instead of searching from the top down, I'm going to search from the bottom up. So I'm going to have a -1 in there. Close the bracket, hit enter. Let's see what we get. Well, we get USA this time. So if we go from the bottom upwards, you can see it's finding the first occurrence of Olivia Moore and it's returning USA. So this still isn't the Olivia Moore who works in the HR team. She's kind of in the middle here. So how are we going to solve this? How are we going to find the correct record in the table? Well, what I'm going to do is we're going to use XLOOKUP again, but we're going to be a little bit clever about it, because effectively what we need to do here is we need to create a unique way of identifying every single row in this table. Now, our lookup value is going to be Olivia Moore, but we're going to join it with the department. So this effectively will be a piece of text that says Olivia Moore HR, all one word, comma. What's our lookup array? Well, our lookup array is going to be the employee name column joined with the department column, comma. What's our return array? Our return array is going to be the country. Let's close the XLOOKUP, hit enter, and check it out. This time we get the correct result, because effectively we've created a unique way of identifying this record in the table by combining Olivia Moore with the department. So that's a really nice way of doing this. Now, a question I always get asked when I demonstrate this is, well, what if the departments are the same as well? Well, you could combine more than 2 columns together to get a unique identifier for the row. You could combine 3 pieces of information, 4, 5, however many you need to make that row unique. This is one of those formulas that does take a little bit of practice, so I do encourage you to have a little play around with it. But that's how I like to go about solving this type of issue. It's time now to do exercise 3. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. And in this section, we were taking a look at advanced lookup and reference functions. Now, notice here we have a table that lists out some sales agents and the sales that they generated for each of those quarters. And you can see we have Q1 to 4 for 2023, and we also have some records for 2022. Now, what we're aiming to do here is we want to be able to select a sales agent and a quarter from drop-down lists and have it return the sales value. So the first step here is to create a unique list of the sales agents and the quarters. Once you've done that, you can then come to step 2 and create the data validation drop-down list for the sales agent and the quarter. And then the final part of this exercise is I'd like you to create a two-way lookup that looks up the sales agent and the quarter selected in the drop-down and returns the sales in cell D4. Now there is something that you'll need to watch out for here. You'll notice that the sales agent names repeat, so we have more than one entry for Bradley Witz, more than one entry for Tom Bruce, so on and so forth. So you want to make sure that you set this up so that it's returning the correct sales agent for the correct quarter. So effectively, we have duplicates in this first lookup column. Now, we did cover this in the session, so hopefully you can figure this out. And if you'd like to see my answer and how I solved this challenge, you can download the exercise 03 solution file and check your answers. Good luck with that. I will see you in the next section. In this lesson, we're going to start to take a look at the let function. And if you're familiar with programming terms, then let might be something that's familiar to you. If you're not, don't worry, we're going to take this from a very basic example up to a more complex example. But the main thing that you need to know about let is that it allows us to create variables and use those variables in formulas. Now you might be thinking to yourself, well, why on earth would I want to do that? Well, one of the main advantages of let is that it makes your formula a lot more lightweight, and it also makes it more efficient, particularly if you have a formula where you have the same cell references repeating over and over again. And that's the thing about let, it works on this concept of variables. Now, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's take a look at a really basic example so you can kind of understand where we're at. So on the spreadsheet here, I just have three numbers, 10, 6, and 2. And it might be that I want to perform a calculation on these numbers. So maybe I want to type in equals sum, and I want to add 10 to 6, and then I want to divide them by 2. So we're just using 3 cell references there. Hit enter, and it gives us our answer of 8. A very basic sum calculation. Now, if you take a look at this in the formula bar, you can see that I've used 3 cell references. Now, instead of using those cell references, I could set them up as variables and use the variables in the calculation instead. And the way you need to think about variables is it's basically just giving a name to cells. So kind of like a named range in a way. So I could give this cell a name, this cell a name, and this cell a name. That's basically a variable. Now we set this up using the let function. So let's type in let. You can see the arguments name1, name value1, calculation, or name2. So let uses what we call variable pairs. So we define a name and then we give that name a value. And we carry on going defining our names until we want to do a calculation. So let's take our very basic sum example just here. What I could say is that I want to name 10x, comma, that's the name. I can now assign the value, which is 10, comma. My next pair, I'm going to name this one y, and the value assigned to y is 6. And the final one, I'm going to name z, and the value assigned to z is 2. So what I've done there is simply give those 3 numbers, 10, 6, and 2, a name, x, y, or z. And you can name them whatever you like. I'm just using letters just to make this really simple. And it's worth noting that this applies to cell ranges as well, not just individual cells. So if you've got a column of sales totals, you could set up in a let the entire range and call it sales. Once you have your variables set up, you can then replace the values in your calculation. So we're going to do the same sum calculation, but this time we're going to say x plus y, and notice that the variables now appear in IntelliSense. So x plus y, let's close the bracket, divided by z. And then we need to close off our let. So when we hit enter, we should find that we get exactly the same answer because we're effectively doing the exact same calculation. We've just replaced the values with variable names. And that's the basic premise behind a let. And as I said, this is particularly useful if you have the same cell range may be repeating throughout a formula. You can give it a name and just refer to the name each time, which makes it a lot more efficient for Excel to process. Now, another thing worth noting about let formulas is that there is a very specific layout or way of typing these to make them more readable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag the formula bar down, and I'm just going to show you in general how you would notate this. So we would always have let first of all, Alt, Enter to go onto a new line, and then in general you'd have all of your variable pairs on separate lines. So I'm just pressing Alt, Enter, and then the final line is going to be your calculation. So that's in general how we would lay out this notation to make it easier to read. So with all that said, let's take a look at a more complex example. Now, what I want to do here is I want to synchronize the name of this worksheet in cell B1 with the actual tab name. So the tab name says let example, and the title currently says the let function. So I want to add a formula into cell B1, which will change this title if I were to rename the worksheet tab. Now we can do this using a combination of a couple of formulas, cell and mid. Now the cell function will basically output the full folder path of this workbook into a cell. So let's start there. I'm going to go up to the formula bar. Let's type in equals cell. Now there are quite a few options for this first argument of info type. The one that we want in this example is file name, comma, and our reference is just where we want the full folder path to be output to. So I want to output it to cell B1. Now that's all I'm going to do at the moment. Let's hit enter and see what we get. So in cell B1, I now have the full path name, the full file name of where this workbook is located. So this is going through all of the different folder paths. Now, one thing you notice about this, and I've got quite a long path name, is that the final thing on the end here is let example. And this is actually the worksheet name. You'll see that it matches what we have in the tab down here. So I want to now add to the formula that I've just created and extract let example, or the worksheet name, from this long path name. Now the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to get the formula to find this closing bracket and then say extract everything after that. So let's go back up to our formula and make some modifications. So what you might think here is that I can just go on to the end, comma, type in mid, but check it out, the first argument of mid is text. Now the text that we want to extract the sheet name from is being generated by this formula just here. So if I wanted to use mid without using let, I'd have to basically copy this, Control C, paste it over here, comma, and then go on to the next argument. And to complete the other arguments of mid, I'd have to paste it in again. So what I find if I'm doing this formula without using let is that I'm kind of repeating the same thing over and over again. Cell, file name, B1, cell, file name, B1. So it's not a particularly efficient formula for Excel to process or for you to type. We could make this a lot simpler by creating a let. So let's delete that out. I'm going to go back to the start of the formula. We're going to type in let, I'm going to open a bracket, Alt, Enter to put it onto a new line. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to set this up as a variable. I'm going to give this a name. So this is similar to what we did in the basic example. We typed in X and said that X referred to 10. Now I'm going to give this formula a name, and I'm just going to call this path name. So I've given the formula a name. I can now simply use the name every time I want to call this formula. So let's go to the end here, comma, Alt, Enter. I can now go into my mid calculation, which is going to allow me to extract the sheet name from that long file name using the mid text function. Now you can see the first argument is text. So the text we're extracting from is being generated by this cell formula. We don't need to type that in because we can now just use path name. So much easier. As start number, well, I'm going to go into a find, and we want to find the closing bracket. Within text, again, if we hadn't have used let, this argument here would have required us to type cell file name B1 yet again for the third time in this formula. But we don't need to do that if we have a let. We can just type in path name. I'm going to close the bracket. Now, if I was to leave this formula like this, it's basically going to extract the closing bracket as well. So we just want to add a +1 on the end there just to move it along one. We're back into our mid, comma, number of characters. Well, we can have 32 characters in a worksheet name, so I'm just going to add 32 on the end. Close the bracket, and there is our formula. Let's close off the let, hit enter, and check out what happens. Can you see that this is now in sync with the worksheet name at the bottom? So if I was to change this just to the let function and hit enter, it automatically updates. So hopefully you can see there a good example of how much more efficient it is to write formulas when you're using the let function and setting up variables. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can use the let function to define meaningful variables and use those variables in formulas. And we're going to move that idea on a little bit by taking a look at lambda, because lambda has many similarities with let in that we use variables, but it does also have some major differences. And one of the biggest advantages of lambda is that it allows us to create our own functions that we can reuse throughout the workbook. So let's dive in to an example. Now, let me just delete this out so we can start from the beginning. Here I have a list of sales prices, and in this column I want to calculate the sales price plus tax. And we can see in cell C4 that the tax rate is 20%. So this is a reasonably straightforward calculation. We just need to do sum. We want to say sales price multiplied by what we have in cell C4, and we want to press F4 to lock that, close the bracket, and we need to add the price on again, otherwise we'll just get 20% of 10 and we want the actual total. So we can drag this down and our formula is done. Nice and straightforward. And if we take a look at this formula, you can see that I'm using basically two cell references. B7 refers to the sales price and C4 refers to the tax. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to set up price and tax as variables and use those in the formula instead. So we're going to type in equals lambda, and we have one argument, parameter or calculation. Now, one of the biggest differences between lambda and let is that with let, we define our variable and then immediately define the cell that it refers to. Now, with lambda, it works slightly different. We declare all of our variables up front, but we don't declare the cells or the range that they refer to until the end of the formula. So thinking about that sum calculation where we're basically using two cells, B7 and C4, I'm going to set those up as variables. So let's do B7. That refers to the sales price, so I'm going to call it price. And then cell C4 refers to the tax rate, so let's just call that tax. Those are my two variables, comma. Now I do my calculation. So this time we can say sum, and we're just going to replace the cell references with those variables that we've set up. So we do the price multiplied by the tax, and then we plus the price. Close off our lambda. Nice and straightforward. Let's hit enter. I'm going to get a calc error. Now, why am I getting that error? Well, if we take a look at the lambda formula, we haven't actually told Excel which cells price and tax refer to. We didn't declare them at the beginning like we do in the let function. Now we declare our values at the end of the formula. So we need to open another bracket and then define which cell price refers to and which cell tax refers to. So price refers to cell B7 and tax refers to cell C4. And we're going to press F4 to make that absolute. Let's close it off, hit enter, and now we should find that we get exactly the same answers. Now you're probably looking at this formula and thinking, well, that's a lot longer and more complicated than this formula just here. And I would say yes, for something this simple, you wouldn't necessarily create a lambda unless this is a calculation that you needed to do often in a worksheet. Then it might be advantageous to set it up as a lambda. And the reason why it might be advantageous is that we can now convert this into our own formula and use it in the spreadsheet. So if we go up to this calculation, I'm going to select everything except where we define our cell references. Control C to copy. And then we're going to jump across two formulas and we're going to go into our name manager. Because the way that we do this is that we set this formula up as a named range. So let's click on New, and I'm going to immediately Control V to paste my formula into this window. I can now give my formula a name. So let's call it price plus tax, so I know what it's going to do. Let's click on OK and close. So now, instead of typing that long lambda, I can simply come into a cell, equals, and this now works like any other formula in Excel. You can see there it is. Let's press the tab, and the two arguments are those variables that I defined. So all I need to do now is specify the price, which is B7, and then the tax rate. Now I could type in 40% here, or I could select a cell, F4 to lock, close the bracket, hit enter, and we're going to get the same result. Now let's just apply formatting. I'm going to add counting formatting just to make that look the same. And the cool thing about this formula is that we can reuse it throughout the workbook on other data sets that are similar. Now a question that comes up all the time is, okay, I've set up my formula. What about if I want to use it in other workbooks? Now, unfortunately, there isn't an easy way to tell Excel that you want to make this formula available across all of your workbooks. But what you could do is simply click in any cell that contains the formula, copy it, open a new workbook, paste it in, and effectively that will import the formula into that new workbook. You can then delete it out, but the formula will still be available to you. So that's a little hack for getting around that. So now that we understand the concept of a lambda, let's use it in a more complex example. Now over here I have a set of data that has some employees, their salary, the department they work in, and the region. And I want to do a basic sort by over here, and we've already seen how the sort by function works. Now I want to sort this data set by the salary in descending order and by the department in ascending order. So let's see what that would look like before we do our lambda. So we're going to say sort by. We want to sort the entire array, so everything. The first column we want to sort by is the salary column. So let's select that. And we want to sort in descending order. That will put the person with the highest salary at the top, comma. We then want to sort by the department column. And this time we want to sort in ascending order. So we need a 1 in there. So that's a basic sort by that we've already seen in this course. Let's hit enter. So let's turn this into a lambda. Now I'm going to go up to my formula bar and let's just make the formula bar nice and wide again. And we're going to type in lambda, open the bracket. Now remember, with a lambda we define our variables up front, and I'm using 3 cell ranges in the sort by formula: B4 to E17, C4 to C17, and D4 to D17. So I'm going to give these meaningful names. B4 to E17 refers to my entire data set, so I'm going to call this data, comma. C4 to C17 refers to the salary column, so let's call it salary, comma. The final one, D4 to D17, refers to the department column, so let's call that dept, comma. Then we have our sort by calculation. So what I'm going to do is go through and replace these cell references with their new names. So B4 to E17 refers to data, C4 to C17 refers to salary, and D4 to D17 refers to the department. And then we need to close off our lambda. Now remember, if we hit enter, we're going to get a calc error because we need to tell the formula which cell ranges these variables refer to. So let's open a bracket. Data refers to the entire data set, B4 to E17, comma. Salary refers to the salary column, comma, and dept refers to the department column. Close the bracket, hit enter, and check it out. We get exactly the same result, except this time we're using a lambda. So now that we have this formula set up, we can do the same thing and create our own function. So we're going to select everything except those final cell references, Control C to copy. We're going to go to Formulas, Name Manager, create a new name, and let's paste it in, Control V. Now I'm going to give this a name, so we'll call it Sort by Salary, and click on OK, and close. And now we can simply use that instead. So now if we type in equals, we can choose Sort by Salary, and we get our three arguments, data, salary, and department. So our data set is just here. The salary is this column just here, and the department is this column just here. Close the bracket, hit enter, and we get the correct result. And just to show you one last example, if we scroll down, we have another data set that has different data, but it's kind of similar. I might want to sort this data using my new formula. Now, one thing you need to watch out for here is how you're actually naming your variables, because these are very specific to the data set that I set this formula up for, data, salary, department. So if I then want to use these on another data set, you can see that this data set doesn't have a salary or a department column. So you might want to make these a little bit more generic. So let's do that. Let's go back to the name manager. Let's select our formula. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to call this first one range instead, RNG. The next one I'm going to call sort 1, and the next one I'm going to call sort 2. So these are kind of generic and could apply to any data. Let's make sure we replace this. So we want range, then we want sort 1, and then finally sort 2. Click on close. Yes, I want to save, and you can see that the formula still works. So now if I wanted to use this on this data set, I can say sort by salary, and this time they're a lot more generic, which makes them more meaningful to this little data set. So I'm going to select my entire range. Sort 1, well, let's sort on the price. And sort 2, let's sort on the region. Close the bracket, hit enter, and we get our results. So hopefully you can see there some of the advantages of using Lambda and creating your own formulas. It's time now to do exercise 4. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. And in this section, we took a look at the let function and also Lambda. Now, notice in this top table here, we have some invoices, and these invoices are made up of the word IMV, then we have a dash, then we have the actual client name, so Gramazon, Samsung, Lemon, Oracle, Microhard, and Gaggle, and then we have a client number. Now, what I want to do here is I want to use text functions to extract just the client name from this invoice number. So for the first one, I just want it to say Gramazon in the client name. For the second one, Samsung, so on and so forth. Now, once you've constructed the formula that will extract that, I'd like you to turn it into a reusable function using Lambda. So think back to the Lambda lesson and start to explore in your mind how you might possibly do that. And when you create the Lambda function, I'd like you to call your new formula text mid. And this text mid function is our function to use when we want to extract text from a string. Now, once you've set all of this up, I'd then like you to test your text mid formula on the table below. So you can see this is very slightly different. This time we have part numbers listed out. Now the part numbers are separated with forward slashes as opposed to dashes, but we want to use our text mid function to extract the part code. And the part code are the 3 characters in the middle of this string. So PLK, REL, ERF. Make sure that your function works. And if you get really confused, you can always check what you're doing against my answer. And you'll find that in the exercise 4 solution file. See how you get on with that, and I will see you in the next section. At this stage in your Excel journey, you should be reasonably familiar with pivot tables. And in fact, we covered pivot tables extensively in the intermediate version of this course. Now, every demonstration that we've done of pivot tables has basically been using one data source to create a pivot table. So just to move this idea on a little bit and take it more into the advanced realm, we're going to start to explore how we can build a single pivot table, but based on multiple different data sources. So let me show you what I mean. Now on the screen here, I have a file called orders.xlsx, and this is a list of orders for a coffee shop. You can see we have different products. They're selling cappuccino, and if we scroll down further, there's flat white and latte and espresso and all of that good stuff. We can see a customer ID column, an order ID, the product, the units sold, and the date. Now currently, if I wanted to analyze this data set on its own using a pivot table, I could definitely do that, but the customer ID here isn't particularly meaningful. So I just have a number for each of the customers. I don't have anything like their name or any other details. Now that's because I have all of the customer information contained in a separate workbook. And that workbook is here. It's called customerlist.xlsx. So now we have the different customer IDs, so there's just 5 of them in this example, and the name of the companies that buy coffee from us. We then have further details about our customers, so we have their phone number, the address, the city, the state, the zip, and also the country. And I also have a third workbook, and this workbook is called Coffee Types. So here you can see all of the coffee types listed, but again, we have a little bit more information that we don't have in any of the other tables. We have the revenue per coffee and the cost per coffee as well. So maybe I want to build a pivot table that utilizes all of the data across these 3 different tables. Now we can do this using something called Power Pivot. And you can see that if you take a look up at my ribbons, I already have my Power Pivot ribbon loaded up. Now, this isn't something that you'll see by default when you open up Excel. This is an add-in that you need to turn on. And it's an add-in that is included in Excel. You don't need to download it from a website. So let me just very quickly show you where you go to turn that on. We're going to go to File, and we're going to go down to Options. And we need to go into the Add-ins page. Now, if you go down to the bottom where it says Manage, we're going to click the drop down and we're going to go to COM Add-ins and click on Go. Now, what you'll find when you bring up this window is that one of them is Microsoft Power Pivot for Excel. So if you can't see that ribbon, it's going to mean that you just need to tick this box, click on OK, and you should see this ribbon appear. And this is the ribbon that we're going to use to basically combine our data sources and link our different tables, because that is the important point about Power Pivot and when you're working with multiple sources. The tables need to have a corresponding field to link to. Now, the first thing we need to do is basically get all of the tables into Power Pivot. So I'm going to click in this first table, the orders table. I'm going to go up to the Power Pivot ribbon, and we're going to click Add to Data Model. This button just here in the Tables group. It's going to open up the Power Pivot window, and there is our data set. Notice at the bottom we have a tab called Orders. Now we also need to add the other 2 tables from the other 2 worksheets into the Power Pivot data model. So I'm going to go up to the Get External Data group. We're going to say From Other Sources, and we're going to scroll down until we find Excel file. There it is. Let's click on Next. So now we can browse for the other 2 files. So I'm going to click on Browse. And there is one of them, so that's Coffee Types. Let's select it, and you need to do these one at a time. And let's click on Open. And it's really important to check this box, Use First Row as Column Headers. So it's really best to make sure that you do have your data or your headers in the first row in each workbook. Now we can click on Test Connection to make sure that that's going to work. I can see that yes, it's succeeded. Let's click on OK and click on Next. And this is the table I want to import, so let's click on Finish. And you can see it says 6 rows transferred. Let's click on Close. And there we go. We've now imported the Coffee Types workbook. So I have 2 workbooks in my data model. Let's do exactly the same thing and import that last one. So from Other Sources, we're going to scroll down till we find Excel. Click on Next. Let's browse. And the final spreadsheet to import is customerlist.xlsx. And another point to note here is that you can't have these open. Everything needs to be closed for you to be able to import them in. So let's click on Open again. I'm going to say Use First Row as Column Headers. Let's test the connection. Everything's looking good. Click on Next. This is my table. Let's click on Finish. And there we go. 5 rows transferred. Let's click on Close. And there we go. We now have all three of our tables imported into Power Pivot. Now, currently, if you take a look at the Power Pivot ribbon, we're clicked on the Home ribbon. We have two other ribbons, Design and Advanced. We're not going to be exploring all of these because that is pretty much outside the scope of an Excel Advanced course, but we are going to be taking a look at some of these options on the Home ribbon. Now, if you cast your eyes across to the View group at the end, you can see that currently we're working in Data View. And Data View just means that we can see all of our data tables that make up this new data model. Now, we do have another view called Diagram View, which we're going to switch into in the next lesson. Because as I said, we need to make sure that we're linking all of the tables together by common fields. If we don't do that, each table is going to be completely independent of the other. So if you want to build a pivot table utilizing any of the information in any of these tables, it's not going to work unless they're linked. So that's exactly what we're going to do. In the next lesson, we're going to pick it up at this point. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can import multiple tables into the Power Pivot window. And we finished up that lesson by talking about the fact that we are currently working in Data View. And Data View, you can see it here selected in the View section of the Home ribbon, just allows us to view all of the different tables that we've imported in. Now we're going to switch to a different view, Diagram View, and you can see the button just here. Let's click it. It's going to switch us to a different window and we can see all of our tables in a slightly different way. We've got our orders table, our coffee types table, and our customers table. Now we can drag the bottom of these tables up and down to expose more fields, so let's do that. And we can also pick them up and move them around. So I'm going to reorganize these. I'm going to put the orders table in the middle because this is kind of the main table and these other two sort of hang off of it. Now, currently looking at these tables, they are all independent of one another. For example, if I wanted to build a pivot table based off of this orders table and perform an analysis using the customer ID, the extent of the details I'm going to get in that analysis is just the data contained in the customer ID column in the orders table. And if you recall, in this particular table, our customer IDs are just listed out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I'm doing some kind of analysis on our customers, that's not particularly helpful for anyone that I'm going to send this report to. It would be much more useful to have the customer name. Now, I don't have the customer name field in the orders table, but I do have the customer name in the customers table. So over here, we have customer ID, name, phone number, address, so on and so forth. So we have all of our details related to our customers in the customers table. So effectively, we would need to link these two tables together if we wanted our pivot table to be able to access fields in both of these tables. And the way that you link tables together is by a common field. And that is really important here. The tables must have a common field in order to be able to do this. Now I can see here that in the orders table, I have a customer ID field, and I also have a customer ID field in the customers table. So I'm going to grab the customer ID field and I'm going to drag it to the customer ID field in the orders table. And when we let go, it's going to create this little link between these two tables. Now, notice that at one end we have a number 1, and at the other end we have an asterisk. Now, this represents what we call a one-to-many relationship. So what this basically says is that one customer could have many orders. And if we double click on this little join, it's going to open up an edit relationship window. We can see the orders table at the top. The customer ID field is the one in use, and that is linked to the customer ID field in the customers table. So this is a nice way to check that you've linked the correct fields. So we now have these two linked. We also need to link the coffee types table to the orders table. Now again, we need to use a common field. And in the coffee types table, we have the coffee types listed out, so cappuccino, latte, mocha, so on and so forth. And we have that same field in the orders table. So we can use these fields to link the tables together. So I'm going to grab coffee type and we're going to drag it to the same field in the orders table. And again, we have a one-to-many link. One coffee type could be part of many orders. And if we want to check the relationship, we can double click and you can see here the coffee type field in orders is linked to the coffee type field in the coffee types table. So that all looks good. So now that we have our tables linked together, it means that we can build one pivot table and have access to all of the fields across all of the tables. If we hadn't linked these together and created relationships, we would only have access to the fields within the orders table, for example. So that's what we're going to do in the next lesson. We're going to build out our pivot table. In the last lesson, we saw how we can create relationships between different data sources. And in a moment, we're going to build a pivot table using all three of these tables from different workbooks. Now, prior to doing that, I want to show you something else, which is pretty cool. So for this, we're going to switch back into Data View by going to the Home tab, the View group, and we're going to click on Data View. So this is going to take us back to where we have all of our tables. Now I'm going to go to the bottom and let's click on the Orders table, because here we can see a list of the customer IDs, the order IDs. This is coffee types. Let's expand that out, the units sold, and then we have the date. Now, another thing that we can do within the Power Pivot window is we can make some changes to the way our data is displaying. For example, in the units sold column, if I select that entire column and go up to the formatting area, I can change the format of this column. So instead of having it on general, I could have it as a whole number. I could add a comma, like so. And the date column, I don't really need the time in here. So once again, I'm going to select the column, go up to formatting, and we can change it in the drop down. So I don't want the time, I'm just going to have the date. So let's change that. There we go. That looks a little bit tidier. So there are a few little changes that you can make within here. Now, the thing that I really want to show you is how you can add what we call a calculated column to our dataset. Now, maybe I want to work out or calculate what the total profit is per order. Now, if we take a look at our different tables, for example, the coffee types table, I have information in here which could help me. For example, I have a column called Rev per coffee, so revenue per coffee. I also have a column called Cost per coffee. So effectively, the profit would be the revenue minus the cost. So what I could do is I could add a column into this table that gives me the profit. So the profit didn't actually exist in any of our original source data, but we can add a calculated column to make it so. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to double click in the column header and let's just call this profit. And what we can now do is add a calculation. Now, the two fields that I need to use in my calculation are both in the table that I'm currently working in, because I simply want to minus the cost per coffee from the revenue. So this is really straightforward. We just do this like a regular Excel formula. We type in equals. Notice we're working up in the formula bar. And instead of using cells as you might within Excel, we use column headings. So the first column heading or field that I'm looking for is revenue per coffee. So if I start to type in rev, it should come up in the drop down. And you can see there it is, coffee types, rev per coffee. So it's telling me the table that it's part of, and then we have the field in those square brackets. So I can press tab to select that. And all I want to do here is minus, and we want to minus the cost. So I'm going to type in cost. There is the field that I want. You can tab or double click to select it, and then we can press enter and we get our result. And I think I'm also going to format these columns. So I'm just going to increase the decimal places, and I'm going to do the same on the other two columns. Like so. So now it's a bit easier to check. So for cappuccino, the revenue was $4. The cost was $2, which would mean the profit is $2. For flat white, the revenue was $3.50. The cost was $1, so the profit was $2.50. So I can see that this formula is working correctly. Now that I have the profit, I could go back to the orders table and I could add a column in here that multiplies the profit by the units sold. So I'm going to give this column a name. Let's call it total profit. Now, this formula would work slightly differently because we're utilizing fields that are in different tables. So last time it's pretty straightforward because both of the fields were contained within the same table. But this time we want to multiply units sold by the profit in the coffee types table. So if you're referring to another table in a formula, the way that you write your formula out is a little bit different. So let's start out with this table because we want to do the units sold first of all. So I've typed in equals. I'm now up in the formula bar. Let's just type in units. There's the top one that we need, units sold. Press tab to select. And I want to multiply this by the profit column in the coffee types table. Now, because this is a different table, we need to type in related and select that. And now it's coming up with all of the other fields that we have in related tables. So this is the one I want, coffee types profit field. Let's select it. Need to close off the bracket, but that calculation should be correct. Let's hit enter and it's going to go away and calculate everything. And there we go. Now this is pretty easy to check as well, because if you remember, the profit for cappuccino was $2 and the units sold is 2064, so the total profit would just be the units sold multiplied by 2. And that is correct, 4128. Let's add some comma separator formatting and take those decimal places down. So that's how you can add calculated columns into your tables, regardless of whether the fields you're using are in the same table or in a different table. In the last lesson, we saw how we can add calculated columns into our tables. So now we have all of our information, it's time to use all of these tables to build one consolidated pivot table. So you'll notice on the home ribbon, in the middle here, we have a pivot table button. And this is a two-sided button. If we click the top, it's just going to create a pivot table. If we want to see more options, we can click the bottom half and we can choose to create a pivot table, a pivot chart, a chart and table, so on and so forth. Now we're just going to start with a basic pivot table. So let's click it. It's going to take us back to Excel and ask us if we want to put this on a new or an existing worksheet. Now I'm going to say new worksheet. Let's click on OK. Now another thing you'll notice is that I have this yellow message that says autosave turned off. And basically it can't autosave if you still have the Power Pivot window open behind. So once we have this data in there, we can just close down Power Pivot, which I'm going to do now. And as soon as I do that, the message disappears and autosave toggles back on. Now check out what we have here. We have a blank pivot table report, but then in the pivot table fields, look at what we have. Now, normally when we're just building a regular pivot table based off of one data source, we just have all of the column headings or the fields from our data source. But because we're building this based off of 3 different tables, we have the tables listed in here instead. And we can expand each of the tables to see the different columns. And check out what we have. We have our new column that we added, our calculated column, profit at the bottom. If I expand the customers table, I can see all of those fields. And then finally, if we expand orders, we have all of those fields as well, including another calculated column that we added, total profit. So we can now use any of these fields across any of these tables in order to build one pivot table. So let's grab the customer name. Let's drop that down into rows and you can see there are all of the customers. I could then grab the coffee type field and drop that into the columns. And then maybe I want to grab the units sold from the other table and drop that down into values. And you can see exactly what that looks like. Everything is linking together nicely and we're getting a nice analysis. I could, of course, then go into my pivot table options and start redesigning the look and feel of this table. For example, if we go up to the design ribbon, maybe I want to turn off the grand totals. Let's turn those off. And I could even build a pivot chart from here. So let's go to the Insert tab, and I'm just going to open up the Insert Chart dialog box so I can see all of my charts. So I can go through each of these and see which one is going to be best to display my data. So I think I'm going to go for a bar chart. Let's click on OK. And there it is. We get a nice visual representation of data that we've effectively grabbed from 3 different sources. I then might right click and say hide all field buttons on chart. I might want to move the legend, so let's say that we want that at the top. And maybe I want to add a chart title as well, which says units sold by customer and coffee type. So that looks pretty nice. Just going to make that title bold. And very quickly there, we've seen how we can consolidate data, create our own fields, and use those to build pivot tables and pivot charts. It's time now to do exercise 5. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. And in this section, we were taking a look at Power Pivot. Now, you'll find a folder in the exercise files folder called exercise 5. And that contains all of the files that you're going to need to complete this exercise. And you can see I have the 3 files open on the screen here. We have employee data. This is the main one just here. Then we have employee names in the top right-hand corner. And finally, departments in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, I want you to use Power Pivot to create a pivot table based on these 3 files. And I'd like you to ensure that all of the tables in these files are linked together using common fields. Now, once you've done that, I'd like you to create the pivot table, and I'd like you to summarize the information by department and salary. And I'd like you to make sure that you're showing the average salary for each department. That's it, pretty straightforward. If you'd like to see my answer, then please refer to the exercise 5 solution file in the same folder. That's it for now. I will see you in the next section. A tool that's become really popular over the last couple of years for importing and transforming data in Excel is Power Query. And if you've never used Power Query before, then this section should provide a good introduction. So in this lesson, we're just going to take a quick look at what Power Query is and how we can import data into it. Now, Power Query can be used for many different things, but one of its most popular uses is for cleaning data. Now, if you're used to cleaning data using Excel functions, you can still continue with that method if you would prefer. But a lot of the time when I show people Power Query and how simple it is to clean data sets, more often than not, they switch to using this instead of having to type in columns with formulas such as trim, proper, replace values, all of that kind of stuff. Now, the data set that we're going to be cleaning, I've got saved off into a text file. So you can see here, this is just a basic data set, and I actually got Microsoft Copilot to generate this for me. We have a column with product IDs, we have some product names, price per item, revenue, and profit. Those are the column headings. Now, this is a text file, so everything looks a little bit strange and a bit out of alignment, but this might be typical of a download that you get from an external system every Friday. So maybe each Friday, I pull out of our company system a text file with the latest sales data. And it's my job to get that into Excel looking neat and ready for analysis. So this is where Power Query can come in really useful. So let's close this text file down for 1 second and go up to the Data tab. Because what you'll find is this Get and Transform group at the beginning here. And this is where we come if we want to import any type of data into Excel. Now, this might be a text file like we're using, but you could also import data directly from the web, from a table or a range contained in another Excel worksheet, even from a picture. That's one of the newest options. So if you've got a picture of maybe a PDF file on your phone, you could import that in. And to see the full list of sources, if you click the Get Data drop-down, we have different categories just here. So there we go. We can import from Excel, from a text file, from PDF, from a folder. We can even import from database files, so Microsoft Access databases, Oracle databases. We can import from Azure, the Power Platform, or even online services, such as SharePoint Online Lists and things like Salesforce reports. So pretty much every type of file that you might want to import in is covered underneath this Get Data dropdown. Now, we're doing something reasonably basic. We are importing from a text file. So I'm going to select this option just here. And there is my text file, productsales.txt. And you'll find this file in the course files folder if you'd like to follow along with me. So let's click on Import. Now, this is what you're going to get. Excel is going to take a look at that text file and it's going to show us the first 200 rows. Now you can see here it's going to import it in like this, and I can already see a number of things that don't look quite right with this data set. So at this point I get to choose if I want to load this into Excel as it is, and I could choose to do that. Notice we have a load button at the bottom. If I was to click this, it's just going to load it as it looks into the Excel workbook, and I could then use text functions and various other utilities to tidy up this data set. But notice that we also have a transform data button just here. Now if we click on transform data, that's going to open up this file in the Power Query editor. So let's do that. Let's click on transform data. It's going to create a connection to that file, and you can see it's opening it in the Power Query editor. Now, if you've never been in here before, this can look a little bit overwhelming, but it's actually pretty straightforward. We have a ribbon structure like we do in Excel. So you can see we have a home ribbon, a transform ribbon, an add column ribbon, and a view ribbon. We have a queries pane on the left-hand side, and you can see that's just telling me what I've imported. I could click on the arrow just here to minimize that navigation pane, which gives us a little bit more room in the main window. Now, this is where we have the data set that we just imported, and this is where we would start to do our tidying up. And then on the right-hand side, we have our query settings pane. So our properties, product sales, this is the name of the workbook again. And then underneath we have an applied steps area. Now this applied steps area is basically like a little recorder. Every time we do something in this Power Query editor, it's going to record the step that we did. And notice the step that we last took has a red cross next to it. So this acts as a way of undoing any action that you complete. So this is kind of like a history log. Now in the next lesson, we're going to use Power Query to tidy up this data set. And all of the commands that we're going to be using, you're going to find on the home ribbon or the transform ribbon at the top here. So I'm going to head over there now. I look forward to you joining me. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can import data into Power Query. And in this lesson, we're going to completely tidy up this data set ready for analysis in Excel. Because this data set that I imported in has a few different issues, which is making it look very untidy. And if we try to analyze this with a pivot table or a pivot chart, it wouldn't really make too much sense. So let's run through some of the options we have for cleaning a data set using the Power Query editor. Now, if I take a look at this data, I can see the first thing here is we have a completely empty column. So column 1, if I scroll down, there's nothing in there. So we can delete this column out. Right click and we have a remove option. Let's select it and it's going to get rid of that column. Nice and simple. Now, the next thing that I can see that's an issue here is that we have the column headings, so product ID, product name, so on and so forth, in the first row of the table as opposed to in the heading row. You can see the heading row currently contains column 2, column 3, column 4, so on and so forth. So I'm going to want to use the first row as the column headings. So let's go to the Transform tab. And notice here in the table group, we have an option, use first row as headers. So yes, that's the one that we want. So let's pull that up and you can see they move up to the top. I can now see that we have a row that contains these little dashes right at the top of our data set. And if I scroll across, I can see that it goes pretty much across the entire table. So we can remove rows by going to the Home tab. In the Reduce Rows group, we have a Remove Rows option, and we can say Remove Top Rows. And this will give us the option as to how many rows from the top we want to remove. So if we had maybe 4 rows that contained dashes in them, we could choose 4. Now we only have 1, so let's select 1, click on OK, and it's going to remove that row. It's already looking tidier. Now, another issue I can see with these column headings is that they're not quite lined up. So you can see here in the third column, we don't actually have a column name. This one should actually be price per item, and this column should be revenue. So we need to kind of shift these across. So the quickest way in this small data set would be to just double click in the heading, and then we can rename this. So let's do price per item. And this one needs to be revenue, and this one needs to be profit. And now we can delete out the obsolete columns at the end. So notice we have 2 extra columns. I can select both of them by holding down Control, right-click, remove columns. So things are starting to look a lot neater. Now, what else might I want to do here? Well, I can see I've got some issues going on in the product name column. I've got some spelling errors, so some of these are spelled wadget instead of widget. I have some weird spacing at the beginning here. And I also have next to each product dash and then a number. Now, this number is actually the quantity that's been sold. So effectively, I would really like these to be in their own column because it's never a good idea to have 2 pieces of information contained within that same column. So we've got a few issues that we need to fix here. Let's start with the simplest, and that is checking at spelling. So let's go to the Home tab, and in the Transform group, we're going to click on Replace Values. So I'm going to look for the word wadget, and I want to replace it with widget. So this is very similar to a find and replace in Excel. Let's click on OK, and you can see that that's quickly amended those. Now, what about these weird spaces that we have at the front here? You can see some of them are kind of indented compared to others. Well, this is where we can use the trim command. Again, that might be a function that you're used to in Excel in order to remove all of this erroneous spacing. And I always tend to apply trim to all of the columns in my dataset. So let's hold down Shift, click the last column to select everything, and then on the Transform tab, we can go into Format and we have a trim option just here. So let's click it and it's going to trim any weird and erroneous spaces. Now, the next thing I want to do here is I want to split up the product name and the quantity that we have after it. Now, when it comes to splitting a column, we need to tell Power Query at which point we want to split. So you can see here that I have a dash separating the product name from the quantity. So I'm going to use that as my delimiter, and that's where I'm going to split the column. So with this column selected on the Transform tab, we're going to go to Split Column, and I'm going to say by delimiter. Now this is where we can choose what delimiter we're using. So you might have a colon, a comma, an equal sign, so on and so forth. And if you can't see your delimiter in here, if you go to Custom, you can then simply type it in. And you can see that it will hold in here the last delimiter that you used, which for me was a dash, and that's the one we want to use now. So let's select it, click on OK, and check it out. It's now split up the product name and the quantity. So we need to rename these column headings. Let's double click, and this is still the product name. So I'm just going to get rid of that .1 on the end. And this is now the quantity. So let's type that in like so. Now, another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do another trim because we split at that dash, which means that there are going to be erroneous spaces at the end of the product name and the beginning of the quantity. Really hard to see, but they will be there. So let's select both these columns. I'm going to go to Format again and just trim those off. And that looks perfect. The final couple of things I might check here is I might check for duplicates. So if we go to the Home tab and into Remove Rows, we can say Remove Duplicates. Now, I don't think I have any in here, but just to show you how this works, let's go for Remove Duplicates, and it will just remove them if it finds any. And when we say duplicates, we mean exact duplicates where every column is the same. Now, the final thing which I always check here are the data types applied to each column. If you take a look at the first column here where we have product ID, can you see this little icon next to it says ABC? Now, this tells me that Power Query thinks that this column is a text column. If we click on this, you can see we have lots and lots of different data types, and ABC is text. Now, this is actually fine for things like product IDs, because product ID isn't necessarily a number that we're going to need to use in a calculation. It is just a product ID. So a lot of the time, I will just leave these on text. The next column, product name, well, that's marked as text, and that is correct. Quantity, well, this is a number, so let's click it, and we're going to go for whole number. Price per item, again, that's marked as text, but this is currency. Same with revenue, and the same with profit. Now, one thing that always throws people off is that when they import this data back into Excel, they expect to see these 3 columns where we've applied currency formatting showing with currency symbols in Excel. And you have to remember that data types in Power Query are not the same as number formatting in Excel. So what you'll find is that when you import this in, whilst under the hood it is the correct data type, you still need to reapply your formatting over the top. But there we go. We now have a perfectly clean data set. And check out all of our applied steps at the side here. It's tracked everything that we've done. So all that's left to do now is import this back into Excel. So if you go up to the home ribbon, the first group here, close and load, we could say close and load to, and then we can choose how we want to load this data. Do we want to put it in a table? Do we want to put it directly in a pivot table or a pivot chart? Well, I'm going to put mine in a table. I'm going to put it on the existing worksheet and we're going to put it on cell A2. Let's click on OK. And there we go. There is our tidy data set and it's come back into Excel in an Excel table. Notice here that these values don't have currency formatting applied. So if you wanted to, you can go back in, you can apply your currency formatting like so. And I'm going to go to table design because I really don't like this table formatting. Let's go for this one just here. So hopefully there you can see how quick and easy it is to take a data set with lots of issues and use Power Query to completely transform it so that you don't have to mess around with lots of complex Excel formulas. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can use Power Query to combine files together. And this is a really common task, and Power Query is excellent at it. So let's take a look at our scenario. Now, notice here that I have a folder called Transaction Data, and you'll find this folder in the Course Files folder if you'd like to follow along. Now, if we double click to open up this folder, what you're going to see in there are 3 transaction files, one for 2019, one for 2020, and one for 2021. So if we take a look at one of these files, let's just open 2019. So this is the file for transactions for 2019. And you can see here we have a date column, a transaction ID column, a product number, an account number, and an amount. So let's say that at the end of each year, we upload a file to this folder, and that file contains all of that year's transactions. And what we're effectively aiming to do here is we want to combine all of the transaction files together into one big long file, and we want to set this up so that when a new file is added to the folder, any pivot tables or pivot charts that are using this data automatically update with that new file's data. And we can do all of this in Power Query. Now, a couple of important things to note prior to doing this. All of your transaction files, or the files that you want to combine, need to be consistent in their columns. So in every single file, I have these exact columns. The data is going to be different for the different years, but the columns will be the same. The other thing to note is that I've put all of my data into tables and I've given them table names. So you can see here, this one's called TBL Trans 2019. And the final important thing is notice at the bottom here, we have sheet 1. Now, I purposely haven't renamed these because I found that if you were to name this tab 2019, for example, and then the other file that you want to combine has a tab called 2020, you can run into problems with Power Query and start to get errors. So it's important to have all of your sheets named consistently, the sheets that contain your data. So I'm just going to leave all of mine on sheet 1. And just so you can see what the 2020 file looks like, let's jump back to our folder and open up 2020. And there you go. You can see that this is consistent. It looks very similar to 2019. We have the same column headings. I've put this into a table and called it TBL Trans 2020, but we still have just sheet 1 at the bottom. So with all that said, let's import those 3 files in the transactions folder and create a connection to that folder. So from Excel, and I've just got a blank Excel workbook, we're going to go to the Data tab, into Get Data from File, but this time we're going to choose from Folder. We're creating a connection to the transaction data folder that contains our transaction files. So let's select it, click on Open. So Excel is establishing a connection, and there we can see our 3 individual files that are contained within that folder: 2019, 2020, and 2021. Now at the bottom here, I have a few different options, and this is really going to depend on what you want to do. Now we want to combine these files together into one big long file. So let's click on Combine, and I'm going to say Combine and Transform Data. I kind of want to look at what my data looks like to see if there's anything I need to tidy up before importing it into Excel. So Combine and Transform, it's going to open up the Combine Files window, and it's going to give us a preview of the first file. So here's all the data for 2019, and if I click on Sheet 1, which is the tab that contains that table, you can see there is my 2019 data. If I wanted to check any other file, I could go to 2020. You can see we have consistency here, Sheet 1, that contains my table of data. So this is just sort of a good way for you to check that everything is looking good prior to opening it in Power Query. So I'm happy with this. Let's click on OK. So now we can see the data has opened in Power Query. And this isn't just one file, this should be one big combined file. Now I can easily check that. Notice that we have a source name column. Now this is a column that Power Query has added. This doesn't actually exist in any of my data sets. So this is just there, so you can see the file name that each row is attributed to. Now if I click the drop down here, I should be able to see all 3 files, 2020, 2021 and 2019. So I know that all of my data is now in this one big long file. It's combined it together. Now I'm just going to do a final sweep, a final look over my data to make sure there's nothing I need to tidy up here. And the first thing I'm going to do, because I don't really need it, is delete out this source name column. So let's click on Remove. There we go. Let's check our data type. So we have date just here, that's fine. Transaction ID, that's a number, that's fine. Product number, that's fine. Account number, these are all looking good. Amount, I'm probably going to change that to currency. Remember, we're just changing the data type here. We're not changing the actual formatting. And those are the only columns that we have. And notice on the right-hand side, all of the applied steps. Now, the cool thing about this is that because we've now linked to the actual folder, when we add a new file into that folder, Power Query is going to run through all of these steps automatically. So let's load this dataset back into Excel. I'm going to go up to Close and Load. I'm going to say Close and Load to, and I just want to put this in a table. We're going to put it on the existing worksheet in cell A1. That's fine. Let's click on OK. And there we go, we have all of our files combined together. If I click the date drop down, I should see information for 2019, 2020 and 2021. So this is all looking really good. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you how we can import other files into Power Query, which are going to give the product number and the account number a little bit more meaning, and also what happens when we add new files to the linked folder. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can combine 3 transaction files together and import them into Excel. So it's time to move this concept on a little bit, and I'm going to show you something pretty cool, and that is how we can link to other tables within this particular data model. So if you take a look at our transaction data, you can see that some of these columns aren't particularly meaningful. For example, where we have product number. Now, currently, if I was to do an analysis using a pivot table or something like that, I can't tell what the product actually is because I just have the product number. The same thing with the account number. I don't know what account this transaction belongs to because I just have a number. And unless I've memorized these numbers and what they relate to, it's going to be pretty difficult for me to analyze this effectively. Now I have the product number information and the account number information stored off in separate files. You can see this one here called accounts, and there you go. It's just a very small little table that has the account numbers listed out. We only have 4 of them, and the accounts that they relate to. So my preference would be, instead of just having the account number in my final analysis, I want to see the actual name that relates to that number. And the same thing with product number. I have a similar table in another file called products that gives meaning to these product numbers. So effectively, I want to get these 2 tables from these 2 external files into my data model, and then I can start linking fields together. So I've got my transaction table, and I'm going to go up to the Power Pivot ribbon. And we're going to say add to model. Now this is going to open up Power Pivot, and you can see there is all of my transaction data. So now I want to bring into this model the two other files for accounts and products. So we can go up to from other sources. Let's scroll down and select Excel. Click on Next. Go to Browse. There is the accounts file. So let's select that and bring that in. I'm going to say use first row as column headers. Click on Next. There's my source table. Let's click on Finish. So now I can see that 4 rows have been transferred. Let's click on Close, and we should find that that is now imported into this data model. And you can see there it is. The tab is called Accounts. Now we're going to do the same thing for the products table. So from other sources, let's scroll down to Excel file, click on Next. Let's browse, and I'm going to grab products, click on Open, use first row as column headers, Next, and then Finish. So I can see 14 rows have successfully transferred. Let's click on Close. Now I went through that pretty quick because we did cover this more slowly in the section related to Power Pivot. So now I basically have all of the information that I need in this data model. So I'm going to switch into diagram view so I can view those tables a little bit easier. And let's move these around a little bit. So I'm going to put transaction data in the middle, and let's expand it so we can see all the columns. We're going to put, let's put products over here and accounts over here, because now what I can do is I can link the common fields to the transaction data table. So in the accounts table, what's the common field? Well, the account number is the common field. So I'm going to grab account number and drag it to account number in transaction data. It creates a connection, and you can see that again, this is a one-to-many connection. If we double click to check it, we can see that it's related the correct fields in both of these tables. And it's a one-to-many relationship because one account could have many transactions. Let's do the same with the products table. So here, the common field is product number. So I'm going to grab that field, drag and drop it onto the same field in the transaction data table. Once again, we get a one-to-many connection. So one product can have many transactions. So these are all technically now linked together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a pivot table. So let's go up to the pivot table drop down, choose pivot table. I'm going to put it on a new worksheet. Let's click on OK and check it out. In the pivot table fields, we have all of our tables. So instead of just having that account number listed in my analysis, it's now linked through to the accounts table. So I can grab accounts, drop that in rows, and this is much more meaningful than just having those numbers. I could grab products and drop that down into columns. In fact, I'm going to switch those around. Let's put products down there and accounts at the top. And then I could grab the amount and drop that down into values. And we have some gaps, that's fine. I could probably make this look a bit neater by switching these around. Again, it all depends what kind of analysis you want to do. I'm then free to go in, I can change the number format. Let's go for number, comma separator, 0 decimal places, click on OK. Now let's build a very quick and simple pivot chart. So up to insert, and let's just do a column chart. Nice and straightforward. Now I'm going to right click and remove all the field buttons on the chart, and let's just get rid of the total because we don't actually need that. And I'm going to right click on these bars. Let's go to format data series, and I'm going to make the gap width a bit narrower so these bars are a little bit chunkier. There we go. And of course we can go in and we can add a title, and we're just going to call it something basic, sales amount by account. Now the real magic here happens when we add the next year's transaction file to the transaction folder, because what you'll see is that with a quick refresh, everything will update to incorporate that new data. So if we go back to File Explorer, you can see I have the next year's transaction file ready and waiting to go, Transactions 2022. So all I would need to do is move this to the transaction data folder. So let's do that. Let's grab it and let's drag it in. Now, because we've created a connection to this folder, Power Query is going to pick this up. It's going to run through all of the applied steps that we applied to the rest of the files. It's going to append it to the bottom of the data set, which means that all we need to do to incorporate this data is simply right-click on our pivot table and click on refresh. And there you go. So the way that this is set up, it makes it super easy. Every time you download that file, just move it into the correct folder. And if you've set up the link to the folder correctly, you should just be able to refresh all of your analysis. It's time now to do exercise 6. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. Now, in this section, we covered Power Query, and specifically, we were taking a look at how we can combine and transform files. So that's what I'd like you to do for this exercise. Now, if you take a look at your exercise files, notice that you have an exercise 06 folder. If we double click to open that up, we have two files in here, Invoices 2023 and Invoices 2024. Now, if we open up one of these, let's just go for 2023, they're not particularly large files. Each one has a little bit of information. And this is basically invoicing data for some customers. Now, the data in both of the workbooks have already been formatted as tables. So what I'd like you to do is to create a connection to that exercise 06 folder and combine the 2023 file with the 2024 file. So we basically want these to be just one big long file. And when you're doing this, I'd like to make sure that you do open them in Power Query, because I'd like you to remove the first column that contains the file name and just check to make sure that the data types in each column are correct. Now, once you've done that, I'd like you to close and load back into Excel. And I'd just like you to create an Excel table. Now, once you've done that, I'd like you to come back to your exercise files and find the file Invoices 2022. You can see it's sitting down here outside of the exercise 6 folder. Now, this file just contains very similar data, invoicing details. So what I'd like you to then do is move this file into the exercise 06 folder, go back to Excel and update your table. And if you've done everything correctly, you should find that the 2022 data is now automatically included in your Excel table. So a few different things to do there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is we need to go to the Data tab and we need to go to Get Data, and we want to get data from a folder because we need to bring those two files in. So I've navigated to my exercise files. I'm going to select exercise 06 and click on Open. Remember, that's the folder that contains those two files. I can see them both sitting there, so what I want to do is click on Combine and Transform Data because I want to open them in Power Query. Remember, we have a couple of different checks to do before loading them back into Excel. Now, I'm going to check to make sure the first table looks good, which it does, so let's click on OK. And those files are now going to open in the Power Query editor. And let's just check that they're both there. If I click the drop down, I can see, yes, there they are, 2023 and 2024. And I asked you to remove this first column because we don't really need it. So let's right click and remove. And then I also asked you just to double check the data types for each of these columns. So the invoice number column, that's showing as text, that's fine. Customer is also text, that's fine. The amount, what do we have that as? We have it as a decimal number. So I'm going to change that to currency. And date, yes, we have that set to date. So that all looks good. I can now close and load. And I'm going to say close and load to, and we're going to choose just a table. Let's click on OK. So now we have all of the data in Excel. Remember, the data types don't actually change. The formatting applied to your column, so you might want to go in and just change the amount column to accounting or currency format. Now, the final part of this exercise was just to bring in the data for 2022. Now, because of the way that we've set this up, all we need to do is grab the 2022 file and drag and drop it into the exercise 6 folder. Remember, because of the way that we've set this up, we've actually linked directly to this folder, so anything new we add in, theoretically, we should just be able to refresh the table. So let's give it a go. Let's right click and click on refresh. And there we go. I can see if I look in the due date column, we now have the invoices for 2022 listed in here as well.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To see the full course that this video came from, click over there. And click over there to see more videos from Simon Says It.